95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
It is the morning roast. And no, oh baby, today, no Bonte, no Shasky. Spadoni and Kruger in for those two. They're enjoying a nice little Labor Day vacay. Appreciate you joining us here this morning at 6:07 a.m. here in the lovely San Francisco Bay Area. We got an awful lot to get to. We got 4 hours. It's a payday Friday. It's a 50 Cent Friday. It's a Phil Collins Friday. And it's a Kruger and Spadoni Friday. What's going on, Larry? How you doing, man?
What is going on, man? Oh my God, I'm on with the most underrated sports talk guy in the Bay today.
Wow, thank you,
Joe. I said to my kid, I said I'm on tomorrow. He said, "You go back with Styles?" And I'm like, "No, I'm on with Joe Spadoni." And he's like, "Spumoni?" And I'm like, "Spadoni."
Haven't heard that one before. Just my entire life.
Really?
Oh yeah, spaghetti, any Italian last thing. It happens. It's fine. I don't really like spumoni ice cream either, though. It's not really my favorite.
No. But good to see you, man. Yeah, fired up Friday, and what can we say? On to the weekend. I thought there was going to be like a cruise in from the East Bay. It's actually kind of a lot of traffic today.
Really?
A lot of people on the roads.
Why? Why are they doing that this early in the morning? I don't like that.
Seriously,
I'm need to stay home.
Why are you people hustling so much?
I guess I shouldn't say that. We like people on the roads, right? And we love traffic here in radio. But you know what else we love? We love football. And this is the last day, Larry. It's the last day. I'm telling all Niner fans right here at 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Xfinity Mobile text line. You can also hit us up on Twitch and YouTube. We are streaming all day right here on 95.7 The Game. And that's powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And also, it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn the 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Speaking of toxic stress, it's 49ers offseason. Quarterback talk, drama, all that. It's the last day I'm going to talk about it, Larry. You know why?
Why is that?
Because next week is week 1. It's real football conversations.
Cannot wait.
I'm not talking Trey Lance anymore. I'm not talking Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not talking about any of that crap.
Holdouts, hopefully.
None of the exactly. Hopefully Nick Bosa is all done by then. That is still a huge question mark, probably the biggest in the NFL right now. That and Chris Jones of the Kansas City Chiefs. But Niner fans, if you want to get everything off your chest right now, Kyle Shanahan,
the last shot.
Michael Jackson, this is it right here. Trey Lance, Jimmy, Kyle, Purdy, Darnold, Brandon Allen, whatever. 888-957-9570. This is the last day to do it because I'm moving on to Pittsburgh next week.
Will we even remember how to talk about real games?
No, probably not.
We'll be looking for subplots. No, you're right. I mean, this is it, finally. In this offseason, I mean, if you really think about the 49ers and where they're at, where they've got a 23-year-old franchise quarterback. I think he's a franchise quarterback. They're coming off a year where they went to the NFC Championship game.
It's pretty wild.
They've got one of the most loaded rosters in the entire league. They're one of the Super Bowl favorites in Vegas. They're stacked. Ayuk, Debo, CMC all look like they're primed to have career years. They got dominating players on all 3 levels of their defense. And yet, the tone is so negative.
It's very odd.
The sky is falling, and we're discussing Kyle and John being fired and you know, the screw-ups of the organization. I mean, what do you think they're talking about in almost any other city? What's the dialogue in Atlanta about the Falcons? What's the dialogue in Nashville about the Titans? If it's so this weird. Negative about a team that's been in 3 of the last 4 NFC Championship games and is this stacked and this loaded, I mean, are we just hyper negative? I mean, why is there so much negativity around a team that there should be? I mean, we should be. This is like in some ways the beginning of an incredible era.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because when I'm like a fan of a team and I want to go get my information, we love our roasters here. We love everyone that follows us at 95.7 The Game. All of our listeners, we love you. The Red and Gold Summit proved that. We have fans nationwide, worldwide, everyone, Morali, Vic, all you guys. Shout out to the Twitch and YouTube chat there, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. But we go to this station for critical analysis of our teams. We're not fanboy radio here, right?
Right.
So there's a fine line between, you know what, giving a team flowers, but also being critical of them. And for a lot of people, you know, it could be sunshine and rainbows. A lot of this team was just in the NFC Championship, Brock Purdy, everything's going to be fine. But what sells, Larry? That doesn't sell a lot. Something's got to be wrong. We got to hammer something. We got to jab, poke, because that's what sells today. yeah, we could just say, it's going to be a cakewalk. No, we got to create urgency with this team. There's a sense of urgency with the San Francisco 49ers, and I think the fans are feeling that. They're tired of being the bridesmaid and never the bride. They want that Lombardi. People my age, I'm 30, Larry. Millennials, they don't know what a championship is, unless you were 5 or 4 or whatever. They don't know what that is for the San Francisco 49ers. So they're sick and tired of being the runners-up. And Brock Purdy, for stretches last year, he showed he could be top 10. Hell, at times he felt like he was a top 5 quarterback with some of his play. We were talking about that, Bonte and I, a couple weeks ago. At times, he felt like this guy could do no wrong. It's amazing. So you couple that in to this season now, Brock Purdy and the expectations for the 49ers are sky high. And I think the conference has a lot to do with that. Like the sense of urgency for me with this 49ers squad, it's kind of hard to get wrapped around because I still think they could have a bad start. And they might. The defense might take a little while to catch up. We had David Lombardi on earlier this week on 95.7 The Game. He said, it might take a little for Steve Wilkes and that whole blitz package. He's more of a blitzer than a D'Amico Ryans or a Robert Saleh of the past. That might take a little getting used to for some of these defensive players for the 49ers. But they could have a slow start. And I'm still like, it's the NFC.
Yeah.
If they get to the playoffs, it's fine. Like, I don't have a fear of anyone in the NFC right now. So maybe
Philly.
The sense of, okay. Outside of that,
I think it's a 2-team conference.
Okay, exactly.
I don't believe in Dallas. I don't really believe in the Giants.
And would you be shocked?
Detroit.
Would you be shocked if the Eagles took a step back this year? Would you be shocked?
No. A lot of turnover at linebacker, a lot of turnover in the secondary, turnover. They lost both coordinators.
Yeah.
It's always difficult to go to the Super Bowl and then run it back the next year.
Show me again, Jalen Hurts. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, he's a hell of a talent. Like, just show me again, though. Like, that's same with Brock Purdy, right? Like, that's the thing with the NFL. Unless you have been to a Super Bowl or, hell, even won the Super Bowl, like Mahomes and stuff like that. Hell, people still like to criticize Mahomes at times, which is crazy. But you're not going to get that benefit of the doubt. That's just the position of quarterback. So that's why we've been so critical of guys like Brock Purdy, right? It's just, show me again. Jalen Hurts, show me again. Geno Smith, show me again.
Yeah. No, and this year, Lombardi might be right. I mean, this might be a year where the Niner offense has to kind of take the lead. I'll tell you what I'm really interested in. Yesterday, I was here, obviously, with Alan, and I wasn't down at camp. But Steve Wilkes talked yesterday, and one of the questions that I'd love to ask Wilkes, and he's a great guy, and I love asking him questions. I love talking to him because he's a straight shooter. And unlike D'Amico would never say a negative word about anybody.
It's true.
D'Amico always took the high road. He never buried his players. Steve Wilkes strikes me as a guy who kind of calls it straight. He's verbal. He's aggressive. I just wonder if the Niner defense, the last 2 preseason games, granted it's preseason, gave up 6.5 yards a carry. They got gashed in the run game all throughout the preseason. The Raiders ran at will. Denver, Chargers, they just ran it, and they ran it in the A-gap. What happens if the Steelers do the same thing with Najee and Warren in week 1? I mean, is Steve going to lose his S? Is he going to come to the presser and call out Javon Kinlaw and the linebackers and the run D and call everybody out? I think the interesting thing about Wilkes, he's coached a long time. But if you look at his track record, he's hardly coached anywhere for more than a year.
No.
It's like here, there, and it makes you wonder, especially when I hear him talk and how direct and passionate and, energetic he is. If things go south, especially when this was the number 1 defense in the NFL last year, number 1 overall, number 1 against the run, their expectations, they're going to be dominant. What if they're not? What if, Nick Bosa is going to get a mint? Nick Bosa is 3rd and long. What if you can't get to 3rd and long? What if it's 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2 all year, and teams are just running it at will at Kinlaw and Hargrave? Hargrave is an awesome pass rusher. He's not a great run defender. No. So they're asking their linebackers to really dominate between the tackles. And I would imagine they'll be better in the regular season than they were in the preseason. I pray in some ways they're better. But if they're not, is Steve Wilkes going to hit the podium and just bury guys? I'm wondering. And then what's the impact of that? Will he lose guys if he's so direct? If he's like, hey, this guy wasn't in his gap. That guy wasn't doing the job. If he starts calling dudes out, what's going to be the impact of that, especially on the heels of D'Amico buttering everybody's muffin every week? I'm interested to see how that dynamic plays out. And I want to see how good this Niner D really is this year.
Well, and they need Nick Bosa back. When's that going to happen? Is it going to happen? We had reports from Jason Dumas a couple days ago, Cron 4 sports director, our guy here at 95.7 The Game. He's like, he expects a Bosa deal to be done in the next couple days. Well, that was a couple days ago. So is it going to be today? Is it going to be this weekend? It'd be a nice little Labor Day present for 49er fans, Larry, getting their guy Nick Bosa signed up. Because let's be honest, outside of him, and you just mentioned it, on the other side, how good do you feel about Drake Jackson, Cleve Furl? Like these guys, like it's kind of thin. Like, and that's the term I would use. Whereas 49ers teams in the years past felt like they were pretty deep, right? Defensively.
Yeah.
Pretty thin.
They traded, I mean, let's be honest about it. They traded their defensive end depth for a special player at defensive tackle because Kinlaw's not that guy. Kinlaw got bounced around like a pinball machine in the playoffs, got kicked out of the club, and just got owned by Kelsey. And then all of a sudden it was like 5-alarm fire in the middle of the Niner defense. And like, we got to have Hargrave. We got to have Hargrave. But you know what? We got all these other players. We can't have Hargrave. Well, we can if we wave goodbye to Amenahue, bye-bye Ebukam, see you later Jordan Willis. And those three guys averaged 91 snaps in the playoffs. So, and I asked Koceric 3 weeks ago, face to face. Chris, are you going to play your guys in a row? I mean, are you going to play your ones? You got an awesome first-team D-line. Bosa, Jackson, I think is going to be really good. Hargrave, Armstead. Are you going to run those guys out there a lot more snaps and maybe not have quite the rotation you had last year? He's like, no, I'm running my guys out there in a rotation. I can't play the first teamers 70 snaps. They won't even make it to December. We won't make it to the playoffs ready to roll and ready to win a championship. I got to rotate my guys. Okay, fine. But who are your guys? Austin Bryant, Kerry Hyder, Cleveland Farrell. Cleveland Farrell has 10 sacks in 4 seasons. Yeah. Austin Bryant doesn't look like a lot to me. Kerry Hyder to me looked flat out old this summer. So I don't know. Robert Beal had a couple of snaps where he just waltzed by Trent Williams and showed that unbelievable 4.4 speed. He's opening on IR. I'm just wondering when they go to the 2s and they go to the 3s and they go to the rotation of the D linemen, are they going to get anything done? And if not, I mean, how good is it to have Hargrave if you're going to play these other guys a ton and they're not going to do anything for you?
Javon Kinlaw, though, he's a freak. He's ready for this year, Larry.
Nah, bro, I'm really a freak, though. Like, the world gonna see. Point blank, period.
Point blank, period, right there, Larry. You have faith in Javon right there?
I mean, I'll say this. If you catch him on the right snap when he's playing knees bent with leverage, he looks awesome, right? He can waltz the guard or center just into the lap of the quarterback at will. He can bull rush with the best. But he doesn't come off blocks. Did he make a tackle in the preseason? I don't know if he did. I mean, there was a game, the Charger game, I thought he had a couple plays, Spinoni, where he's just bull rushing the offensive lineman, and it looks impressive. Then I looked at the stat sheet at the end of the game, and he didn't make a tackle. Not even one. Man. So, I mean, this guy's they had DJ Jones a couple of years ago. He was dominant inside. You could not run in the A-gaps with DJ in there. Kinlaw's not that guy right now. So, if it's in there, man, I hope Chris can get it out of him.
Brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We got Mike Yam, NFL Network, covers the league, made his bones out here in the Bay Area. He knows the Niners well. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock. Maybe do a little deep dive into some of the bigger storylines in the NFL today. We got week 1 officially starting next week. You got Lions, Chiefs on Thursday Night Football. I can't wait for that game. That's going to be a sneaky, fun game, right? Week 1, right out of the gate. All the hype for Detroit last year. They had that huge winning streak to end of the year. What are they? 8-9, 9-8, whatever they finished. You got Dan Campbell. You got Andy Reid, Pat Mahomes, the reigning champs. Can they do it again? So fun stuff in there with Mike Yam. And then 8:30, Grant Cohn of Sports Illustrated going to join us. Get a little insight on this Niners team. How's he feeling about their odds and chances to get back to a Super Bowl for another time? 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking about it, and you and Styles are doing a great job yesterday talking about it. This negative coverage of the team, and is it justified? Why is it? They were just in the NFC Championship. They got Mr. Irrelevant, turned the darling of the NFL. Why is this such a negative kind of an off season for the team? Well, that's what we were to change. It's the last day for negativity for me, Larry. It's the last day.
You're
for
bringing
it.
as of tomorrow. Spadoni's bringing sunshine.
Yes. Well, I'm off, so it's gonna be great. But yes, like, come on, I'm tired of the Trey Lance talk. I think fans are too. Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, everything. Can we move past that?
Can we just put our arms around each other in a big circle and just kumbaya this thing?
Let's do that. Kind of like the 95.7 The Game fantasy chat. Let's all get along, right?
By the way,
no toxic stress allowed.
Lions
First five, California.
Chiefs next Thursday. I've got Jahmyr Gibbs, Patrick Mahomes, Isaiah Pacheco.
It's a big game for you.
It's a big
They better
game.
show out.
Seriously.
They better. Aiden Hutchinson better not be getting that backfield from Mahomes.
Seriously.
Let's go.
And somewhere in that board, there's a Dan Campbell.
I have all of them.
The Dan Campbell, which is, I don't care if you got 3 fingers and 1 ass cheek. I'm going to kick your ass or something like that.
So
I mean,
good.
it's just one of the great lines.
We're going to take your other kneecap.
It's so good. I love Dan Campbell so
He's
much.
the best, man.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Dan. Real quick, let's get to Joe in Vallejo. He wants to talk about the 49ers defensive depth here with Spadoni and Kruger in for Bonte and Shasky here on 95.7 The Game. Joe, what's going on? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Morning. Yeah, so I just want to comment. I'm a little pessimistic there about their defense, man. I mean, let's talk about this. With how many times they have whiffed on first-round picks. That's what they've done with their defensive picks. They've whiffed. Yet consistently, through Shanahan's era, they've been pretty much around the top 5 every year. Different coordinators. This is now the third one. Why? Because they keep finding all this depth. I heard you guys talking about how, Amenahu and Ebukam, they're gone. That's kind of big loss to the depth. Who were either of those guys before they came to the Niners? This is what they specialize in. They specialize in finding guys who are going to fit their system and excel better in their place than anywhere else. So at this point, we got to just give them the benefit of the doubt that, they've been doing this. This is how they've been operating, and it's been incredible. And really, since they've lost Buckner, you look at how good that defensive line was with Buckner and what a loss that was. Well, so obviously they're trying to repair that with Hargrave now. So the other thing, too, that I'm going to comment on is I'm a big Brock Purdy guy. I think so. I'm 25 years old, man. I've been watching. My first year watch was when they drafted Alex Smith. I have not seen a better stretch of 7-8 games of quarterback play, true, like prototype quarterback play, than Brock Purdy last year. I think he's going to pick that up. That's something our defense will have not had at any point, even through the Harbaugh years. Now, consistent moving ball. That alone is going to help the defense, just keeping those guys fresh.
It's a good point. That's
Thanks,
a
Joe.
hell of a point.
I mean, real quick, Colin Kaepernick had a really good stretch there, but go ahead.
Well, I agree with the caller. I really do. I think I have not felt this comfortable about a 49er quarterback and what he's going to do and how he's going to perform going back to 25 years, going back to Steve Young. And
Wow.
I know that overlooks.
Kaepernick was pretty good. He had a moment there. He was pretty good.
Kaepernick was
electric.
He was dynamic for sure. But as far as dynamic, there wasn't he didn't throw with a lot of touch. I mean, I keep thinking of those 3 fade passes to Crabtree in the corner of the end zone in the Super Bowl, in the Superdome. I was there that day. I love Kaepernick's talent, but come on. As far as, and Jeff Garcia was very talented. But to me, Brock Purdy is probably the most, I don't know what the word is, efficient, dependable. I feel better about the Niner quarterback right now, the best I've felt since Steve Young in the late 90s.
That's interesting. 888-957-9570 if you agree on that. The expectations for Brock Purdy, we can get into that on the other side. And that's all going to be sponsored by Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries. Lazy Boy makes so much more than recliners, and right now, don't miss the Labor Day event. 30% off store-wide. There's a Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery near you. So hurry in. These prices won't last. I'm telling you, guys, they're not going to last. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries. Long live the lazy, and long live Spadoni and Kruger in for Bonte and Chasky on 95.7 The Game.
Calling all Bay Area thrill seekers and animal enthusiasts. Labor Day is about to get wild at the San Francisco Zoo and Gardens. Meet the latest full-time resident.
It's hurricane season.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Spadoni in for Bonte, Kruger in for Shasky here on the morning roast, 95.7 The Game. We had some college football last night.
I lost money, man.
Oh, no. I'm sure. Did you have Florida?
Yeah, I had the Gators. You know,
no.
Here's the thing.
Sam loved that loss last night. Miami Hurricane legend over here, Sam Lubman.
I heard no Cam Rising. And I'm like, no Cam Rising.
Yeah.
Cam Rising's awesome. So I'm like, well, the Gators, SEC team on the road. And then, of course, I hear the stat, this morning, of course, way too late. The Gators haven't won a non-conference game on the road in 35 years. Why didn't I know that yesterday?
Oh, man.
Why couldn't somebody have said that yesterday to me?
They don't travel well out west, is what I've seen. Yeah, they don't do well. They leave the swamp out there in Florida.
Once get stuck in the swamp, it's hard to get out. Especially if you don't have cars down there. It's brutal in Gainesville.
I'm digging you letting this Phil Collins. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Going, I like that. It's Phil Collins Friday. It's a payday Friday and also a 50-cent Friday here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. That's the number to get involved, whether call or text the Xfinity Mobile text line, and also hit us up on Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Mike Yam, 8 o'clock, NFL Network. He knows his stuff. Made his bones here in the Bay Area. Grant Cohn, 8:30. Sports Illustrated covers the San Francisco 49ers. Get kind of his thoughts heading into week one against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And what's going on with Nick Bosa? Still the biggest question mark in the NFL right now. It's probably Bosa, Chris Jones. When are they going to sign? Is this going to linger? Are they going to miss week one? That's the biggest question mark remaining for the 49ers in hopes to getting back to another Super Bowl, Larry.
I'm going Niners-Chargers, by the way, my Super Bowl pick.
Okay.
Niners-Chargers. Do you have one, or are you still formulating?
I might take till next week. I've been saying it on the pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on 95.7 The Game. I've been saying if Brock Purdy plays like he did last year for the whole season, that's basically a top 10 quarterback. Just going by the numbers and the metrics. Hell, it might be a top 5 quarterback if he keeps doing what he was doing last year. It's incredible. If he does that, they're in the Super Bowl. Now, take your chances against if it's the Mahomes of the world, Joe Burrow, what have you. But I do like the Niners. If Brock Purdy does what he does last year, this year, I like them to be in the Super Bowl. AFC, it's a dogfight, man. The Jets, maybe? Would that be crazy?
You're falling for the Jets.
Something about Aaron Rodgers brings a level of swag that team desperately needed on offense. Garrett Wilson's a baller. You drafted him in fantasy. You know it.
First round.
That defense, I think Bob Saleh's perfect for that team. He has a pulse of that defense. They're just physical. They're nasty. They re-signed Quinnen Williams to a huge deal. Love Quinnen Williams. So they're just going to be fun. Can Patrick Mahomes repeat? We haven't had a repeat in over 20 years.
I know. It's just really hard to do.
It's so hard.
I'm just kind of hoping, because I don't think the Niners can beat the Chiefs.
That's the one team, right, where you're looking at where
I'm just kind of...
They have their number.
I'm just looking at it going, you know what? Maybe this isn't their year. Since last year was their year, that maybe this year won't be their year.
But maybe it'll be the Chargers' year is what you're saying. It's never the Chargers' year, Larry. Come on.
I know, but you know what? Niners played the Chargers last week, and so I did the deep dive. I talked to Popper, their
The Athletic, he covers them
from the Athletic, their beat
Popper.
writer.
Yeah.
I talked to Matt Money Smith.
Is that his real middle name, Money?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Matt Money's big. He's a big deal in L.A.
Huge.
Petros and Money on AM 570.
Papadakis, right?
Yeah, there you go. Papadakis. I just like the Chargers if they stay healthy. I mean, you've got Herbert, who's probably going to be primed for a career year. Eckler and Josh Kelly.
He killed me in fantasy last year, Justin Herbert. I got him again for God knows why, but he better pull it up.
They also got big receivers, man. Mike Williams. They got the rookie out of TCU, Quentin Johnston, Keenan Allen, Gerald Everett. You got Bosa and Mack off the edges up front. They've had a great draft. I mean, the three guys they got on their front seven, the USC kid, Tula Polatu or whatever, and Scott Matlock and Deion Henley. They got a bunch of guys. And then on the back end, Asante Samuel, Derwin James. I just think that they're kind of remind me a little bit of the Niners. If they're never healthy, but if they are healthy, I think the Chargers. I mean, the only thing I don't like about the Chargers is Brandon Staley.
That's a big thing. The head coach,
he goes for it on all these fourth downs, and he's kind of reckless. But they got Kellen Moore as the new OC.
That's huge.
And they got some of the best individual talents in the league. If it's not Kansas City, because I said, you can either play. It's kind of like going to the horse races. You can play the favorite or beat the favorite. And this year in the AFC, I think the better plan is to beat the favorite, to go with somebody else. You're going Jets, or you say...
I'm not going to go with them yet. They intrigue me. I'll have my final predictions probably next week, but I'm leaning Niners in the Super Bowl just because the NFC, like every year there's going to be a team we don't think that comes out of nowhere, right? Whatever it is. Like the Miami was really good last year. They kind of, I don't want to say came out of nowhere, but Mike McDaniel's first year, can he build off of that? That's another team. That whole AFC East is stacked. The AFC North, stacked. It's going to be a war of attrition over there in the AFC, but I'm looking at the NFC like, who's going to be that one team? Is it going to be Derek Carr in New Orleans? They have a great defense. Michael Thomas is back. Olave, is he the missing link there? Going back with Dennis Allen.
I don't believe in Derek Carr.
You don't? See, no. I don't either, and that's ultimately like they should win that division, but something tells me, hey, I don't know, could Bryce Young be a thing? I don't know. Could
I think Bryce Young, by the way, Bryce Young is a thing.
Oh, you believe in it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Big believer in Bryce Young?
I love Bryce
Young.
Not
worried about the stature at all?
He is
smaller
tiny.
Frame,
he's
smaller frame, but the
a,
IQ is what the thing for him, right?
Yeah, he's
there.
processes. He's a phenomenal passer. I think he's whip smart. I mean, I love Bryce. I think he's going to have a huge year. I like Carolina in that division. I like the Lions in their division. I like the New York Giants as the third best team in the NFC.
I really like the Darren Waller acquisition for them. I think it's huge for that offense, opening up everything.
Walnut Creek's own Isaiah Hodgins. Don't forget, he went to Berean Christian out in East Bay. I just think the Giants have they've got a pretty good on the line of scrimmage. I just think that they're a solid organization that kind of puts themselves in the running. Wan'Dale Robinson got hurt last year. I think the receivers will be better. They got Saquon. You mentioned Waller. I kind of like the G-men as the third best.
Brian
team
Daboll's just a great offensive coach.
He
too.
is.
He's just so really cerebral. He knows what he's doing. He has a pulse in that team. He's fiery. He's excited. He's perfect for that team over there in New York. 888-957-9570. Kind of talking some big NFL storylines. We're talking about it right now. What are some of those storylines in the NFL that you're looking forward to outside of the 49ers? Golden State Lakota on the YouTube chat, which is powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Spadoni, you watch Hard Knocks? Have not.
Oh, it's great this year.
Yeah,
it's over now.
I've kind of moved past, and as a Raider fan, that one season of Hard Knocks with Antonio Brown kind of scarred me.
That was the worst season of all. The Raiders were a nightmare on Hard Knocks.
They were. Actually, they weren't a biggest nightmare as I thought they were going to be that season. I think they finished like 7-9 or whatever. It could have derailed the entire year. It was whatever. It was Gruden's, I think, second year, whatever it was. But the Antonio Brown thing kind of soured me. Also, it's preseason, Larry. That doesn't really do anything. Now, are they going to have another in-season edition this year? Because they had an in-season edition with the Cardinals last year.
Which just showed the Cardinals' dysfunction.
But that was interesting to me, right?
It was.
Because you get a more in-depth, like you get to see the stress of some of these guys in the real season. Preseason is just like, the
Niners refuse to be on it.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
And I don't blame them either. I think if you're on there, you are giving things away. You don't
your birthday is booming.
You don't even realize what you're giving away. You're allowing the other teams in the league to kind of understand your culture, your mindset, and the more they know, everything's very covert in the NFL. Like last year with the Cardinals, there was rain in December or was it? I think it was November or whenever they filmed it. There was some rain one day at practice, and they literally guys were like, "Should we go inside?" This is your problem, and you could tell they
Arizona. They're not used to that rain out there in Arizona.
I know they're not used to it. They acted like it was nuclear fallout or something. But as far as stories this year, I mean, is Jonathan Taylor going to get dealt when he gets healthy? I mean, he's one of the best backs in football. To me, if the Eagles or Chiefs got Jonathan Taylor or even Dallas, that would worry the hell out of me.
Well, they put a deadline on that. Chris Ballard and the Colts, GM of the Colts, about it was a couple days ago, whatever it was. Hey, if you don't get a deal done, if you can't find a team, Jonathan Taylor, within this time frame and within the asking price of they wanted a first round pick. They weren't going to get that. You're just not going to get a first round pick for Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, you couldn't get a first round pick for Josh Jacobs, any of these guys. They just aren't doing that outside of a Christian McCaffrey. And hell, what was he? Second round, third round, whatever he was, right? If you're not getting a first rounder, it's not happening there. And Chris Ballard, he had this to say this week, and I just want to play it real quick before to go to break, because I just kept laughing.
This is the Colts GM.
This is the Colts GM, Chris Ballard, took over for Ryan Grigson a few years ago. Couldn't find a quarterback to save their life. They're hoping Anthony Richardson is that dude. But here he is talking about repairing a relationship with Jonathan Taylor. Take a listen.
It sucks. It sucks for the Colts. It sucks for Jonathan Taylor. And it sucks for our fans. It does. And it's where we're at, and we've got to work through it. And we're going to do everything we can to work through it. Relationships are repairable. They're repairable.
I did not believe a word of that when he said they're repairable at the end there. Not when your owner, Jim Irsay, says, you know what? I could die tomorrow. Jonathan could die tomorrow. And this team's rolling on. This league ain't skipping a beat. Not what you want to say to your star running back 2 years removed from one of the greatest seasons in Colts franchise history. What are we doing here?
They shouldn't have fired Frank Reich. Irsay is a clown.
They couldn't find the
I mean, they're in a bad spot, but they may be the best team in that division. I do like the fact that they got Ebukam to round out their front line. I mean, you got Ebukam, you got DeForest, you got Kwity Paye up front. I kind of like that. And I'll say this, I think Anthony Richardson's going to be one of the stories of the year in the NFL, man. He's 6'3", he's 250. The guy runs like the wind. I mean, he is a dynamic player. And I don't know who got him in our fantasy league, but he is, I can't wait to watch Richardson every week, man, because he is maybe the greatest athlete that's ever played the quarterback position in the NFL, going back to Vic, maybe?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a great point there. He's got a cannon. What is coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. More NFL talk with Spadoni and Cougar right here on 95.7 The Game.
Innovation Refunds has been helping.
here on the Morning Roast. It's a payday Friday. Let me get some 50 Cent in there as well. It's good vibes. Football is back. We had some college games last night. We had Utah taking out Florida. We got LSU, Florida State this weekend. It's college football season too, Larry, and I know you love your college football, man.
I do. I love college football. I probably tape 6-7 games a week.
Wow.
And I watch them. I don't watch them all on Saturday.
No.
But I watch them throughout the week when I'm done, doing whatever I'm doing. And yeah, I love it. I don't watch a lot of Pac-12, but I love the MAC. I love the MACtion. I love ACC. I love.
No one's watching the Pac-12 anymore these days.
SEC. Yeah. I can watch Cal and Stanford in the ACC.
That's about to bring that up. Good point, Sam Lubman and Larry Krueger. Cal, Stanford, and SMU going over to the ACC. They have been invited. They are going to accept. Kind of sad with Pac-12. Kind of sad, but also they deserve it. Sorry, that is what it is. And they got to change it to the Atlantic Coastal Conference. It can't be that. Not when you have two West Coast teams and a Texas team, right? Just make it the American Coastal Conference.
I mean, the Big Ten has 20 teams now. Do the conference names really even matter
anymore?
The
Big Ten, what does even the Big Ten stand for? What is it? Just big?
Yeah.
But Atlantic, I'm saying that the geographical nature of the name Atlantic Coast Conference doesn't make sense when you have Cal and Stanford.
And why are we even pretending that, these are student athletes? I mean, why pretend anymore? I mean, so what, a team, you're going to fly across country and play and you're not going to class and the whole deal. I don't know. The whole thing. I would like to have seen realignment just for football and then leave everything else
Chip Kelly talked about that. He was saying that, hey, let's just get all these teams, for college football in this huge, big pot and then just, do it like they do in, the NCAA tournament basketball. It's just hey, these are the best teams from all year long, and there you go.
Yeah, and I blame Larry Scott. I know he's no longer the commissioner, but, this downtown San Francisco offices and all the money and all the bonuses that he paid himself and, years ago, they had a chance to align with ESPN. They got greedy. ESPN said, stick it. We're going to go in a different direction. They had an opportunity there to, solidify the conference. And they sat there in this kind of reactionary mode, watching it all happen, saying, we're about tradition. Well, guess what you're about now? Nothing.
No.
You don't even exist anymore. I mean, it's sad. It's sad. And there's at the end of the day, there's no passion on the West Coast for Pac-12 football. Stanford is like glorified high school. When you look at their crowds, De La Salle on a big, game can get, almost as many people that Stanford gets these days. And it's a relatively new phenomenon. Seriously, Stanford under Harbaugh was rocking and rolling, man. They were packing the house. Andrew Luck. And man, under David Shaw, the whole thing kind of backslid.
Big fat show.
Thank you, Steiner. It's a Monster Monday coming up on this Labor Day, and we'll be live and local all day Monday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Listen right here on 95.7 The Game. I'll be working that morning here at 6 a.m. with my guy Dan Devone, I believe. Spavone going on there. And also the segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area, I should say, for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We're taking your calls and texts at 888-957-9570. You can hit us up on the Xfinity mobile text line, same number there. Twitch and YouTube is up and running, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Search 95.7 The Game, like, subscribe. Ring that bell is what we want. Keep liking all those videos whenever you refresh. Do what you got to do there. We appreciate all of you chiming in. We're talking some of the bigger storylines in the NFL. We got Mike Yam, NFL Network, coming up at 8 o'clock. He's tapped into every single team around the league, made his bones here in the Bay Area, so we'll have some thoughts on the Niners, and then Grant Cohn to do a deep dive. He works for Sports Illustrated, obviously, do a deep dive on the 49ers at 8:30. But, Larry, off air, we were talking about kind of the expectations for Brock Purdy. They're sky high for this team. This is Super Bowl or bust kind of a year, I believe, for the San Francisco 49ers. You may think differently, but they are a top 2 team in the NFC and a down NFC. 49er fans expect this team to at least be in that conference title game or be in a Super Bowl. So that means the quarterback got to be playing pretty well. What are your overall expectations for Brock this year? He's getting comps from callers, from players like a Willie Snead who played with a guy like Drew Brees, getting Drew Brees comps, and you compared him off air. I hope I'm not throwing you under the bus here or anything like that. You compared him to the greatest quarterback of all time, to me, Mr. Tom Brady. Can you elaborate on that, sir?
Well, yeah. Okay, so first of all, Purdy's been great for a long time. Go read his dossier. The guy was the Arizona Gatorade Player of the Year in high school. The guy owns 35 different records at Iowa State. The fact of the matter is, the NFL overlooked him for a myriad of reasons, partly because he didn't fit into that box. If you're not 6'2", you're probably not going high in the draft, and he wasn't quite 6'2", so there you go. He got marked down. But, yeah, I did an interview on the field at the East-West Shrine game week in 1999 with Tom Brady. And I'd never met Tom Brady before. And I said, Tom, hey, you're a Sarah guy. I'm an SI guy, WCAL. You mind doing an interview with me? He's like, oh, yeah, I listen to Cam, whatever. A different radio station. A different station. And at the time, I'm like, great. So we do this interview, and he's really, he was a nice guy. We talked about 15, 20 minutes. But he had this, exactly the way he was then is the way that he's been, that you guys have noticed for the last 20 years. Humble, polite, very, very gracious, very, just like a good kid, but also had this huge belief in himself, huge chip on his shoulder. And I did an interview last spring with Brock Purdy, and I'm sitting there in the interview, and then when the interview was done, the guy I was down there with was like, what'd you think of him? And I said, dude, he reminds me a lot of I got the deja vu off the Tom Brady from 1999. He just had a lot of the same things in that he's super respectful, nice guy, easy to talk to, very humble, but also really serious, really driven, tons of confidence, but not like in a braggadocious way. And just this chip on his shoulder, I call it boulder shoulder, where you're, you got that perennial chip, like you got something to prove. Brady had it. This kid's got it. It's a hard thing to define, but when you see it, you recognize it. And, and then you mix in what he actually does on the field. But I think he's won over his teammates. I mean, I talked to Ray McLeod last year, and he's like, man, I was kind of horsing around. I wasn't really focusing in the huddle one day, and he just jumped my S and, got in my face and said this and that. And I was like, wow, man, that's a rookie. And that kind of presence, that kind of, pocket presence, but that kind of huddle presence, I think is real. It's absolutely real. You can't be too nice. That huddle's your huddle. And you have to take command of it. It doesn't matter if it's your first game or if it's your 15th year in the league. You have to own it, and he does. So I know people are getting sick right now listening to me gush about this guy, but I really think that he's the real deal. And I'll say this. I can't remember, and I've been following football for decades, I cannot remember a quarterback in his first full year in the NFL who had the expectations that this kid has coming into this year.
It's massive.
You literally said it. They have to go to the NFC Championship game. It's not Super Bowl or bust, though some would argue, but it's NFC Championship game or bust. I mean, there will be people that will be moaning and complaining loudly if they duck out in the first round of the playoffs.
It's funny because if I think the 49ers, if I thought this team was in, like, let's say hypothetically they're in the AFC, right? I think you make the argument, oh, well, if they get bounced in the second round against, like a Bills or Bengals, you know what? It is what it is. They have maybe future Hall of Fame quarterbacks at Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, stuff like that. It happens. But because they are in this conference, it would be a tremendous disappointment if they did not get to at least the NFC Championship game. Just surveying everyone else around them. Like, who are the best quarterbacks in the conference? Jalen Hurts.
In the NFC?
Kirk Cousins? Like, Matt Stafford? Dak Prescott?
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
all the top quarterbacks for the most part are in the AFC.
It might sound crazy, but just judging what I've seen from Brock Purdy, if he replicates what he did last year, he's automatically a top 5 quarterback in the conference. Automatically. If he just does what he did last year, just going by what I see, like Derek Carr.
It's a new era. I kind of think the best quarterbacks.
But what I'm saying is all the best quarterbacks are in the AFC.
Yeah.
So like the expectations there is just, you know what? It is what it is. If you lost to the Mahomes, like no shame in that. If you lost to Josh Allen, it happens, right? Hell, Aaron Rodgers, future Hall of Famer, one of the greatest quarterbacks of my lifetime, is now in that conference. Like, it is what it is. That's why the expectations are so damn high for Brock because of this conference. And listen to the GOAT who joined you and Allen yesterday, the greatest 49er, maybe some will argue Jerry Rice, but definitely the greatest quarterback in San Francisco 49ers history and one of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time, in Joe Montana, comparing himself to Brock Purdy. Take a listen.
I never really try to compare, one quarterback to another because the styles are all different.
Sure.
But the one thing you can look at are the things that you said that, he processes quickly, ball comes out of his hand quickly, he makes good decisions, and he throws accurately. And you can't ask more of a quarterback. And as you can see, that system fits him and his style because he plugged in pretty quickly there. I mean, to come in from where he was and be thrown into that game, hey, my hat's off to him. I look forward to seeing him play. He's exciting, and he's got a pretty good team with him, and that always helps out a quarterback anytime when you got some weapons like they do.
One more from Montana here on how Purdy can make a jump in year 2.
I think the biggest thing is you get comfortable in a system. In that first year, you're just trying to figure out what you just had learned in college, and now trying to make a transition into a new offense and learn it. It's a little different learning as a quarterback, all the things that you need to know, as opposed to somebody who comes in like a wide receiver or a running back or any other position, really, where you only have to worry about one thing. And the quarterback, as you know, you have to know where everybody's doing, what it's doing. You need to make changes. You need to be able to audible. And so it's a tough thing to do in the first year. And my hat was off to him for that, even because he, like I said, he plugged in pretty quick.
He did. He's a quick processor. He was quick when he jumped onto the scene. Real quick, Larry, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can always watch us every day on Twitch and YouTube streams, sponsored by our good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel there. And also, it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn the 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. One of the things I can do to overcome toxic stress is listen to Joe Montana.
Oh, it was incredible. It was awesome to have him on yesterday, and I could say it, you could say it, but when you hear Joe say things, it carries so much more weight. I just think with Purdy, I mean, he was a 4-year starter at Iowa State. He's a team leader. He's got this crazy. I mean, to me, what do you need? If you said forget talking about Purdy and just talk about quarterbacks, what does it take to be a great quarterback? You got to be really, really, really smart. You got to be really, really, really tough. And you got to have big hands, strong hands to be able to pump fake. Also, I think Brock is in a lot of ways is the ideal quarterback for Kyle's system. Kyle is a play action pass. Brock's a play action pass quarterback. Kyle's strength is his ability to have that play action fusion game, match up. So, you don't know if it's run or pass. And then you mix in the bootleg game. He operates that well. But to me, it's the play action game. Like the difference between Jimmy operating the play action and Purdy is night and freaking day. Jimmy, turns his back on the defense. He turned back around. He had to kind of recalibrate. Where is everybody? Where are the defenders? Where are my receivers in the pattern? And he never was ready to throw. He always needed an extra second to kind of recalibrate. If you go watch Purdy, he turns his back on the defense. As soon as he flips around, he's not even all the way turned around, and he knows where he's going, and the ball is about to come out. And, Joe kind of hit on it right there. The guy doesn't hold the ball. It comes out. And what you see and what we saw this preseason, and it was abundantly clear watching Darnold, Allen, and Lance compared to Purdy, the only time the Niner offense really looked like it was in rhythm was under Purdy. Everybody else looked like they were running plays. When he's in there, it looks like they've got an offensive rhythm. And when he's in rhythm, he's a really tough quarterback to beat.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. Expectations for Brock Purdy. We want to hear from you, the fans, at 888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile text line as well, and also Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I don't want to be that guy, but when we talk Purdy, arm strength is a thing. We got to bring it up. Not the strongest arm, just had surgery on it. I don't know what you made of the reports this week that he's
deloading.
Yeah, he's on like a kind of another pitch count. He didn't throw a lot in some of the practices. Did you make anything of that? Jennifer Lee Chan at NBC Sports Bay Area pointing out, it's kind of unusual. He didn't throw a lot this particular day. I don't know. Are you worried about, the arm at all? It was already kind of limited in strength. Now having surgery on top of it this year, maybe potentially losing a split second, which, as we know in the NFL, can make all the difference between an interception and maybe a touchdown.
I am concerned. Why? Because he doesn't have the arm strength to lose. If the guy was Joe Flacco, who cares? If you're throwing 100 miles an hour and now you're only throwing 98, okay, you can still get by. But if you're throwing 91 and you lose a mile an hour or two, and now you're 88, 89, you could go from, getting guys out in the big leagues to BP. And I don't mean Brock Purdy. So it's just kind of, it is a concern. I noticed it last week at the last practice. It's like he was not really throwing it with the same number of reps as Darnold and Allen. That's going to be something to watch for. He's got requisite arm strength. He went to Jacksonville after his college career to kind of maximize his mechanics and make sure he had a little bit more on the fastball. And he actually picked up, 4 to 6 miles an hour, they say, of ball speed in just working on those mechanics. And to me, that was the difference between having requisite arm speed and arm strength and below average. I didn't love the pick when I saw it on draft day because I thought of him as kind of a college quarterback, small in stature. I didn't study him that much. And he just seemed to me to be a guy that didn't have an NFL arm. But then he goes to Jacksonville. He works on his mechanics. He showed up in camp, and he had clearly enough arm strength. I think he showed enough arm strength this summer, but it's something to monitor. And, arm fatigue, it could be real. And we all kind of scoffed when Mike Silver talked about Trey Lance having arm fatigue a year ago. And yet, I think the Niners kind of, they downplayed it. They said, "Oh, nothing's changed. He's on a pitch count. We're just trying to freshen him up for Pittsburgh." But it's definitely something to monitor because the NFL is an every week deal. And can he play the full schedule? I mean, it's a question until he hasn't played. The one thing we don't know yet, Spadoni, is we don't know if he can go, the 17-week regular season as the guy. He didn't do that last year. So we're in a little bit of uncharted territory. And then when you mix in the expectations of the championship game or bust, it creates a lot of intrigue going into the year.
It's a lot. 888-957-9570. Brock Purdy, expectations. And man, I'm just looking at the list of the Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. And if that's what a lot of Niner fans are thinking, it's Super Bowl or bust this year, and Brock Purdy's got to be that dude, and he's coming off a surgically repaired arm. Patrick Mahomes won it last year. Prior to that, Stafford, Brady, Mahomes, Brady, Foles, Manning, noodle arm, elite defense, one of the best defenses we've seen in the past 25 years. That
Von
Broncos,
Miller, yep.
Von Miller, MVP. Russell Wilson, Joe Flacco, Eli Manning. So, outside of that Peyton Manning year when he kind of had a noodle arm and they were just a running team and then they led on that defense against Cam Newton at Levi Stadium at Super Bowl 50, you kind of need to be that dude at quarterback. And that's ultimately what is Brock Purdy going to be beating out one of these elite quarterbacks? That's going to be the question to me ultimately, because what's coming out of the AFC. It's going to be Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes. One of those five guys are probably going to be at hell. If it's not them, Trevor Lawrence, Lamar Jackson, that's who you're going up against. And it's hard for me to wrap my mind around the concept. And I think for a lot of Niner fans, it's the same. This Mr. Irrelevant guy, man, it's not fair. I know that tag is kind of redundant now, and you're wearing a shirt right now on the Twitch in Utah. It says Mr. Relevant. It's hard for a lot of people to wrap their minds around the notion of that guy, Brock Purdy, beating one of those guys, out-dueling one of those guys. It sounds insane, doesn't it?
Well,
I know we're going off 8 games and you looked awesome, but man.
You're really, what you're going off of is you're going off the eyeball. Yeah. The eyeball test. Because, what is Justin Herbert? Justin Herbert's the prototype physically.
Yes.
He's also 500.
Yeah.
He's a 500 quarterback. In his career, he's 25 wins, 24 losses. Yeah. So, it's
one of the biggest choke jobs in NFL history in the postseason last year against the Jaguars, too.
And yet people talk about Herbert like he's like a 3-time Super Bowl winner.
Well, you have him in the Super Bowl this year, Larry. So.
No, I realize. I'm one of them. We're always projecting the 6'6" guy with the rocket arm to be awesome. But the reality is he's played 49 games in the NFL, 45 starts, and he's 25-24.
Yeah.
So, but it's also, it's worthy of talking about because Brock doesn't have the big time stature. Just from being in practice all summer, they're doing a lot of screens, a lot of hitches, a lot of running the ball. The one thing that Brock has at his disposal that we kind of downplay is he's got maybe the best collection of weapons in the game. McCaffrey, Debo, and Ayuk all look primed to have career years. Then you got George Kittle, and you've got a great Jawan Jennings is very dependable. They've got great weapons. He doesn't have to do it all himself. He just has to take care of the football. They got to run the ball with success. They got to play action pass off of it, and and theoretically, on paper at least, if Bosa's signed, they got a pretty good defense. So it's a team sport. We put a lot on the quarterback, but it is interesting to me that Purdy's undefeated and won 2 playoff games, and Herbert has never won a playoff game, right? And he's 500, and yet people are like, Justin Herbert.
Well,
wow.
Larry, to be fair, if we're polling every single GM, who are they taking? Justin Herbert or Brock Purdy?
I know.
Like they're taking Herbert because
he's 6'6", 240.
Well, but also the head coach, like Brandon Staley, like he's a choke artist. Like he I don't know what he's doing half the time. They had a chance to move off of him this offseason. They chose not to. They thought bringing in the OC would help things with Kellen Moore now leaving Dallas, coming over here. So we'll see. But Justin Herbert, he is a tremendous talent, and if he was the 49ers quarterback this year, yeah, I think they're the NFC favorites. I just think they are. Now, it's not a shot at Brock Purdy. It's just reality. It's just looking at a stronger quarterback. We can pick up this conversation on the other side because I think it's fascinating. We've got a lot of here from the text line and the YouTube chat here on powered by First Norcal Credit Union, that is. 888-957-9570. We got Mike Yam, 8 o'clock, NFL Network. Guy knows his stuff. Talking big picture NFL. Also talking some of the biggest storylines as it pertains to the 49ers. Mike made his bones here in the Bay Area. And Grant Cohn, 830 Sports Illustrated, covers the team, the San Francisco 49ers, that is, and we'll do a deep dive on that. It is all brought to you by Los Altos Village Association. Stroll through beautiful downtown Los Altos while you enjoy craft beer and live music at the Downtown Beer Stroll. Friday, September 8th at 6 p.m., sponsored by Los Altos Hardware and State of Mind Public House and Pizzeria. Tickets and info at downtownlosaltos.org.
1 in 8 kids live with
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away,
let's
Bonte.
go. Let's go. Thank you, Steph. But it's Spadoni and Kruger in for Bonte and Shasky here on the Morning Roast. It's a Phil Collins Friday. It's a payday Friday, 50-cent Friday maybe at one point. I think we're just going all Phil.
Are you going to tell us? Are you going to tell everybody why I'm laughing?
Well, yeah, Larry's laughing because he asked me right before, he just heard the song. He's like, "What's your favorite Phil Collins riff?" And I was like, "You'll Be in My Heart," like Tarzan. Like that's not even close, right? Like, come on, Tarzan soundtrack, Academy Award winning soundtrack. Larry Kruger, are you scoffing?
Yes.
At the great Phil Collins and Tarzan?
No. The Tarzan soundtrack is one of the hardest hitting soundtracks ever.
Movie history.
Is Phil still touring and doing stuff?
He toured a couple years ago.
Didn't he have some kind of voice issue?
Yeah, and then he broke his foot. Something happened. Like, it's pretty cool. He played out at formerly Oracle Arena out in Oakland. My wife went to it with her mom, and they said he was he was sitting the whole time because he had broken his foot. But his son is like the lead drummer for the band too, which is pretty cool.
Really?
Can you imagine that, being in a band and your son is joining you?
Oh,
That's pretty freaking awesome.
Cool.
That's the equivalent of be like your son. You're hosting with them right here, right?
That's right.
Could you imagine doing that? Huh?
Well, it's funny. My son sometimes joins me on my YouTube channel. My oldest son, Kevin.
Nice.
And there is something about working with your kid that is just very, very cool.
Is it? But also kind of weird, right? It's just like, all right, I know what your real takes are, Sonny Boy. I know you're really yelling at the TV when Brock throws an interception or something like that.
Well, it's hard to. It's. I'm not saying it's hard to take you seriously, but it's like when you've changed your co-host diaper. There's something about that just it sticks with you.
Boy, we got some teething going on with my 10-month-old baby Noah right now, and it's tough. It's not tough.
You better soak it in, man.
Yeah,
they grow up and suddenly they want car keys, they want cash.
I got a 4-year. He's turning 4 in a couple weeks. Young Benjamin. Yeah, man. It's
I have a Benjamin.
Really?
Yeah, my third kid is
Strong
Benjamin.
Name.
Yeah,
it's a good name.
He's a varsity baseball player at Northgate. Northgate TAM tonight.
Huge.
So I just found out Matt's kids go to TAM, so we got a little rivalry tonight.
What's the line on that game? Can I get action on that?
I think TAM is favored to beat Northgate, but it's in the creek, so I'll be there tonight.
Player props on your son. What position is he?
No, he doesn't play football. He plays baseball. My oldest son played corner and receiver, but my second son plays. He's a pitcher.
Strictly baseball. Okay,
strictly baseball, which makes me happy, actually.
Can't mess with that UCL. Brock Purdy again. There's a big surgery. We're talking arm strength. We're talking San Francisco 49ers quarterback. We're also talking Monster Monday on Labor Day. Yeah, this Monday is Labor Day. Man, can you believe it? Officially summer for me, by the way. Post Labor Day, summer. Summer's over. It's done.
Well, I don't know.
It's fall is after Labor Day. I know it's not official.
Where'd you grow up? You grew up here, right?
I grew up Monterey, so a couple
okay,
miles
so you're
Grove.
basically here.
Yeah, basically.
See, Labor Day in the Midwest is, the weather changes. Here, I think our hottest time of the year is actually after Labor Day.
I know, but it's still in my mind. When I think college football, I think of fall. When I think of NFL, I think of fall. June 1st, always to me, and I know it's like June 20th or whatever it is. June 1st is summer. End of August. All right, we're going into fall now. All right, that makes sense.
I mean, it's funny though. You go to like the big house to go watch Michigan. Fall is fall. I mean, fall there is like winter here.
Yeah, it's overrated though. I'll have this season.
Oh, you got to check out the big house, man. 110,000.
Wow. Yeah, sure.
Ann Arbor.
I've never been to a legit, that's the thing, like an SEC type of game, like Tuscaloosa, Ann Arbor, hell, the Coliseum with the USC, like a huge crowd there. Be pretty freaking awesome. You know what else is awesome? As I'm trying to get this read done, Monster Monday on Labor Day. We'll be live and local all day Monday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Listen right here on 95.7 The Game. And listen to 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app. It's free, along with thousands of other stations. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all completely free. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite team stations, radio news, shows, podcasts, now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Mike Yam, 8 o'clock, NFL Network. Ask some big storylines there. He's also made his bones here in the Bay Area, asking some 49ers top storylines. And also Grant Cohn to do more of a deep dive with the team at 8:30. He covers the team for Sports Illustrated. And I said the Warriors there because we do have every single game right here on 95.7 The Game. We are the flagship. JaVale McGee going to the Kings. Just real quick on that. A lot of Warriors fans, I think, wanted JaVale to come over here. They're a little sad. He's going to Sacramento. JaVale McGee, former champion with the Warriors and Lakers.
Love JaVale McGee. My brother's a judge up in Sac, and he's a big Kings guy, so I'm sure they'll be fired up.
You know a lot of people. You got
JaVale.
a lot of connections, Larry Kruger. I'm just going to say, not to cut you off, you know a lot of people.
I'm kind of a big deal.
Kind of. Ron Burgundy over here.
Yeah, I mean, I've got lots of leather-bound books and
I'm a
my
football guy.
Thanks, Chip.
I've got expensive furniture that smells of rich mahogany and yeah, I mean, who are the Warriors going to put in that 14th spot? I'd heard Blake Griffin. I don't like that. I was listening to the idea of JaVale McGee. I was kind of encouraged by that. I'm kind of fired up about this kid that they were talking about, Usman Garuba, who played in Spain. He's a 21-year-old kid with like 7'2" wingspan. He's like 6'8".
Sure.
I like him. I mean, he's coming on. He's got an improving three-point shot. I'd like Golden State to go a little younger. I know Kerr's got the rap of like, oh, he can't play young guys. He hates young guys. I think that's a bunch of crap. I just think that he didn't necessarily have patience last year for the young guys, and the whole two timeline thing kind of screwed him up. But I like Garuba. I would like to see them pick up Garuba as that big. He's 6'8", but he plays way bigger, kind of like a Draymond. He's got the 7'2" wingspan. And when you're talking about a guy who shoots almost 40% from three and can guard multiple positions, and he's like 21, I mean, I think when the fact they're not going to have Poole, they're going to need minutes. I mean, seriously, you get 15 games into the season. Clay's going to be out. Draymond's going to be out. Paul's going to be out. These guys are old. They need some youth to carry them through. I don't think people realize how many minutes Poole played and what a load he shouldered last year.
He was one of the few players to play every single game. Kevon Looney, Harrison Barnes, and him, and there's one other person. But yeah, that's a huge. You
got to have
deal.
Youth. Youth is going to reign, and they need a little bit more youth because you can't fast forward the season and be like, oh, we'll just get it ready for May. Yeah, well, there's all of November, all of December, January, February, March, April. There's games every 3 times a week, all season long, 82 up and down. You got to have somebody play those minutes.
No, absolutely, and we'll get back to the Niners here in just a second. Brock Purdy, expectations for him. Do you feel confident if they do get in the Super Bowl that he could beat one of these teams? And I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but can he even get there? That's going to be the question at 888-957-9570. Real quick on the Warriors, the youth, like the team they're going up against, like the Denver Nuggets, I think they're a tier above everyone.
Yeah, of course.
And just look at their 2 best players. It's Nikola Jokic, young, and Jamal Murray, young. Like that's the dynamic duo right there. Then you look at the landscape of everyone else. Yeah, you got Phoenix Suns, you got Booker and KD. One of those guys has a lot of wear and tear. Kevin Durant. Devin Booker, I get it. He's young, he's a superstar. He hasn't been there and done it yet, hasn't won the whole thing. Then you look at the Warriors, you got Steph, you got Clay, you got Dre, got CP3 almost 40. Lakers, a lot of wear and tear with Anthony Davis, LeBron James. So it could just be, if it's another war of attrition in the Western Conference, which it usually is, the youngest team, the freshest legs coming out on top. And the Denver Nuggets right now, they're a tier above.
Well, and not only that, I mean, Memphis is young. They're getting better.
I'm out on Memphis.
Sacramento's
John Moran,
young.
I'm out on that guy right now.
But I mean, you got teams that
Sacramento's won. Yeah, I didn't mention that.
Sacramento won 48 games last year.
Push it to the brink with the Warriors.
Are the Warriors better than Sacramento? Are they better than Denver? Are they better than Phoenix? Are they better than the Clippers? I mean, to me, it looks like they're a 5 or 6 seed at best.
Wow. Okay.
You think they're better than that?
I think Warriors fans would tell you they're at least a top 4 seed. Now
no way. No way.
The dark cloud has been removed, Larry.
I mean, come on.
Jordan Poole's out of here. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Everything's good.
And you replaced him with a 38-year-old broken down point guard who's not even sure if he wants to be here.
That's a future Hall of Fame point guard.
Yeah.
And Chris Paul.
You coaching?
I'm not, but Steve Kerr's coaching Team USA right now. By the way, my guy Austin Reeves looking tremendous. Another win yesterday against Montenegro. Team USA just balling right now. You know who else has been balling right now and balling in practice? Brock Purdy, as I segue back to the 49ers.
Look at you. What a pro. Look at that. This is not your first rodeo.
No, it's not. Monday, 5 to 6, the pregame show. Thank you. Brock Purdy, we were talking about it off air, and we were comparing the 2 guys, the 2 best quarterbacks. Not the 2 best, but 2 of the quarterbacks that were in the NFC Championship game. Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts. And just doing a comparison straight down the line. And you said something interesting to me, and we were talking about lack of strength, lack of arm talent, and stuff like that. And you made tell me again what you were saying with Jalen Hurts.
Well, no, I mean, if you say Jalen Hurts, you have a regular conversation. You say Brock Purdy, and all of a sudden people are like, he's small. Okay, I'm looking at it right now. Jalen Hurts is 6'1", 223 pounds. Brock Purdy is 6'1", 220 pounds. Man, those 3 pounds sure make a huge difference, I guess, huh? The 3 pounds that Hurts has
Larry,
is just
though,
a monster difference between Hurts and Purdy. It's the same body type.
When you look at them, though, it's not the same body type.
Well, Hurts can squat like 1,100 pounds.
He's
so
also he's more toned in the biceps, stuff like that. You know, he's toned.
What?
Come on. Yes. Just look at I'm just saying. Look at the physical stature of both those guys and tell me which one is the better athlete. Like, come on.
Well,
Jalen Hurts is the better athlete, right?
Jalen Hurts has the better 40 time.
Yes.
But I think Brock's got the better 10-yard split.
You see all those QB sneaks he was doing in the Super Bowl?
He's got incredibly strong legs. But then Brock Purdy also, they call him Mini Bosa. He's got pretty thick lower legs. Pretty thick legs. I'm just saying they're body type wise, very, very similar body type. I mean, we're talking about guys that literally are this exact same height and are separated by 3 pounds.
Okay.
I mean, it's a fact.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
You're doubting Brock.
I'm skeptical on Brock Purdy, and I think a lot of 49ers fans are, and I'll take that side. I'll be the skeptic today because I think it's rightful to be skeptic about it. The reason you got Trey Lance and why people are so frustrated is because you wanted to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo. You were done with the limited skill set. You were done with the limited physical skill set of a Jimmy Garoppolo. He kept getting hurt. I wanted Trey Lance in here because he gives me that, that Josh Allen type. He gives me something big, strong to look forward to. He's that next future of the NFL. We see the AFC. Why is it dominated by them? Because they have the Herberts. They have the Mahomes. That's why we wanted Trey Lance. And it was just frustrating how it all shook out. Obviously, it was no one's fault. Trey got hurt. You can blame Kyle Shanahan if you want. That's fine. He took his lumps. He took the blame. He took the fault. He said, you know what? I failed Trey. That's fine. I think ultimately it was just a freak thing. He got hurt. It is what it is. They needed to move on. They're in a win now mode, and they can't let this guy develop right now. But the reason they got him is because of the physical skill sets. And the reason they have Sam Darnold, another guy with the strong arm, the physical tools, another guy that was drafted in the top 5 to the New York Jets a few years ago out of USC, was, again, the physical skill sets. I'm not saying that if Brock goes down at some point this year, Sam Darnold comes in and takes the job. But if he struggles at points and that arm talent and the arm concerns are there, is it the craziest thing in the world if they go to Sam Darnold and he lights it up 1 week or 2 weeks in a row? And you know what? They stick with the hot hand going forward. Is that the craziest thing, Larry Krueger?
I mean, it's not crazy. I think there's a much better chance that your team is going, the Raiders, is going to be
crazy.
Maybe.
I think it's a better chance that Aiden O'Connell takes over for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Probably, but there's no Super Bowl aspirations for the Raiders this year. Not in that conference.
This year or next year or the year after or in the foreseeable future.
We can just poke fun at the Raiders right now. I didn't bring them up.
I'm just saying. I think you're right and you're wrong. I don't think that they went after Trey Lance because he was 6'4", 230. I think they went after a quarterback on a rookie deal. I'm not even 100% convinced they even really wanted Trey Lance. They may have wanted Mac Jones. I heard Kyle Shanahan say yesterday, we went up with the idea that one of 2 guys. Well, the other guy was Mac Jones.
Did he really say that? He said they went up to the idea of 1 or 2 guys?
One of 2 guys.
So they traded up for the spot, not the quarterback.
Right. They traded up saying we're going to get Mac Jones or we're going to get Trey Lance. And they opted to go with Trey Lance. And I endorsed it at the time. I thought it was the better decision. They fell in love with Trey's character. They looked at the macro view of the thing. But they made a mistake because they looked at the macro view of the quarterback prospect, but then they were looking at a micro view of the development. And so I think more than the 6'4", 230, they wanted a quarterback on a rookie deal so they could keep Ayuk, keep Bosa, keep Debo, keep Kittle, keep Warner, keep Greenlaw. And that's what. So if you heard Kyle talk about it, he's like, hey, we traded up because we wanted to go younger and cheaper at the quarterback spot. And we gave the kid 2 years. It didn't happen. I kind of think it's a mistake that they pivoted after 2 years because they drafted the most raw quarterback maybe in the last 40 years in the first round, and they gave him 2 years to work out. It didn't work out, and now they're moved off of him. I wouldn't have moved off of him.
Well, if that's the case, if you believe they were just going for the rookie deal and trying to get all these other guys signed, that's fine. But
there's no doubt.
If that's the case, you got to start him immediately. Like if we're doing hindsight here, they should have started Trey Lance week 1 when he was a rookie in Detroit. They should have done that. Like, rip the Band-Aid off. Move on from Jimmy Garoppolo.
The bigger problem, because the bigger problem was when they drafted him. They should have drafted Trey Lance in the same draft that they drafted Solomon Thomas in, because that's when they were bad. That's when they had time to develop a quarterback and not worry about the standings. They drafted Trey Lance after they were well within their Super Bowl window. And then they just kind of, and it didn't match up. It was like they took one view of the quarterback and they didn't take a realistic view of where they were as a franchise. And then they gave Trey a couple years to develop. He didn't develop the way they wanted to or as fast as they wanted to, and they moved off of him. If you ask me, what's Kyle's biggest mistake of the quarterback decisions that he's made? I think it's the most recent one. I think it's bringing in Sam Darnold and getting rid of Trey Lance. I think history's going to prove me correct on that. We'll see. Right now, you got Purdy, so you don't need Lance. But ultimately, what they really wanted, they wanted the quarterback on a rookie deal that would enable them to keep their roster together. And now they have that.
They have it.
They have that. They've got everything they want. They've got the guy who's ready to win now and is developed and ready to play now and win games now. And they've got the quarterback who's got, 2-3 more years left on his rookie deal?
2, I think, right? They can start negotiating after these next 2, I believe.
So there you go. I think isn't it 4 years on your rookie deal?
Correct. But
so he's only played 1, so doesn't he have 3?
So 888-957-9570. Help us out with that. We'll ask Grant Cohn that at 8:30. He can let us know about that. Also, Mike Yam, NFL Network at 8 o'clock. But
what do you think of that? I mean, what do you think? Because to me, a lot of people would say, "Oh, they screwed up by taking Solly over Mahomes." Yeah, but think about that. Go back and think about that draft. Kyle Shanahan didn't even get named the head coach until like February 9th of 2017. They were already 7 months behind in their draft prep. If you ask scouting departments, when do you start your draft prep? You started it last night, Florida and Utah. I guarantee you the Niners had a scout in Logan for Florida, Utah last night. That's where the road to the draft starts, the beginning of the college football season. These guys didn't even get hired until a couple weeks before the combine. So they opted to punt on that draft class at quarterback with an eye, hey, Kirk Cousins will be a free agent in a couple of years. It was partly about Kirk, but I think it was partly because they had already missed the entire college football's regular season, the entire bowl season, and they were jumping in late. And, they're looking at Mahomes and going, well, let's see, he played at Texas Tech, and he's coming out of the air raid, and he's sub 500, and it's a little bit of a tough projection. Let's just go the safe route. We'll go with an impact defensive player, and we'll look towards Kirk Cousins in the future. And a year later, Jimmy dropped in their lap, and everything kind of changed. But I think it was the right mentality, but in reality, you needed, because it's always risky to draft a quarterback in the first round. History tells us that. But they probably should have it's easy now in hindsight to go, they should have drafted Mahomes. Yeah, but Mahomes was 13-16 at Texas Tech coming out of an air raid system that had produced a bunch of nobodies. Here's the quarterbacks that played in the air raid. Sam Bradford, Cliff Kingsbury, Davis Webb, Tim Couch, Kevin Cobb, Case Keenum, Johnny Manziel, Brandon Weeden, Jared Goff, Geno Smith, John Beck. I mean, it's like Nick Foles, Graham Harrell, Josh Heupel. I mean, basically...
You named some guys that went to Super Bowls in there, though.
Yeah, Goff,
Nick Foles.
Yeah.
Won a Super Bowl.
But, I mean, look at the vast majority of those guys busted in the NFL.
Yeah, so, but that's going to happen with most things, right? Though,
right, but if you're looking at that going air raid, if you're saying, hey, a sub 500 quarterback with a lot of skills who played in the air raid and was 13-16 in college, I don't fault them now. Now we got 20/20 hindsight. Now we can say, man, you should have taken Mahomes. How did you not take Mahomes?
Real quick, Larry, I think the problem is when you have your GM and John Lynch say, what was it, a year or two ago? Yeah, we were looking at this guy Mahomes, and we thought maybe we had to throw our whole draft board out and draft him. Why would you say that? Because that tells me as a fan, you were in on him. So you did look at him. So you could have taken him. And then you didn't. And now we still have this quarterback debacle under you and Shanahan going into year, whatever it is now, the 7 or 7. Yeah. It's like that's wild. So yes, I understand the fans getting upset at something like that. And I think ultimately that's why there is this still.
But it's 20/20 hindsight.
Well, yes, but also.
It's literally like the commercial of Brett Favre.
But you come out and say it though. But that's the thing. But John Lynch came out and said that. He didn't have to say that. But he did say, Patrick Mahomes, we looked at him and almost threw our whole draft board for the guy.
Well, first of all, you didn't have to trade the whole draft board. You had the second pick in the draft.
The whole draft, I was saying.
He's like, you didn't have to. They could have just taken him 2. He went 10.
They should have done that.
They didn't even have to trade up. They would have had. He was sitting there for them. But the fact that he went 10 and he had these gaudy individual stats tells you that there was kind of maybe an uneven thought process from a number of NFL teams on Mahomes going into that draft.
I think the fact that we call Kyle Shanahan a quarterback guru when he still has a quarterback question mark into year 7, I think it's a little ridiculous.
Well, he's not a quarterback guru.
He's not,
I mean,
right?
whoever's calling him a quarterback guru, he's not.
He's not.
I mean, he's not. What he is an outstanding offensive play caller, play sequencer. His offense works.
Okay.
He got to a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo is mid at best. He got to a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy last year as a rookie in year 1 in his system. I mean, you got to give Shanahan some credit for being a quarterback's friend in that he's got a play-action passing offense that works. They averaged 33 points a game last year with Brock Purdy. That's number 1 in the NFL by 4 points.
The one thing I will say on this, and it's a small sample size, and we'll see how it plays out this year, but the trust factor and level with Brock Purdy compared to everyone else under Shanahan in the 49ers era, it's sky high. He trusts the hell out of this guy. Like,
he does.
He's talked about that they share this kind of like, not telepathy, but they're on the same wavelength when it comes to seeing the field and seeing this offense. And that's a huge thing. Trust. Jimmy Garoppolo, hell, we've played the sound bites. There wasn't a lot of trust there after all the injuries and how things went down. There was not a big trust factor. You've seen the clips. This guy's plays effing suck on the sideline, all this sort of stuff from Jimmy and Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, and you saw the way Kyle coached in the playoffs in the 19 run to the bowl. Jimmy looked awful in that first playoff game. Was it against Minnesota?
Yeah.
And then he basically just took the ball out of his hands.
Yep.
So we're going to run. We're just going to run. They ran all the way to the Super Bowl. They needed to lean on Jimmy in the bowl against Kansas City, and he wet the bed.
Yeah.
So he didn't believe in Jimmy. I think the one thing that the Niners really wanted that Mahomes gives the Chiefs, and Herbert and Allen give their teams respectively, is that off-schedule movement ability. I mean, Mahomes is not a sprinter. He's not Michael Vick, but he can move in the pocket.
He's strong, too.
And the one thing about Purdy that I think they like is the fact that you got the play that you call in the huddle, but then he also has that 1-5-4 10-yard split, and he can escape. And he's got mobility to kind of get to that second platform and still keep his eyes, downfield, and he can make a play. And we saw it a bunch last year. I mean, that play that he made where he scrambled to his left and then all the way back right and found Ayuk in the corner, and Ayuk just dropped it. It ricocheted off his hands.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Jimmy Garoppolo never made that play. The entire tenure of his 49er time, he never made a play like that.
From the 408 on the Xfinity Mobile text line at 888-957-9570, Lance was a miss. Get over it. History will show that to be the case. Well, history's already shown that he was a miss because he's already been traded to the Dallas Cowboys. But I appreciate you chiming on for it. We'll see.
We'll see.
But he was a miss for the 49ers. Yes. Like, that's already we can agree on that. Like,
but
obviously.
Vernon Davis, Spinoni says that he's going to be, he's eventually going to be a good quarterback. And I'm not saying Vernon knows all, but I agree with Vernon. I just think that Trey was an incredibly raw prospect, and they just got tired of developing him, and I think they didn't like the divisive nature of the conversation. It had gotten to a point where it was a distraction. You can't have your entire fan base debating constantly about the second and third quarterbacks on your team. It's just, second and third quarterbacks need to be seen and not heard. And that level of dialogue was a distraction. They'll never admit it. They'll talk about the cap and what's best for Trey, but that to me is my read on it. They didn't love the dialogue going on around this constant drumbeat of Trey when they felt like they had evaluated him and that he was nowhere close to being ready. We'll find out how it goes for him in Dallas. I think they pivoted too quickly. I think they'll eventually come back and regret it, but it may take 2 or 3 years.
Well, that's the thing. Are they going to regret it at all with Trey Lance moving on from it? 888-957-9570. I don't think so. I mean, is Trey Lance even going to play with the Cowboys? Like, I don't.
Not right away.
Not right away. Like,
I mean, Cooper Rush is like 5-1 as a backup.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is he even going to touch the field? Like, was he even this? I was looking at a place like Detroit, who drafted Hendon Hooker, who's not going to be available immediately. If Jared Goff goes down, like, it's a pretty good offense out in Detroit. I forget who their OC is, but they retained him. Is it Ben Johnson, something like that? So, text line help me out. But they have a tremendous offense over in Detroit. Like, that's the place or spot I would look for him. Not the biggest expectations this year, but some expectations are there. I think he would have really thrived there. You stay in the NFC. You're in a dome, stuff like that. So
it is Ben Johnson, by the way.
Ben Johnson, there you go.
And they got weapons. I mean, Detroit's got weapons. They really do. I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown hell of a back.
Your boy Gibbs now?
Gibbs, who I like. You got Montgomery. You got Sam Laporta, the rookie tight end.
I drafted him. I didn't know who he was, but I took him in our fantasy draft.
Well, you're going to be happy you did. And then they got Jamison Williams. Eventually, he'll get right. He's suspended. Eventually, he'll be back.
Don't be
he's a home
gambling
run
on
hitter.
games, folks. Don't be doing that at any games for that matter.
Seriously, that's an ongoing issue in the NFL.
Absolutely. Here is Joe Montana, the GOAT, as many call him, joining you and Styles yesterday on the Morning Roast, talking about why Lance's skill set didn't mesh with the Shanahan offense. Take a listen.
The game was played from the pocket for the most part in that system, and it's hard to learn and understand that game when you run pretty much, I won't say a full read option when he was in college, but he spent a lot of time moving, out of the pocket, getting the movement, and that's not 49er style right now. And, hey, he's a great athlete, and I'm sure he's going to find a place that fits for him because I think he has the ability to do it. I just think he was in a bad spot.
Just in a bad spot. Let's see if that's the case. Brock Purdy, he's in a great spot right now. He's, from Mr. Irrelevant to the darling of the NFL. Can he build off of what he did last year? That's the conversation I want to get into at 888-957-9570. Mike Yam, NFL Network, in about 17 minutes here. We'll discuss Brock Purdy. Where's that among the biggest storylines in the NFL? It might be up there. Like, hey, Brock Purdy, do it again. That was cute. Well, 8 games. Do it again. Yeah, big, bad, tough NFC Championship game. Awesome. You lost to the Eagles. They're not going to feel sorry for you. The league's not going to feel sorry for you that you broke your elbow, that you had to have surgery. Can he replicate what he did? That's one of the more fascinating storylines among the big ones in the NFL for me, Larry.
It's funny. We're right here in the Bay, so we're Niner-centric.
We're biased. Absolutely.
We're Niner-centric for sure. But you know what? Even if we just back away for a second and just go, okay, what are the biggest stories in the NFL? The 49ers are right front and center on the biggest stories. I mean, you got the Bosa holdout, you got the trade of Trey Lance, the failure of that draft choice, the emergence of Brock Purdy, the Niners firmly in their Super Bowl window. Can they get it done? It's one of the biggest stories in the NFL. I mean, if you said the biggest story in the NFL, what even rivals the 49ers right now as the big stories?
Well, you go Jets with the Aaron Rodgers. That's a huge one just because of that market, that franchise. Dalvin Cook is a big one. They got him now, obviously, on Hard Knocks. Bob Saleh, the factor there. You got, let's see here, the big contract with Lamar Jackson. He's back in Baltimore. Is that going to be a thing? It's a tough division there. Can Patrick Mahomes go back-to-back? That's always a big storyline. The Sean Payton, that's a huge one.
Going to Denver?
For Denver. What's Russell Wilson? He was awful.
He was. He's lost weight. I mean, he's thinner.
He looked a little better in that night, but Jerry Jeudy, he's looked like he's kind of been we're talking about busts right now. Jerry Jeudy, it's a massive year for him. He's had the dropsies. That was supposed to be one of the greatest, wide receiver classes in NFL history. Rieger, he gone. Henry Ruggs, you know what happened there?
Rieger's now a Patriot today.
Yeah, is he? Are you serious?
Yeah.
See, how many teams is that already for Jalen Rieger? The Eagles,
3, I think.
The Eagles, speaking of draft picks that teams have whiffed on, but they've moved past it. Eagles drafted Rieger, and they got A.J. Brown. They don't care.
Yeah.
They got Devontae Smith, whatever. But going back to that draft, Brandon Ayuk, did we think he was going to be one of the best ones out of that at the time? You thought all these big names, Justin Jefferson, Ruggs, Jeudy, they're all going to be the guys. But Brandon Ayuk sneakily, and what is going to be a contract year for him, that's another big storyline for the 49ers.
I mean, to me, if you said what's the biggest story in Niner camp this summer, it was Ayuk. Ayuk
phenomenal.
He's on a mission. He is on a freaking mission. And we talked to him the other day at the podium, and it's like, you can just tell. I mean, it's him and Debo. Debo's in great shape. McCaffrey's in great shape. They look like they're primed for career years. But Ayuk looks like he's on a maybe top 3, top 4 wide receiver in the league kind of a trajectory. I mean, this guy will pick balls off the grass. He'll sky 10 feet in the air for a ball. He runs across the middle with not an ounce of fear. His run after the catch is sick. To me, I love the Niners in week 1 to beat the Steelers, and one of the main reasons...
You said you like to beat them big, too, right?
I do. I really do.
You're not a big Kenny Pickett believer. I was do a little preview of week 1.
I think Kenny Pickett looks worlds better this year than last year.
George Pickens, baller out of Georgia.
Yeah.
Makes phenomenal
Deontay
catches.
Johnson.
Yep.
I mean, they got...
Najee, local guy.
I'm not even sure if Najee's going to be the full-time guy. I kind of like the other guy, Jalen Warren. Did you get him?
No, but I'm not sold on Najee either. I think he's been kind of a big disappointment over there.
He's a great guy.
Unfortunately, yeah, that's the worst thing you can say about someone, Larry. Hey, you're a great guy.
Well, I know Najee a little bit. I've had him on the radio a few times.
Again,
his agent,
another known person, Larry Krueger.
Yeah, and Najee's agent is a buddy of mine.
You're the pit bull of this station, by the way. You're the real Mr. Worldwide. You know everyone.
He used to be
gonna have so much water in the studio from all these water drops.
Huge.
His agent used to be a bigger buddy of mine because he also represented Josh Johnson, and he wasn't happy last year when I was ripping Josh Johnson with the way he played in the NFC Championship game.
Oh, you're picking on Josh Johnson for getting smacked as the quarterback too.
Doug Hendrickson, I love you, brother. Return my calls, please. No, but Najee and Warren. I mean, they got Freiermuth. I think he's a really good tight end. He's also on the Kruger ends in the 95-7 The Lane
huge
fantasy league.
Toxic stress.
But I like this.
I think the Niners our draft to our league to Toxic Stress. Go ahead.
I just like the matchup for the Niners. I mean, if Bosa's signed, he's most likely going against a rookie left tackle making his first start. Advantage Bosa if he's there. And then I love the fact that you got Debo and Ayuk and the Niner wide receivers against Patrick Peterson, Chandon Sullivan, and Levi Wallace and the rookie Joey Porter Jr. in his first NFL start. I think that's advantage 49ers. So I do. And also last year in Chicago, the Niners physically showed up, but mentally they didn't. And there was two busted plays on defense that gave away touchdowns, right? You had two busted plays. You had Greenlaw with some late hits because he's just trying to starch everybody in the middle of the field. I think they're going to show up. Last year they showed up with energy. This year I think they're going to show up with energy and focus. And I expect them to fire in week one, especially because they've played the NFC Championship game in Philly, and they know that if they want to go to the bowl, and they do, and that's the one vibe around the Niners that I'm not the only one talking about it. Everybody who covers the Niners on a regular basis is like noticed that the 49ers this year have an extra, whatever you want to call it, focus, determination,
chip on their shoulder,
fascination, obsession with the Super Bowl. It's all about the Super Bowl and that 6 Lombardi. And they've always been about that. But this year, you get the sense that
urgency.
That's it. There's an urgency about the bowl this year, and I just think they're going to show up in week one ready to roll.
Absolutely. Austin in San Jose wants to chime in on the biggest NFL story, I should say, for him. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in as well. Biggest NFL storylines heading into week one. Just, man, less than, what are we now, 9 days away?
Yeah.
God. Austin in San Jose. What's
up,
man?
On the verge.
You're on the morning roast with Spadoni and Kruger.
Hey, fellas. Larry's continue to drop, man. I love it, Larry. Listen, have you ever, a question for you. I got a question for you, Larry. I'm trying to figure out. Eric Bieniemy, the OC in D.C. from Kansas City, right?
Yeah.
Why does he not get credit? Everybody talks about Kyle Shanahan. Doesn't Eric Bieniemy have 2 Super Bowl rings?
He does.
I'm trying to figure out why no one talks about him. And then you said earlier, I guess you got my Commanders finishing last in that division. We got a nice little story with change of ownership there. Harris coming in and a lot of buzz in D.C. Sam Howell, who may be the next Purdy. He could be the Purdy this year. Don't sleep on that. So I think there's a chance the Commanders could finish higher than you think in NFC. What are you hearing about the enemy, Larry? I guess is my question.
Well, I mean, I think.
Thanks, Austin.
Appreciate you, Austin. Andy Reid casts a big shadow.
That's the thing.
When you're an offensive coach, but Andy Reid's there, it's like, who's the? Do you ever hear about any of the 49ers offensive assistants? Robert Saleh's the head coach.
Mike McDaniel, there was no right. He got the job last year with the Dolphins, and it proved to be right. That was a great hire, slam dunk hire. They looked awesome. But outside of that, no, it's been, to your point, the defensive guys.
Yeah. So, I mean, and Kyle, I think, casts a big shadow. I think Reid casts a big shadow. I think Reid's always there as the play caller.
And figuratively.
But as far as your Commanders, the two guys that and I got a buddy who's taking a look at them this summer who called me yesterday, and he said, man.
Another buddy.
Yeah, seriously. But this is a nameless buddy because this is a scout.
Okay.
And he doesn't want to be named. But Emmanuel Forbes Jr., the corner that they drafted in the first round at a Mississippi State, is, I don't want to say he's Dion, but the guy had 6 or 7 pick sixes in college. He has been awesome this summer in Commanders camp. And they got another guy who plays safety who's going to play a little nickel, Jartavius Martin, who I think played for the Illini. Both those guys, impact guys on the back, on the secondary for the Commanders. And Chris Rodriguez, the young running back from Kentucky, probably going to give Brian Robinson and Antonio Gibson a run for that starting running back job. I think he's onto something there with the Commanders. Dotson's real. McLaurin's real.
That division, though, is so stacked.
No, I know, but I mean, I don't know about Sam Howell. He's got a good arm. He's strong. But I mean, he's obviously very, very young. He was a 5th-round pick. I saw him at Carolina, but they do have some weapons. They got a big-time defensive line, and now they've added 2 real good, real strong players on the back end. He might be onto something there. The Commanders may be a surprise team.
Well, maybe, or they're a player for Caleb Williams out of USC.
Oh, I don't think so.
Well, no, Caleb's a local guy there, though. Isn't he from Maryland, if I'm not mistaken, from that area?
I don't. You're talking about the first pick in the draft.
I'm talking about
the Commanders are not going to get the first pick in the draft.
I think they could have dumpster fire written all over.
Really?
Yeah, that's a tough division.
This league's got Arizona.
I know. Arizona's going to be bad. They'll be up there. Trust me. Arizona right now are the favorites. I toss the Commanders in there. Whoever you want, the Texans, the Bucks, like teams like that. Although I'm a little bullish on Baker Mayfield this year. I don't know why.
Really?
I'm a little bullish on Baker to actually have a pretty good season for some reason.
That's the first you're the first person I've heard say that this year.
I know. Aldo, we'll get to you on the other side here. We got Mike Yam coming up here at 8 o'clock. Actually, you know what? Can I squeeze in Aldo, Sam? Give me the thumbs up or thumbs down. I'm putting you on the spot. Do it now real quick. Aldo, you got 30 seconds or less. Half Moon Bay, 49ers. What did you got?
What I got is I think the Niners moved away from trade simply because the window for Super Bowl is closing. McCaffrey can get hurt. If he gets hurt, that can create a problem. Debo goes across the middle, gets hurt, that creates a problem. I don't think they had the luxury of time on their side, and they just saw what they had in Purdy and just went with Purdy because obviously he's the best option for them now and hopefully for the future. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Aldo.
I think that's spot on. I mean. And I don't know, it's interesting. I get the vibe, and I have no source on this. I have no proof. But I get the vibe that Jed said something to John and Kyle like, guess what, guys? No quarterback anything is going to be an acceptable excuse. I think it's possible the Niner ownership dialed up the heat on Shanahan and Lynch, despite the fact they've had a lot of success, despite the fact they've been in 3 of the last 4 NFC Championship games, because there is a determination to get to the Super Bowl and win it that I haven't seen, and I gotta think that maybe Jed said, "Hey guys, look, we haven't gotten there, and we've blamed the quarterback and injuries and development and so on and so forth. None of it's acceptable anymore. We got to win." That's it.
I have no sources.
Thanks, Q. Thanks, Larry.
I made up those sources.
Thank you, Steiny. It's time for the injury report.
I'm hurt, dog. Don't ask me if I'm all right. Hell no.
Oh, boy, we got Mike Yam coming up here in about 5 minutes. NFL Network, guy knows his stuff. Talking big picture NFL storylines, also some of the bigger storylines as it pertains to the San Francisco 49ers. The injury report brought to you by Boxen and Gerson Law Firm. The 49ers announced that tight end George Kittle will not participate in practice this week as he deals with a groin injury. This is an injury that has limited Kittle for the last 3 weeks. Head coach Kyle Shanahan said the hope is that Kittle will return to the field next week as the Niners prepare to face the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Niners' first official injury report will not come out until next Wednesday, so we will most likely not know until then if Kittle will be available for the 49ers opener against the Steelers. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Mike Yam, NFL Network, right here on 95.7 The Game. Spadoni Kruger in for Bonta and Chasky, Morning Roast.
Settle down, class.
the morning roast. Spadoni in for Bonte, Kruger in for Shasky. We're rolling here on a payday Friday, on a Phil Collins Friday, on a Labor Day weekend Friday. I'm so damn excited. Football is here, Larry. We got college football yesterday. We got college football all weekend, which is a great primer for week 1 of the NFL season. Kicks off on Thursday with the Kansas City Chiefs, Detroit Lions, and then on Sunday at Pittsburgh, 10 a.m., Larry, 49ers, Steelers. Whew! How you doing, man?
Oh, man, I'm fired up. The one thing, did you see Mike Tomlin's record? Week 1 and what he is. I mean, he's like 13-2 or something like that, and like 8-1 when week 1's at home. I mean, they are they may not be a tougher draw than the Steelers at Heinz Field in week 1. And I know they don't call it Heinz Field anymore, but I'm calling it Heinz Field. I don't go with the name changes. Whatever the original name is.
It's like Acrisure or something now. Yeah, I hate that.
I'm going, it's Pac Bell Park.
Yes.
It's down the street.
Totally.
It's like, I can't. You want to switch your
It's the Oakland
corporate,
Alameda County Coliseum. Yeah. It's not the Ring Central Coliseum. Yes.
I'm not a play-by-play guy. I'm going to go with what I originally call it. I'm going to call you Spadoni. I don't care if tomorrow you're AT&T Spadoni. You're just Spadoni to
I'm
me.
for sale. There you go. 888-957-9570. That's the number. We're going to be joined by Mike Yam of the NFL Network here shortly. Talk some big storylines in the NFL and get his thoughts on some of the bigger storylines as it pertains to the 49ers. Shout out YouTube and Twitch streamers, Xfinity Mobile Text Line. YouTube and Twitch is brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. And it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you could do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And if you're looking for the best Giants talk, another one yesterday against the San Diego Padres, they're free falling, but the Giants, could they be going on another streak here? Check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Joe Shasky and Sam Lubman bring you all you need to know about this Giants season every week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to podcasts. And it looks like we got our guy, Mike Yam of the NFL Network, joining us now. Mike, how you doing this morning? You're on with Joe Spadoni and Larry Kruger on the Morning Roast.
Joe, always good to hear your voice, man. Larry, I appreciate the you guys inviting me on, and we are almost here. I cannot actually wait for week 1 to finally arrive.
We're so excited. You got the little taste. College football gives you that little taste of football action. You got Friday Night Lights happening here, all the high schools across America, and then next Thursday, you got the Kansas City Chiefs and Detroit Lions kicking off, the defending champs taking on the young upstart Detroit Lions. So we'll start here as it pertains to the San Francisco 49ers.
Sure.
It's been dramatic, to say the least, what's going on off the scenes with the quarterback situation. How have you digested it, if you will? How do you view this entire thing? Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, the expectations, just this whole offseason, and them ultimately moving on from Trey Lance and trading him to the Dallas Cowboys for a 4th-round pick.
Yeah, Joe, I think if I was with you guys a year ago, or at least this offseason, I would have told you that storyline at the quarterback spot and what was happening in that room was one of the more interesting and intriguing storylines in the NFL. And I actually don't even think it got enough attention nationally until obviously the trade for Trey Lance with him moving to the Dallas Cowboys. But there's a lot to unpack. I mean, you could talk about the draft capital that was invested there. I know people have been really critical of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan because Brock Purdy didn't work out and it's a bust. Sure, I think that's a good way to characterize it. I don't know, though, how much heat they should be taking for a variety of reasons. One, they consistently have won football games, and we are talking about a roster that is really good. And while they missed on Brock Purdy, they missed on Trey Lance. They've obviously hit on Brock Purdy. There's been some other picks, middle round guys, where they've actually had some success. So I think for me, even heading into this season, I remember doing Total Access with David Carr, and this is before the season started. And he said, you know what? I think Sam Darnold's going to be the week 1 starter. The assumption was Brock Purdy wasn't going to be healthy at the time, and it's somewhat miraculous that he is out there and he's going to be the starting quarterback against the Steelers in week 1. But for me, I think it's a good thing they got their quarterback. Most teams would love to be in a situation where they felt really comfortable with their guy and felt like that they, had the ability to go and win. I think the disappointing thing is if you knew it was going to net out this way, what could have that draft capital ended up turning into? And it's, the woulda, shoulda, coulda, but at the same time, this team is ready to win right now, and they have their guy.
What do you think of the division, Mike? I mean, the Rams went winless in the 3 games. Now Cooper Kupp's having injuries. Seattle was 26th against the run. Arizona looks like the way they're trading away veterans and moving off from Colt McCoy, no Kyler. They may go with Clayton Tune. They may punt on this year. I mean, the NFC West just seems like it's the Niners and the Niners and the Niners. Who's the number one competitor in the division in your mind?
Larry, to me, it's Seattle, and I would push back slightly, and I've actually thought Seattle was one of those teams that potentially could be a dark horse in the NFC. I know what you're talking about in terms of some of the issues that they had defensively, especially against the run. Bobby Wagner coming in and coming back, leaving that Rams team, which obviously is a blow for that LA squad. But I like what that team has been able to accomplish in the draft the last 2 years. They're long, they're athletic, they're rangy on the defensive side. What they did this past season, this past draft, strengthening that defense with Witherspoon. I love that pick. And then JSN on the offensive side. I mean, that trio of wide receivers is up there near the top in the NFL. So I like Seattle as a dark horse team. I still think the Niners are the team to beat, and there's I don't think there's much of a debate that's there. But I do like the way the Seahawks are constructed right now. And the reality is, not even just in this division, but the NFC as a whole, there's not the depth of elite teams. So, if you and I were having this conversation and we were talking about Seattle and the AFC, I'd probably pump the brakes and be more aligned with how you're thinking about them. But to me, I just think the NFC as a whole is not quite the AFC. And because of that, and especially in that division, Seattle to me is the clearest threat to the Niners.
Mike Yam joining us here on the Morning Roast. Spadoni and Kruger in for Bonte and Chasky. Mike Yam of the NFL Network. And Mike, I'm looking at this Week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers and the coaching matchup. I mean, you got Mike Tomlin. This guy has been there for 16 years? This is his 16th season? Kind of unbelievable. He's got the Super Bowl, obviously. Never had a losing season there. And I was actually just kind of thinking, what Kyle Shanahan has been doing here in San Francisco has been pretty special the last few years. Yeah. But there still seems to be this perception of him not being able to, win the big one. What's your perception of Kyle Shanahan amongst some of the better head coaches in the league? And I put the Tomlins up there. He may not be an X's and O's guy, but he does everything. I think of a leader of men when I think of Mike Tomlin. I think if you ask a lot of 49er fans that, when you think of Kyle Shanahan, I think of X's and O's, but they don't see that leader like a Mike Tomlin. Is that a fair assessment? And what are your overall thoughts on Kyle Shanahan?
It's a good description, what you're describing. I never really thought of it that way because I think there's so many different coaching styles that you're going to see in not only just the NFL, but every sport in particular. And there's no, I don't think there's a rhyme or reason to say, hey, one way is better than another. Clearly, there are certain players who are going to respond to certain types of coaching methods that are out there. I think you're spot on Mike Tomlin and being a guy that, is a real leader of men. I think that's a great way to characterize it. Everyone that I've talked to that's either played in that organization or knows Mike personally would agree with that assessment. And on the flip side, you're right. Kyle Shanahan, I don't necessarily think about him that way. I do think about his biggest strength, which is X's and O's. As we watch these games every single Sunday and watch the Niners on the field, the creativity that's on display is ridiculously impressive. And the fact that they haven't had a Patrick Mahomes, a Joe Burrow, a Jalen Hurts, for example, and at that quarterback spot, and yet we're still talking about wins consistently and getting to NFC championship games. I mean, hell, who knows? If Brock stays healthy last year against, Philadelphia, maybe we're talking about them playing in the Super Bowl, maybe even winning the Super Bowl. So I'm with you. I don't think it's an indictment on Kyle. I just think the strength of how I view him is the acumen, what's happening, under that straight brim baseball cap, and just sort of the X's and O's there.
I'm really excited for, some individual players as well. Give us the national perspective on Anthony Richardson. Colts just named him the captain today. To me, he's very, very special. And then I kind of like, what I've seen this summer from Bryce Young and Carolina. I didn't like the idea to move, to move for the Colts to move off of Frank Reich, but now he's in Carolina, and I think that's a nice fit. Give me your thoughts on the two young QBs.
So from a Richardson perspective, I love what you're saying because I agree with you. I think of all the quarterbacks in this class, and we can extend it out to the Will Levises and the DTRs of the world, Richardson, when he's out on the field, there's clearly something unique and special about that skill set. It was an appetizer. Watching him at the combine and putting on sort of like a freakishly, unseen performance that we've seen from a guy his size. And, it's not to make this a Trey Lance conversation and circle back, but, I'm just thinking about the mobility and the skill set and what Trey was supposed to be. And when I watched Trey on the field in the limited time we got to see him, and then I watch Anthony Richardson in just the preseason, I go, man, there is a different level of athleticism. The size and the profile for Trey was kind of similar, at least in my mind, the way they look on the field, but the movements are certainly different and advantage Anthony Richardson in that situation. But I get concerned the Jonathan Taylor aspect of this not being in that backfield, I think plays a factor. I think you can make the case between he and Bryce Young. He's got the best wide receiver on his side, and Michael Pittman. I know Adam Thielen is a great veteran, but I think Pittman is still ascending in his career. And from a Bryce Young perspective, I know it's well chronicled. He took a lot of hits in the preseason, and everyone talked about his size and his build. I just hope from a schematic standpoint, Frank Reich is putting Bryce Young in situations where it's quick releases and he's not taking that abuse. And hopefully that offensive line continues to play well. But, it's funny, if you watch Robert Saleh's Jets in week 3 of the preseason against the Giants when Rodgers made his debut, those first passes, that ball is out insanely fast. I think there was this concerted effort to make sure, and there were some moments obviously where Rodgers had to scramble, but I think there was a concerted effort to make sure that Aaron wasn't going to be taking hits. And I hope that's the same for Bryce.
Mike Yam joining us here, NFL Network. It's been great. Mike's been awesome. I want to ask you, what's the one big storyline? And there's a lot of them here in the NFL. You got Aaron Rodgers obviously going to the Jets. You got Mahomes looking to repeat. What's one of the bigger ones that has you most intrigued? And what's an underrated storyline this season that people should be talking about?
So from a storyline that I really like, and it's got my attention, look, the AFC North in its entirety is a pretty good division. I'd still lean probably towards the AFC East being the best in the NFL, but it's going to be a juggernaut for Cincinnati to navigate. I like Baltimore, guys. I really do. I think this is a real opportunity for Lamar Jackson to silence the critics and say, you know what? I do have the ability to throw the football down the sideline and deep and hit some of these guys. This is the best wide receiving core that he has ever had, and the talent is there, so there's no more excuses at this point. I think Baltimore, for me, is a team that I feel really good about. And then from a underrated standpoint, they were a playoff team a year ago, and it was a catastrophic loss in the postseason. But I do look at the journey that Brandon Staley and the Chargers have been on, and I don't know how many teams could have navigated the amount of injuries that the Chargers navigated. Slater on that offensive line, Keenan Allen, Mike Williams all missing time, Bosa missing time. One of their, key additions last offseason in J.C. Jackson with that catastrophic knee injury, and it's awesome to see him back out on the football field. But I would watch out from a Chargers perspective. I think I'm probably a little bit higher than most on LA.
I talked to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan the other day, and they both said we're not trading Nick Bosa. But every day that this doesn't get done, it makes me wonder if there'll be another team that will try to come in the 11th hour and make a big play. What's your thoughts on Bosa? I mean, are we going to see him at Heinz Field week 1? Do you think another team's going to come out of the woodwork and try to make some overwhelming pitch for him? I mean, he's the reigning defensive player of the year. He's probably the best edge rusher in the game.
What am I missing on this, guys? I first of all, let's back up for a second. The other day we were talking about this on Total Access. I actually think that this is the most underreported story in the NFL. You just said it. He is the reigning defensive player of the year. This is a roster that's ready to win right now. I don't get how this is not done. I honestly, and I know that this is a ridiculous oversimplification of all of this stuff, but he's the reigning defensive player of the year. He is one of the leaders of your football team, and you're ready to go in and get to a Super Bowl and potentially go and win it. Don't you just make him the highest defensive player in the league? Don't we just kind of net out on that. And I know that there's other factors that are involved. I just am surprised that it's taken this long. And once again, I know that's an oversimplification of it, just make him the highest paid guy and just move on. But the fact that he's not with this team, and I don't know if he's going to play week 1, to me, that's a huge miss. Huge miss.
The biggest question here in the Bay Area right now, and that's Mike Yam, NFL Network. Mike, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no, appreciate you guys having me. Thanks again.
Thanks, Mike.
You. That's Mike Yam, NFL Network, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. And a lot of good stuff there with Mike. I like getting the national perspective because we're just a week away, but it's true. I mean, he's saying it's an underrated thing, like no one's talking about it. That's all we're talking about. Nick Bosa, what's going on there? It should be the biggest story in the NFL right now.
I know. It's amazing. By the way, Mike Yam maybe makes the career decision of a lifetime leaving the Pac-12 network for the NFL network.
Huge. I actually think I just dropped him on accident, and I didn't get to put him to my producer, Sam. Usually put him on hold for them to talk. My bad, Sam. I totally just dropped
Usually they all hang up now.
Yeah,
before
that's my bad. Anyway, that's a party foul in Spadone. Go ahead.
You dumped Mike Lamb.
I did.
Mike
Get
Lamb's
out
like,
of here, Mike.
Man, those guys didn't like me at all. They dumped me.
Candied yams. Come on.
No, but the Bosa thing is interesting. It's like, is it possible? Is it possible that he's making an outrageous demand? Is it possible? I mean,
what's outrageous? What's outrageous?
What if he wanted the entire contract to be 100% guaranteed? What if he's looking for what's the record guaranteed money in the history of the NFL on contracts? Isn't it like right around $100 million? What if he wanted 150 guaranteed?
Well, what was the number that Deshaun Watson got?
230.
Wasn't that all
100% guaranteed?
Yeah,
but that's for a quarterback. How about non-quarterback guaranteed money?
See.
I thought it was Aaron Donald, but it might be somebody else.
Yeah, they're all quarterbacks I'm looking at. Oh, Khalil Mack, 141? No, that's not his total. No. We'll see.
Yeah, but as far what if he wanted every penny guaranteed, and it was record setting by such a wide margin that you got to know this too. The 49ers under Parag Marathe are they're a foe at the table. I mean they do not get taken for the most part. He's a shrewd, tough negotiator.
TJ Watt, $80 million. Is that right, Sam?
Well, no, so I got it here. So the highest paid
guaranteed
highest annual salary is TJ Watt's $30 million, but the total guaranteed money, the highest guaranteed money for an edge rusher is Joey Bosa with $102 million. So I don't know, maybe that's kind of another layer to the story because we know that the Bosas, they really want to push and get their money. I think they see that, well, hey, Joey Bosa got that record $102 million guaranteed. Why can't Nick with that DPOY get a little bit more than that? So maybe it is that ridiculous number that they're hung up on.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it
Nick's
might
better
be
than Joey, so he'll get more than that. Yeah,
it might be a crazy ask. You know what I mean? I mean, if Joey got 102, and I think that's the record by a good margin. I thought, look up Aaron Donald's guaranteed.
Aaron Donald's guaranteed
90?
money is his
80?
annual is $31 million. Let me get his guaranteed in a second. Quinnen Williams, interior defensive lineman, leads with $66 million.
Yeah.
Then Darren Payne with $60 million, and then Aaron Donald has $60 million guaranteed, right above Chris Jones' $60 million.
So I mean, look at the difference there. If Joey Bosa got 102, and let's just say Nick wanted the 100, let's say he wanted the whole thing guaranteed. I mean, we're talking about maybe north of $120 million guaranteed, maybe as much as $150 guaranteed. I mean, we know he's the best player in the game, but the 49ers also have a very deep roster, and they got to make really smart decisions here because it's a hard cap. There's only so many guys you can afford. Nick's done everything you could possibly want, right? He's a dominant edge rusher. Unlike his Buckeye days, he's been healthy for the most part. He tore up his knee at
major injury,
MetLife a couple years ago.
Major injury.
But I mean, he's basically delivered. I mean, the Niners in a way
he doesn't play every down though, Larry. That's another thing too.
He kind of gambled on himself. The Niners, they could have taken care of this a year ago. They punted. Yeah. They said, you know what? Have another big year. He went out and did it. He's the reigning defensive player of the year. He had 18 and a half sacks. He may be staring at them going, you know what? I don't just want record-setting money. I want new plateaus of record-setting money, and that could be it. I mean, what if he comes to you? I mean, is there a price that you walk away and say, thanks, but no thanks?
I mean, what is it? Is it like $130 million guaranteed? And you're like, no.
It's very possible he's asking for that.
Well,
so what do you do? What do you do?
He's in a perfect situation because if they lose Nick Bosa, they're done. They're not winning a Super Bowl without him, and he knows that.
Right.
That's the ultimate key here is like
he's got all the leverage.
You don't have depth at that position. You trust in Drake Jackson and Cleve Ferrell to do that? That ain't happening.
Right.
Now, they got Armstead and Hargrave, great, but you need the edge guys. That's what wins Super Bowls. I mean, granted, Chris Jones got after it, but who the rookie that they had at Purdue, Karlaftis or whatever, George Karlaftis?
Yeah, Karlaftis.
That was a huge part of that too, was him and his presence on the defensive end. You saw the Eagles. Why did the Eagles get all the Super Bowl? That defensive front was ferocious.
70
Hassan
sacks.
Reddick, all those guys. They just brought in Jalen Carter, by the way. Oh my God, the rich gets richer. So
and Nolan Smith.
So it's like, I don't also buy the whole thing that, Chris Jones is waiting for what Nick Bosa does and vice versa. It's like they're different positions. One's a D tackle. One's a defensive edge, right? Like they shouldn't impact each other. Am I missing something on that front?
Well, there could be a little bit of a measuring contest there, but I mean, the one thing, the main difference is that Bosa's fines that he's accrued can be waived, and the 49ers have already kind of stated directly or indirectly that they plan on waiving them. So he's not really incurring fines. Chris Jones's fines, because he's in a different category, they cannot be waived. He's already incurred $1 million in fines, and that's money that even if the Chiefs wanted to waive those fines, they can't. I think Chris Jones may sit out maybe half the season. And if the one thing about the 49ers here they're really over a barrel is they said goodbye to Trey Lance. They went with Brock Purdy. They did it in the name of, hey, Brock's the guy who's ready to win now. We can't develop Trey because we got a guy who's ready to win now. Okay, so if you're ready to win now and you're all about, hosting the NFC Championship game, how do you not get Nick Bosa signed by week 1? I mean, seriously, he's your most vital defensive player. Everything the Niners do is predicated on a big rush up front. He had 18.5 sacks. He led the NFL in hurries. The guy did his part. It's time to break him off. And it's like, I do get it, though. If he's asking for 130 to 150 guaranteed, and it'll be very interesting to see what those numbers come in at when the thing gets announced. But is there a walk-away price? Is there a price where you say, you know what? Yeah, I'm John Lynch, and I'm telling you guys, the media, there's no chance we'll move him. But what if they just say, you know what? We're not going past 125 guaranteed, and he's saying I want 150 guaranteed. He doesn't want to just set the record. He wants to blow it out of the water. Do you walk away? Do you trade him? Do you move him? I mean, I think there are teams probably out there that are far enough under the cap that could say, you know what? Jacksonville, Miami, maybe a couple other teams that would just say, you know what? We'll take him off your hands. I mean, you're talking about the best edge rusher in the game in the prime of his career.
We'll ask Grant Cohn that next. Covers the 49ers for Fan Nation, part of Sports Illustrated. You can catch him on YouTube and Twitter. So Grant Cohn joining us next right here on 95.7 The Game. Spadoni in for Bonte, Kruger in for Shasky, and that's all going to be brought to you by Save Mart and Lucky California.
Back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Welcome back. Spadoni in for Bonte. Larry Kruger in for Joe Shasky here on 95.7 The Game. We'll be joined momentarily by Grant Cohn, covers the 49ers for Fan Nation, part of Sports Illustrated. And we just got done with Mike Yam, NFL Network. Hell of an interview. Love Mike. Going a little deep dive on some of the big NFL storylines there. If you missed any of that, search 95.7 The Game on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Like, subscribe there. You will find all of that. And also be sure to hit us up at 888-957-9570, which is also the Xfinity mobile text line. Same number, call or text. It's that simple, Larry. And
the text line's got some interesting comments here. 650 says, Larry, you're talking about what Bosa might ask for. What cap space do the Niners realistically have? Well, the 49ers are sitting right now, and I'm over the overthecap.com looking at it right now. The 49ers have 8.4 million right now that they are beneath the cap. The base salary cap is $224.8 million. They're at 8.4 under the cap. The most cap room in the NFL right now, the Cleveland Browns, 38.1 million. The least cap room in the NFL right now, the Chiefs, who have under $1 million, they have 813,000.
And they're trying to get Chris Jones
under the cap. Yeah, yeah. And then the other one that I think is kind of interesting here, 415 says Bosa got manhandled in the playoffs. I mean, you're going to throw $130 million guaranteed to a guy who couldn't get it done in the playoffs?
I mean, he was carrying that team all year. That's probably why he was just out of gas there. Yeah, I don't blame him. Grant Cohn joining us now, covers the 49ers for Fan Nation, part of Sports Illustrated. And, we're on Zoom, too. It's on the YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game. Like and subscribe there. Grant, how you doing, Monday? Oh, hold on. There we go. We got him.
What's up, Grant?
We got him now.
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing great. We're talking about the 49ers, and it's just been one thing after another with this squad. You know, you thought you had all the drama moved past it. Trey Lance, he's gone. You know, you bring in Sam Darnold, all right, that huge storyline. It's over. It's done with. But now we got this Nick Bosa thing. Like, what's going on, Grant? Why isn't this guy in a 49ers uniform right now? We got week 1 less than 9 days away.
That's a really good question. I've heard all kind of theories. I've heard like the 183-day theory that he needs to live in Florida for 183 days so he could be a Florida resident and pay fewer taxes, and the Niners season goes so far into January. I don't know. There could be a million different reasons. You just said that he ran out of gas in the playoffs last year, which he did. Maybe he wants to stay in Florida with his dad in his special gym and work out on his own so he doesn't run out of gas. I have no, or maybe the Niners just being cheap. Maybe this is all about like $2 to $3 million a year, and eventually the Niners will cave. It seems like they're playing a game of chicken, and the Niners are going to be the ones that have to blame and cave. But they don't want to do it until the deadline because they see themselves as tough negotiators. So I think this is just going to go to week 1, and then you have to wonder, like, where's Nick Bosa going to be? Like, can he play 50% of the snaps? Can he only play on third down? Like, what kind of a pitch count is he going to be on? Is that going to affect the game?
Bosa's got them, Grant, over a barrel leverage-wise. His bro got $100+ million. I think we said 102 in guaranteed. What do you think when the ink's dry on the Nick Bosa contract? How much guaranteed money do you think he's going to get?
At least 110 total guarantees. It seems like pretty. If I can figure out what this contract's going to be, this should be done by now, right? It's going to be like 5 years. $165 million-ish with $110-ish million guaranteed, and like maybe $50 million in a signing bonus. Like, that's what it's going to be. What is taking so long? Is Parag Marathe trying to tell the Yorks that he's, working his magic? Because he's not. There's nothing he can do. You either just give Nick Bosa the money or trade him. And I think the Niners are trying to play it down the middle. Like, no, we're going to win something here. No, you're not. Just give Nick Bosa his money or trade him. And this is taking too long. You should have gave him this a long time ago, or traded him a long time ago. If this affects week 1 and he doesn't play as much as he should and they lose to Pittsburgh, this is a big mistake.
No, absolutely. Grant, what did you make from Kyle Shanahan and, Mayoko's little back and forth on the quarterback situation being weird? And he didn't want to say it was weird because Jimmy Garoppolo said it was weird, and I don't want to agree with Jimmy, so he called it unusual, which, as you know, is a synonym for weird, by the way. And then he went on unique. What did you make of that whole thing? Very odd.
I mean, it felt like a weak moment for Kyle Shanahan. He was reduced to like parsing words with a journalist who, uses words for a living. And Kyle is like famously always said he doesn't really have a big vocabulary. Like, it is a weird situation. It's weird. It's weird. And I think what's so powerful about Jimmy Garoppolo saying it is that he experienced the weirdness. He was talking about not only himself, but Trey Lance. And most people agree with Jimmy. Most people, 49er fans, national media, looking objectively at the Niners can say, man, they've accomplished a lot. Really good team. But we got to say that quarterback situation is highly weird. And for Kyle Shanahan to not even be able to acknowledge that and be like, well, that's kind of a pejorative. Like, can we use a nicer word? Like, a nicer word? Man, figure out your quarterback situation. And if it is Brock Purdy, great. But if it's not, I don't know that this coach should get another chance to look for a quarterback. I feel like it's Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, or bust for Kyle Shanahan at this point. So I just feel like you're seeing a coach who's on the hot seat a little bit. He could win the Super Bowl this year. He could go undefeated. It could be a great, great year. But that's kind of the bar for him. I don't think Niner fans have the patience to see him not make the NFC Championship game this year. There's a lot of anger, and they haven't even lost a game yet. It's very unique.
Grant, you're known for speaking the truth, at least as you see it. Let me ask you, as candid as you can be, what do you think is the real reason the 49ers traded Trey Lance? Because they made this big to-do about we need to get Trey to hit that place that's good for him, and then they sent him to the Dallas Cowboys because they did what was best for them, because the Cowboys offered the most. So it wasn't really about what Trey was, it was more about what their compensation was than where was the best spot for Trey. He's still the third string guy. But at the end of the day, there's been a lot of speculation on this. What do you think is the real reason? Is it the distraction and the dialogue had become very polarizing? Because we were at every practice, and his teammates love him, and he's a positive kid. He wasn't going to be negative in any way, even with Purdy playing. What do you think is the real reason they moved off of him?
It's bizarre, Larry. It's such a good question because if you go back like a couple hours after they trade Trey Lance, Nate Sudfeld tears his ACL. And it's like you were thinking the Niners may have been holding on to Lance through preseason for just such a thing to happen. A backup quarterback goes down, the Niners can call him up. Like maybe if they had waited a day before trading Trey Lance, they could have called up Detroit and got a fourth plus. They could have gotten even more. So the fact that they traded Trey Lance before the last preseason game is what makes it so weird. That's the word of the season. Weird. And it feels like another impulsive, emotional decision from the 49ers. Like, hey, we didn't want to name. You asked the question, Larry. It's all your fault. Hey, who's going to be the backup quarterback? Oh, we don't know. We'll name it later. I can imagine Trey going to Kyle and being like, no, man, that's not what I signed up for. Make a decision. And Kyle's like, all right, if you want me to do it like that, it's Sam. And then Trey gets upset and says, okay, I'm not going to practice. And then the Niners get upset and, all right, we're trading you. I mean, that just kind of feels like how they've acted, very impulsively and emotionally. And what they end up doing is finding a deal that they think is great. Oh, my God, we got a fourth-round pick. You wait 4 hours, you might have got a third-round pick from Detroit. So if they were acting in their own best interest, I think they could have done better.
Talking to Grant Cohn here, covers the 49ers for Fan Nation, part of Sports Illustrated right here on 95.7 The Game. Spadoni and Kruger in for Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast. Grant, it feels like there's this sense of dread over this upcoming season when the 49ers seemingly improved a little bit. They got Javon Hargrave. They took him over from the Philadelphia Eagles. Maybe that takes a little bit out of the Eagles, the team you just lost to in the NFC Championship, but it should be NFC Championship or bust for the squad. That's the expectations. It's a down NFC. They're loaded everywhere. They got their guy, according to Kyle Shanahan, and Brock Purdy. But why does it feel like a lot of the 49er fans, there's this sense of dread over the upcoming season?
It's, the vibes are off. I feel like the Bay Area fans are attuned to this because the Warriors last year. Yeah. The Warriors were coming off a championship, and then Draymond socked Jordan Poole in the face. And everyone kind of felt like, hey, this isn't great for the team. And it wasn't. And it feels like this year, you can say what you want. The Niners are coming off back-to-back NFC Championship games, but it just feels like the vibes are off. The quarterback's on a pitch count. Fans are upset about a quarterback who's not on the team anymore. Bosa's not here. They don't have a kicker. You know what it feels like? It feels like the last year of the Harbaugh tenure. They were coming off 3 straight NFC Championship games. No one saw the end of that coming so fast, but all of a sudden, there was a report before week 1 that he was on the hot seat. And it was like, where is this coming from? And it seemed like it was a self-fulfilling prophecy all year. And it just feels like if the Niners miss the playoffs or go one and done or don't make it back to the NFC Championship for any reason, fans are going to be very, very disappointed. And I don't know that Kyle's prepared for that.
You know, this is a really interesting summer because we've been filibustering left and right about this quarterback situation. Now we're filibustering left and right about Bosa. Bosa's a third down animal. What about first and second down? You could have Lawrence Taylor in his prime. If you're sitting at third and 1, third and 2 all season long, that guy ain't doing you any good. I asked Shanahan about the run defense. He admitted that it's been putrid in the preseason. How serious of an issue is the run D? I mean, I know you don't want to be critical of Kinlaw, but I don't see a DJ Jones kind of A-gap D tackle on this team. And all these D tackles are one-gap penetrators, including Hargrave, who they just paid a boatload for. How big of an issue is the run D going to be?
I think it's a big issue. The Niners like to use their defensive line in waves. They like to use their entire second-string D-line at the same time. You've seen that. They'll have drives where Bosa, Armstead, all of them are off, and it'll be like Kevin Givens, Javon Kinlaw, and they're giving up 7 yards a carry. So that's a big problem. And I think the biggest problem, really, I don't want to scapegoat Steve Wilks. He might be really good, but they brought him in to run D'Amico's defense. It's a weird thing. Like, this whole wide nine thing is kind of a gimmick defense. Not that many teams do it. The Niners do it very well, but the coordinators who have perfected it here are gone. And now you have Steve Wilks, who's never run this, and he's trying to learn how to stop the run out of this alignment. It's not easy. You have 4 guys in the line, not 5, and they're really spread out. It's not easy to do. Most teams that run the wide nine are terrible against the run. So Wilks better figure it out quick because the Niners hired him instead of Vic Fangio so they could keep this defense schematically the same, as if that really matters. I think you'd rather have Vic Fangio right now. Mike McDaniel does. So I'm looking at Steve Wilks. He's running something new, and he can always say, look, like, I didn't have Nick Bosa. I'm learning on the fly. Give me some time. That's kind of scary.
Talking to Grant Cohn here, covers the 49ers for Fan Nation, part of Sports Illustrated. And Grant, what are your expectations for this guy, Brock Purdy? Played 8 games. You never lost a game, which he started and finished in the NFL. But he's getting comps to Drew Brees, Joe Montana, Tom Brady. This guy's played 8 games. Are the expectations a little bit out of control here for Brock?
Yeah, I don't think it's fair for Brock. I mean, he's being put in a situation that Trey Lance was put in. Like, hey, win the Super Bowl, 23-year-old. Go get him. And I think a lot of people feel like if he doesn't get it done this year, they could get Kirk Cousins next year. Like, this is almost like a one-year tryout. They say he's the real deal, but is he really their franchise quarterback, or is he the guy on the rookie deal that lets them keep their team together, and they'll give him a year because he's NFL ready, but if it doesn't work, like, he's different than Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy can't run around and extend plays the way Brock can. That's really cool. But what they do have in common is the injuries. We don't know. Brock's still early in his career, but he got hurt in his first start. He got hurt in his last start. Can he make it through a 17, 20-game season? We don't know. If the answer is no, then he's not the franchise quarterback, and you got a problem. So I guess we'll learn. But, hey, they got Sam Darnold backing them up, so everything's okay.
No, seriously. Sorry not to cut you off there, Grant. But there is part of me, this whole Kirk Cousins conversation, there is part of me that just wants you know what? If Kirk's your guy next year, just go out and get him. Like this, Kyle Shanahan's been linked to this guy ever since he worked with him his rookie year. Just if Kirk is that dude and you think so highly of him, damn it, Kyle, just go get Kirk. Because we've been linked to him forever. Next year, the Vikings, I don't think are going to be very good. They'll probably be looking to move off this guy. Go get Kirk if you want him, right? This quarterback conversation, it feels like it's never going to end under Kyle Shanahan. And I think that's why fans are just so damn frustrated. It's like, how many quarterbacks has it been? So the expectations for Brock, I think for a lot of fans are just, hey, can he start every single game and can you get it to the NFC Championship? And is that going to satisfy Kyle Shanahan and these 49er fans?
I mean, if they pivot away from Brock Purdy next year and go to Kirk Cousins and his fully guaranteed contract, I don't know that Niner fans are going to be so excited about that. No. Kirk Cousins is good, but not great. And, I mean, if Brock Purdy doesn't work out, after what Kyle Shanahan has said about him, after how they got rid of Trey Lance, do you really have confidence in Kyle Shanahan to find the next quarterback when he's been floundering around for 7 years? Like, that's the big difference between him and, say, Andy Reid. Andy Reid couldn't get the deal done for years, but he never had quote-unquote weird quarterback situations. Like, that's a problem. I think that's a problem, and if Kyle can't fix this, then you start to look at him like, are you a head coach Or are you just a glorified coordinator, man? Are you a leader? Can you make decisions? Can you scout the most important position? Can you coach the most important position? Or are you just a play designer? Like, he has to answer for all of that this year. And if Brock Purdy works out, then Kyle works out. But I think they're really linked. I don't think Kyle can move on from Brock. You called him the real deal. He might be. Keep him upright and win with him. It's on you, Kyle.
Hey, I got one last one for you. Wilkes. I missed the presser yesterday with Wilkes. But Wilkes, I like Wilkes. He's a total departure from D'Amico. D'Amico covered everybody. This guy's covering nobody. And I'm just kind of wondering, if things don't work out defensively, this is the number 1 D in football last year. Number 1 against the run, number 1 overall. If they backslide here, is Wilkes going to start calling guys out? I mean, the one thing that stands out about his career, he's been in like 20 different places since the mid-'90s. It makes me wonder if he wears people out, or if he wears his players out, or if they stop playing for him, or what the deal is. He's very verbal. How's Wilkes going to react if they stumble on defense? Is he going to attack guys?
Well, it's interesting because he became the interim coach with Carolina last year, and they really finished strong. They really played for him, and I think that's why the Niners were so interested in Steve Wilkes. You went a different direction with that. I thought you were going to say, if they backslide on defense, he's the obvious clear scapegoat. And I would agree. I think that's where this is going. Everyone's going to be looking at Wilkes if this team can't stop the run, if this team isn't number 1 on defense in every category. They're going to be looking at Wilkes like, who are you? Why did you change things? Why are you blitzing so much? Why aren't you doing what D'Amico did? So there's a lot of pressure on him to have the best defense in the league when he lost Jimmy Ward, Azeez Al-Shaair. I mean, he lost a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
And Samson Ebukam, Charles Manning, right? You know who they are. So Wilkes, he's got the target on his back. He's got to perform. See what happens.
Grant, appreciate the time as always, man. Appreciate you taking time on this Friday, and enjoy your Labor Day weekend before Week 1, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, man.
Yeah, I'm seeing LL Cool J.
Oh,
nice.
Let's go.
Slick Rick tonight at Chase Center.
Let's go.
All the geriatrics out there. I'm excited, man. I love 80s rap, so I can't wait. Just going to pretend we're all younger than we are.
Grant, do you know every word to I Need Love?
Yes. I'm alone in my room. Sometimes I look at the wall. Hell yeah, I do.
Let's go.
There you go.
That's Grant Cohn. Thanks, Grant.
Thanks, Grant.
Thank you.
All right. There you go. Grant Cohn. Sports Illustrated covers the 49ers, part of Fan Nation. And, man, a lot there with Grant Cohn. He's polarizing, Larry.
Well, I mean, he spits it out. I mean, he gives you his opinion, and, he's a force of nature on YouTube, that's for sure. There's a lot of interesting stuff there. I mean, whether you agree or disagree, he's got a point of view. And, I'll say this, the guy's there every single day. He hustles. I don't agree with everything he says, but at the same time, I think he makes a lot of good points.
Absolutely. And here's another good point. It's a Monster Monday on Labor Day. We'll be live and local all day Monday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Listen right here on 95.7 The Game. Of course, it is a football Friday here. We're talking 49ers, some of the bigger storylines as it pertains to them. We just talked with Grant Cohn, Nick Bosa, obviously, being one of them. Brock Purdy, the expectations there. Kyle Shanahan. Why does this feel like a kind of a negative already season heading into it when they were just in the NFC Championship? The vibes, as Grant said, feel a little bit off. Well, the vibes will be better if they win Week 1. Winning cures all. It washes away everything that's dirty. Jacob in San Mateo is on hold and wants to join in for the conversation. Jacob, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, man? Jake? Going once?
Jake going once?
Twice?
Going twice?
Hello.
Oh,
we got you.
We got you.
Yeah, I'm not much against the story, but I just want to say this about my boy Jimmy G. I'm glad he out of Kyle Shanahan's system, and I'm glad Trey is out of his system, because if it's not Shanahan's way, it's nobody's way. We finally go get to see Jimmy G succeed and finally get to see what type of quarterback he can actually be with McDaniels out there throwing that football around.
You think he's going to be good, Jacob? You think that he's going to have success?
I think so, too. I really do. I think he's going to be actually a Pro Bowl this year. Man, I'm telling you, if it ain't Kyle Shanahan way, ain't nobody way. Hit the highway, and I'm glad to see Jimmy G gone.
Yeah.
Let's go, Jimmy G. I'm a Jimmy G fan. I'm a Trey Lance fan. The 49ers, we only had nothing but backups on our team as quarterbacks. They're giving Brock Purdy too much praise in these little 8-game streaks. Y'all forget that we had injuries, the only reason why we see Brock Purdy. And how they did Trey Lance, that's crazy how they did him. They didn't even get his man a chance. And everybody keeps saying, "Oh, he's a bust this, bust that." How can you say he's a bust if he really never had a chance in that system? Brock Purdy learned off of Jimmy G. That's the only reason why he's in the position that he's in right now, because of Jimmy G. Let's go, Jimmy G.
Thanks, Jacob. Let's go, Jacob and San Mateo.
Jacob Garoppolo there.
That's a little minor storyline I think Niner fans will pay attention to, though, is how good does Jimmy Garoppolo look with the Raiders? Like, that's something where if you see Brock Purdy struggle and Jimmy G's looking good, it's like, Kyle, what the hell? Why couldn't this work? But Kyle Shanahan has gotten to the NFC Championship game now with Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo. Kyle Shanahan's not going anywhere. They needed to move on from Jimmy. It just wasn't working out. He couldn't stay healthy, and ultimately that's why they got Trey Lance. Obviously, Trey Lance couldn't stay healthy. Brock Purdy sees the opportunity, and now he's the quarterback. This notion that Kyle Shanahan's the reason why these guys are all getting sabotaged, or come on.
Yeah, seriously.
It's football.
Come on.
Yes.
No, I mean, the one thing about Jimmy is, he's playing behind a pretty porous offensive line. I mean, who's the Raiders' right tackle?
It's a great question. It's not going to be Brandon Parker. Jermaine Illuminor, I believe. But
right,
Colton
and
Miller,
who's their right guard?
Colton Miller's their guy on the left side. He's been there for a while. He's good. He's a good left tackle. He's been there for a while now.
I don't mind Colton Miller. I like
Andre
Dylan
James,
Parham.
the center. Dylan Parham, solid, but...
Greg Van Roten.
Yeah, exactly. Their offensive line has question marks, absolutely.
I read
Josh
a story.
Jacobs is going to be the dude on offense for that team.
I read the story that Devontae Adams could demand a trade. I think it was Jeff Darlington yesterday had a deal that if things don't go well for the Raiders this year, that you could see Devontae dealt by the trade deadline.
That's fine, but they'd have to eat $50 million or something ridiculous. I don't think that's happening. These next 2 years anyways, just the dead cap alone, I don't think they're going to eat that.
I like the Raiders' weapons. I mean, you got Devontae, you got Jacobs, you got Michael Mayer, Austin Hooper. They've got some decent weapons
Kobe
on
Myers,
offense.
Hunter Renfrow, yeah.
But the issue with the Raiders is that offensive line can he keep Jimmy upright?
Well, the issue with the Raiders, too, is they have Jimmy Garoppolo as their starting quarterback. In their own division, they have 2 Hall of Famers in Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes, and then you got Justin Herbert. Oh, by the way, you also have to deal with Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Trevor Lawrence, Aaron Rodgers. Do I need to go on? Hell, Tua.
Well,
come on.
And the other issue...
You're not competing in that conference.
I mean, the one thing...
I'm a Raider fan.
The one area... I think the Raiders will be improved. I think they'll be improved in the secondary on the back end.
Can't get any worse.
Jacorian Bennett's a good player. Marcus Peters, I think maybe has one big year in him.
Real quick, Jacorian Bennett, number 0, the first number 0 in Raiders franchise history.
Really?
How about that? The first time, and he's
double 0 or single 0?
No, just single, because double 0 is Jim Otto way back when. But number 0, yeah.
Yeah.
Canes legend, Jim Otto.
There you go.
Yeah.
And Samuel Womack III's wearing 0 for the Niners. But, I mean, they got Crosby and Chandler Jones off the edges, but
and Tyree Wilson,
the back 7 had been a question mark. I still think their linebackers are just kind of average. But, the thing with Garoppolo is just I thought he played his best ball with the Niners last year. As he finally got what Rodgers gets, what Brady gets, and what a lot of the top quarterbacks get, which is if you play 65 snaps in a game on offense, you're not going to have 65 plays that you can make. There's going to be a broken play or two, and you need to throw that ball away.
Yeah.
And last year was the first time in his Niner career that he actually grasped that concept of throw the ball away and go to the next down. Brady does it all the time. Rodgers does it all the time. Heck, we saw Purdy do it pretty consistently. Garoppolo just, I got to make a play. Even the play that he got hurt on when Van Ginkel threw his knee into Jimmy's foot and he had the Liz Frank deal, that was a sack. He should have just gone down. Instead, he's fighting for an extra yard. Why? I mean, his risk-reward meter has just always been broken. He's a tough guy. He's a guy that the players really like because he's always trying to make a play. But you're not going to make 70 plays in a game. Throw a few of those balls away. We'll see if that's something that he can carry over from last year to this year.
Well, that's what you got to learn. And you'd think he would learn that from being behind the greatest quarterback of all time, and Tom Brady, a guy who extended his career for so long because
by doing that.
He ate plays. Because the Peyton Mannings, I mean, you see it with Aaron Rodgers. These guys are extending their windows because they are giving up on plays early. Now, there's a fine line of giving up on a play too early and not taking punishment and also just getting scared and getting happy feet. Raider fans are hoping that they moved on from Derek Carr, who ever since his massive leg injury just a few years back,
he's non-competitive.
He was never the same. He just got happy feet back there.
Yeah.
He just felt
self-preservation.
Self-preservation. He gave up way too early. Hell, I remember one of the highlights of him throwing a ball away on 4th down in the end zone on 4th and goal. He just threw the ball away. I was like, just lost it into the end zone, Derek. What are you doing? So they're hoping that Jimmy brings a level of toughness that, let's say, Derek Carr, for Raider fans, didn't have.
He also, I mean, you think of Jimmy, you think of what really hurt him here. He had major injuries. Last year, his season ended because of a stupid play where he just kept trying to fight. He should have just gone down. Yeah. Instead, he's trying to fight. He blew out his knee on the sideline against Kansas City. He's standing right there on the sideline. Go out of freaking bounds. Instead, he cuts it back inside. He blows out the knee. So, I mean, sometimes you got to understand that you're not going to win every down. And, he's got great resiliency. He bounces back, but he bounces back from negative plays, but he creates those negative plays.
No, yeah.
So, I mean, to me, I'm eager to see what he looks like there. I personally think he's going to have a good start, but I think by the end of the year, we're going to be talking about Aiden O'Connell.
Okay, I'm not mad at that. AOC, not to cut you off there, Larry, do you think Jimmy Garoppolo improved under Kyle Shanahan?
I do. Well, I mean, he both improved and regressed. He had a hot start, right? Then
it seems like he never was able to live up to that hot start that he had, because it felt like, he was kind of this gunslinger coming in there. He was making improvised plays. You were just talking about not making the improvised play. When he first got there, it felt like Shanahan was like, you know what? Do what you want, Jimmy. And then he was never able to gain that trust back for whatever reason. Maybe it was the injury and his physical skill set was more limited after that torn ACL. Maybe it was, losing the Super Bowl, not hitting Emmanuel Sanders and Kyle Shanahan, just pulling back the playbook and making it more limited so he didn't make big mistakes. But for whatever reason, it just felt like down there that the relationship between them it soured tremendously to now we're calling, we're going to these, asking him questions about him being in a weird situation and Kyle just getting all defensive about it.
Well, I thought, he both improved and regressed. He regressed from the standpoint of, you're right, he was gunslinger Jimmy initially, and he was playing loose, playing fast. That was good. Then he basically, the Niners had no downfield passing game, and he stopped passing the ball outside the numbers or in the deep quadrants of the field. So everybody defended him in the middle of the field and short. They didn't honor his deep ball. They didn't honor the ball outside the hashes. So then all of a sudden there's bodies everywhere, and he's turning the ball over. I thought last year, though, he started to learn the advantages of just go to the next play. And I thought the addition of McCaffrey
huge. CMC was massive.
He gave him that, you look left, you look right, you don't have anything, you got the check down in McCaffrey. And it was clear that McCaffrey really helped them. I think they improved by like 6 points a game as soon as McCaffrey hit the lineup. So, but still, the one thing that's clear, I saw a spray chart of Jimmy's throws throughout his Niner career. He had stopped attacking outside the numbers and down the field, and you just can't do that. No. Even if you don't complete those, you have to keep throwing them. Otherwise, the defense is like, hey, guys, late in the down, cheat in the middle of the field and cheat up. He's not going to throw it over your head. He's not going to throw it outside the hashes. And then what happened? He just started looking at all kinds. I kept talking to Greg Cosell about him. What stands out about Jimmy? And he kept saying, he's not a great late in the down thrower. In other words, if Kyle called the play and it worked, great. But as soon as he had to kind of survey the field and go through his progressions, bad things started to happen.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch streams sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Also, it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. One more hour to go, Larry. It's flown by. We got a lot still to get into, man. And I wanted to pick up something because I asked Mike Yam this. I want to get your thoughts. The 49ers are playing the Steelers week 1. Mike Tomlin's been an institution over there. They don't have a losing season under him. And he took over for Bill Cowher, who won a Super Bowl, had tremendous success. Bill Cowher took over for Chuck Noll, tremendous success. They've only had 3 coaches. Hell, they've only had 2 coaches my entire lifetime, but 3 coaches for most of these people's lifetimes. That's pretty crazy. And Mike Tomlin has been able to, year in and year out, squeeze the lemon. And maybe you think of Kenny Pickett as not this great quarterback. We'll see. Kenny Two Gloves. Will he be able to do things with George Pickens this next year? We'll find out. But I look at a guy like Mike Tomlin, and I don't think he gets the just due when we compare NFL head coaches. Like, this guy has tremendous success, but just because he's not an X's and O's guy, like, we look at him like, I'm still taking 5, 6, 7 guys in front of him. Why? This guy has proven that he can get it done at a multitude of levels. Like Roethlisberger, he was a shell of himself the last decade, it seemed like. Oh, well, he's definitely 5 years. They still had winning seasons left and right. Now they'd get blown out in the playoffs. It would show up there, but they're getting there. That's a tough division, too. So what I'm trying to get at here is comparing the head coaches in this matchup, Mike Tomlin with Kyle Shanahan. I feel like the fan base, maybe I'm wrong on this one, I feel like they would be more apt to accept a guy like a Mike Tomlin, a leader of men. That's where he excels, in the media, talking to players, stuff like that. Kyle Shanahan, that's the last little check mark I feel like he needs to overcome, and maybe he can never do it. Just ingratiating himself to a fan base and to the media. You think that's a big deal for 49er fans and people covering him? Because it feels like this negative aspect and tone of this 49er season is directly a result of Kyle Shanahan and him being a little snippy with people. Am I reading too much into that? But it feels like he's kind of a red ass, and people don't really vibe with that.
I think there's something to it. I don't
like
think
Steve Kerr. I'm comparing him to. He's a very get to know you kind of a guy. We love Steve Kerr around here. Hell, I know you don't. He's not your kind of cup of tea. But Gabe Kapler, personable individual. Kyle Shanahan, I wouldn't call him personable.
I mean, I think the coverage for the 49ers is far harsher than the coverage that Gabe Kapler gets or that Steve Kerr gets. I think if Steve Kerr and Gabe Kapler
gets crushed a lot here. We are the flagship. He gets crushed a lot
on the radio. But they have this tier 1 thing where the only people that get to ask him questions are the people that are in the tier 1, and those questions are softball questions, in my opinion. So I think Kerr, if he actually faced if Kerr and Kapler faced the kind of media scrutiny that Lynch and Shanahan faced, they'd cry. They'd literally cry. I mean, they'd be insulting people, they'd be pissed, they'd be angry, they'd lash out. I think you see it. If you ever question Kerr, he doesn't
Sam Waldman asked great questions.
He doesn't like
Gabe Kapler.
It was a consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've seen. I think those guys would lash out. I think the coverage with the Niners is not as sheltered. They're not shielded from the criticism. As far as comparing Tomlin and Kyle, I think Tomlin is just coaching the football team. Kevin Colbert was one of the great GMs in the sport. He did it for decades. Now they've got Omar Khan. He's a really good general manager. I don't think Mike Tomlin picks the players. I think Kevin Colbert picked the players. Where if you look at Kyle Shanahan's undoing, I think it's these trade-ups. Traded up for Dante Pettis, traded up for Jalen Hurd, traded up for C.J. Beathard, traded up for Trey Lance. Look at how many times the Niners have traded up for offensive players that theoretically, Joe Williams, and they've missed. They've missed on those trade-ups. And yet the same organization that's missed on those trade-ups has kicked all kinds of butt in day 3 of the draft and with undrafted free agents. The Niners are awesome. So why is there this two kind of almost like two different people are making the picks? Because I really believe that Shanahan has had an impact in some of the targeting of some of these individual skill position players that they opted to trade up for. And I think Kyle Shanahan at the end of the day is an awesome play caller. I think he's one of the best play callers in the game. It's him and Andy Reid, and there's probably nobody else in that top tier offensively. He's a great play caller. He's a great play sequencer. That's his skill set. But you know what? Looking at 2 quarterbacks and saying, I want that guy, that's probably a different skill set. And I'm not sure that he's a proven talent evaluator. He hit on Kittle. He's hit on a couple guys. He's missed on more. So I think that if you're just going to do some kind of, reflection, evaluation of the Niners, I would say Kyle Shanahan is an awesome play caller, and they should utilize him for that. And maybe he ought to hit Cabo for the draft. Yeah. Maybe he ought to really defer to his scouts, defer to Lynch a little bit more. Let them kind of, pick the players, and you just coach the players because he's second to none as a play caller, but you can call his drafting into question.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. I just think it was fascinating because I was just thinking about the juxtaposition of both these head coaches and obviously the 49ers in week 1 heading out to Pittsburgh. So we're talking about some of the bigger storylines here and just the storylines in this game as we get, it's 9 days away, so we can talk about it a little bit. Last hour here, Joe Spadoni in for Bonta Hill, Larry Krueger alongside me filling in for Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast. I just wonder if you polled the average fan, hell, you can ask the 49ers fans, if you'd rather have had a Mike Tomlin coach as your head coach or Kyle Shanahan. Personally, I'd like to play for a guy like a Mike Tomlin. He feels like he has a great pulse and sense for his players. Not saying Kyle doesn't, but the way that Mike Tomlin has been able to navigate certain situations there, particularly Antonio Brown, that talk about weird situations with quarterbacks. It was one of the weirdest situations with Antonio Brown. Just toxic. The guy's filming locker room like speeches and stuff like that. That whole thing, he called Le'Veon Bell's bluff when that whole holdout happened. So I just wonder if I ask 49ers fans, which coach, if you could have either one right now, if you can move off of him, sure. You'd rather have Mike Tomlin, Kyle Shanahan. Mike Tomlin's won a Super Bowl. It's a big sticking point for a lot of 49ers fans. Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one, hasn't done it. I know it's been a while since Mike Tomlin's done it. Granted, what was that, his first or second year with the team? Pretty wild.
Kyle Shanahan, though, has got a much better playoff record. Mike Tomlin's sub 500 in the playoffs. Kyle Shanahan
doesn't have a losing record, though, Larry. Kyle's got a couple of those.
What's that?
Doesn't have a losing record ever.
No, he doesn't have a losing record ever, but he also is, the Steelers have one of the great organizations in football. Mike Tomlin, though, is sub 500 in the playoffs. Kyle Shanahan's got almost a 700 winning percentage in the playoffs.
But he also has way more sample size, right, than Kyle Shanahan?
No.
Mike?
No.
How many more games has Mike coached as a head coach in the playoffs as opposed to Kyle Shanahan?
Well, Kyle Shanahan's 6-3 in the playoffs. Mike Tomlin is 8-9.
Okay.
So
there you go. So what? My math.
But also, Mike Tomlin's been the coach since 2007.
I know, it's pretty wild. He's been there that long, huh?
And Shanahan just hasn't been here that long. Shanahan's been the Niners. So Shanahan came in 2017, so he had a 10-year head start on him. I mean, Mike Tomlin's a terrific coach. The thing that also I think is really important to point out about Mike Tomlin that is, to me, the two areas that you really need top coaching for are defensive backfield and offensive line. And Mike Tomlin is one of the best defensive backfield coaches in the sport. And not only can he coach defensive backfield talent, I think he also can evaluate it well. I mean, they traded for Minkah Fitzpatrick. Look what Fitzpatrick has become with the Steelers compared to what he was before. I mean, he was great at Bama, but his first stop in the NFL, he wasn't nearly as good. He's flourished in Pittsburgh.
That was a great trade for them. Dolphins, right? They got him initially. That's just been a tremendous trade for them. And again, week one, San Francisco at Pittsburgh. These are two blue blood organizations, too. Feels like we should have seen them play in a Super Bowl together. Just have never done that. It's pretty wild.
Well, and I'll tell you one thing that kind of rubs me wrong is it rubs me wrong as a lifelong San Franciscan and a 49er person. That the Steelers have so many more Hall of Famers. The Niners offense.
They have one more Super Bowl too.
Yeah, but the Steelers have I think 4 or 5 Hall of Famers from their offense. The only Niners and the Steelers were kind of known for the steel curtain defense, and yet Webster, Swan, Stallworth, Bradshaw, they're all in the Hall of Fame. The Niners have Jerry, Joe, and Steve. Why is Roger not in there? Roger should be in there.
I agree.
To me, the Steelers, maybe it's a proximity to Canton. Maybe it's the passion of their fans, but they're more represented in the Hall of Fame than the Niners are, and the Niners dynasty was equally great.
888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get to Alameda Lou and Mark on the other side. Again, 888-957-9570, 408, real quick on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Big Ben won the Super Bowl, not him. Okay.
Well, he was the coach.
He was the coach. He gets the credit. When Brock Purdy, or if he wins a Super Bowl, who do you think's getting all the credit there? It's Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
What are we doing
and
here?
Mike Tom. I mean, come on, Mike. I think we're talking about 2 of the 5 or 6 best coaches in the game.
I agree. I would agree. I just don't think Mike Tomlin, I brought it up because I just don't think he gets his flowers because he's not a Sean McVay. He's not an Andy Reid. He's not a Kyle Shanahan. He doesn't have, that X's and O's background. But you know what? There's more to being a coach than that. There is something to be said about being a leader of men. And whether you like it or not, in certain scenarios, and this quarterback drama being one of them, I think Mike Tomlin would have handled it a little bit better. Now, he hasn't been in that situation. Maybe that's unfair of me to say. What say you? 888-957-9570. I'll get Larry's thoughts on that on the other side, plus Alameda Lou. Mark, what's coming up on the game is presented by Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries. Lazy Boy makes so much more than recliners. And right now, don't miss the Labor Day event, 30% off store-wide. There's a Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery near you, so hurry in. These prices won't last. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries. Long live the Lazy. Long live Spadoni and Kruger in for Bonte and Chasky right here on the Morning Roast 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That was way more dramatic than I thought it was going to be. Sam Lubman running the board. He did. You know what? Sam's like, actually, no, Spadoni. I'm just going to keep it going. I don't even care. Sam's living his best life right now. Giants just won. And
just vibing this Tarzan soundtrack this morning.
He is vibing. He's vibing the Giants because if you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, then check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball guys with our own Joe Shasky and, yes, Sam Lubman, who bring you all you need to know about the Giants every single week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to podcasts. And also be sure to listen on Monday because it is a Monster Monday on Labor Day. Yes, Labor Day, we will be live and local all day from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Listen right here on 95.7 The Game. We got one more segment here, Larry. We're talking 49ers. We're talking Kyle Shanahan. It's been fun.
But yeah, we talked a lot. A lot of Niners. Padres, by the way. The Giants.
They stink.
The Giants don't look good to me, but you know what? These teams are playing look worse. I mean, the Reds were dead. The Padres came off a 1-5 road trip. I mean, are the Padres going to fire Bob Melvin and AJ Preller? They spent $250 million on their payroll. It's the third highest payroll in all of baseball. The Padres are 8.5 games out of the wild card with a borderline all-star team.
Yeah, they're done.
I mean, they are so done, but I mean, it's like, Bob Melvin must be just absolutely losing his mind right now.
I mean, they brought in Bob Melvin because they thought they needed, a grown-up in the room, if you will. They got Jace Tingler was there before, right? They moved on from him, or was that Texas? I get either one of them confused, but it doesn't matter. Bob Melvin. I don't want to. He's a local guy. I don't want to harp on him.
Went to Cal. Played for the Giants.
A's guy. I'm an A's guy. Just comes up short a lot. We give him, I think, a little too much credit for what he did over there. A little bit.
Maybe.
Came up short a lot in the playoffs. And he had some good A's teams. People are saying, he didn't have the consistency, stuff like that. You look back at that 2014 squad when they made that huge trade for John Lester. I get it. They moved on from Yoenis Cespedes. They were the World Series favorites on July 4th. They barely made it to the wild card. And then they choked that league away.
Yeah, the worst thing they ever did
oh my God.
was give Billy Beane ownership. Because they took away all of his fire.
Yeah.
They took away all the fire from Billy. Billy just became just like another guy who's like, he basically just counting money. Counting money the whole last, whatever, from when Billy, chart the A's, from when Billy got a piece of the pie going forward, they never were the same because he just stopped caring. He stopped caring. He lost his passion to win. And, the scene in Moneyball where Brad Pitt looks at the owner and says, "Hey man, I can't leave here with that." That Billy Beane died as soon as he got a piece of the pie. Right. I mean, it was like that's it. Billy just at that point was just like just another owner cashing checks, carving out a nice little profit for himself. But I got to say, my good buddy Townie told me in spring training because he's a big Padre guy.
Okay, babe.
And I said, Townie, I like the Padres on paper, man. I'm thinking about taking Padres to the over. What do you think? He's like, don't do it. Do not do it, Krug. I'm like, why? And I go, they're loaded. I start naming players. He's like, you know what? Everybody that I've talked to around the Padres said that they get the worst chemistry in the world. So I'm like, you know what, Townie? Just because you said it and you're a Padre guy, I can't go under, but I'm not gonna go Padres over. Man, he saved me some money.
Townie said, I've got the greatest San Diego Padres stat that not even Jesus Guzman knows. Okay? It's coming up next. You know what else is coming up next? Alameda Lou wants to chime in on Shanahan. Get back to a little 49ers here. Yeah, the Giants with the big win yesterday over the Pods. Can they keep that fire over the weekend? But back to the Niners here. Alameda Lou, what's going on? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning. Walking up to the first tee box at Metro right now, just to give you a little insight into my life.
Huge
nice.
Huge.
Hit it straight.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's maybe. But hey, for what it's worth, credit to both of you. I know Larry hung up on me last time. I thought your characterization of like the Tomlin Shanahan dichotomy about what they're both good at was pretty spot on.
Thank you.
They've absolutely whiffed on first-round draft picks, but at the same time, they do get a pass just by virtue of how absolutely elite they've been at getting these guys in the later rounds, right?
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, so, a guy like Shanahan, he gets a hard time because obviously Trey Lance kind of it highlights the issues in the first round and all that. And
oh no, Alameda Lou, we lost you. Call back, Alameda Lou. It must have been a shank right there off the tee for Alameda Lou there.
Are you a golfer?
I am. I haven't been. Well, I have 2 kids and a bunch of problems right now. It's hard to get out there with a 10-month and 3-year-old. I actually have been getting the little guy out to the driving range, which is fun. So I got him a little bit of glove. I need to get him a glove now because we went the other day and his hand started getting hurt. I was like, oh, Daddy got like a little blister, stuff like that. I was like, suck it up, kid. Keep it down.
Well, wait until I've got a 14-year-old, a 17-year-old, a 22-year-old boy, and there's nothing better than playing a foursome with your sons.
I don't know if you know this. I'm one of 10 children, Larry. So I got 6 brothers and 3 sisters. My dad, so all the brothers, we all like to golf, albeit 2 of them, Steve and Sam, aren't big golfers, but everyone else. So whenever I'm down in the Monterey Peninsula, some of my brothers are in town there. We get after it. So it's fun. It's fun. That is one thing my dad passed on to us. Golfing, huge in the Spadoni household.
Seriously.
The worst thing you can do, though, don't get the significant other into golfing because you know what golf is?
It's an escape.
Honey, I hope you're not listening. It's an escape.
Right.
All right? And if you include her or him in the escape, it's gone.
Oh, I hear you.
You're not going to have any free time.
Oh, seriously. And it's like fantasy football. Seriously, we had a guy in our league across the way who was like, yeah, my wife is drafting next. And I'm just like, oh, really? I'm like, oh, God, that sounds awful. So what, you come in after, you're at a long day at, whatever at the station, and you walk into the office and she's like, hey, I've got 3 wide receivers and I can only play 2. I don't want to talk about that. There's a lot of things I want to talk to my wife about, but fantasy football lineups is not one.
Probably not one of them. And yeah, my wife could not care less about anything sports related except for
that's a great situation. That's my wife too.
Except for Jimmy Garoppolo's jawline. That's about it.
She likes Jimmy.
He's gorgeous. How can you not? I like Jimmy. He's a gorgeous human being. He's also Italian. He's a paisan. Come on. Mark, San Jose wants to join in the conversation.
He's still handsome.
He is still
Hey,
handsome.
gentlemen, how's it going?
What's up?
I wanted to push back a little bit on this Kyle Shanahan hype. You guys are saying that him and Tomlin are kind of neck and neck, very similar, different ideologies as far as what their teams do, but do have some similarities. I would kind of push back and argue that Shanahan, I wouldn't even say is a top 4 coordinator offensively in the NFL. Spadoni, how are you not bringing up Josh McDaniels? Josh McDaniels has outperformed him in multiple different ways.
Was Josh McDaniels there last year when they scored 33 a game with their third-string quarterback?
Well, real quick, Mark, with Josh McDaniels, though, he was an assistant, and he also had the greatest quarterback in the history of football in Tom Brady. That helps a little bit.
True. Very, very true. Very true. I just think that we can't really, use that as the crutch for him because Shanahan has had elite defenses. He had the number 1 wideout in the whole NFL with Julio Jones when they were at their peak. So, you can't really use, Tom Brady's a ghost, so now Josh McDaniels is obsolete or isn't in the discussion.
We're not saying that.
Since you want to bring up comparative stats,
I dropped them, sorry.
Look what happened, though, to the Atlanta Falcons with the exact same personnel when he left.
They were chokers.
Sarkisian didn't. It wasn't like they kept it rolling under Sarkisian.
No,
they did not.
They turned into like a joke. It was like, the Falcons just keep blowing leads,
and they still had Julio. They still had Matt Ryan.
Dan Quinn. They
still had
hung on
Devontae Freeman.
Yeah.
Still had Tevin Coleman. I'm not saying Shanahan's a god, but Shanahan's offense works and he produces points.
Oh yeah. Are you kidding me? But when you have Mr. Irrelevant lead you to an NFC Championship game, that perks up your ears a little bit. That's just not a fluke. That doesn't just happen like that. And going from your third quarterback, going from Trey Lance to Jimmy to that, that's not an accident, Larry.
But, I'll say this. The caller does have a point as far as if you want to look at, the skill position players that the 49ers have invested relatively high picks in. since Shanahan's been the coach.
Not been great.
Cameron Latou this year in the 3rd round.
Torn meniscus.
Last year, Ty Davis Price, Danny Gray in round 3. Neither of those guys have done anything yet. Trey Lance, 2021 draft, first round. Trey Sermon, 2021 draft, round 3.
I don't even think he's on a team now.
He did get Ayuk in 2020. That's a good one. But go the year before that. And he got Debo the year before that. But Jalen Hurd, 3rd round pick, 2019. Dante Pettis, traded up for him. 2018 draft, 2nd round. Not to mention C.J. Beathard, 3rd round pick. For Joe Williams, 4th round pick. I mean, did get Kittle in the 5th round. So, I mean, there's been hits, there's been misses, but where they've really swung and missed are a lot of these trade-ups for skill position guys that they took on day 1 or day 2 of the draft. All I'm saying is, maybe if, we'll see how this year goes, but maybe Kyle would be best served the way Tomlin is served. Tomlin is not the central focus of the Steelers draft. He's the coach. How about Kyle coaches the team and let Lynch draft the team?
Well, think back down in Los Angeles. What's the dichotomy over there? What's the dynamic there? Sean McVay, Les Snead.
Yeah, Les Snead's done a nice job.
He's done a great job. Like, you can say if you don't agree with the process and, the F them picks, all that sort of stuff.
They've traded a lot of those picks.
They did, and they got a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, that's just,
But I will say this, though. I mean, and this has to be brought up. I do like the Niners' approach to let's try to be competitive for a Super Bowl every year, as opposed to the Rams' approach of we're just going to go trade all of our picks, get all these guys on a huge cap, and then basically roll over dead for 3 or 4
you think
years.
Part of that, though, was the market they were in being the new, the new blood, if you will. They're coming back. They need to make a splash. And winning a Super Bowl, there is no bigger splash than that. So that's going to pay dividends for fans, young fans there moving forward.
It was about Kroenke and the way they viewed their franchise, and you're totally spot on. It was the battle for L.A. They had been gone. When they came back, they realized, hey, L.A. was really more Raiders than Rams. The Rams hadn't been there since the 93, I think they left for
Niners too. Yeah,
the Niners. I mean, look at even now. And the Niners go play the Rams. The Niner fans are going to take over that stadium.
Yep. And it's not going to be the Chargers, I tell you that. And you're going to see USC this year if they're good again. USC football is still the king down there.
Yeah.
When they are good, they dominate that sports market. 888-957-9570. But it's a good point about Kyle Shanahan, I think, because as much as we like to criticize him, and it's easy for us to criticize, like we're behind the microphones every single day, we do that. I'm not an NFL head coach. You're not an NFL. But to see what this guy has done and built here, given the instability, which is putting it nicely, at the quarterback position, he is up there, the top 3 or 4 or 5 head coaches, whether you like it or not. Like, if you pulled GMs around here, or the other his peers, he's up there in the top 5 every single time.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not even close.
At the end of the day, I don't give a crap if he gets snippy with Mayoko or any other media person. I really don't care. To me, that's totally secondary. Do I want him to get snippy? No. Do I like him more because he gets snippy? No. In an ideal world, would he be a little bit more accepting of self-criticism? I guess. But at the end of the day, they've been in 3 of the last 4 NFC Championship games. Before he was here, they had Jim Tomsula, Chip Kelly. I mean, they were wandering around in the dark. Let's just be careful. People want to go back in time. You really want to go back in time? I mean, seriously, you really enjoyed the Tomsula and Kelly eras of Niner football. I mean, nobody's perfect. They haven't won the Super Bowl yet, but I look at Shanahan kind of the way people looked at Andy Reid in Philly.
Yeah.
He's a really good offensive coach that just hasn't climbed to the top of the mountain yet. But I believe it's going to happen. I really do.
It's interesting you bring up Andy Reid. He was there for 13 years, 99 to 2012 out in Philadelphia, never won a Super Bowl.
And was sub 500 in the playoffs.
He was. He got to, 4 straight NFC championships. He got that 1 Super Bowl, obviously.
Couldn't win the big one. That was the deal.
Donovan McNabb not conditioned to run a 2-minute drill, thrown up in the huddle. We get all that. But he moved on to Kansas City, and eventually he got his guy, and that changed everything. It's about the quarterback, ultimately. The head coach can only get you so far. The guy's got to make plays. Patrick Mahomes, he changed the whole how we view Andy Reid.
Right.
We now view him as one of the greatest coaches of all time because of their dominance the last 3 to 4 years. Can Brock Purdy, I'm not saying he's Patrick Mahomes, can he be that for Kyle Shanahan. Do you believe that, Larry? Can he be that
I do
savior?
believe the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy together can win a Super Bowl.
Okay.
I do. I absolutely do.
Okay.
Can he be Mahomes? That sounds.
He's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Already.
Yeah, look at Belichick post Brady.
Yeah.
I mean, he's hiring guys like Joe Judge and Matt Patricia to coach on the offensive side of the football.
Bill O'Brien's back.
Bill O'Brien's back this year.
Yeah.
We'll see if that makes a difference. But I'm just saying, the bloom is a little bit off of the Belichick rose. That was debated for years in the 80s. Did Walsh make Joe? Did Joe make Walsh?
Point.
And I think a lot of people at the time thought that Walsh made Joe. But in hindsight, I kind of think it probably was the other way around.
And Andy Reid, by the way, he's a San Francisco State Gator. Did you know that? 1983, 1985, also offensive line coach.
Yep.
Go Gators. I'm a Gator. Where'd you go? Where did you
I
go?
went to Sac State.
Sac State. All right, let's go. Hey, California State colleges. Let's go. Shout out.
I dated some girls from San Francisco State.
There you go. Dude, you're Mr. World. You are Pitbull. You are. You got the name drops. Dale over here. Come on, man.
Seriously, I've done the walk of shame from that. What was the that big high rise by Lake Merced golf course?
Great question. I don't know.
Remember, it was a big dorm. It was like a gigantic dorm.
Did not live on campus. I was a transfer.
Okay.
Shout out junior colleges. I went to
spent a few nights in there.
Monterey Peninsula College. Shout out David Fales. He was an alum there. You know David Fales, San Jose State, NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
Palma High School, where I went. Salinas, my guy. Went to Berkeley City College, Laney, so the Peralta School District. So I've been around here. There you go. Yeah, they got
Last Chance U.
They got action over there.
I love Last Chance U, and I love Beam. That was one of my favorite Netflix.
I haven't gotten to Last Chance U. What I've been getting into.
You haven't seen that?
I haven't yet.
You went to Laney?
I have. Well, just a semester. I took one.
Just go watch that. You'll love that.
I've been getting into a lot of the Netflix docs though. The Untold Stories. So I need to get into the Manti Te'o one. I did the Johnny Football. We were talking about that earlier. The Johnny Football one, Johnny Manziel, his whole rise and fall, what he's been doing. And I just got done with Swamp Kings, the Florida Gator one. In Florida, obviously, their football team lost yesterday to Utah to open up the year. But a little too much of an Urban Meyer love fest in that one. I don't know if you've seen it yet.
No, I haven't seen that.
I didn't really. I was like hoping to more of the nitty gritty, kind of off the field, kind of antics, but it was more of a Tebow and Meyer love fest. And I was just like, yeah.
I do love the docs, though. I do love. Yeah. The one that I really loved, I saw it about a year ago on there, was the Malice at the Palace doc.
Oh, fascinating!
Did you see that one?
I haven't seen that one yet, but I know the story.
Really good.
Yes,
yeah. Well, of
Ron
course,
Artest. Meta World Peace.
Right,
Let's go.
right. Ben Wallace bumps you chest to chest and challenges you to a fight. I don't want any part of that. Oh, some weak guy in the 15th row throws an ice cube. Oh my God, I got to get up there and kick his ass. I mean, that was that. I thought Artest showed remarkable restraint when Ben Wallace wanted to fight him, but when some high school kid threw an ice cube at him, it was like, that guy's got to go down.
Well, Bob Myers, former GM and president of basketball operations of the Golden State Warriors, he was an agent for one of those dudes, wasn't he, at the time? I may be mistaken here, but Bob Myers was an agent for one of the players that was involved in that scuffle. Text line, help me out. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, 888-957-9570. But quarterback docs, all these sort of docs, I'm interested. But that was for the offseason, Larry.
Yeah. Oh, no. In season.
We got football now.
Seriously.
I don't have to watch any of those docs. I'm going to be taping stuff like you.
Oh, man. You know what? My kid ordered me the NFL Plus, so now I'm addicted to the All 22. I'm like scouting again. I'm sitting there rolling.
Out there.
I'm rolling that thing back and forth. I mean, seriously, when the Niners got Darnold, I went through all of his All 22 from Carolina last year. I mean, once you get the All 22, only thing about it is I wish I had the old machine where you could roll it back and forth like they actually do in the facility. It's a little bit more difficult to rewind, and I like to watch each play like 19,000 times.
Jermaine O'Neal, thank you. That was Bob Myers, was his agent at the time when O'Neal was in Indiana. So there you go.
Jermaine O'Neal, former Warrior.
There you go. Absolutely.
Really underrated player.
God, the Warrior. Like this is the most wonderful time of the sports calendar for me, because we got college, we got NFL, and then before you know it, we got basketball. And we have an in-season tournament now. Did you know that?
Oh my God, that was the worst idea of all time.
What's
the purpose of that?
Hey, we're trying.
I mean, seriously, who cares about that? I mean,
money is the purpose.
But I mean, what do you even get if you win?
Football, baby.
If you win that, what do you get?
You get money.
I mean, yeah, That is the most ridiculous thing. Let's give guys. What's the minimum salary in the league? $5 million or something?
No, it's not $5 million. Let's see.
Minimum, what's the average
NBA
salary? What's the average salary in the league? Probably $5 million.
0 years of experience, salary $1.1 million in the NBA.
Okay, that's
pretty good.
That's
pretty
the
good.
lowest. But what's the average?
Oh, average salary.
The average
in the
NBA player makes $5 million.
Sure it is. The average NBA player makes about $9.6 million.
Last year. The average is $9 million, and you have a tournament and you're giving them cash.
Sam, you sound like Bane back there. Do you have a mask on?
Yes, I do have
he does. He is. He was merely born in the darkness. Yes, there you go. He's molded by it.
Molded by it.
There you go. I butchered that, but that's all right.
That tournament is just the worst idea of all time.
It is,
and when's it going to be played? And
November, and then like the final, like the knockout stages will be in December. So November, you'll have, who are they? Have OKC, Minnesota, then another team.
And it's in addition to 82?
Well, some of them are included. If you get to the championship and knockout stages, those and there's 2 games there, I think, or 3. I'm not sure. Like 2 of those are an extra. So
I mean, once again,
and then really quick. So if
the question is why?
I know
why.
Well, so if you do win, there is a prize pool of about $18 million, and the players on the winning team get an extra $500,000 each. So you're playing for a little bit of money.
I mean, once again, why?
It's silly.
Why? Because the NCAA tournament's cool? Is that what this is about?
Well, I think it's more to compete with what they're doing over in like English Premier League and stuff like that. Like when like the Euro leagues, all the soccer stuff, they have their in-season tournaments but the cool thing about that is you get like your Premier League versus Spain or France or Italy or
there's nationalism, there's all kinds of things going on there.
But there's no equivalent to that in the NBA. Like I think it'd actually be kind of cool if it was more of a FIBA type of thing. Hey, let's have some teams play against, I don't know, the Spanish, some of the best professional teams over there, or Serbia, stuff like that. That's a little more interesting than, I don't know, playing the Thunder 3 times in the month of November. Like, whatever.
I love the NCAA tournament format. You tune in, you watch it, no matter what game you're watching, the winner's moving on, the loser's going home. And that in and of itself will make you watch subpar basketball.
Yeah.
Skill level, guys breaking free throws and all kinds of terrible ball. You'll watch it because somebody's moving on and somebody's going home. So I understand the desire for the tournament style, but I mean, unless there's a way to do it that somehow does something for somebody other than line the pockets of guys who are already millionaires, I don't see it. I don't see them playing really, really hard. I mean, just for a few extra bucks. I mean, it's to me, it would have played better if it was for charity. It would have played better if it was something that you got team wise, just for cash. I don't know.
What I'm rooting for
I think they missed on it.
The thing I'm rooting for is I want the Warriors to keep winning, and then the Lakers, and then they'll meet in the month of December instead of waiting all the way till the end of January or whatever it is. Lakers and Warriors don't play until the end of January. So if both of them win and dominate their groups,
there's no Warrior-Laker game in either location until the end of January.
Correct.
So then they play a bunch between then and April?
Correct.
That's bizarre.
It's very bizarre. So that's why I'm rooting for that in-season tournament if they can meet in that conference final tournament style. Will they hang a banner for it, Larry?
Oh, my God.
The inaugural in-season tournament?
We're going to have banners up there.
You know what they're going to do? They're going to raise the cup like they do in soccer and stuff like that. The confetti's going to fly everywhere. They're going to be jumping around. It's going to be like a mini championship.
By the way, didn't Joe do a TK podcast this morning that got released? I haven't heard that yet.
I haven't heard that yet. Cannot wait for that. Joe Lacob, again, a fascinating year in Bay Area sports. The Warriors coming up here in a month or two. What's it going to be like with Chris Paul, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green? The dark cloud's gone, Larry. There's no more dark cloud. Jordan Poole's out of here. I don't want excuses.
Yeah.
No more excuses.
Oh my gosh.
You're
I mean,
you're not a believer. You're not a believer in this squad this year.
Well, I just don't like the idea of trading a 23-year-old ascending player for a 38-year-old broken player.
Okay.
I mean, the odds that it works out are like
now
5%. Maybe
you would say ascending player, one say losing player. Someone other would say
he was an ascending basketball player, and he played a lot of key minutes for you, and you won a championship.
Did Jordan Poole regress this past season? Was he ascending though?
There's no. I'll say this. I said it.
He got. To no fault of his own.
He was a broken player.
Yes,
he was a broken player,
and
he didn't want to do what he did well, and he did want to do what Steph does well.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, You're not Steph. You can't take heat check 32-footers. You're a 25% three-point shooter in the playoffs and 32% for the year. But he decided he was Steph. And then the other big issue with Poole is that he didn't want the contact in the lane, and he had a terrible relationship with the officials.
Yeah.
So if you're a 94% foul shooter and that's really your game, and you're on a team where there's all these perimeter shooters, your job is to put it on the deck and get into the lane and go to the line. He didn't want to do that.
No.
And then what happened was when he wasn't getting calls, he sat there and pouted about it while the game continued on. So, I mean, they had to move off of him. But moving off of him for Chris Paul, I mean, wow.
I know.
Wow.
He's enemy number one, but when he contributes that first game winner, that step back three-pointer or mid-range, you're going to love him. You'll embrace him, Warrior fans, because he's a winner. Chris Paul's a winner. Come on. He's a Hall of Famer. He's been there. He's done that.
What's the over-under a number of
won the
appearances?
championship.
Over-under number of appearances on the injured list for Chris Paul this year. What's your over-under?
You can say
4?
He'll be
4 appearances on the injured list. I'm going over.
I'll take the over there.
Oh, boy. Well, he's not going to be out. He'll probably be coming off the bench. He has to adjust to a new role.
You're now coaching the team? Isn't that his line?
Oh, hold on. I got it, Larry.
You coaching?
You coaching?
That was an all-timer. I cannot wait for the first.
I love the way he did that, though.
The first argument between Draymond and Chris Paul on the court. Everyone's going to be zooming in. What are they talking about? What's going on? Is he clapping in his face? Is he not?
I hope Draymond drops him in the first practice.
I cannot.
Just a more severe punch than what he delivered to Poole.
Oh my God!
Just a crusher right to Chris Paul's jaw.
That one would be deserved.
I think a lot of Warriors fans actually feel that until he does something in a Warriors uniform and contributes to a win, a lot of people will still be skeptical. Let's get back into the Niners. We got about another 10 minutes here real quick. I wanted to play some of the sound. Kurt Benkert. You're familiar with Kurt Benkert, correct?
Yeah, former Illini quarterback, was in camp with the Niners. I thought he said some things today about Brock Purdy with the girl who used to be on
Kay Adams, the Up and Adams podcast there via FanDuel. Yeah, formerly of NFL Network. Kay Adams does a hell of a job there. Kurt Benkert on there, obviously, formerly 49ers quarterback there, backup in training camp with the Green Bay Packers as well. Here's him talking about how surprised he was with Purdy emerging last year.
It's just funny to see how Brock excelled in that offense, because while I was there for my 3 months, he was the third string guy that just barely made the cuts, and he was the rookie, and he was pretty much treated as such. And then to see him come in and save the season and resurrect what's going on, and also add crazy value and become, in my opinion, the best player, the best quarterback that they had last year, while he was playing. It's just really cool to see that dynamic change. And I wish that I could have been a fly on the wall a little bit longer to see how they treated him after he stepped in, and they were like, oh, wow, he's the guy.
And we've been hearing stories about that. You saw many articles. Albert Breer had a good one with the Monday Morning Quarterback. Albert Breer obviously covers the league at a tremendously high level. And he was talking to Shanahan, and he was talking to guys like Fred Warner and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, they knew he was the guy. Fred wasn't worried about when Jimmy had to leave, and there wasn't a sense of dread throughout the locker room when Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt in that Dolphins game. It was, oh, we got Brock. That's kind of unheard of for a third-string quarterback, Larry, to Kurt's point.
And it's not bogus.
No.
It's totally legit.
No, I don't think Fred Warner
would be.
Fred Warner wouldn't be sugarcoating stuff like that. He's an all-pro.
I remember walking in there. I remember walking from the parking lot into the Niner facility on that Tuesday after the Miami game. And I thought to myself, this is going to be really interesting. We're going to find out exactly how much this team believes in Brock Purdy by what kind of vibe there is in that room. They had beaten Miami, but it was still the third-string quarterback, and nothing had changed the reality of your starters done for the year. You'd already lost Trey Lance, so you knew you were going the rest of the way with Brock Purdy. And I said to myself, man, we're gonna walk into that room and we're gonna find out. Without these guys even talking, they're gonna tell us by the vibe in that room their level of belief in Brock Purdy. I walked in the room and I was floored. It was like Jimmy had never gotten hurt. It was like they had so much belief in Brock Purdy based on, I guess, that game, but maybe what he had shown in the summer and in training camp and in the preseason. Guys were bouncing around. There was enthusiasm. It was like nothing had happened. How many teams could lose their starting quarterback, be leaning on a Mr. Irrelevant third-string rookie, and there was no change at all in the vibe? It was like, yeah, hey, we got this. Brock, we're plugging in Brock. We're not going to miss a beat. Away we go. I mean, so that told me that the players, one, they really break down this situation. They evaluate the rest of their teammates probably more than the media does, more than the fans do. They knew what they had in Purdy. And there was not one guy in that room. I interviewed like 6-7 guys that day. There wasn't one guy in that room that put out any vibe or any comment that in any way didn't just have total belief in Brock Purdy. That to me spoke loudly.
More from Ben Kurt again on with the Up and Adams podcast via FanDuel there. Kurt Benkert, formerly of the San Francisco 49ers, spent some time in training camp with Brock Purdy when he was with the 49ers. And here's more. And if he saw anything special from Purdy before he became a starter.
He's just like fiery, competitive, and you just knew like every single day of practice he was going to do the same exact thing. He already had like this kind of that mentality to like, at the end of every practice, he had the script and the plays that he didn't get in practice that Jimmy got because he was the backup. He was walking through them after the practice was over. And it was 15 to 20 minutes, sometimes 30 minutes every single day. And that's just what he was doing. And so you knew like, oh, like he's not just a rookie. And the thing is, I came in and I was behind him and it was like, hey, we need to get him as many reps as possible, get him ready. Like you're not competing. And so that was his role, was being the number two, being the best that he could be. And then him knowing that like, hey, there's been injury history here. Like I have got to get ready to go. So he owned that moment. And then obviously he was comfortable enough in the offense to go like make plays that were outside of the system.
Ben Kurt there talking about Brock Purdy, and he's always had that fiery kind of attitude. And it's just unbelievable. We're here almost at week 1 and Mr. Irrelevant, who played 8 games last year and took the team to the NFC Championship game, all these expectations on him to get to another NFC Championship game, to get to a Super Bowl. It's unbelievable. It really is. If we're talking about storylines in the league, how is this not in the top 5? How is this not like still like the number 1 storyline in the league? Like obviously you got your Mahomeses, you got your Aaron Rodgers, stuff like that. Can Brock freaking Purdy beat those guys out for a Super Bowl? It's crazy that it's even a conversation.
If it happens, you're talking about something that almost transcends the NFL. I mean, you're talking about something that they would make a Disney Channel movie about.
It's a Kurt Warner kind of a thing.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Irrelevant to Super Bowl champion. But I'll say this, there's a maturity about Purdy, too, that's really interesting. It's like I asked him early in camp last year, well before he ever became the starter. I said, what's your mindset, whether back in college, what are you trying to do night before a game? Are you watching a movie with your girl? You making food? You go out? What is your night before the game mode? And he's like, I like to go through the game plan, and I like to go, have a nice meal, and then go through the game plan and just kind of go through what I'm going to be asked to do on every play, and just kind of mentally go through it until I feel like I've got it down and committed to memory. And I'm thinking to myself, this guy's 23 years old. When I was 23 years old, all I knew is I wanted to go to a bar.
You're at SF State hanging out.
Yeah. I mean, 23? I mean, seriously. I mean, there's a lot of people that don't have that level of maturity and focus and determination and drive ever, let alone at 23. Wow. So in a lot of ways, the guy's kind of an old soul. He's very, very motivated. He's very grounded. He's not a Bible thumper, but you can clearly tell by talking to him that his faith is kind of the central purpose of his existence.
JC.
And he says a lot of things like, I stay where my feet are. And, he doesn't get carried away in any situation, but he's got this quiet determination to get better and, make the most of his God-given ability. And, I think he proved last year he's got the goods. And now it's just a matter of, can he stay healthy? Take it one step at a time, and let's see how far you can take this thing. I think they can win it all with him. I really believe they can do it.
One thing I will say, under the Kyle Shanahan tenure, all the quarterbacks he's had, whether you want to talk about the whole years, the Beathard, the Mullins, Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, now Brock Purdy, not a lot of divas. Very, very mature individuals on each one of them. That's something they do target and target well, is the individual in the psyche. And I think they nailed it with Brock Purdy. Even if you want to say it's lucky that they got him and stuff like that, sure, you can say it. But they made the draft pick. You know what? They get the credit for it because they went out and got that guy. It's not like he was an undrafted free agent. He was drafted, albeit the last pick in the draft, and they get credit for that.
Yeah. Well, and also, they obviously saw something in him. Otherwise, they easily could just wait until the undrafted time and go sign him as an undrafted free agent. and obviously they saw something in him. The talk was that they had like a 4th-round grade on him, and so they were thinking about him in the 4th round, didn't take him. Thinking about him in the 5th round, didn't take him. He's staring them in the face in the 7th round, and they take him with the last pick. The son of a minor league baseball player, so he's got the good genes. He's got an athletic family. I think his brothers and sisters are very athletic as
Quick
well.
release. Did he play baseball when he was younger, like his dad?
I think he did.
Dual sport athlete. Those are huge.
But
Tom Brady.
Then you look at the Brock Purdy story. I mean, he was like the player of the year in the state of Arizona, and then started immediately as a freshman. So, Iowa State, and then look at what Iowa State became. Let's be honest here. A lot of people say, "Well, it's Purdy, it's luck, and this and that." Well, is it luck that Iowa State was really not a national power when he got there? He led them to a Fiesta Bowl. When he left, I think they went like 1-8 in the conference. So
not good.
There you go.
You know what else is good though? The Fast Five. It's time for it. The Xfinity Fast Five. It does indeed start now, and the future starts now for Brock Purdy as well. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where the 4 of us and 1 of you give our final thoughts on the show. Text us your final thought for the show now, and you might just be featured on the Xfinity Fast Five. Larry, it's been fun. What are your final thoughts of the week on this Labor Day weekend?
Well, you know what? I'm going to use my final thought to honor a guy who I've met. I've dropped a lot of names in this show, so I might as well drop one more. The late Gil Brandt.
Yeah, R.I.P.
The late Gil Brandt, vice president of player personnel for the Dallas Cowboys for 28 years. Dallas had, basically, Jerry Jones fired him in '89 when he bought the team. Cowboys had 20 consecutive winning seasons, made 5 Super Bowl appearances, and won a couple rings because of Gil Brandt. There would be no scouting combine without Gil Brandt. As a young scout, I talked to him many, many, many times. He always had an encouraging word. I love Gil Brandt. He had a great long life, 91 years of age, and he leaves us this week. Arguably one of the greatest scouts in the history of the NFL. Rest in peace, Gil.
Oh, that's well said. R.I.P. Gil Brandt. And I know he had those comments a couple years ago prior to his passing about when Dwayne Haskins passed away. I don't choose to remember people at their worst moments. I remember them. They're good times, stuff like that. Gil Brandt had many good moments, affected a lot of people. Hell, our own Brian Baldinger. He helped draft him. Brian Baldinger, our guy right here at 95.7 The Game, had great things to say about him as well. So R.I.P. Gil Brandt. Sam Lubman, what do you got?
Yeah, so the Giants have won 4 of their last 5, which matches the same number of wins they got in the previous 16 games. So seeing a little bit of improvement there. And, you got the lineup getting a little bit healthier. The pitching rotation's looking a little bit more set in stone right now, and the schedule's starting to lighten up a little bit. I said if the Giants can go 20-13 in their final 33 games, that gets them 86 wins and probably locks them into a playoff spot. They're off to a 4-1 start there, so let's see them keep it going, because if they can get through this road trip here in San Diego and Chicago, they have a pretty solid stretch after that could get them right back in the thick of this thing.
Snell and Harrison this weekend. That's something to look forward to this weekend.
That'll be fun. Cam, what do you got back there, buddy?
I'll just say this. The Niners should be pretty solid going into the week 1 versus the Steelers. As long as they're hitting their P's and their Q's, staying on top of everything, the team should mesh well together.
There you go. That's Cam. He's got a great voice. Voice for radio.
Great pipes.
Unlike your boy here. Don't forget the closing read. See it right here. I should give mine, right? Happy anniversary to my lovely wife, Jade. We celebrate 6 years tomorrow being married. So I love you. We're going to go out tonight, go have some nice dinner, and go relax a little bit. That was the Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Up next with Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Steiny and Goo right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what is going on, Bay Area? Steiny and Guru out today. Evan Giddings, along with my man Alan Stiles, in with you 10 to 2. Very excited on a feel-good Friday. Not a payday Friday, but that's okay, Alan, because we got 4 hours to chop it up. I'm excited, man. What's going on? How are you?
Oh, not too much. I haven't seen you since we were talking in the green room whether it was technically a Euro trip or not. I don't think you hit enough countries, but
only three.
Only three. That's not a Euro trip. That's just a normal trip to Europe for me, but glad to have you back. I followed you on the gram. It looked like you had an awesome time, so I'm happy for you, and I'm happy to be back with you.
Yeah, no, it's awesome because, look, we've had the chance to do shows. We've done weekends. I think we might have even done a night show.
Yeah.
We've of course, we've done broadcasts together.
Play-by-play.
Yeah. We've done it all, but we haven't had a chance to chop it up from 10 to 2 on Steiny and
That's
Guru.
true. That's
so
true.
I'm excited to rock with you, man.
Yeah, let's do it.
And it's a feel-good Friday, right? Like, there's been a lot that has been made about the San Francisco 49ers, what we expect of them, what we do not expect of them, and maybe with the guise of the Trey Lance trade, along with Nick Bosa not being in practice yet, wondering what's going to happen with these negotiations. There's been a lot of negativity surrounding this team. And some of it that we got into yesterday with Steiny, I can kind of understand. But today, I really just want to do away with that, Alan, because why does there have to be a caveat to everything 49ers related?
Yeah.
Anytime there's a positive, it has to come with a negative. And I'm not saying you can't be critical, but today, on a Feel Good Friday, I want to know what people are most excited about as it pertains to the San Francisco 49ers, because they're one of two teams in my mind that have a legit chance to win the NFC.
Right.
We're not talking about, the Atlanta Falcons. We're not talking about the bottom dwellers of either conference. We're talking about a potential powerhouse in the NFC, and that's what I want to focus on and start with today.
No, I hear you. Now, why I think that there is some pessimism, I think people might feel like they've been burned in the past and they've gotten so close, and you can almost taste it. I've been to a Super Bowl. You haven't gotten it done, and it's not just with Shanahan. I feel like Shanahan is getting some of just the years and years that the Niner fans have been waiting for number 6, because you got there with Harbaugh, you couldn't get it done. And then Shanahan gets you there, you still couldn't get it done. But I hear what you're saying. Feel Good Friday. I understand why people might have some cause to pause. I'll just believe it when I see it, especially when you've done everything but win the big one. There's a lot to be excited about. Number one, to me, Evan, I'm just excited for Debo, because I love when somebody has something to prove. And I think Debo, we all knew who Debo was a couple years ago when it was just the Debo show. The do-it-all Debo, he's creating a whole new position. We knew what Debo was, and we looked at him as this almost superhero. Things changed a little bit once you got Christian McCaffrey, some injuries, things like that, a new quarterback. And Debo, Shanahan said he continues to send him selfies with his shirt off, and Shanahan's thinking, okay, I've seen enough of that. And you even saw Debo in that preseason game, in the second preseason game, where he just went off, right? In just those 2 plays, I don't care if this is preseason, I got something to prove. So personally, that's what I'm very excited about. I've been critical of Debo as a wide receiver and his ability to run routes, but honestly, that might have just been because of what he's been asked to do. I remember seeing Debo at the Senior Bowl. That dude, we talk a lot about Brandon Ayuk. Debo can run some routes now. Don't sleep on that. So I think we're going to see a rejuvenized Debo with something to prove, and I'm excited to see that.
And by the way, for those wondering, Guru's still a little bit under the weather. He'll hopefully be back next week. Steiny's with family today, so that's why you got Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles with you on 95.7 The Game, taking you up until 2 o'clock. I'm with you, Alan. I think that this season does line up for a huge resurgence from Deebo Samuel, because one of the reasons why I have been a little worried about not Nick Bosa and his contract getting done, but the ramifications of that are because of what we saw last year with Deebo Samuel. This season, a completely clean slate. I also think the emergence of Brandon Ayuk is not something that's going to take away or hinder Deebo Samuel, but could allow him to thrive in various roles, whether it's out of the backfield, whether it's in the slot, whether it's on the outside. I do think that Deebo Samuel, with the point guard ability of Brock Purdy, is in a place now where Sure, he's making a lot of money.
Yeah.
But he's going to have a chance to put that all behind him and go back to just doing what he does best, which is play ball. Like Deebo Samuel is the epitome of a football player. His routes may not be the crispest, though he can do it. He may not be the fastest, except when you get him on tape and you see him run. Why is he burning by safeties?
Right.
Like he is kind of a little bit of an outlier in the best sense, and that's what we saw in 2021. I don't know if we're going to get the first-team All-Pro Deebo, but we might get somebody a lot closer to that than the one we saw last year.
Yeah, and you don't necessarily need the All-Pro Deebo because you have Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk, all these guys that are also going to be able to contribute. And I think Brock Purdy himself, he understands that, okay, when we talk about Brock and, hey, what are teams going to key in on Brock, and we can get into that a little bit later, it is going to be hard for teams to key in on anything because of the playmakers that they have. But one thing that we saw was how much Brock liked, hey, diddle Kittle up the middle. Mm-hmm. So if that's something where you got to pick your poison and teams say, all right, let's try to take away George Kittle, Deebo is just going to be licking his chops thinking, okay, you can take him away. Don't forget about me, though. And I think that is going to be the theme for Deebo all season. Forgot about D, not forgot about Dre, forgot about Deebo, because I think some of us did forget about Deebo a little bit just with how good Christian McCaffrey is and what he has brought to this offense. And I think about it like this, Evan. when the Warriors got Kevin Durant, right? And you talk about the heart and soul. We knew that when Kevin Durant came, and I'm not comparing Deebo and Christian McCaffrey to KD and Steph, but we knew that it was Steph's world, but Kevin Durant, we understand what he could do, and it's just a bit different. Christian McCaffrey coming to this team has taken the offense to another level, but there's something about that Deebo run that just gets people in their feels in a way that it won't be the same for Christian McCaffrey. I'm not speaking for everybody. Everybody will feel it, but when Deebo gets going, it gets the people going.
Well, and that's a big part of this, too, is, we have not talked a ton about, in my opinion, the best weapon they have, which is number 23.
Yeah.
Because I think that there's a little hesitance because of some of the injuries in his past, but that's why I also believe that there could be more mouths that are able to eat this year, especially early in the season, maybe not in the latter half, but if Christian McCaffrey is going to be a focal part of this offense throughout the entire year, you're going to have to keep him healthy.
Right.
So that means you might see Deebo Samuel go back to the backfield. You might see Ayuk on the outside running those routes. Kittle, who had 6 touchdowns in his last 5 weeks with Brock Purdy, how's he going to be as far as efficient and continue to eat in the red zone? Like, there is a lot to love about this offense. And to me, it does start, like I see on YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Ayuk's going to have a big year, Alpha Beta. We're seeing it from Deebo. A lot of love for Brock Purdy. And that, for me, is where things start and end.
See, can I push back, though?
Of course.
Because there is, and I hate my overused sports terms, but there is only one ball. And somebody, I wouldn't necessarily say regress, but might plateau. I'm worried, Evan, about Brandon Ayuk. If you look at everybody, if you look at Christian McCaffrey, we just talked about Deebo. Obviously, you have Brandon Ayuk, you have George Kittle. If there was somebody I could say, all right, if I had to pick someone, Brandon Ayuk would be the person I would pick, partly because he is the most traditional wide receiver that they have, and I don't know that this offense is quite traditional. So I'm worried about Brandon Ayuk, not necessarily regressing, but maybe plateauing a little bit, not being able to
I'm scared.
And by the way, I'm glad you played that because on the Xfinity Mobile text line,
Goo?
the 408, wow, Steiny and Goo went back in time. Young Steiny and Goo. That might be the text of the day already. So I'm worried about
out to the 408.
There you go.
Appreciate
I'm worried about Brandon Ayuk more than the other skill players.
But you're worried in a sense that if we're looking for him to take off, like his tweet about being the 4th option in a run-first offense, I'm about to take off this year, your definition of taking off would not be the 1,500 yards that people are just penciling him in for. It'd be closer to what he did last year, which is 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns,
just staying
a
where
very
he is.
efficient receiver.
Right, not regressing, but getting to the point where he's thinking in his mind, is this offense allowing me to cook and allowing me to ascend as much as other offenses would? And the answer is probably going to be no. simply because of the weapons that they have. So and it's a worry for Brandon Ayuk specifically. It's not a worry about the team. It's just if you look at Brandon Ayuk and his growth, I could see him being the odd man out.
What are you most excited about the San Francisco 49ers? 888-957-9570. That's the number to call in. That's the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. We see on the YouTube and Twitch chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Is it a Brandon Ayuk? Is it a Deebo Samuel? Is it when he possibly returns? And we are going to get into Nick Bosa, no doubt, because according to Jason Dumas, our friend and family here at 95.7 The Game, there could be a deal coming down very soon by the end of this day, by the end of the weekend, hopefully before the beginning of week 1 for Nick Bosa and his contract extension with the San Francisco 49ers. Are you excited about him? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Kyle Shanahan? Because, again, if we're talking about how Brandon Ayuk could have a chance to excel and eat in this offense, well, the amount of plays that are going to be drawn up for him and how Brock Purdy gets in the ball are probably the most important part. I don't think that when I hear Brandon Ayuk and I hear ready to take off, he's going to have a breakout year.
Yeah.
Well, last year was a little bit of a breakout season. I mean, 1,000 yards. He separated himself from Deebo in the sense he's a better route runner. He's more of the prototypical wide receiver. He probably could go be a number one on, I don't know, half the league.
Yes.
I do wonder, though, if Brandon Ayuk is the type of person to be the diva wide receiver, or if he's the type of person to be okay with, hey, this week, you're 120 and eight receptions for a touchdown. This week, we need to be more of a decoy. We needed to run your routes, and we need you to open things up for our running game because we're going to pound whoever can't stop anything that we got in the backfield. I don't think Brandon Ayuk is a diva-type wide receiver. I think that was flushed out by Kyle Shanahan early in his tenure when he was quote-unquote in the doghouse. And I think what Brandon Ayuk, along with the rest of these guys, have most importantly at the forefront of their mind is we just want to win.
Yeah, and that's why there's so much on this season. Because when everybody wins, what did Jamal Murray say for the Nuggets? When everybody wins, everybody eats. And they're all eating out there, and we understand that. I will say, though, Brandon Ayuk from the doghouse days, that's a couple years ago now. You mature quickly. So this wide-eyed, bushy-tailed rookie, second-year wide receiver, oh my gosh, I'm trying to not tick off my coach and all those things. Once you get a little bit older and you get a little bit more dip on your chip, things change. And it's all right, man. I was in the doghouse, what was that, a couple years ago?
Yeah.
We all know what I can do. And we all know that I am not going to be able to do all that I can do in this offense. Now, if you win a Super Bowl, nobody's complaining. Or you can look at it like this. If you win a Super Bowl, you could think, Brandon Ayuk, hey, I won my Super Bowl. Now I want to go be a number one somewhere. Not I want to continue to be part of this well-oiled machine. I want to be the main part of the machine somewhere else. So I think looking back on Brandon Ayuk from when he was in the doghouse is completely different to now, to where he feels established. And we know Brandon Ayuk's background, and if you don't, JUCO guys, shout out to my JUCO Warriors out there.
There you go.
So once he was as I remember when I was reading it, he was a JUCO guy, and even though he balled out at JUCO, a lot of D1s didn't know if he could be a receiver. Arizona State decided he could be, right? So he's been through the grind. He's been through the war, and he wants to continue to prove to people what he can be. And we're going to talk a little bit about it later, Evan, when it comes to egos. Now, you might not be a high-level diva, but everybody has egos, specifically when you're talking about these athletes. We're going to talk about Nick Bosa in those terms as well. So when it comes to this specific season, I don't think we'll hear anything. But whether they win or lose, you could see, hey, man, y'all know what I can do, and I'm not able to do it on this team. What are we doing here? What are we doing?
For the 510 Xfinity mobile text line, I'm most excited about Steve Wilkes' potential effect on the defensive backfield specifically. That's from Adrian and Vallejo. I think that's something certainly to keep an eye on, a potential 3-safety method from Steve Wilkes. How is he going to allow Fred Warner, along with the rest of that linebacking core, to get downhill? Blitzing a lot more appears to be in the future of the 49ers. From the 415, we should be averaging over 300 yards a game coming from everywhere on the field. If the Niners buy in the team first, there's going to be no way that we don't win the Super Bowl. I don't know if I'm going to go that far, but taking Brandon Ayuk, for example, everyone, I think, understandably talked about and understood the McCaffrey effect, right? How much better the offense was, how much more efficient they were, how many more points they put up on the scoreboard. Well, someone like Brandon Ayuk honestly was not that much affected by Christian McCaffrey. Before the McCaffrey deal, and I'm going to put Kansas City in that category, even though he technically was active for that game. He wasn't starting. About 4.5 catches, 57 yards. That was about Brandon Ayuk's average.
Right.
After the McCaffrey deal, about 5 catches, 61 yards. The touchdowns were slightly more in favor after McCaffrey got here, 5-3. But that's the kind of thing, and to me, why Brandon Ayuk is such a valuable asset, and it is kind of the case study for this conversation. If we're looking at positive things, if we're looking at things to be excited about, I'm excited about the consistency that I can see from a Brandon Ayuk. Deebo Samuel, in my opinion, is much more of a roller coaster. You're going to get those Monday Night Football games against the Rams where he's breaking tackles, he's getting upfield, he's burying guys in the turf, and he's scoring touchdowns. He also might be a bit absent in some games. To me, Brandon Ayuk is, in a way, the guy you kind of can pencil in for 6 for 80, maybe a touchdown, but he's going to be active each and every game, and that's what I'm excited about with this 49ers team is they do appear to have plenty of pieces that can consistently provide, and Ayuk would be the guy on offense for me.
Yeah, but I think I'm basing that on Deebo being down last year, and if Deebo is going to be on the revenge tour, another overused sports term that I just used, man, I'm this is bad today, Evan. It's bad today, but it's a feel-good Friday. If Deebo is doing his thing, something has got to give, right? I don't see Deebo having his revenge and Brandon Ayuk not moving at all. And if it doesn't come from Brandon Ayuk, then it comes from George Kittle. It's going to come from somewhere if you start to pencil in. I don't see this offense. I guess what I'm saying is last year we saw possibly the best version of this offense, right? With Brock Purdy at the helm, adding Christian McCaffrey.
Didn't lose.
I don't know how much better, if we're going to say, hey, we're just going to keep getting better and everyone's just going to get more yards. And in that offense, Deebo was the down player. I don't see how, if my belief is correct and Deebo shows up in the way that he showed up the last couple of years, I don't see how nobody either plateaus or regresses. So if it's not Brandon Ayuk, it's going to be somebody. And it ain't going to be Christian McCaffrey.
Well, okay, so taking the other side of that, so who do you expect to have a breakout year? Or is there going to be a breakout candidate? Because there aren't a lot of young, kind of up-and-coming pieces that consistently are starting for this offense. Ronnie Bell. He did make the roster.
Cracking that bell.
So what, he's going to take Juwan Jennings?
Juwan Jennings is another guy.
Jordan Mason?
Juwan Jennings is another guy who he seems at this point, he seems a bit niche, right? There's a reason we say third and Juwan. He's a bit of a niche receiver. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ronnie Bell can not drop the ball and cause interceptions. To me, Ronnie Bell is more of a prototypical Kyle Shanahan receiver.
All about the yak.
All about that yak.
Yeah, if he can hold on to the football, I don't see a reason why we can't try and get him in the mix. 888-957-9570. Is it the offense that you're most excited about? Is it the defense? Is it a specific player? Is it a specific storyline? Is it the head coach? Is it where the 49ers are currently? Because, again, I think this is all, Alan, surrounding the fact that the 49ers are seen as one of the two, if not the best team in the NFC. As much as I think Dallas is a quality team, maybe even better than last year, I don't think the Vikings are going to be as good as last year. So optimistically, if you're a football fan, you'd call it a 3-horse race. I would call it a 2-horse race. The 49ers are going to be compared to Philadelphia every single step of the way. It's the reason why a lot of people don't believe that a 3-4 start is something they can afford, or a 3-5 start, much in the way they had the last 2 years. That cannot happen this year. But even if, for example, they lose week 1 at Pittsburgh, to me, this is a team that is and has shown itself to be one that gets better as the season continues.
Yeah.
Like, they have not flamed out over Kyle Shanahan's tenure, except for the first, I guess, maybe a couple of years. But since they have put themselves in NFC contention, into Super Bowl contention, this is a team that has consistently got better throughout the season. They are in win-now mode. That means to me that is defined as someone that is willing to cash their chips in, that is willing to make moves like Christian McCaffrey, going out and acquiring the best running back, pass catching, and running back in the league. Is there something about this 49ers team that you feel like is missing? Because to me, They have all the ingredients. It's just now about playing itself out.
Yeah, and if someone's going to nitpick, they'll talk about the nickel situation and the kicker situation as well, which really could be one of the most important ones. We'll see what happens with Moody. But to your point, Evan, if you look at the odds, depending on what you're looking at, Caesars is what I'm looking at. The Niners have the third best odds to win the whole thing. They're tied with the Bills at plus 900. And if you talk to Niner fans, does it feel like that? I would say no, it doesn't feel like that. The other side of that is these last couple years, right? These last, I don't know, what, three, maybe even 4 years. We'll go with 3 years. These last 2 to 3 years, the Niners have been in the top 5. And I think if you continue to stay in the top 5 for best Super Bowl odds and not get it done, that's what makes people, and get close, that's what makes people feel, all right, I'm just going to check in when it happens. Specifically when you see other teams outside of the top 5 feel like they passed by you, okay? The Bengals, even though they didn't get it done, passed by you. The Rams, I don't know if the Rams, even in their heyday, I don't know if they were top 5. Maybe I'm remembering incorrectly, but they were in the top 10 for sure. But the Rams kind of sneak in, get one, and now they're back to bottom dweller. So that's why I think some fans are just, hey, man, they've been to the NFC Championship. What do you want me to do? They went to a Super Bowl. I just want them to get it done.
Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Matt Steinmetz and Gerald the Guru Johnson. In an hour at 11:30, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay featuring Ice Cube, E40, Warren G, and many more coming to the SAP Center on November 3rd. That is later in this year. All courtesy of Pacific Concert Group, sponsored by 102 Jams. Also, it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. What are you excited about with the San Francisco 49ers? This is the final weekend before the regular season kicks off. The final weekend, Labor Day weekend, before we get football for 6 months, before we're going to be coming here. We're going to be throwing praise at people's feet. We're going to be trashing people. It's going to be overreaction Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It is all about the 49ers. We also do have some Warriors news I think we need to get to later on in the show. So that's coming up as well. And also, according to Albert Breer, there is a defined difference, a gap between where Nick Bosa and his contract needs are and where the San Francisco 49ers and their contract needs are with the best defensive player, the reigning defensive player of the year in football. Evan Giddings in with Alan Stiles back after this. That was all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. Boys will be back soon. Goose a bit under the weather still. Steiny's with his mother, the lovely Mary, who might be the co-fantasy owner of that team after a few nights ago, the debacle. And we have the other member of the Auto Drafter series, our own Alan Stiles, allegedly auto-drafted Jonathan Taylor, who's going to be out for a month. What do you have to say for yourself?
It's at the top. I had it on my laptop, and it's all grayed out, but the timer's still ticking. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I did this because I'm a team player.
Of course.
And Lucas basically made me join. I'm a daily fantasy guy, always have been. Lucas said, Alan, you got to join. Everybody's doing it at the station. I said, Lucas, I did it last year. I gave you the money. It was a donation. He said, Alan, come on, everybody's doing it. And I did it, okay? And here we are. I got the number 1 pick, and I had Justin Jefferson, and everybody, Grandy, and everybody is making fun of me based on my picks. And, honestly, man, I hope I win. Yahoo gave me an A, even though
an A+, I think.
A+, yep. So we'll take it, but you're not getting off the hook because
no,
you're not getting off the hook because we come in with one of the most famous songs, right?
Yeah.
And I'm doing my air drum thing, and it was Red Hot Chili Peppers,
California Raging,
and you had no clue who it was. Okay,
well,
and after
I
I
knew
say
the song.
no, hold on, I'm not done. After I say it's Red Hot Chili Peppers, you say is that the group that Adam Levine is in?
Well, I didn't even know his last name.
What are we doing?
Is that the Adam guy?
And I knew who you meant. I mean, I know you make up for it with your hip hop takes, but you got to be well rounded, man. You got to be a chameleon in these streets.
I try to dive into the R's, Alan. Rap, rock, reggae, R&B.
Isn't that alternative? Or you're not counting
Doesn't
alternative?
start with an R, does it?
All right,
Alternative?
technically.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I honestly, my knowledge is pre-2000. That's where the majority of my knowledge lies. What? What do you mean?
Sure. All right.
It's to each their own. I'm an older soul, Alan.
Okay.
By the way, Uncle Looney wants to come down your road on the YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I drafted Taylor before the news, says Uncle Looney. What's your excuse? All the cool kids are doing it. That's from Drew Down. From the 415. With the way the offense was boosted by Purdy, Ayuk, and Debo, everything's going to be fine. It's Kittle who'll have to take a bit off the chip. Is that your line?
A little bit of dip off the chip.
Dip off the chip. That's from Adrian. Appreciate you. 925, ball security and special teams are the primary concern this year for the 49ers. What we want to hear from you is what you are most excited about. Is it the fact that the 49ers are in contention? Is it a specific player? Is it a specific game? Is it Week 13 against the Philadelphia Eagles? That is what we want to hear from you right now on a Feel Good Friday. Giddings and Stiles in for Steinmetz and Johnson. Why do I call him Johnson? It's Guru. What am I doing? It's 888-957-9570. But where we want to go now, Alan, is something that you sent to me last night, and something that's really been making the rounds on both social media, but also all the national networks as well. And that is the biggest story in Santa Clara, the biggest story for the San Francisco 49ers, and that is Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
And the fact that, according to Albert Breer, Monday morning quarterback, NBC, NFL reporter, the fact that they are bridging a gap and have been trying to bridge a gap, that gap has been defined at approximately $4 million.
Yeah.
What Nick Bosa wants is to be the highest non-paid quarterback of all time per year. Right now, that's Aaron Donald, $31.7 million per year. And the 49ers, it sounds like, maybe just want him to be the highest paid edge rusher because Aaron Donald's on the interior. Chris Jones is also holding out from the Kansas City Chiefs. He allegedly wants $30 million. I think Nick Bosa wants closer to $35 million. And so the question is, if the difference is really $4 million, well, why don't the 49ers just give it to him?
I got two sides to this. The first one is to answer your question. If you're the Niners and you think Nick Bosa's worth it, cut the check. Just cut the check, right? If it ain't tricking if you got it. If you think Nick Bosa's worth it, cut the check. That's on the Niners side of things. And I know it's not that simple, but I'm just going to keep it that simple for now. If you think he is worth it. On the Nick Bosa side of things, I just want to take a step back, Evan. I just want to take a step back and have a conversation because a lot of people, whether it's you've even mentioned it earlier in the show, diva wide receivers, and, it feels to me that certain positions I'll go with get put into a category, whether it's receiver, whether it's quarterback, get put into a category of this person has an ego. Let's be very clear. Everybody's got an ego. Everybody that plays a professional sport has an ego. Everybody that coaches a professional sport has some type of ego. I'd even go as far as to say that every human has, I wouldn't say every human, but
I would say every human. It's just a matter of how big.
Exactly. Has some level of ego. So this idea, when you see somebody like a Nick Bosa and, oh my gosh, he just grabs his lunch pail and goes to work. Yeah, sure he does, but he wants to be paid. He wants to be compensated as he feels fit. And to me, we were talking in the green room about what technically a holdout is. A holdout isn't a holdout. You told me this. Holdout isn't technically a holdout until you miss a game. But I think it gets used more generally. Hey, he wasn't at training camp, things like that.
Yeah, he's holding out of camp. He's holding out of preseason.
Right, exactly. So I would just like to say that a holdout is a holdout is a holdout. I don't care if you scrub your Instagram. I don't care if you don't scrub your Instagram. Every holdout should be treated the same. You are not on the field. And that's all that matters to me. So how certain fans and certain people categorize, hey, this holdout bugs me and this holdout doesn't. Again, I don't police fandom, but I would just say at the end of the day, they're not on the field. And they're not on the field because they feel that they're not getting compensated as they should. And that's fine. Whether I think Nick Bosa is worth that money doesn't matter. What matters is that Nick Bosa thinks he's worth that money. All that matters is what Nick Bosa thinks, what his agent thinks, and what the Niners think. But this idea that, oh, well, this person doesn't have an ego, but this person does. They all got egos. It's just a matter of how big.
And I think if you're Nick Bosa, you have every right to ask for what it sounds like he wants, which is somewhere between 31.7 and probably $35 million a year because number one, you're the reigning defensive player of the year. You have the case you could be the best defensive player in football. Number two, if you really want to cut it like this, the 49ers could have extended him last offseason. They chose not to. There's a deadline coming, an unofficial one, week 1. They can continue to negotiate. I don't think Nick Bosa is going to play until he gets his money. And who knows? Because, again, the deadline that was leaked out, reported by Jason Dumas, was next couple of days. So maybe by the end of the weekend, I know Kyle Shanahan was quoted as saying he wants Nick Bosa back on the practice field. And that's really what we're talking about. He's not holding out from games. Like if I asked you this, should Nick Bosa have seen a down in preseason?
He didn't need to.
Didn't need to.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't think I wouldn't want him on the field in preseason.
Right. And Kyle Shanahan spoke to that. Kyle Shanahan spoke to what Nick Bosa has done and how specifically his position isn't affecting the rest of the defensive scheme with him missing.
In fact, it might be helping a couple guys because they're getting more reps.
Figure it out.
I'm looking at you, Drake Jackson.
Yeah.
Lori Matthews in the YouTube chat, split it at 2 and call it a day. Well, what if Nick Bosa says, I ain't going a penny below 35?
Right.
And if the difference is $4 million, well, that's not just $4 million. We're talking about maybe 3, 4, 5. In Von Miller's case, he signed a 6-year deal with the Buffalo Bills. It's an extra $25 million. So I'm sorry, I can't just give in with an extra 2 if I'm Nick Bosa, because I don't know if I'm ever going to have more bargaining power than I do now. And I am excited about what Nick Bosa is going to bring to the field, because unlike Deebo Samuel, I don't know if Nick Bosa's number one priority this offseason was to get the bag, because I think he can get the bag whenever he wants. I don't know if Deebo Samuel believed that coming off of a first-team All-Pro season in 2021, he was ever going to have, number one, that level of health, number 2, that level of production, and number 3, another opportunity to cash in his chips at the rate that he did when he did.
Well, it's football, though. So that's the one thing.
Sure.
I understand what you're saying, but if you're Nick Bosa, you got to strike while the iron's hot. And I think that's how he feels. He's coming off that Defensive Player of the Year award. So I understand why he feels I need to go. I want to go, and I want to go now. I think ultimately the question becomes, and yeah, we've heard, hey, no sacks in the playoffs. How much of that is on Nick Bosa? How much of that is no help on the other side? It really depends on who you ask. Is he worth it? Is it obvious? Is there anybody that would say that Nick Bosa is not worth it? And especially when you break it down and you say, okay, the difference is $4 million a year. Is he worth that extra $4 million? So we've had so many prognosticators and analysts on these airwaves, and the consensus that we've heard, Evan, is that with Nick Bosa, the Niners are projected number 4 defensively. Without Nick Bosa, they're projected number 7. So is that worth $4 million a year to you?
I think so.
I think you'd have to say so, right?
Well, again, who's the best player on the 49ers?
C-Mac.
Number 97. My opinion.
Okay.
Christian McCaffrey is very impactful, and he might be their best offensive player.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nick Bosa undoubtedly is their best. I mean, I guess some people might throw Trent Williams in there. I know he's rated very high in Pro Football Focus.
It's a tough argument, but like we said, when you talk about no sacks in the playoffs, there's not a game. You can make the argument when you're somebody like Nick Bosa, that's how you're measured, right? That's your calling card. So it's almost similar, Evan, because I know you love your baseball just like I do. If you're a DH and you don't get any hits, it doesn't matter that you bunted someone over. Doesn't really matter that you had a sac fly. You're judged upon, I guess a sac fly would be an RBI, but you're judged upon your production at a high level because you are a designated hitter. So Nick Bosa having a couple tackles and no sacks, that's not really viewed as the same impact. There's not going to be a game where Christian McCaffrey doesn't make a legitimate impact. So that's why I would argue Christian McCaffrey.
And that's well taken. I see Otis Bird III on YouTube. CMC, that's his guy. Veggie Delight, he's the defensive player of the year. Yes, he's worth $35 million, or he's worth the difference. Again, what we're talking about is the $4 million difference,
right,
allegedly between the 49ers and Nick Bosa at this point. He wants to be paid more than Aaron Donald. I understand why. And right now, I'm inclined to give it to him because who else is deserving of that kind of money on your team?
So let's break down the numbers, right? Because Lori on the YouTube chat said meet in the middle. So to be clear, it would have to be 400 to eclipse Aaron Donald, right? Not a penny less.
100? Wait.
4 million. 4 million.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so it would have to be the 4 million.
So we're assuming instead
of
wanting 35, you'd give him 33.
Right. Exactly. Which would not take him. This all started, and that's the thing about the Albert Breer article. This is just a different version saying highest paid non-QB. The answer, or we always knew he wanted to be paid more than Aaron Donald. So this isn't really news. It's just worded in a different way, right?
No, and it could be the guaranteed money may be the biggest part of this too. The 49ers don't want to give him close to 100% or, various route to 100% guaranteed money. Sam Lubman, producer of the morning show, also helping us out with Cam behind the board. Appreciate you, Cam. Is the fact that Joey Bosa, his brother, got 102 guaranteed, which right now would be the most.
Egos.
I want more than my brother.
I want more than my brother.
I can tell you right now, Nick Bosa is better than Joey Bosa.
Yes.
100%.
And I can tell you right now that if you have a sibling, that's a real thing. It's a real thing. When you get to the dinner table and they're off at their training facility, hey, bro, don't worry, I got dinner. I got lunch. Don't worry, it's on me because I make more than you. It's a thing. It's a real thing.
888-957-9570. Is $4 million a big difference to you? Should it be to Nick Bosa? Should it be to the 49ers? Which side are you on at 888-957-9570? We're also taking your calls about what you're excited about this season. And we want to go out to El Cerrito and bring in Matt. First call of the show today. What's up, Matt? You're on with Alan and Evan here on 95.7 The Game. What are you excited about?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on. I'm really excited to see what Brock Purdy could do this year. I've watched him play the whole time he's been here. I think he's going to be good as long as he can stay healthy. And I'm just excited to possibly find our future franchise quarterback. And, so that's what I'm really excited about. And just to throw one more thing in there, I think $4 million is worth it. Cut somebody else that's making $4 million to make room for Nick. That's all I got to say. Thank you guys for having me on.
There you go.
Well, here's the question. And we've had conversations about who's going to be on that other side.
They did just free up $5 million, by the way, by getting rid of Trey Lance.
Yeah. Well, there you go. And people have thought about, hey, was that part of it? But the other piece is, if you look at the other side, are you already stuck with, hey, well, Nick Bosa didn't get any sacks because there was nobody on the other side, right? Well, now if you have to pay him that money, could that go to somebody to put on the other side? Maybe not this late in the season, right? Or we're close to the start of the season. So it's interesting because you want to give him all that money, but we have seen, here's the thing about Nick Bosa. We have seen that you can cancel him out as the Niners are presently constructed. So until you can't do that, you could make an argument, and I'm not making it myself. I'm saying someone could make the argument, hey, I mean, we've seen him be taken out of games. So are you going to give him that money? Or are you going to move that money somewhere else to make sure he can't be taken out of games? Depends on how you look at it.
I mean, he also led the league in sacks last year, the defensive player of the year. I mean, he was clearly
It depends
the best.
it depends. Right. I'm not denying
And now he's
that.
got more help. You could argue that he might even be more effective. He might rack up more statistics this year with the fact that someone's got to account for Javon Hargrave. Eric Armstead's back inside. Hopefully he'll be healthy for the majority of this season.
Mm-hmm.
Someone could possibly emerge in the other defensive end spot if it's Drake Jackson. Like, I think there might be more one-on-one opportunities for Nick Bosa. And he's also a guy who plays around. He does literally everything you can ask of a defensive end.
I said pay him. I'm
35?
just saying.
Or split the difference.
Give him the 4. No, cut the check. I'm saying if there was an argument to not pay him, those would be the arguments. I would pay the man. Pay the man.
I don't think the 49ers are going to have a choice because Nick Bosa strikes me as the kind of person, Alan, that if we're cutting semantics about the definition of holdout, well, I don't think he's afraid of my definition of a holdout, which is regular season week 1, I'm not there if you don't give me my money.
And I'll tell you what. You don't want to go to Pittsburgh without Nick Bosa. I'll just leave it at that. All right? Because I don't know, honestly, Evan, and, I'm not really a bet man. Well, I'll do my daily fantasy. Yeah, I know I will. I don't know if the Niners get it done. That's the question. Do the Niners beat the Steelers without Nick Bosa? If he's so important and you got to cut the check, and what was the line? I looked it up a couple days ago, 2.5, 3.5, something like that, 2.5. If Nick Bosa is that important, how are the Niners going to beat the Steelers only being favored 2.5 without somebody as important as Nick Bosa? What is it?
I would point to week 6 last year against Atlanta. I think he missed that game, right? They lost 28-14.
Yeah.
They were not able to stop. I mean, look, I'm just looking at what their defense gave up on the ground. 168 yards to Marcus Mariota.
And you got Najee, Antioch High, running with the purpose, local team.
I do like Najee Harris, although you had some defamatory things to say about my guy, Najee Harris. You basically called him Cheeseburger Eddie Lacy.
I said
about?
I said it looked like he bit on the muscle milk. That's what I said.
Yeah, but
the creatine. Shout out creatine.
A lot of water weight from Najee Harris. That's right.
I'm just saying. I saw him. I said, okay, all right.
Thickums, I believe, is the word you used to describe him.
3 C's.
Will's out Marin wants to talk about what he's excited for this season. What's up, Will? You're on 95.7 The Game with Alan and Evan. How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, so all due respect, Alan, I disagree. I think Kittle's going to have a great year. I think he's going to be a very, very important piece to Brock Purdy. And I also think when he's extending those plays, I think he's also going to be one of those safety blankets. I mean, if you look at the play, George Kittle had 11 touchdowns, and he got, I think, about more than half of those with Purdy. I want to say, he was really, really good. He was really, really good. So I really like that tandem. And here's another thing. I know I'm probably going to get absolutely roasted for this. No pun intended. Totally fine. But I was watching a clip on the internet of Fred Warner running around. He's running after the ball carrier, absolutely destroys Nick Bosa, and then helps him up. And he's like, damn, man, my bad. I told you I was coming. It goes to the sideline and cuts, and Nick Bosa's looking at him. He's like, dude, you are so fast and so strong. You really are him. And Fred Warner's kind of smiling. So in my roundabout way, that shows that Nick Bosa thinks that Fred Warner's the best player, and he's englamored by his athletic ability. So I think Fred is kind of underrated. Like, yes, he got paid and got the bag, but I think that we are very, very fortunate to have Fred Warner. And I think also, too, last thing, I'm sorry, but I think that Purdy outplays Pickett, so I still think we beat the Steelers. Thanks, guys.
Okay. All right. Purdy outplays Pickett. Steelers lose. Even, I think he was saying without Nick Bosa, the Niners still get it done. Yeah, no, thanks for the call. And the whole thing about Kittle, I was just saying it's going to be somebody, not necessarily Kittle particularly. I started with Brandon Ayuk. I think Brandon Ayuk is going to be the person that plateaus. And I think Kittle will be fine. But I'm just saying, I think out of Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, and it ain't going to be McCaffrey, but McCaffrey's the other high-level position player or skill player. Mm-hmm. One of them is going to either take a step back or get frozen where they currently are. And I would say Ayuk, but if it ain't Ayuk, then it could be Kittle. It's going to be somebody. But great call. Great call. Shout out Marin.
Yeah, I think he also... What was the other part he said? Gosh, I'm just lost in so many beautiful takes from
the Nick Bosa, Fred Warner.
Yeah, the Fred Warner's a more impactful player than the Nick Bosa. I would say he's a much different player. Like, I think Fred Warner is Like, if he's not the best middle linebacker in football, he's 1A. Like, that guy's incredible. He plays the run. He runs like a 4.5. I mean, he's basically a super-sized, Super Saiyan safety that can play the middle of the field and do everything you need, and is also cerebral, knows where every single piece of his defense needs to be. Nick Bosa, I guess, yes, isn't around the football as much as Fred Warner is, but that's why you pay Fred, at the time, you paid him to be the highest paid middle linebacker. Mm-hmm. This is what you're trying to pay Nick Bosa to be, which is the most impactful defensive player or the most impactful non-quarterback paid player in football. You know, and again, like, that's why when we were talking about it yesterday on the show, Alan, I feel like Nick Bosa is the kind of guy that, yes, he has had two ACL tears, one for sure his sophomore year in the NFL. He's injured in college. I wouldn't put it past Nick Bosa to ask for the guaranteed money on a shorter deal and then try and get to a still similar place in his prime to then, after the market's probably been reset for non-quarterback players, because, yes, you have Micah Parsons coming up, but next year, Justin Jefferson's going to get a huge extension. I think Tyreek Hill's the highest paid wide receiver, around $30 million per year. Mm-hmm. So that he might be asking for $35 a year, and Minnesota might be inclined to give it to him because he's the best wide receiver in football. Then after that, you're looking at Jamar Chase. You're looking at other defensive. Like, there are a lot of players that could reset the non-quarterback market. Maybe an offensive tackle, who's to say? But the money is getting so astronomical at this point that I think Nick Bosa has the foresight, along with the rest of his family, to say, Joey got this. I can get this. In 3 years, I'll be able to get what? So instead of the 49ers wanting, let's say a 6-year, 180, 100 guaranteed or something like that, he might say, give me 3 for 110, give it all to me, and then we'll figure things out when I'm 28 and still balling.
Yeah, that's a possibility. That would be a little bit different than what we're hearing, obviously, per Albert Breer, but it's a possibility, because ultimately, this is what I don't get.
Well, I mean, I'm just talking about the length, the years. I'm not talking about the difference.
Sure. I hear you on that, because this is what I don't get. If the $4 million is the stalemate, it's pretty black and white, right? That's why I confirmed with you, if that 1 penny less than that $4 million would be less than Aaron Donald. If he's saying, hey, I want to reset the market and I believe that I'm worth it, then you put it back to the Niners, and what are the Niners going to do? It's a stalemate. You ever watch Shark Tank, right? And hey, I want $100,000 for 5% of my company, and Mark Cuban says, I'll give you $100,000 for 15%. Normally, they meet somewhere in the middle, but those guys are just, the ego is different because they need the shark. If Joey or Nick Bosa being where he is, he doesn't need the shark. That's the difference.
No, and Nick Bosa, I think, is going to be in a position to negotiate for whatever he wants for a few years from now. Maybe even, like Aaron Donald is 30. I think he's on the north side of 30, but his negotiating tactic is retirement. Like, he can always walk away when the Rams need him, and that's why it's involved in the last part of his deal. Nick Bosa doesn't have that. What he has is a body of work that, when he's healthy, he is J.J. Watt in his prime. Like, he is an unbelievable talent. From the 415, millionaire egos, back to egos, not one of them is going hungry. Split it and donate it to charity or local public schools. Unfortunately, I wish that's the way it was. Yeah. Probably not the way it's going to go. 209, players are getting overpaid and production doesn't exceed pay. I think that was your concern that we were talking about earlier. Is Nick Bosa worth $35 million? Because that's what, like, Geno Smith isn't making $35 million. Right. Jimmy Garoppolo is making $10 million less per year than $35 million. Those are quarterbacks. Those are guys that touch the ball every single play. Even someone like Fred Warner, to Will's point earlier on the call line, is the fact that if Nick Bosa is not giving you Defensive Player of the Year production every single year, is he worth $35 million?
It's about value, Evan. And you brought up J.J. Watt. Hey, he could be J.J. Watt in his prime. What did J.J. Watt win again?
That's a little different.
I'm just saying. I know it is. The Niners are a much better team, but again, how do you value this position and how much of a game changer that position is?
That's true. We got to take a break. 888-957-9570. It's a Monster Monday on Labor Day. That's this Monday. We'll be live and local all day Monday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Listen right here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Matt Steinmetz and Gerald the Guru Johnson. We'll be back after this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. Boys will be back after the long Labor Day weekend, which we'll be live and local all day Monday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. It's a Monster Monday. Check that out. Also listen at 11:30, half hour away from your chance to win a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay, featuring Ice Cube, 40 Warren G, and many more coming to the SAP Center on November 3rd, all courtesy of Pacific Concert Group. And finally, Alan, you didn't know, Lazy Boy makes so much more than recliners, and right now, do not miss the Labor Day event, 30% off store-wide. There's a Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery near you, so hurry in. These prices won't last. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries, long live the lazy.
They got sectionals?
What's a sectional?
You know, a sectional, where it's a
I haven't had
couch. It's a
shop
couch
for a home yet.
Yeah,
so.
you're still.
I'm in the
non-home
owning phase of my.
It's a couch.
We're the same age. You always do this.
It's a couch. You're the one who said it. It's a couch, and then it has one side comes out like an ottoman to where it's not a recliner, but there's that side, and then there's the couch. So it's like an L. Imagine an L.
Okay.
And they're nice.
So I do know what an ottoman is.
Yeah, imagine the ottoman
and that's what goes
connected
in front
to one
of the L?
On the whatever side you choose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of, Jaden Ott of Cal will now be playing in the ACC because the Pac-12 is no longer 6 feet under, Allen. Stanford, Cal, SMU, all member of the ACC now.
I can't wait. Those historic rivalries of Cal and North Carolina.
Well, I think actually North Carolina did come to Cal a couple of years ago, handing him an L, but that's neither here nor there. What we're talking about today are the San Francisco 49ers, what you are feeling excited about, because there's been a lot of, I don't know whether it's nervousness or concern, but it's kind of manifested itself, Alan, into negativity and everything that has been said about the 49ers and their either chances at a Super Bowl, their chances for Brock Purdy to emerge and be great. There's always a caveat next to it. And so we want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. What are you excited about a week before week one? And I guess in college, which now Cal will be playing the ACC as of 2025, that would be week 0. So if we're in week 0 of the NFL, what are you excited about? And Mark in San Jose has been hanging on patiently. I want to get out to him. What's up, Mark? You're on 95.7 The Game with Alan and Evan. What do you got?
I got something I'm very happy about. My thing is I'm excited to not hear about pretty boy Jimmy G, and I guess what can Trey Lance do for you now? I'm glad that both of them are gone. I feel for the Raiders fans, whatever, but I'm happy about that. I'm excited because you guys are talking about other players, like Nick Bosa. Happy, I want my contract. Or any other player, showing that there's other people on the team. I'm very excited, happy about that. That's all I got to say. Thanks, guys.
All right. So the fact that Jimmy G is, it's funny because he was really gone after week 12 last year. We didn't really hear from him.
Yeah.
He's been gone.
But he was still there.
He's not on the team anymore. Trey Lance has been traded. Yes, we don't have to have Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance conversations every day, although inevitably those two names will.
Well, we even still see as soon as Wiseman got moved, right? Yeah. Wiseman got moved. People were chiming in on the Xfinity Mobile text line on the YouTube chat with Wiseman's numbers. So it's not going to go away. You probably have it. I was going to say another year, but more than that, if Trey never takes a starting snap,
damn straight.
If Trey never takes a starting snap, you won't hear about Trey anymore. Jimmy, I think, will be interesting because, mentioning, I feel for the Raider fans. Don't feel for the Raider fans or the Raiders. They feel good about Jimmy. They might feel secretly better about Aiden O'Connell, but they do feel good about Jimmy. They believe in Jimmy. They believe in their weapons. So, yes, Jimmy is somebody else's problem now. I don't know if you saw, Evan, but there was, the media came out. Jimmy had a visor. I don't know if you're ready for visor Jimmy, though.
Like all black, like
all black,
LaDainian Tomlinson?
Yes, like Lamar wears sometimes. Jimmy had a visor. Visor Jimmy might go crazy. Visor Jimmy in Vegas might be a problem.
Well, so this is what I got to ask you because there are those glasses out there, right? That have the big, like snowboarders wear them. What are those called? I feel like you would know because you're in the know about stylistic things.
I don't know. Aren't those
razors or what are they?
I don't know.
The big kind of blinding looking.
They're not actually goggles, though.
No, they're not. They are shades, but they just cover up half your face, and it makes you look like you're playing running back.
I've seen those, but again, you just got on me for knowing what a sectional is, and now you're going to say I should know this stuff. That should be you.
Why?
That should be you, though.
Alan, look at me. I'm wearing a polo shirt in 60-degree weather in gloomy
You're
San
wearing
Francisco.
the heck out of it, though.
No,
you're wearing the heck out of it.
No, I have no swag. I have no style. I have no steez.
You have an interesting swag. You have, I don't know. Is it a prep swag?
How would you define my swag?
I would go tech bro, but not annoying. That's what I would say.
Oh, thanks. So just a tech guy, a tech brother,
a respectable tech bro,
a tech brother.
Yeah,
I like that. Let's get out to Kevin. Wants to talk about Nick Bosa. We've also been digging into what the difference is between $4 million between the Niners and Nick Bosa. Is it a difference? Who cares? Give him the money. Don't. Kevin's in San Francisco. What's up, man? What do you got for Alan and Evan?
Oh, please, give him the money. Give him the money. I mean, if you win the sack award, you're supposed to be getting the money anyway. What's taking so long? My problem is that you take so long to get this guy in camp, and now here he is getting ready to start the season. And I believe last time, a defensive player held out so long, he got hurt again. So that to me is a horrible chance to take a chance. And as far as this season, I'm excited about it, but I'm really worried about that right side of that offensive line. If you notice how the 49ers have been getting sacked in the past, someone just came through untouched to hit Purdy. So they need to take care of that offensive line, but I am very excited for the team, and I hope they make it to the playoffs. Not going to say Super Bowl, getting to the playoffs, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, so Kev, just off of that, if you're talking about the positivity that we've been trying to permeate through this show, is it the fact that the Niners are a Super Bowl contender? Is that good enough for you, or is it someone specific that you're excited about not named Nick Bosa?
I believe that we are a contender, especially with Nick Bosa, because that's how we got to that first Super Bowl under Shanahan. Our defense needs to keep doing what they're doing. That's more important, especially now that all these other teams got these tall, wide receivers, and we lost some great defensive backs.
Quality call. Thank you, Kevin. I think, look, I know that we talk a lot about the offense just because it's something that maybe statistically is easier to kind of examine. You're looking at the ups and downs. But the Niners secondary, like they're missing Jimmy Ward, who's gone, big vocal leader in the clubhouse, in the locker room, I should say. But like I'm looking, I think that's something that can be replaced by a guy like Talanoa Hufanga, who allegedly reportedly has been everywhere in training camp. And he was a guy who struggled a bit in pass coverage last year.
Right.
Aggressive, gave up some deep balls.
It was something with his eyes. He gets locked in with his eyes.
I think he's just a ball hawk.
Yeah.
Like, to me, he plays more downhill than other, I guess, prototypical smaller safeties. Like, he's kind of risky. It's one of the reasons he can also go make a play like he did against the Rams on Monday Night Football, where he can take a wide receiver screen, seek that ball out, and take it to the house and seal that game. It's also the same reason I think sometimes he'll get caught up on the back end, and maybe some guys can get over the top.
So, Evan, just to close the loop here, on the Xfinity Mobile text line YouTube chat, I've seen Oakleys. Thank you.
Yes,
but
Pit
also
Vipers.
Pit Vipers.
Those are the ones I'm talking about. Yeah, Pit Vipers. Thank you. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Pit Vipers are the swaggy ones. So Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be rocking the Pit Viper visor.
It's going to look
year.
like that.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Are you okay with that?
With Jimmy rocking
I need
that?
to see his face. I thought that was the whole point.
That's the thing. That's the thing. But you got the helmet on anyway. I don't think he'll rock it when he's playing. I'd be very surprised.
Do you think he's wearing it? This is going to be a shot. Do you think he's wearing it so that we can't see when he closes his eyes when he throws?
Wow. He's gone now. Just let it be.
I know.
Just let it be.
I need to.
Just let it be.
Greg's out in Arkansas. What's going on, Greg? You're on 95.7 The Game with Alan and Evan. What are you feeling good about this season?
Well, you know what? I think the Raiders with Jimmy G are going to be a better team than without him.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, see, I mean, I watch a lot of YouTube, and the 49ers are publicity-wise, they're big on YouTube. And I saw they had a program where Jimmy G's fourth quarter rallies, and he was awesome.
He made a fourth down pass to Kittle, and Kittle ran for 39 yards. Somebody hanging onto his face mask.
Appreciate it, Greg. No, I got you. And it looks like you also wanted to talk about where you see the 49ers this year. Oh, I guess we lost him. Sorry about that, Greg.
Shout out Arkansas.
He did want to say that the 49ers are going all the way this year.
Yes.
And honestly, so we go back, we take a leap back in time last year to the NFC Championship game. I don't know if the 49ers would have won that game if Brock goes down, but do you think we are as optimistic about their chances to either host and beat Philly or go into beat Philly if we had seen them lose that game? Like, I think there is some of the unknown about what Brock Purdy could
legitimately
have done.
Legitimately
Exactly. Like, I think there would be more reason for pessimism if we saw them get beat. Or maybe, I shouldn't say pessimism, but more reason to believe that the 1 seed is the ultimate goal for this year, as opposed to, and a lot of people saying, they don't need the 1 seed. Like, they can beat the Eagles on the road if they need to.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't need anything, but it sure would make things a lot easier. And shout out the Morning Roast. The boys wouldn't have to go back to Philly, which I don't. They might tell you might want to go. I don't know if they secretly
you have to go week 13.
You got to go week 13, but you don't want to have to go in the playoffs. I mean, look, if you believe, again, based on the expectations, right? If we are to say, and everybody had their feelings about Jimmy Garoppolo, if we are to say that Kyle Shanahan got to multiple NFC championship games, got to a Super Bowl, was very close to winning a Super Bowl, and did it with the team and an offense that you feel is better now with Brock Purdy at the helm, adding Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk now, who he is, Debo being Debo, George Kittle coming back to, now we're back to having Travis Kelce, George Kittle debates. We haven't had those in a while. Mm-hmm. So if this is the best version of that offense, the defense kind of remains to be seen. We know they'll be really good. We don't know what to say after that. But offensively, if you believe this is the best version of that offense, and you've gotten to the NFC Championship multiple times before, and you almost won a Super Bowl without it, and if you believe Brock Purdy right now is better than Jimmy Garoppolo, why wouldn't you think they could win a Super Bowl? On top of the fact that I know the Eagles are right there with you and just went to a Super Bowl. They couldn't get it done. Jalen Hurts fumble. On top of the fact that the NFC is fairly wide open. I mean, the AFC, they're going to beat each other up. The NFC, you have the Eagles. Depending on who you talk to, you got the Cowboys. I don't think anybody believes in the Vikings. And you got the Niners.
Well, I think it's because of the word you used to describe Brandon Ayuk, which is plateau. Mm-hmm. And people are afraid of Brock Purdy plateauing. And if that's the position that separates you in many ways from Philadelphia.
But that would have to be regressing, though. Because if Brock Purdy plateaued, and he could, Brock Purdy plateauing, that could be what he played last year.
Exactly.
And if he played like that last year, I think they could win a Super Bowl.
No, he was extremely efficient. He was really good offensively. But I don't think it's fair to assume that he can play like that for 17 games.
That's the question.
But I don't look at that as regression. I look at that as normal because what he did last year was a small sample size. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo was also playing the quote-unquote best football of his career with Christian McCaffrey, statistically speaking. Like, but there was a plateau. Like, I don't think there was a line. Like, he couldn't all of a sudden become a different quarterback or go back to being 2017 Jimmy.
Right.
Like, I don't view Brock Purdy as not putting up the same numbers as last year as regression. I look at that as you're going to have some great games. You're going to have some great stretches. Mm-hmm. You're also going to play poorly at some times, and that doesn't mean that if you look at the totality of the season that he's all of a sudden a different or worse quarterback.
No. It's really just a matter of, like you said, seeing the whole season. We haven't seen it yet. All we saw was Brock in a an 8-game stretch, and that he looked really good in. So I guess that's the other question. When people do call in and when people do mention, well, Brock's going to regress, what do you actually mean by that? Right? Because if he's not going to play like how he played for those games last year, okay, well, that was only that was about half a season. So that's realistic to me. That's just a product of the game. I think regressing would be if not playing at that level, he did that more than played at that level. But if it's 4 or 5 games where he doesn't look like the Brock of last year, I would agree. That's not regressing.
But I also think it's unfair to expect him to like the bar he set, I don't know if people understand like just how high of a bar that was. Especially not just for someone that's a last pick of the draft or a 7th round pick, like for a quarterback in general, to come in and have a near 110 quarterback rating, to win every regular season game you started, to win every playoff game you started and finished, that is extremely difficult to do. So, I mean, I guess you could say regression is inevitable, but I don't view that as a bad thing. I view that as completely normal. And for someone like Geno Smith, for example,
right?
Geno Smith in the first half of last season was incredible. He regressed the final 6 weeks of the regular season. You look up, he's got 30 touchdowns. He's leading the league in completion percentage, and he's got his team in the playoffs, a team that no one expected to be there. I can't, yes, he was not as good the final 6 games of the regular season as he was the first 11, but that doesn't mean that he is going to now regress. I think that he showed himself to be a serviceable quality last year, in that case.
You better watch those words here.
What do you mean? Well, he's also my fantasy quarterback.
Well, Brock Purdy is.
No, Geno Smith is. No, I hope he does well, but just not as good as the 49ers. I also don't think the Seahawks aren't in the same class as the 49ers, in my opinion.
No, they outkicked their coverage last season, I think. But they also added more pieces this season. So they're going to be respectable. We don't know what they're going to do. Here's my question. And this 888-957-9570, because this is what I can continue to ask. So ever since Trey got moved, right? I don't want to say the narrative has shifted a little bit. What I have seen, Evan, and obviously I'll start with you. When you think about Brock Purdy, would you say that based on what you've seen or heard from the Niners, Brock Purdy is more ready than Trey Lance, or ready, period? Because when you call somebody the real deal, and I think this speaks to the regression conversations, right? I think we've spent so much time talking about Trey Lance's development. We haven't talked at all about Brock Purdy's development. I don't feel, because it was, we moved off of Trey. He wasn't ready. So what we do in society is, okay, well, Trey wasn't ready, which means that Brock Purdy is. When in reality, Brock Purdy's a second-year quarterback. So I don't know, and I know Shanahan was on Sirius, and I wouldn't say walked back, but clarified his real deal comments. But I do think that people are there is a mixed bag when it comes to, okay, well, is Brock just the best shot on the roster, or is Brock our best shot? How do you view that?
I would say both. He is. I mean, if he's the best quarterback on your roster, I don't think it's that close, the gap between him and now Sam Darnold. I think it would be more of a chasm than a gap.
I think, well, I guess Brock was playing with the ones, but I think there is a drop-off when Brock is in versus when Sam Darnold's in.
Yeah, I know some people have talked about, I've seen online of people saying, if Brock Purdy goes down, the season's not over. I think it is.
I don't think it is. Well, I guess it depends. I guess I haven't seen enough from Sam.
If we're talking about getting back to the NFC Championship, I think there's one quarterback that can do that for this team.
Brock Purdy.
That's Brock Purdy.
Brandon Allen.
I don't think it's Brandon Allen. I don't think it's Sam Darnold. And that's no slight at Darnold. I just think that what Brock showed last year is, in this specific system, he is the only person that I have seen, maybe Jimmy Garoppolo, you could probably say too, that plays an effective enough point guard to distribute the ball to wherever it needs to go at the proper time, to keep it out of relatively harm's way, and make sure that you are maximizing each and every possession, each and every drive.
And I've also said that Kyle Shanahan doesn't necessarily need a quarterback to throw receivers open. He needs a quarterback that's not going to miss receivers when they are open. And that's what Brock Purdy is. But to your point, Evan, on the YouTube chat, this is from your boy Len. Why are y'all so confused about Purdy? He played great last year. Why would you think he won't this year with more time in the system? So is it that's what I'm saying about, and that's what you're saying about maybe people not realizing how good that was, because that's the line. That's the bar. So this word regression, it depends on who you talk to, because the bar has been set so high by Brock Purdy.
Yes, but also someone like Patrick Mahomes set an incredibly high bar his first full season in the NFL. He threw 50 touchdowns as a first-year starter. He won the MVP. And he has not statistically played at that level of passing yards, passing touchdowns, but he's still really, really, really damn good.
Right.
I'm not saying Brock Purdy's Patrick Mahomes, but I'm using that as an example of you may have someone that doesn't put up the same numbers as they did the year before, but if they're still continuing to win games, if they're still continuing to play well, and they're putting you in positions to win, most importantly, then I don't care that their statistics are coming down.
It does matter how it looks,
to me.
though. But it does matter because we saw that with Jimmy. Because Jimmy won games, but it didn't look a certain way, and people were calling for Jimmy's head, even though the Niners were winning games. You didn't win the big one, but they did win games under Jimmy.
Speaking of one of the big one, Michael's in San Francisco wants to talk about that very topic. What's up, Michael? You're on 95.7 The Game with Alan and Evan. How you doing, man? What do you got?
Oh, I got a couple things, man.
Talk to me.
First of all, let's stop talking about Trey. It's Brock Purdy's world. I'm sick of Trey talk. I know it may give y'all hella talking points, but that's in the past. Trey gone. Let's stop talking about that. We're not talking about how much we're going to miss Jimmy Ward. You know why? He's an all-pro at 2 positions. Hufanga hurt. Ward, go play safety. Whoever Gibson hurt, go play the other safety. Oh, we ain't got a slot corner. Jimmy, go do that. Jimmy Ward, we gonna miss that guy.
Philmo, is this you?
I was trying to.
Philmo, what's up?
What's up, baby? What's up with y'all?
Did you come down? You come through as Michael today?
Yeah, someone gave me the wrong name. I apologize.
Wait, who's Michael?
I apologize.
Fillmore Michael.
Fillmore Michael. Hey, that's what sometimes when I get corporate, I'm Fillmore Michael. Nah, but on some real, Styles, you made a great point. I tried to tell people this. I love Christian McCaffrey, but Christian McCaffrey didn't do nothing in Carolina. He's great. But what did he do in Carolina? Meanwhile, you got Debo and Kittle. When Debo and Kittle make plays, it's a different feeling amongst the team. I'm trying to let people know that and see that. We don't need to take away no one. We need them all. We need Ayuk because it makes us deeper. And the last point I want to make, man, the Staple Singers, right? They got a song. It's called Let's Do It Again. And for people that's over 35, that's like Kyle Shanahan, he remembered. Bruh, that feeling. You know what I'm saying? I'm keeping it real, like that feeling. We trying to do it again. They said this in the lyrics, real quick, and I'm gonna get off the phone. They said this. This is what they said. I'm sorry. My bad. Please forgive me. Sweet love in the midnight. Good sleep come morning light. No worries about nothing. Just getting good loving. That's what it is. Winning that Super Bowl is that, man. We trying to get that feeling back again. Sweet breeze in the morning. You ain't worried about nothing. We gonna do it again. Let's go.
Phil Mo.
That's what you asked for, Evan.
Fillmore Michael. I kind of like that guy.
I think Fillmore Michael might go harder than Fillmore Mike.
For the record, when he was on the phone, he identified himself as Michael. There was no Fillmore or anything. He just came straight up, said, "Hey, this is Michael in San Francisco." So that's how that
whether he introduced himself as Michael or not, he cannot avoid the very telling voice and just lexicon of Fillmore Mike.
Yeah,
this guy's
Fillmore
coming out
Michael
with lyrics. I mean, sweet loving in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
God, he's got me feeling good, Alan.
That's what you wanted. That's what you asked for.
That's what I want. And on the other side, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay featuring Ice Cube, E40, Warren G. Many more coming to the SAP Center on November 3rd, so hang on through the break. All courtesy of Pacific Concert Group, sponsored by 102 Jams. It's also a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. You heard Fillmore Michael. What are you feeling good about? What are you feeling good about, Bay Area, with the San Francisco 49ers? 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Sorry, you pump faked me, Cam. Apologies. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Alan Stiles in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're having some fun, Alan, on a feel-good Friday. We're just chopping it up during the break. We talk about really all things sports, culture, in between.
Yes.
Got a lot of things you also talk about on your podcast if you want a chance to plug it.
That's true. Thanks for sliding through. Yeah, we have more coming up. You're not going to want to miss.
What's it called?
Called The South Files. You can find it on YouTube and anywhere you get your podcasts. Got one in the works with somebody that you know and love. Two people coming up from NBC Sports Bay Area. One is already done. I just got to edit it and get it out. That's coming out either today or this weekend. And then the next one, it's from somebody at this station. It hasn't happened yet, but you're not going to want to miss it. That's next week.
Does their name rhyme with Monte Trill?
Possibly.
Okay, just checking. All right, it is time. It is time to win a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay featuring Ice Cube, E40, Warren G, and many more coming to the SAP Center on November 3rd, 2023, later on this year. All courtesy of Pacific Concert Group, sponsored by 102 Jams. You're going to call the contest line. Do not call 888-957-9570. Do not call that number. The number you want to call is 415-951-2386. We're going to take caller number 5. You will win a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay, SAP Center, November 3rd. All courtesy of Pacific Concert Group, sponsored by 102 Jams. 415-951-2386. We are taking winner number 5. Well, number 5 is no longer in San Francisco, unfortunately, Alan. That would be Trey Lance. He is gone. He's been traded onto the Big D. So what we've been talking about this show is what you feel good about with the San Francisco 49ers. And we're doing it all before Monster Monday on Labor Day. We will be live and local. You'll be on the afternoon show.
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to that. I'll be on this shift from 10 to 2. And we're going to be local all day, 6 a.m., 6 p.m. Listen right here on 95.7 The Game. What do you feel good about with the San Francisco 49ers? I feel good that even if they miss Nick Bosa for week 1, even if Nick Bosa enters what I consider to be a holdout, I think the 49ers are going to be fine until he eventually signs.
You think they win in Pittsburgh?
I don't think they win in Pittsburgh.
Whoa.
But I also think
what does that mean?
Well, I think that's going to be a tough game with or without Nick Bosa. I'm very high on the Steelers this year.
You're just saying with Nick Bosa, without flip of a coin in Pittsburgh, then you have Nick Bosa for the rest of the season, and you're good to go.
Well, and the reason is because even if Nick Bosa signs tomorrow, even if he signs at 11:38 in 51 seconds, I think that Nick Bosa does not have enough time to the point where the 49ers would feel comfortable giving him his normal snap count, giving him his normal reps in a regular season game. So week 1, to me, you have Nick Bosa or you kind of have Nick Bosa. To me, you don't get the Defensive Player of the Year because of how long he has refused to report to camp.
And because of that, would you consider this a botch job or part of the business?
I think it's part of the business, especially when you're resetting records. It's always going to take more time. I know that John Lynch said that he didn't think it would take as much time, but from what I have just seen with not only the 49ers, I know they generally get deals done, but they take their time. They wait until the last possible second. Now, the last possible second with Deebo Samuel was the end of July. The last possible second with George Kittle and Fred Warner was the beginning of training camp. Nick Bosa, the last possible second, could be week 1, could be week 2. I've seen Joey Bosa's last possible second before he even stepped foot on an NFL field out of college being week 4.
Right.
Like he refused to play for the Chargers before he got the bread that he wanted. That's to me where I think Nick Bosa is coming from, not because Joey got this, Aaron Donald got this, but the Bosas have had a track record of putting their foot or their line in the sand and saying, if you do not cross it, we will not acquiesce to you.
That's a very logical thought process. Not all people, not all fans take it like that, because I'm just thinking, you're sitting there with your buddies, you're watching the game wherever you're watching it, at your house, wherever it is, and I can hear it now. Evan, I can hear it now. If you don't have Nick Bosa out there and TJ Watt going crazy on the other side, you're thinking, come on, bro, we're supposed to have our guy out there, and he's giving Purdy havoc. it's not going to be a good look, especially when we already know, we talked about the Niners tied for third best odds to win the Super Bowl. Who's in front of them? The Eagles. We know how important the Niners have been getting off to these slow starts. So you start the season, everybody says, well, they end up being okay. Well, what do you consider okay? They don't have number 6. They haven't won a Super Bowl. So yeah, you can still get to the playoffs and you can still have an opportunity to win it, but the Niners have not proved that starting slow is okay, depending on what your definition of okay is. If you just want to get to the playoffs, sure. If you want to make sure that the playoffs come through San Francisco / Santa Clara, I think it is a big deal. I
also don't think that the end-all be-all is week 1. Like, I can think that the Niners...
Every game is, though.
No, but I can think that the Niners will lose to the Steelers and they're 3-1 after 4 weeks. Like, that's still in the driver's seat to me.
Look, any game you lose that... And maybe this game was never going to be Niners for sure, right? They're favored, but not by a lot. But every game you lose that you were supposed to win, you just got... All it is, Evan, is you just got to make up for it somewhere throughout the season.
But when you're talking about games you're supposed to win, like you're just looking at the betting line, right?
That's all I can look at.
Like they're 2.5 favorites at Pittsburgh.
Not just the betting line.
They were
even
also
in general.
favorites last year against Chicago.
No, and they should have won that game. They should have won that game.
And they went 13-4, went to the NFC Championship.
Did they win the Super Bowl?
Okay, but the year they went to the Super Bowl, they lost 3 games. Like,
did they win the Super Bowl?
No.
That's all I'm saying.
They lost games when they won Super Bowls in 94 and
no,
the 80s.
I know, but I'm saying with this regime, all I'm saying is the idea, and I'm not even saying that they can't be okay. Like we've said, they can be okay. They've gone to a Super Bowl. They've won NFC Championship games. They've gone back. It just depends on what your definition of okay is. That decides, are you okay with losing? Nobody's okay with losing against the Steelers, but basically by that same standard, are you okay with Nick Bosa not playing? You're saying it's too far gone already.
I just don't think Nick Bosa is going to be in mid-season form. But like, I don't see how he could be. And who knows? Maybe Nick Bosa is Superman, and he's been training harder than any other player that's holding out. Maybe he's training. He's training harder than Chris Jones. He's training harder than I don't know any other player that right now is not with their camp. All I know, and look, I appreciate the 415. Nick Bosa is just load managing for the playoffs by taking off week 1. Actually, that's the 510. So maybe, hey, Nick Bosa's playing chess. He's not playing checkers, Alan. He's trying to get ready for the most important games. Which apparently the ones that he can't get a sack in. So
well, exactly. So no, I hear it, and is there anybody out there, anybody at all that I wouldn't use the word blame, but is there anybody out there that thinks, come on, Nick Bosa, because we do this thing where sometimes you put it on the player. Hey, you're being greedy. Then sometimes we put on the org. Hey, cut the check. Is Nick Bosa good enough that there is nobody out there, not one Niner fan out there that feels, come on, dude, just get out there. What are we talking about? Why do you feel the need to have this? Really, we're talking about a title. Is it honestly about the money or is it about the title?
Well, to him, it's probably about both.
Both.
I mean, and that's what the best athletes want.
This is California, by the way.
That's true. But that's what the best athletes want, right? They want their bread and they want to win.
Mm-hmm.
They want both. Now, not everyone can get both, but someone like Nick Bosa is absolutely in a position to bargain for both.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the few. I think you touched on something interesting, though, Alan. I'm curious what people think at 888-957-9570. When do you start to feel differently about Nick Bosa? Like, I think everyone's under the assumption that this is going to get done,
mm-hmm.
and it's just a matter of when, and he'll get his money, and the 49ers will be all well, and then they'll be off and heading towards a hopeful Super Bowl. But if he's not signed by the end of this weekend, and it moves closer to week 1, and he enters a holdout, like, do you hold that against Nick Bosa, or do you hold that against the team? Because I think you could look at the 49ers, and at this point, if the difference is $4 million,
mm-hmm.
then it just matters what side of the fence are you on? I'm inclined to lean towards the player.
Yes.
And say, stand your ground for every last cent you can possibly get.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that's not how all fans operate. And if you're like, I would look at the 49ers and say, well, if $4 million ain't a lot, if that's the difference, then just pay it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you feel differently, 888-957-9570, please call in and tell us why you think Nick Bosa should be the one that says, oh, it's only $4 million. I should just, I'll go the other way.
Yeah, and at first, this was highest paid, defensive lineman. Now this has turned into wanting to be the highest paid non-quarterback. So, again, it's just how things are positioned, right? Because Aaron Darnold, pretty much, same position, but at the same time, it's a title. And if you feel you deserved it, if you're Nick Bosa, I'm the depoy. All right? Y'all can say what you want. I need help. The reason I'm not getting sacks is because I'm getting double, triple team because I'm that guy. So you need to pay me as such. I have no problem with that. But as this thing continues to move forward, depending on when he gets signed, you're saying, okay, you're going to have some version of Nick Bosa or you're not for week 1. At one point, will you have the further this thing goes? At what point will you have 100% Nick Bosa? I don't know. Is it week 2? Is it week 3?
I mean, ideally, I would give a player a month. I mean, how long is training camp? And one of the reasons why I think the 49ers were hesitant to maybe make Jimmy the starter immediately last year was because he had a shortened offseason. Now, that was self-inflicted because he got his surgery late, but if he had gotten it earlier, like it sounded Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch wanted him to, he might have beaten out Trey Lance for the QB1 spot last year. I think the 49ers were just in a position where they had to start Trey because you weren't sure about Jimmy. He was coming off of injury.
Well, if Jimmy wasn't, couldn't you make the argument if Jimmy wasn't injured, he probably would have been gone?
No, but I'm saying, he would have been, but I'm saying like the timing that he chose to get his surgery, he got it late.
Yeah.
Like if he had got it the day after, a few weeks after, like if he was on the Brock Purdy plan where he got it in early March, 6 months later, he's ready for training camp or he's lines up with week 1, I think there might have been more of a conversation there. I don't know if Trey
I don't
Lance
want to go down that road.
Well, yeah, we don't have to. Both of them are gone, according to our caller earlier.
He gone.
925. And see, these are the ones that I want to kill because, again, it's a feel-good Friday, Alan, as much as we always talk about the things that the 49ers can do.
I asked for this, though. I asked for this.
You did?
I did.
Okay. Why is there always a caveat to everything we talk about with, all right, are we going to give in to Nick Bosa? Are we going to give in to the 49ers? Well, the 925, trade Nick Bosa. Demanding all this money and holding out. We don't need that energy. Bye-bye, Bosa. Can we squash that? Is it the last trade Bosa text that we can read today?
No, if that's how you feel. This person wants to keep the energy good. They're saying Nick Bosa's got negative energy. Get it out of here.
Is that the way you feel?
Move on.
Is that the way you feel?
No, that's not the way I feel. You got to pay the man. I am always going to want the man to pay the man. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
So I say pay him. But it's not my money.
Fahrenheit 411. No, I believe, actually, if we're talking about good or bad energy that Nick Bosa brings, I don't really think he brings either.
He's just chilling.
He brings a neutral energy, which to me is very calming. Like, I would prefer to work with someone that, yes, can experience both ends of the spectrum, but that I have an idea of which one it's going to be.
Right. And that's why
not that's going to come in, oh, so it's gloomy outside, so... And it might be a little bit down today. Actually, he's 6 feet under today.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sunny outside, and he might be feeling good. Okay, he's feeling so good to the point that he wants everyone gone, or he wants everyone this, and he wants, I would prefer to know what I'm getting from somebody.
No, I agree. But that is also why Nick Bosa has one of the most fitting celebrations in football. Because it's really just who he is. He just shrugs. That's basically Nick Bosa. When you hear him talk, it's kind of just a shrug. So it fits.
This is from Never Go Full Jeff on the YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Bosa's energy meter is very much like clay. Would you agree with that? I think they're very different.
Yeah. I can see why that would be said, but I think it's different.
And we do have some, not Klay Thompson news, but a bit of an update from Joe Lacob that I want to get into. Let's say the 1 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Joe Lacob was on with Tim Kawakami in his podcast, had some interesting things to say about not just Klay Thompson, not just Steve Kerr, but also the CP3 deal, the luxury tax, and it sounds like a conversation you and Guru got into last week, Stephen Curry versus Magic Johnson.
Yeah,
so
good times.
We are going to get into that. I do want to hear what you have to say about that. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Jay is out in Oakland, wants to talk about how the Bosa deal impacts the future money for the 49ers. Interesting. What's up, Jay? You're on with Alan and Evan on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. Thanks for taking my call. Just want to ask you guys two things. First is that if the Niners, we sign him, give him the money and all that, and would we be in the finance crisis just like the Warriors, within 2 years? Because, Brandon Ayuk is coming up, and then, it's all other stars coming up, and I don't see 49ers have any more freaking money to give it out to. They're coming up superstars and all that.
No, I think that's a reality that Jay is talking about. It's a very real reality, Alan, which is next year, if you look at, so the cap in the NFL is, I think, $230 million this year. It might go up a little bit. But the 49ers, without Nick Bosa's new contract extension, are currently allotted, I think their total payroll, if you look at Spotrac, is like $250 million, or close to. So you tack on, not even, you tack on less than the difference, $30 million. You're 40 in the red. You got to find a way to clear that. That means that if also you want to give Brandon Ayuk some money, it might have to come out of Debo's pockets.
Right.
If you want to give someone else some money, might have to come out of Fred's pockets. Might have to come out of Kittle's pockets. I don't know how they're going to manage this thing. And football front offices do a generally very good job of either backloading money or moving it around, converting into signing bonuses like we saw with Christian McCaffrey. So I'm sure they'll find a way. But that means that you might not have everyone a part of this core beyond this season.
So 415, with you saying that, to piggyback off of it, 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line, NFL has a hard cap, pay Bosa, and we lose Ayuk. So that brings me to my question and how we started this show, because we started this show saying, hey, there's only one ball, right? I think somebody's going to plateau and or regress when talking about the skill players.
Sure.
And 888-957-9570, you can say who you'd be okay with. But this is why I think it's all connected, Ev. Because if I were to say, hey, pay Nick Bosa and lose Brandon Ayuk, I think most Niner fans would be okay with that, right? I think so. Pay Nick Bosa, if it was either the other option would be to trade Nick Bosa. So pay Nick Bosa or lose Brandon Ayuk. I think most people would say pay Nick.
Sure.
Pay Nick Bosa or lose Debo.
I think people would tell Debo to kick rocks.
Really?
I think if you had to choose, the conversation would be between a guy like Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, not Nick Bosa and those two.
Yeah. So it's a roundabout way of saying if you pay Nick Bosa, you're not going to keep all your skill players, and that would put one of them on the chopping block. And I think that person that most people would be okay with would be Ayuk over a Debo or a Kittle or whoever. It would be Ayuk. And just based on the situation, thank you, but it's not. And on top of the scheme that the Niners run, it would make the most sense. So are you okay with that? Are you okay with Brandon Ayuk moving forward so you have to pay Nick? And I think most people would be okay with that.
Yeah, but this is why I also hope that the future contracts for many of the position players on offense, because, we were just talking about how Kyle Shanahan can scheme people open. It's just about a quarterback that knows where to go in the scheme.
Just hit them when they're open.
So if Brock Purdy turns into that dude that shows you that he can succeed with weapons, Kyle Shanahan might be inclined to move off of one of those weapons.
Right.
And I'm not asking the question, who do you want, Debo or Ayuk? But I do think...
Kind of.
No, what I'm trying to get at is I hope that type of energy doesn't manifest itself in one of those two players either feeling the need to get greedy, the need to ask for the ball, the need to... I hope it turns into what we saw from Debo, for example, in week 2 of the preseason, which is he's out there, he's looking 110%, he's busting ass on every play, he's blocking with ferocity, he's throwing guys to the ground, and it's all in the name of helping the team and winning, because even if, for example, Debo Samuel's not on the team in a year or two, I do think it would behoove him to showcase his talents, much like he did in 2021, then maybe shrink a little bit, and a lot of it was also due to injury last year, but shrink a little bit because even if it's not at San Francisco, someone's going to want that kind of player. Someone's going to want a Brandon Ayuk kind of player.
Yes, and I'm telling you, when things start to blend together and to mesh together, and you start seeing how the cake is being prepared with the ingredients. I'm telling you, Evan, it just fits. Debo is not taking a backseat to anybody this season. I'm telling you that right now. I can just tell in his demeanor. Now, Christian McCaffrey's going to get his touches, but you are going to see, I don't know how, look, you got to get Debo the ball in order for that to happen, but I feel that Debo, not to the detriment of the team, but Debo is on a mission to show that he is still Debo this season. How that affects the domino, I don't know, but I'm telling you this much. Debo ain't taking a backseat this year.
And I think that's a good thing.
I do too. For the Niners, is it good for Ayuk? I don't know.
Well, it also could be good for Ayuk. I mean, even if Ayuk isn't putting up the numbers that he is, he could be more efficient this season. He could showcase different parts of his game. He could be more of a deep. I think there are other ways. Again, if we're talking about the conversation with Purdy and stats, I don't think it's going to be feasible for him to put up the same or better numbers than he did in the last 5 games of the regular season. That doesn't mean I think he's going to get worse.
Right.
And that's, I think, where we want to go next with this conversation. On the other side, we want to get into if you think someone is going to plateau, along with what you feel good about. Like, if Brandon Ayuk's going to plateau, is Deebo Samuel going to be the one to excel? Does that mean George Kittle is going to excel? Does that mean Christian McCaffrey might not be the 1K player that everyone's hyping him up to be? I see you, Jason in Oakland, wants to talk about Ayuk on the other side, but we got to get to a break. Evan Giddings along with Alan Stiles. Also a reminder that Lazy Boy makes so much more than recliners, and right now, do not miss the Labor Day event. 30% off store-wide. There's a Lazy Boy furniture gallery near you. So hurry in because the prices will not last long. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries, long live the lazy. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Alan Stiles in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. We'll be back on the other side taking your calls at 888-957-9570. We're back after this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny, no Guru. Boys will be back next week. Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Steiny and Guru. Will also be in on a Monster Monday on Labor Day. So check in with us at 95.7 The Game because we're live and local all day on Monday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on 95.7 The Game. So what we've been kind of tossing around, Alan, this idea of what you're excited about with the 49ers week 0 before week 1. And we've kind of transitioned. We've gone through the Bosa, the difference, the $4 million. We've gotten into some of the ramifications of that impending contract that we both believe is going to happen. And it could affect two guys, a Deebo Samuel and a Brandon Ayuk. Mm-hmm. And before we get into the nitty-gritty, is there kind of a way that you view the two receivers in San Francisco, or do you look at the room as a whole and say the 49ers are just, they're solid. They're solid at wide receiver?
Well, I think they're solid at playmakers, right? I mean, you never see Brandon Ayuk and Deebo on the top of any best wide receiver duo lists. And that's not because they're not good. I think some of that is scheme. Obviously, they're both good. I don't know how they're viewed nationally in terms of elite. I think Deebo is viewed as elite. I don't think Brandon Ayuk is viewed as elite yet, which goes to the conversation of he wants to be viewed as elite, I believe. Who we just talked about egos, right? Everybody's got one, and I think Brandon Ayuk thinks that he can be an elite wide receiver in this league, and he's not in the best system for that. So I don't view the Niners wide receivers separately to the rest of the offense, right? When you look at the Bengals wide receivers or the Dolphins wide receivers, they are just a part of the cog of the machine. And that's why I think that at some point something's got to give. It just depends on who you ask. And shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line and the YouTube chat coming in with who they would prefer, because it is really just a preference.
Yeah, no, but that's an interesting point you bring up, Alan, is the fact that when we talk about the 49ers, we talk about their weapons as being, if not the best, one of the best in football.
Right.
And yet when you go into each position, well, no one's a clear-cut number one best in their spot. Besides McCaffrey, but even some might want a Derrick Henry type power back. Mm-hmm. I think McCaffrey fits this 49ers offense better than probably any other running back in the NFL. Mm-hmm. But if you're looking at the overall best one, well, last year it could have been maybe a Saquon, or it could have been a Derrick Henry, or it could, I guess more traditional downhill backs. But McCaffrey does so many different things that with Kyle Shanahan, he is showcased in a way that you can't really showcase any other back. So I'll give you that one. Like George Kittle, I don't think anyone would consider him the best tight end in football. Mm-hmm. I don't think anyone would consider Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel maybe even top 5 receivers in the NFL.
I don't think so. I think they'd both be in the top 10, or Deebo would be, right? I think Ayuk is really close. I don't know that he would be in the top 10. And that's not a slight on Ayuk. There are a lot of really good receivers coming in every single season, and I hate to take it to fantasy because you guys got me doing this fantasy league I didn't even want to do.
You got it,
but it is. I mean, it does. In some,
you dragged yourself down with the rest of us.
In some facet, it does represent how much action a receiver is getting, and Ayuk is not a top 10 receiver in fantasy, right? And again, as funny as that sounds, in a way, it does mirror how much somebody is getting targeted and how much meat is on that bone. So. Depends on who you ask, and Sam, maybe we can get it on the poll, because it is pretty split right now, the amount of people that want to either keep Deebo or keep Ayuk and call in. I know Evan didn't want to take it there, but you know what? We made a hard left, and we are taking it there. If it does come down to Deebo or Ayuk, who do you want?
Well, and yeah, we can ask that question. I think Jason has an answer out in Oakland. What's up, Jason? You're on 95.7 The Game with Alan and Evan. To Alan's question, who would you want?
Good afternoon, you guys. This is a Styles. That's just your opinion when you say Niners fan probably would want to get rid of Ayuk.
Of course.
So I don't think so. I believe 85% of the time, other teams is putting their best quarterback on Ayuk. Ayuk is our best route runner. He's our big receiver. Shanahan was on Ayuk a couple years back because he knew Ayuk's potential, and he could be a game changer. Plus, he changes the game for Debo. So if we get rid of Ayuk, then they got to build up another wide receiver to actually run the plays like Ayuk run the plays, learn the system like Ayuk, and then we another year off from trying to win the Super Bowl. Ayuk is probably our best wide receiver, but Debo is our most impactful wide receiver. So we could not get rid of Ayuk or Debo. They're going to have to make some changes or save some money some type of ways, but Ayuk and Debo are our best wide receivers, John Taylor and Jerry Rice. We ain't trying to get rid of Ayuk or Debo.
Okay, but Jason,
come on,
Jason, but that's the question though. If you had to, who would you get rid of? Anybody can say don't get rid of either.
But why do I have to choose?
You don't have to. You don't have to. But
why does Jason have to choose?
Jason, just humor me. Jason's gone.
Okay, we lost Jason. No, I think when Brandon Ayuk is talking about taking off and he's talking about having a breakout season and everyone is expecting him to have the breakout year, to me, I don't see that as a competition against Debo Samuel. And that's why, as much as, we can absolutely entertain the question if you want to chime in at 888-957-9570, but I see Brandon Ayuk as someone who compares himself to his class. And right now, the guys that were drafted in front of him, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, are the two that I would consider better than him.
Yeah.
Jerry Jeudy, I would not. Jalen Reagor, absolutely would not. T. Higgins might be in the conversation for some. Michael Pittman Jr. might be in the conversation for some. I think Brandon Ayuk is has proven more than those guys have.
You said CeeDee?
Yes.
You said you think he's better?
I think CeeDee Lamb's better than Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
I mean, he's shown more so far.
Yeah. Again, in an offense that highlights CeeDee Lamb.
But if you're with Kyle Shanahan,
that's a run-first offense.
And who has been the focal point of the Cowboys offense the last
No.
few years?
Okay, let me rephrase.
No, last year was more of a pass-heavy offense.
It's a run-first offense, and then on top of that, you have Kittle, who recently has reemerged, and then you also have Debo.
Yeah, look, I'm willing to entertain the fact that Brandon Ayuk could have a better year than CeeDee Lamb. All I know is he was a second-team All-Pro receiver last year.
The bottom line is that this all started from the conversation with Nick Bosa. And we can open this up. If people don't like, and to Jason's point, shout out the town, shout out Oakland. The bottom line is if you pay Nick Bosa, this thing isn't going to last forever, right? So we're talking about which skill players at what point you'd have to move off of. So no, it doesn't have to be Ayuk or Debo, but you're not going to be able to do this forever. So who do you feel the best about, right? Or who does it hurt you the least to move off of? You can open it up. It's fine. Now, during the break, we talked about Kittle. Kittle might be, you were saying, some type of a restructure because of maybe his age, that it wouldn't be as easy of a just move off of him or trade him as the other guys. The numbers wouldn't add up the same way.
No, I mean, there's a potential out at the end of the season for George Kittle, but I don't think that Kyle Shanahan sees anyone on this roster in place to be someone who could replace a guy like George Kittle.
So you think that because of that, you can't move off of Kittle?
Well, not unless he falls off a cliff or gets hurt. George Kittle he doesn't put up the amount of yards that he used to. I think that's also a product of how many weapons are on the team. But George Kittle was arguably the most efficient he's ever been with Brock Purdy in his last, 6 weeks of the regular season inside the red zone.
Right.
And I think that in Kyle Shanahan's offense, George Kittle is kind of the epitome of, the guessing game because he blocks a ton, but he can hurt you in the passing game, yards after catch, he's physical. And so when he's on the field, you do not know whether they're going to run or pass, as opposed to a lot of pass-catching tight ends, pure blocking tight ends. George Kittle, the one thing he does not do is give a tell. And I think that's why he's so integral to this offense. And even though I think they could, maybe win games, he's not maybe the most important piece to the Niners offense as he was, say, in 2019, but he's pretty damn important. And I think some people might lose track of him just because of the amount of pieces around him.
Okay, so if now Kittle is a form of untouchable,
I don't think he's an untouchable. I don't think anyone is untouchable.
A form of it. Sure. He's not on your. He's not one of the guys you move off of. Where does that lead us back to? Debo and Ayuk, unless you're talking about McCaffrey.
Look, and maybe they're willing to restructure. I think personally, look, I think Christian McCaffrey does a lot of the same things that Deebo Samuel does.
Agreed. It's a Spider-Man meme.
But the one thing is, Christian McCaffrey is a little bit older than Deebo Samuel is. Except Deebo Samuel doesn't want to play running back, or doesn't want. Of course, he doesn't want like the workload of a Christian McCaffrey. The way we were talking about this during the break, so I'll just do it.
Here we go.
Brandon Ayuk is the logical choice. Like he's. All right, I'm a single man, Alan. I know you can't speak this. I'll let you take a play off. Brandon Ayuk is the woman that kind of checks every single box. Like she's got a great salary, full-time position, maybe a studio in the city. She's someone that you can envision, a life with. She makes sense, right? She's not the best looking, but someone that, just you can wrap your mind around being with and living comfortably for a long time. Deebo Samuel is the woman that makes you feel something when you're with her. He's someone you just stare into her eyes and you're just absolutely leveled. Like you gaze into a sea of blue. And Deebo Samuel, he might not have she might not have the best job.
Best credit.
She might not have the best credit score. She might be living, month to month, might be looking for a new gig. But at the end of the day, it's just someone that when you're with her, you feel better about yourself. And you're constantly reminded, even though you might not be happy all the time, there's those little things that they do that just reminds you how lucky you are to be with them. That's how I look at Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel if we're talking about women.
Incredible.
Yeah.
That's a 5.
Thank you.
That's a 5. But I will say, based on what we've seen and heard, we kicked off this show with, hey, when Deebo scores, it just does something different. A lot of people are willing to ship Deebo off for Brandon Ayuk. And I'm wondering, Evan, is some of that becomes, based on what you were saying, because she tried to leave you last year? Deebo tried to leave and ended up saying he wanted to get paid. We don't know how legit the trade request was. Is that some of it? Is that some of why Niners fans are okay with moving off of Deebo over Ayuk? Because, hey, he already tried to leave us. He already tried to leave the family. So if he wants to be gone, he can be gone. Ayuk's never done any of that. Maybe that's part of it. But to your point, I think a lot of people feel the way you feel. I don't know. That was a flashback to The Bachelor. I don't know. Love Island. I don't know what I was. Temptation Island. I don't know what I was listening to right there. But I think there are people that feel like that. But I think there are people that also feel, hey, we've had our arguments. We've fought before, right? Just be gone. We have our new boo thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a tough choice, and I'm glad the Niners don't have to make it this year. They might have to make it next season. Who knows? They might be able to avoid all of this by figuring out a way to, I don't know, it could be a different position that they want to mess with or move on from. But I also know that, and you kind of brought this up during the break, the fact that someone like Ronnie Bell on the roster, I don't know if he's not someone that this season is going to spell either of those two guys, but let's say that during the offseason or throughout this year, maybe Ayuk misses a couple weeks, or Deebo misses a couple weeks, or Jawan Jennings misses a couple weeks. Ronnie Bell steps in, looks really good. He's a yard after catch guy. He figures out how to catch the ball consistently, and Brock Purdy's putting it on him. He's running up numbers. That might be a guy that makes you feel more comfortable with moving on from one of your two soon-to-be very high-paid wide receivers, because we've seen other teams have to make these tough choices of who you're going to keep, who is more important to winning, and what you value. And for Kyle Shanahan, the one thing that we've consistently seen is he's not afraid to move on from guys, not just at the quarterback position, but others as well.
Yeah, and really it just comes down to what void you're willing to live with. Because if you think, hey, Deebo, we saw it last season. Hey, well, we got Christian McCaffrey now, so Brandon Ayuk is the one guy. There's no replacing what Brandon Ayuk does. I am in no way saying that Ronnie Bell, some people on the YouTube chat, Xfinity Mobile text line, are saying Ronnie Bell could do what Deebo does. Maybe a diet Deebo or a Deebo light, and maybe you think that's enough. We'll see more this season, because I think that's what makes this season so intriguing. There's so much on the line. Number one, you want to get number 6. You want to get that ring, but there are also some people that want to be fed. Brandon Ayuk wants to be fed. Deebo wants to be fed. Christian McCaffrey's going to get fed either way because he's the running back. So, and I think when we talk about egos, I would say that Kittle definitely seems to be on the much smaller side of that. I mean, you're talking about a guy who knows deep down, and I've never talked to the guy, but who knows deep down that he could probably pass catch at the level of Travis Kelce. I think George Kittle feels that way, but he also is a jack of all trades. And in this system, he's being utilized. People joke about him being an offensive lineman or a guard, right? So he is somebody that I don't think you have to worry about his ego. I think he loves being in the Bay Area. So I would take him out of the category, but he's also at a different place in his career. You know what I mean? I think that Debo still wants to prove some things, and I think Ayuk wants to prove some things. To your point, the other wide receivers that went in his wide receiver heavy draft. And again, to take a step back from the Bay Area's perspective and the Niners' perspective, wide receivers are coming out like hotcakes these days. Okay, the way the college game is changing, wide receivers are really starting to advance. It feels like. So Brandon Ayuk doesn't want to get forgotten.
Let's get out to San Francisco. Jeremy wants to chime in on the conversation. 888-957-950 is the number. Also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. What's up, Jeremy? You're on with Alan on Evan on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
What up? I'm doing well. How you brothers doing?
Chilling, man.
Good.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. Niner gang is in the house, man. Born and raised Bay Area, East Palo Alto, to be specific. I want to give Kyle Shanahan his props and his flowers now. He came into this organization. He's won. And this whole narrative or notion that all of the fans are unhappy. And listen, earlier you had a reference to a woman, right? If she cook, clean, and take care of you, and she's loyal to you, and then, of course, everybody's got flaws, right? Why are we sitting here unhappy? She does everything under the sun, and you're still unhappy. Now, this is why I want to give Kyle Shanahan his flowers. I thought he did, everybody that I'm around, we all thought that he did Jimmy G wrong. You had another leader in the locker room, and the thanks he got for winning is he's got a noodle arm. Did we forget he went down, tore an ACL, running for us. He comes back, and we go and we win. Okay. We're still not happy with Jimmy G. We trade up, we give a lot of real estate up to go get Trey Lance. The disrespect to Jimmy G. Now, if we're talking about egos, Kyle Shanahan could have, well, we gave up a lot for that third pick. Let's just keep Lance. Let's keep Lance. Let's keep Lance. Now we're saying it's not about them wanting to keep Lance. They just wanted anything in return. A fourth-round pick is something in return. Come on, man. What are we talking about? We're talking about he actually grew up and he got rid of a quarterback controversy. Guess who has a quarterback controversy now? The damn Dallas Cowboys. So, all in all, what I'm saying is this whole notion of Kyle is horrible. It's like our season is tainted. And no. God, no, it's not. I feel this is me. I'm just a fan. But I strongly feel like Kyle got rid of the quarterback controversy in the locker room. It was more than one reason to do it. And I feel like he's learned off of this whole He did Jimmy G wrong, man. Jimmy G won for us. He won. Now I want to hear y'all. How do y'all feel about it?
I think there's a lot of good points in there, Jeremy. I do think that
Shout
Jimmy
out
G
EPA.
was, yes, he's Palo Alto. I do think that Jimmy G was done. I mean, look, I don't know how quarterbacks that aren't Super Bowl winners generally get done. Like, I know that there's generally a split anytime you move off of a guy who at one point was made the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Anytime that there's a split, it's probably going to be for a messy reason. But I also do agree with his point that Kyle Shanahan maybe looked at that situation with happened with Trey Lance and said, look, I just want to clear the air. I want to get everything that could be potentially toxic out of my quarterback room. Even though those guys, I don't think individually are toxic people, they attract toxic attention. Mm-hmm. And that's what Kyle Shanahan is trying to avoid this season, which could be the most important one in his tenure.
Let me tell you something right now.
All right.
I think that Jeremy made a great point because this is what we're talking about here. Kyle Shanahan decided that he's going with somebody that when he wasn't injured, actually he was injured in Seattle, he had a broken rib, and Brock Purdy, who is 23 years old, I've decided I'm moving forward with you. I've seen my offense in San Francisco do things it's never done before. under you. And that's just the beginning. That is just the beginning. I'm moving forward with you, Brock Purdy. Jimmy, thank you for your service. You've moved on. Now we have Trey Lance, who people, whether I agreed with it or not, have talked about, including Peter King talking about in 5 years, is he still going to be in the league? There were conversations about having to cut Trey Lance. There were conversations of, just get a 7th round pick for him. Just get a 6th round pick back, whatever. Just get him out the building. Not only did Kyle Shanahan do better than that, Kyle Shanahan got a 4th round pick who everybody says is a higher value than what they thought they'd get for Trey Lance. And you dropped a grenade on the Dallas Cowboys, who is the other team from the NFC besides the Eagles that I wouldn't say people are worried about, but are in the hunt to win the NFC. So now Jerry Jones took that bait. Hey, Jerry, we got a guy high upside. And Jerry, I don't know if he was listening to First Take and Stephen A. Smith when Stephen A. Smith says, hey, there's a lot of things going on when it comes to Dak Prescott. So not only did Kyle Shanahan get rid of the controversy, he got a higher value back for Trey Lance, which we understand at that point is a sunk cost, and you sent them to the Dallas Cowboys, and now they have to deal with that drama. So not enough people, to Jeremy's point, shout out EPA, have talked about the fact that Kyle Shanahan, based on the situation, not only got out of it in a better spot, but then dropped a grenade in Dallas.
Maybe we look at this completely opposite. I do not look at Trey Lance as being anything form of value at this point.
But it doesn't matter because now that's in Dak Prescott's head. Their franchise guy.
You didn't Trojan horse the Dallas Cowboys. They just offer you the best deal, I think.
Yeah, but I'm saying
you could have sent him to Buffalo, who you might see in the Super Bowl. You could have sent him to in that case send him to Kansas City. In that case, send him to Seattle. In that case, send him to
you send him wherever, but. If you're willing to move off a guy because of your timeline, first of all, Trey is going to be another third stringer. So if you feel, hey, Trey needs reps and we can send him somewhere, he ain't going to get reps because he's behind Cooper Rush. And he's basically stashed on that team. And if Trey could still figure it out, but hopefully by that time you have number 6. So it's not about the 9. It's not about Kyle. If you want to, you can put the blame or the kudos to whoever, but at the end of the day, you were able to cause a controversy in Dallas, right? And get rid of the quarterback controversy in San Francisco.
But there's going to be quarterback controversy in Dallas no matter if Trey Lance is there. Like if you were the third string quarterback, if I was a third string quarterback, there'd be controversy in Dallas because they haven't won a Super Bowl in 30 years.
I know because you talked about my arm, so.
Oh, well, no, and you throw a deeper ball than I do, probably.
There you go. Thank you.
Also, we
Cut
can't,
that.
We can't settle this before the break because people were asking me yesterday. I don't know. I guess I'm looking kind of hub or whatever.
You?
Yeah, exactly. So
let me look on the camera here.
No, so I did want to give you credit because people were asking, who's got bigger arms, Styles or Giddings? You absolutely have.
What are we
arms.
talking about?
That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to give you some credit.
Thanks.
Yeah, I got you.
I didn't see that come through, by the way.
What?
I think you're making that one.
No. This was yesterday.
Oh,
yeah. So people were asking. So and that chair's a little more flattering from the side angle.
This one.
Yeah, exactly.
The one I'm in.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So people are coming in, and I just wanted to give you some credit that was duly deserved.
Sure. Thank you for that.
It doesn't sound like you believe me.
I don't believe any of this. I don't believe any of this.
Styles, Def does not have a dad bod. Appreciate that. I'm going to take that on your behalf from Zeus Kronos on the YouTube chat.
Thank you, Zeus.
No doubt. I see you, Alvin. I see you, George. We're going to get to your calls on the other side. We also have to get to the Joe Lacob sound from the TK show, talking about Klay Thompson's deal, Steve Kerr's potential deal, the CP3 trade. I keep stumbling on that. I don't know. I got to figure this out during the break. We're going to get to all of that and much more with Joe Lacob. Had a couple of interesting and I think kind of incendiary comments. Also weighing in on the conversation of Steph versus Magic. We're going to get to that at 1 o'clock. Coming up next, we'll take your calls. 888-957-9570. If it's about Debo and Ayuk, we will talk about it. But I also do want to hear for those of you that want to get rid of the negativity What are you excited about heading into week 1 of the NFL season? Because we got Labor Day coming up. A Monster Monday will be live and local all day from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on 95.7 The Game. And a reminder that it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Alan Stiles in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steiny, you get back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, everyone? What's up, the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union? What's up, the Xfinity Mobile text line? What is up to you, the Bay Area people, here on a Feel Good Friday? I know it's a bit gloomy outside, Alan, but I don't know. In here, it's getting a little toasty in the last segment.
I was just going to say, he's starting to warm up now. 650, Prime Evan versus Prime Styles, hit or strikeout?
Probably a bit of both, I think. I mean,
yeah, if we faced each other, I don't know if you would K me, but you could get me to roll over.
Yeah, I don't think I'd strike you out unless you had a bad AB or anything.
Yeah.
But I got to do some weak contact.
Right. I'd be a scrapper. I don't know that I'm going yaw trick on you.
Yeah,
but
like I imagine you're not sitting first pitch changeup.
No,
but
then
like
I'm
that's
gonna
the whole point.
I'm gonna be dead red. I'm gonna roll over.
Yeah, that's it. If we're going deep into a count, you got me, because by the time you see my 3 pitches, I'm probably cooked.
The problem is, I think, to be completely honest, my senior year, I think I told you this, I walked twice.
And now that I know that, you're getting nothing in the zone.
Hey, man, you got to swing the bat.
Hey, anytime I'm putting 83 on your knuckles and seeing what's going on. Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Matthew Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're going full government names here. We want to continue to take your calls, right? At 888-957-9570. Alvin's out in Santa Clara. Kick us off, man. What's going on, Alvin? What are you feeling good about? What do you got for us here on a Feel Good Friday?
What's up, guys? I'm feeling good about this Labor Day weekend coming up. Got a couple fantasy drafts to do. But I just wanted to get into what you guys are talking about with Debo and Ayuk. I hope it never gets to that point. I hope we can keep both of them, of course. But I would prefer to keep Debo over Ayuk, not to take anything away from Ayuk. You know, he's a great route runner, great receiver, great frame. You know, he has all the intangibles. But when it comes to Debo, I just feel like, you know, he's an emotional leader for the team. He's a tone setter. If you guys remember that Super Bowl, Shanahan started off the Super Bowl, the first play of the game, with the reverse to Debo. Yeah. And I just remember, you know, he got the juices flowing. Whole team was loving it. He was pumped up, you know, and he's just a tone setter. He's going to go out there. He's going to hit you in the mouth. And McCaffrey, you know, he's a great player. He's got all, you know, the flashes and all that, but I don't feel like he's a vocal leader. You know, Debo and Trent are the ones leading the team out of the tunnel. I just feel like, you know, Debo can really get the party started. And that's why I would keep him over Ayuk.
Thanks, Alan. Or Alvin, sorry. Alan. I was going to say that is one thing that I always look at the beginning of the game. Like, I just love the difference between, you know, big-ass Trent Williams, the big old burly dude just coming in, and Debo's just sitting there right next to him like, you know, I might be small in stature, but I am just as equal size of personality as you, Trent.
Right. And that's why, going back to what you said about, you know, your single person comparison, honestly, that's
why. For those saying that's why I'm still single, I hear you.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Xfinity Mobile text line 415. Debo is also the person, when you're in a fight, might post pics on IG while at the club with someone else.
He might go live in the middle of the fight.
Yeah. We don't need you. We good here. We good. Wow.
510's excited to see the linebacking tandem of Warner and Greenlaw break out the Tommy Guns because they the hashtag hit squad. I mean, I'll hear him on the hit squad. Tommy Guns, you talking about the machine gun, the old one? I mean, Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, I would put that up against any linebacking tandem in football.
Oh, agreed.
The only question is if, I guess, Dre Greenlaw can stay healthy for an entire season, which he did most of last year. He's also on a pretty team-friendly deal. I know they added, I think, was it 2 years to his deal last season? But Fred Warner is, like, it's kind of interesting. Like, people talk about, you know, we're discussing, like, who you like and love to watch. Deebo Samuel is an electrifying football player. You just maybe don't see it, I guess, as consistently as, say, in 2021. Mm-hmm. Fred Warner's a dude that I could just watch play ball, like, every single play. I know that you can't really on television, but you have access to the All-22 and you can go line things up. Like, just take a look at Fred Warner, because he is everywhere he's supposed to be. He's huge. He's fast. He's just shot out of a gun on every single play. And also, then when he gets to the podium, he's Captain America. Like, he's always suited and booted.
They threw him out there when everything leaked and went down.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, that's right. I was actually tuned in from Rome.
Yeah.
At, like, what was it?
That's dedication,
right? It was midnight or something when I got that notification. Saw you and Goo holding it down.
Yeah.
You guys did a good job.
Thank you.
And of course, yeah, you're listening to Fred Warner talk about his quarterback.
Right.
And because I guess Kyle Shanahan couldn't face the noise.
What was the breakdown? Yeah. Do we still not know what the breakdown was? Fred, just get out there.
I think Kyle Shanahan's timeline was he recorded an interview that he thought answered everything. And it wasn't played when he thought it was going to be played. I see. And so he wasn't available because he technically did it already, but he didn't leak it when he wanted it to.
Don't get your guy out there like that.
I know. Let's go to George at San Jose. What's up, George? You're on 95.7 The Game with Alan and Evan. How are you doing, man? What's up?
Pretty good. All right. So when it comes to Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, you 100% have to go with Deebo. The guy's a generational talent, man. The guy doesn't even have to get the ball, and he makes the defense. It makes life complicated for the defense. Don't get me wrong. I like Ayuk. I think Ayuk's going to be a great receiver. I got the guy on my fantasy team. But Deebo Samuel, he's a generational talent. He just makes things different for, on the field. And you have to go with Deebo, man. 100%.
All right, well taken. I do think that there is something to Deebo Samuel that I love, which is the improvisational ability that he has. Like, as much as he may not run the most crisp route, he may not be open on every single play. Like, he might not create as much separation as a Brandon Ayuk, certainly, but there's something that is indefensible about him because you do not know what he's going to do.
Right.
And so I think he is, not that he's tougher to game plan for than Ayuk, I think they're just different, but there is something to...
I think he is tougher to game plan for than
Deebo Samuel?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. Just because that's not to say tougher to game plan for doesn't mean you will be more successful, but I think that because Ayuk more so falls in that traditional wide receiver category, you're used to game planning for somebody like a Brandon Ayuk. It's really hard to game plan against backyard football or recess football. Those memes, Evan, when some dude is drinking at the water fountain and it says, you at recess, at the end of recess, after you put up 8 touchdowns, whatever it is, that's Deebo. That's Deebo. It's backyard football. So it's harder to game plan for that. That doesn't mean you're more successful or less successful on either one. But in terms of just the game plan, it's all right. Is Deebo going to be in the backfield today? Is he going to be running jet sweeps? Is he going to be lining up? What's he doing today? You basically know what he's going to be doing.
Yeah, like an NFL street, you'd rather have Deebo Samuel than Brandon Ayuk.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Turn on the afterburners and just running up and down
Shout out NFL
the concrete.
Street,
love that game. Let's go out to Alviso. JR wants to talk about another wide receiving core member of the 49ers, but not Ayuk or Deebo. What's up, JR? How you doing, man? You're on with Alan and Evan.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm pretty excited, obviously, to see all 11 guys on both sides of the field, but I think that rookie wide receiver Ronnie Bell is going to make some noise. That rookie's got a nose for the football. He seems like he's hungry, and I believe he's going to be the third Yak brother. He's going to get up there, man, and you guys have a great weekend.
Thanks, man. Well, you can never have too many of them, Alan.
You can't, but again, it's one game, one ball.
One shot, one opportunity.
Yes.
Fort Minor.
Shout out M. It could be, you could add, okay, so are we even counting Juwan Jennings in this conversation as far as regression? Is Juwan Jennings just where he is, right? Does Ronnie Bell, if he ascends, does that move how Juwan Jennings is used at all? I'm not really sure it does.
Perhaps. I mean, maybe early on in downs, Ronnie Bell might be a guy you could see. I think Ronnie Bell probably offers, I don't know, maybe some more versatility if you want to use him on special teams and other things. I think that when you're one of the last guys to make the roster, you have to be able to do more than one thing. Like I think that's the reason why Jordan Mason was. No, I see Sterling Bennett back there. He's probably going to fact check me if I'm wrong on this. But
shout out Sterling.
But didn't Jordan Mason also contribute on special teams? Like there was air. Okay, thank you. That's a correct thing. So Jordan Mason was able to give you help or sustainability in the backfield as a third or fourth option with a running back, but he could also help you on special teams. So he did multiple things.
Right.
I think for Ronnie Bell probably fits in right now. But look, the 53 man is always available for change because there is one spot that I would hope would be sitting for number 97, and that is Nick Bosa, who is apparently $4 million away from signing the largest contract for a non-QB in NFL history.
And does he deserve it? I think he does, but I also don't think the answer is that simple.
It's probably not, but that's the thing. It's It appears to be that's the going rate.
Right.
Like
price tag going up.
It is. It ain't getting lower. At 31.7, that's what Aaron Donald's making. Let's go back out to Marin. Diego is in Marin, has a question for us. This might be kind of interesting, Alan. What's up, Diego? You're on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I'd like to get your thoughts on what you think is more likely, the Eagles losing to the Patriots or the Niners with Bosa losing to the Steelers. And I'd also like to say that the season used to be evenly broken up into quarters of 4 games apiece, and I think the Eagles are going to lose all 4 games in the third quarter of the season, culminating with a loss to the Niners.
Wow. So I feel like there's a national treasure clue that we need to be looking for.
I love
with
national
all
treasure,
4 third quarter losses for the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, if I had to pick, I think it's probably a tougher game for the Niners than it is for the Eagles.
I think it would definitely be more likely that the Niners lose simply because I don't believe in the Patriots right now at all.
Although the odds would tell you right now there's only a point separation because the Niners are plus or minus 2.5 on the road.
Right.
Eagles are minus 3.5 in New England. So
it's New England. Weird things happen, but
weird things happen.
I would bet on the Eagles. I'll put it to you like that.
I would as well. And I know I said earlier, I think it's just a tough game. Like I think Pittsburgh is a lot better than people are giving them credit for, just because last year they were injury riddled. They didn't really know what they were doing at quarterback. I don't think Kenny Pickett is great, but I think that
Kenny Two Gloves.
Kenny Two Gloves. Actually, I have a joke to my friend about that. He wears 2 gloves because his hands are so small that he actually puts padding inside of the gloves in order to make them look bigger. That's why he wears 2 gloves, so that his hands can be average quarterback size.
Oh my gosh.
Just checking him. Joe in San Jose wants to talk about Kyle Shanahan. What's up, Joe? You're on 95.7 The Game with Alan and Evan. What's going on?
Thanks, guys, for taking my call. I asked a question yesterday. I asked the team yesterday, the crew yesterday, about the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan and Steve Kerr in the same position. It's a do or die. The expectations are high. The bar is set high. And then I asked them what would be considered a winning season, and they say make the Warriors. I don't see the Niners coming into any problems, but they said make the Warriors making the playoffs would be a winning season. Really? Bringing Draymond Green back for $25 million for 4 years, and they got a high. The team's salary is high. Coming back, making the playoffs is considered a winning season. Do you guys agree with that?
Interesting, Joe. I mean, it sounds like, and I know we just lost him, but it kind of sounds like what he's getting at is this idea of like who has a higher expectation for a successful season.
Yeah.
In a way, I do think the Warriors and the Niners are kind of in the same place. The Warriors have championships, so maybe it's a bit different, but I'm curious what people think at 888-957-9570. Like, who has more expected of them this year? Would it be the Niners or the Warriors?
The Niners.
I think it would be the Niners.
It's the Niners for multiple reasons. Even if you argued their championship windows are the same, the Warriors have already cashed in. And you had to pay... You paying Draymond doesn't promise anything. We're going to get into a little bit of what Joe Lacob had to say about Klay Thompson, but we understand where Klay is. You paying Draymond, it doesn't guarantee anything. We know Steph is Steph. But at the same time, look, the Nuggets, we know who they are. We know the talent that the Suns have. I think to me, the biggest thing is the Warriors have already done it. So if you don't get another one, if you get one more, it would be nice. But if you don't, hey, we've already had parades. The last time there was a Niners parade, I mean, we were yay high, right? We weren't rocking the facial hair that we're rocking right now. So I think because even if you argue that, I would even say that the Niners roster by itself is better than the Warriors roster. And I'm just saying that out loud. I've actually never thought about that.
No, I don't think that's unfair. I think that a lot of people view the Warriors as certainly behind the Nuggets, but you could make a case for, I don't know. I mean, you could make a case for the Lakers or the Suns. I don't think the Warriors are too far, if not ahead of them. but they're certainly second place behind Denver. I think the gap between the Niners and the Eagles is closer than the gap between the Warriors and the Nuggets. Would that be fair?
Yeah. Yes, I would say so.
Because a lot of people on YouTube are coming down our road, and I think it has to do with the recency bias of the championship. Warriors won recently. Some people are saying, shout out to Beard on YouTube, First NorCal Credit Union, 49ers higher. NFC is QB week. And that's, I think, a big part of it, too, is I don't know if the Warriors played in the East, if we look at them differently, it might be actually tougher. But I think that's also kind of the case with the Niners, which is if they played in the AFC, I don't know if we'd be talking about them the way we do, because there are more quote-unquote prototypical contenders in the AFC between Kansas City, Buffalo, Cincinnati, and others.
Yeah, if the Niners won the Super Bowl, you wouldn't be surprised. You would be surprised because they finally got it done. If the Warriors won another ring, you would be surprised, period. That's how I feel. Even though they just did it in 2022, you were surprised in 2022. The Niners, you've been expecting it, so you wouldn't be surprised in that same way. Maybe because Brock Purdy and he's only in his second year in the league, but because of that core and that the coaching staff and who you've had for years, I don't think that you'd be surprised in the same way you would be legitimately. But here's the thing, now to flip it and to basically contradict myself, maybe you wouldn't be as surprised with the Warriors because they have done it. And you'd be more surprised with the Niners because they haven't. They've knocked on the door, so there are multiple ways to look at it.
I think if the Warriors get to the finals, like if they get out of the West, I would be surprised if they beat Denver on the road in a 7-game series. I would also be surprised if the 49ers beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying if the Warriors can get out of the West, I like their chances to beat whoever comes out of the East. I feel that if the 49ers get past Philadelphia, I don't know if I'd feel the same if I see Patrick Mahomes on the other sideline.
Right. And well, now this conversation kind of shifts to if you don't get one from Kyle Shanahan, it's Kyle Shanahan, what? The Charles Barkley or whoever you want to call it, where it's, hey, this guy, great coach, had a lot of great years, but he was just there during basically the golden age of AFC quarterbacks, where if it's not Patrick Mahomes, who from the AFC quarterbacks, who would you, I guess, accept losing to, right? It would be probably Patrick Mahomes, and I would say Joe Burrow. That's probably where it ends, but there's a good chance you're going to see one of those two guys for the next coming years.
However, if Josh Allen beat one, if not both of those guys on the way to representing the AFC, then I'd be like, wow, this guy's actually a lot better than I give him credit for.
Exactly.
Or if Justin Herbert made a run, if Trevor Lawrence made a run, last year.
We don't even put Lamar in that conversation anymore. Lamar got a new offense,
Lamar
new
Jackson,
weapons.
Somehow returns to being his unanimous MVP self. That would, because the amount of quality quarterbacks lie mostly in the AFC. Or the top tier ones in my mind. I mean, there's a few. Obviously, Jalen Hurts is really good. I think Purdy has the potential to be, if not a top 10, a borderline top 10 quarterback this year. He certainly played like one the last 6 weeks of last season. But I also think that when we give credit to quarterbacks, a lot of the credit won't go to Purdy, even though he's going to be the one doing it. It'll go to Kyle Shanahan, or it'll go to McCaffrey, or it'll go to Ayuk and Debo, who we've been talking about.
We've dealt with this with Jimmy. This is not new. But I will say...
Do you think by the end of the season, though, we will look at Brock Purdy as not a Jimmy Garoppolo clone? Because a lot of people have thrown that out as, well, he's just going to be stuck in Jimmy G category unless they win.
I think so. And, even though Brandon Ayuk did drop that pass, plays like that ridiculous play last season where Purdy was running all over, I actually did the overtime, did the post-game that game, and I said, these are the types of things that are helping Brock Purdy break out of that QB1. This is just Kyle Shanahan's QB. Brock Purdy, that's a Brock Purdy play. Kyle Shanahan didn't scheme that, right? And there have been multiple times where Brock Purdy has done things that Kyle Shanahan did not scheme that. That was Brock Purdy making plays. And I don't think we saw Jimmy do that as much as we've seen Brock Purdy. So that's why I would say that Brock, in my opinion, Brock is not in the Jimmy Garoppolo clone category. He's already out of it.
No, but I think people will lump him in based on a guy who can win but not get you over the top if they don't. I think that's unfair because, again, it's his second season in the league.
Right, well, he has to do it, but unfortunately, that's how it goes. My question for you is, and this is off the top, we're talking NFC quarterbacks.
That's what we do.
Who are you taking right now? Brock Purdy or Derek Carr?
For this offense, I'd take Brock Purdy.
Is it because you've seen it?
I've seen Derek Carr put the ball in trouble far more than so far I've seen Brock Purdy do it. I also think there's more of a ceiling for Brock Purdy than there's for Derek Carr. I do think the Saints have some action though, because
I think they got action in that terrible division.
Exactly.
But I do think
they should make the playoffs.
Yeah,
I
think
they
they
don't,
got action
that is
out
a
there.
failed season for them.
And
Because their defense was already good last year.
I hope they do have some action. I mean, Derek Carr just never the same after that broken foot.
No, and I know DC's your guy. So
I mean, he's not my guy, but I think he.
Well, you rode with him for 10 years.
Well,
or whatever
I think he has gotten a little bit of a bad rap.
Would you take Derek Carr in San Francisco over Brock Purdy if you could?
Well, I've seen Brock, so I'm going to take Brock, but I think it's much closer. Like we talked about Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
If Derek Carr, let's say
Derek Carr's a lot better than Sam Darnold.
Well, sure. Okay, good. So, because when you look at certain lists and we can break them down, Derek Carr, his stock is pretty low right now. I would say his stock is pretty low, probably to the point where it's sneaking into underrated category. That's still not to say I would take him over Brock, but again, I've seen Brock in this offense. But I don't know, when you say Derek Carr putting the ball into harm's way, could you argue it's because he felt like he had to? I don't know. We'll never know, but it's a fun exercise.
No, that's true. I think Brock Purdy's prerogative is to make the decisions he has to, make them quickly, process quickly. I think he does that better already than Derek Carr does. I think Derek Carr's he's also just a different generation of a quarterback. Like I think he comes from more of a gunslinging era, where you 5-step drop, let it rip out of the shotgun, and you just. And you live with the results. I think he probably also felt more pressure because he had less of a defense and the organization was a lot different.
That's what I'm saying.
Who knows? I mean, but you could also say, like, maybe if Trey Lance was drafted this year by the Indianapolis Colts, the same way Anthony Richardson is, Anthony Richards could turn into something great. Trey Lance could have turned into something great if he got a chance to play there. I don't know.
No, we don't know. And that is the great beyond of what we do. Hey, put Draymond on this team and put whoever on a different team, put Tom Brady on this team. We'll never know. I want to go back to your gunslinging comment because I want to understand where you're at with gunslinging, and I know we're up against it, so we'll get to it after.
Yeah, we can get to that on the other side. What's your definition of gunslinging when it comes to a quarterback? 888-957-9570. Also, I do promise, we will in the next hour, coming up after we define our gunslingers, we will get into this Joe Lacob sound that's very interesting, talking about the $400+ million tax bill that he may want to pay now but might not want to pay later. How does that affect Klay Thompson's potential deal? How does that affect Steve Kerr? How does that affect Chris Paul, the newest member of the Golden State Warriors? Also, Joe Lacob promised something that I thought was a little incendiary. Has to do with championships. All of that on the other side. Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this, all sponsored by Lucky California.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. And boys will be back next week. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Cam, is that is the Imagine Dragons? Or who is this?
No.
That's MGMT.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm bumping MGMT. That's a
what, Machine Gun Kelly?
No, I think it's Kid Cudi lyric. Be respectful. Be respectful. You teased something before the break, Alan, I thought was interesting, and I want to use it to get into a conversation about the quarterback that we now have in San Francisco can unequivocally say the job not only is his, but that there is nobody behind him, in my mind, that is going to lead this team to a Super Bowl. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. We see you on YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Appreciate all the conversation and chiming in today. You want to talk about gunslingers?
Yes.
Like, would you define Brock Purdy? Would you put Brock Purdy in the gunslinging category?
So that's exactly where I'm taking this, because when I think gunslinger, I think you think Brett Favre. You also think interceptions, right?
Lots of touchdowns, a lot of interceptions.
Right. So I'm curious. Yeah. So I guess Jameis Winston is a gunslinger.
The epitome.
So I guess not that we've used this term, necessarily used the term for Purdy, but when you hear Kyle say, I think there's a difference between the fact that Purdy makes a decision and quote unquote rips it and a gunslinger. And I'm curious where you put Purdy, everybody, 888-957-9570, where you put Purdy in that category, because I think when you hear Kyle Shanahan say, yeah, I just want Trey, or when he was saying, hey, I just want Trey to make a decision and just rip it. And that's what Brock does. He rips it. I don't necessarily think of Brock as a gunslinger, but he is decisive. And when he makes a decision, he goes with it. But I'm curious, would you put Brock Purdy in the gunslinging category? Because to me, gunslinging is associated with interceptions. So I don't even know if you want a gunslinger as your quarterback. It also means to me you have a cannon.
I don't think a gunslinger you don't have to have a big time arm. To me, I associate a gunslinger with moxie, with someone that carries himself in a certain way, that plays.
Like Jay Cutler?
No, he does not have moxie. That is the opposite.
But he did throw picks.
Yeah, which is why Jay Cutler had a big arm. I wouldn't call him a gunslinger.
I might.
Like Josh Allen to me is a gunslinger. I would even consider Patrick Mahomes to some extent a gunslinger.
So it's somebody that takes chances.
Yes, and it's someone that takes calculated risks. And I think Brock Purdy has the potential to do that this year. Like, we saw some flashes last season of Brock Purdy not being afraid to put the ball into harm's way, but I think that also demonstrates a trust in the guy on the other side that you're trying to get the ball to.
Right.
Like, I mean, yes, the 49ers don't have a bunch of 6'4" wide receivers that can go high point of football in the way that maybe Joe Burrow does. Like T. Higgins, 6+ feet.
Is Joe Burrow a gunslinger?
Yes.
I think so too.
Yes, I think he is. Aaron Rodgers, I do not think is so much of a gunslinger, because I don't.
No, well, he never throws picks.
But I also think he's a little afraid to take those risks, which is one of the reasons why in playoff games, especially, for example, against the Niners, like you'll see him stare down Devontae Adams, or you would see him stare down his number one receiver. If the throw wasn't there, he'd get rid of it. He would take care of it. He would not put it in harm's way. That's the way I kind of view things. Like Trevor Lawrence last year in his playoff performance against the Chargers, definition of a gunslinger. Like 3 first-half picks, gets out there in the second half, rips it again and again, to the point where eventually they came back from down 27 points. Herbert's not a gunslinger.
Okay.
Herbert, I think, is a calculated quarterback that thinks a little too much sometimes. He's got all the measurables. He's got big arm. He's fast. 6'6", 230. He's huge. But I do think there's a little hesitance when he sees a window that he has to fit a ball into, unless maybe it's to a guy like Keenan Allen, who's a veteran receiver who's been there before.
When he's on the field.
Yeah, like, and to his detriment, like Dak Prescott might be considered a gunslinger.
Okay, that's a good one. I guess.
Like, you can be hurt and helped by being a gunslinger, in my mind.
Well, I think and I'm taking it a little deep here, but I think in American culture, going back to Westerns, the idea of a gunslinger is a positive thing. I think if you hear the term gunslinger, do you think that quarterback is a good quarterback or bad quarterback?
I think it can be either.
Okay, but just first thought, what's your first inclination?
I like that quality in my quarterback.
I think most people do think it's a positive. But, and JC on the YouTube chat said, hey, I think Jay Cutler was a gunslinger. But Jay Cutler to you wasn't, and I think maybe it's in part because Jay Cutler wasn't very successful.
Could be. I think it's just, look, it also could just be his demeanor to me was just off-putting. And so I would like to reserve the gunslinging category for people that I can get behind. Even if he was your quarterback, you were a Bears fan, if you're a Broncos fan, I know people that were behind Jay Cutler to an extent, but also did not enjoy watching him play quarterback every Sunday.
Right.
So it looks like Adrian and Hayward wants to help us out. Definition of a gunslinger. Adrian, what's up? You're on 95.7 The Game with Alan and Evan. How are you doing? What's your definition?
Hey, a gunslinger is somebody that has to be feared by the opponent. If there's no fear, you're not a gunslinger. The opponent has the fear that you have the ability to carve them up. Otherwise, you're not a gunslinger.
Wow. So basically, thanks for the call, Adrian. Basically, this is where it's getting to, because that's why I talked about old Westerns and things, because I don't know that a gunslinger necessarily happens on the field. I think to your point, I think it's a culmination. It's all parts of the quarterback. And I do think it's normally a positive thing. If Brett Favre didn't win, I don't know if, hey, yeah, he's just a gunslinger out there having a good time. And I don't know what type of accent that was, but
spaghetti Western. How about that? Yeah.
But a gunslinger in terms of the other, it's almost like high risk, high reward. That's what I think when I think gunslinger. But you can be a gunslinger without the high risk. I just think traditionally that's what you think. But you have to have high reward, which is why Jay Cutler doesn't get the positive spin of being a gunslinger.
Yeah, but according to Uncle Lunia on YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, a gunslinger is a bad trait. So to him, Jay Cutler might be a gunslinger. I think Xavier Fox brings up an interesting name and one who, to me, evolved into a gunslinger, which is why I would reserve that possibility for Brock Purdy. Ben Roethlisberger. I think at the beginning of his career, he was not a gunslinger. Mm-hmm. And in fact, he went, I was watching this game from 2007 the other day. It was like he went 15 straight games to start his career without throwing the ball 30 times or more.
Right.
All they did was turn, handoff, Willie Parker, turn, handoff, Jerome Bettis. And they're going to allow that number one defense with Paul Amalu and James Harrison and all the rest to just unleash hell. And as long as you don't mess up that football game, Roethlisberger is going to win. However, later in his career, you would absolutely define him as a gunslinger because he turned into someone that could throw the ball 600 times a year, was thrown for 5,000 yards, 35 touchdowns. And I'm sure he always had that ability, but that's where I do think either the mental change or the adaptation to a situation comes into play. Brock Purdy at this point in his career, to me, does not need to be a gunslinger. But you see certain plays or throws or qualities that would, I think, lead you to believe that later in his career, he would be a guy that could let it rip and not be afraid to.
Yeah, but again, going back to whether that means interceptions, I don't even know if Kyle Shanahan wants Brock Purdy to evolve in the gunslinging category. I think Kyle Shanahan likes Brock Purdy just the way he is in terms of quote unquote ripping it when you have your thought process and when somebody's there, just go for it. I don't need you. Gunslinger could be, I see this and I know this is the safe option, but I got that gunslinger mentality. I'm gonna go for gold. I'm gonna go to whoever, Danny Gray, whatever the case is. And I don't know if Shanahan actually wants that. I think Shanahan likes his souped up version of Jimmy G, a better version of Jimmy G, who doesn't think as much as Jimmy G did, even though Jimmy G thought a lot less when he had Christian McCaffrey, but thinks enough to say, hey, I'm going to go to Christian McCaffrey and not play hero ball. I don't think Kyle Shanahan likes hero ball at all. I don't think he sees what Justin Fields is doing and thinks, man, I missed out on that. Would Justin Fields have to play hero ball here? We'll never know. But I don't think Kyle Shanahan even sees what Josh Allen does. He might be in awe of it like we are when we see him do things, but I think Kyle Shanahan thinks, yeah, I kind of like my quarterback to just do what I want them to do.
Yeah, it's like he wants a guy that can play off script, but within like an inch or two of the margins.
Not too much.
Yeah, like I mean, maybe Russell Wilson, like a prime Russell Wilson would be an ideal quarterback for him because he could make plays with his legs, extend plays, but always did a pretty good job at taking care of the football and was allowed to thrive in a run first at the beginning of his career offense. I don't know. Like, and this is one of the things we were tossing around yesterday. I still do not know what kind of quarterback Kyle Shanahan wants. I'm inclined to believe it's someone like Robert Griffin III from his rookie season who didn't fumble the ball much. I think he had 5 picks, 20 touchdowns, accurate passer, could take off, could run the read option, and was also tough and was built. But unfortunately, he kind of ran him into the ground and he got hurt. And I don't know if Kyle Shanahan, as a result of that injury or the way that he was used, is completely off of that kind of quarterback and so would be less inclined to take a Jalen Hurts type of quarterback. Or maybe that's the guy he kind of wanted Trey Lance to be and just couldn't be, and so Brock Purdy's the next best thing, but he has the decision-making ability without maybe the ability to run, and so he kind of gets stuck in the middle. I do not know what kind of quarterback Kyle Shanahan wants, but I do feel confident to your point in saying that he does not want somebody that he does not trust to take care of the football.
Right. You might even make the argument that Kyle Shanahan would take Justin Herbert over Josh Allen because of what you just said.
I think he'd be inclined to, yes.
Because I'm not going to take as many chances. Obviously, he has a hose, but I'm not going to take as many chances as Josh Allen takes. He can run as well when he gets going. Not that you have to scheme up plays for it. So I think that would be somebody that Kyle Shanahan, out of this wave of quarterbacks, I think he loves Brock Purdy, but if you're just letting Kyle Shanahan pick and Patrick Mahomes isn't in the conversation, he's probably going Justin Herbert over Josh Allen.
Hey, JC has an interesting comment on the YouTube chat from First NorCal Credit Union. I feel like Kyle would want Justin Herbert. Herbert is what a lot of people thought Darnold would be. And maybe that's a big reason why someone like Sam Darnold is back in this system, because Kyle Shanahan liked him, but knew when Darnold was drafted, he could not go get him.
Right.
And so now he has a chance to maybe turn nothing into something, or what previously has been nothing in Darnold's career into something if he needs to step in.
Yeah. We're seeing D-Lou, the boss. He's taking Joe Burrow. Sure. I guess my point is, and you said Joe Burrow is a gunslinger,
Yes.
but I don't think of Joe Burrow the same way I think of Josh Allen in terms of taking care of the football. I feel like Joe Burrow takes care of the football much better than Josh Allen.
I think that's also because Josh Allen has an added ability to run. Like, Josh Allen is the kind of guy who, like, if you're running a race, like he's stepping further than his arms can pump. Like his legs are moving too fast for his arms.
Yeah.
He's also that athletic. But he's an interesting case study. We kind of tossed this around yesterday on the crossover. The fact that I don't know if Kyle Shanahan would let Josh Allen get to year 3 because of the amount of times he turned the football over his first 2 seasons. He was like a 55% completion percentage passer. He turned the ball over between interceptions and fumbles 20, if not more times per year. And after the first 2 seasons, Kyle Shanahan might have said, gosh, I don't see the type of leap coming from this kid because he's gotten a chance to play far more than, of course, someone like Trey Lance had, and he hasn't proved it yet. Would Kyle Shanahan be patient enough for a quarterback like that in this system with this type of win-now window? I would say no. At least that's what I've seen from Kyle Shanahan, because if you cannot produce immediately for him in his system the way he likes, well, it's almost like he's a product of his own success, because he can turn a lot of quarterbacks into quality ones, or he can get production out of them.
Right.
But is he willing to wait long enough to see if you can get a developmental project to the place where they can be now, a top 3 MVP candidate like someone like Josh Allen?
Well, it's funny you say that, because look, it's Friday. Literally, this is the last time I think number 5 will be discussed. But you're talking about now. I didn't catch. We're talking about the Josh Allen development. I'm not going to sit here and say I saw as much Josh Allen as I saw as Trey Lance.
Sure,
but we already know the answer. Don't we already know the answer to that?
But the difference is Josh Allen played 16 games each of his first 2 seasons.
Right.
So
you're are you saying?
But like if Trey Lance played,
Are you saying
hypothetically?
Are you taking out the Super Bowl window? Are you saying Kyle Shanahan is the quarterback of the Bills?
No, I'm saying if Josh Allen was the quarterback drafted in 2020,
then yeah, we've already seen this movie. We just watched the movie. The credits just ended.
But that would also assume that, and this is why, again, but it's tough because I can also see why Kyle Shanahan would move off of Trey Lance because he was hurt and he didn't have a chance to showcase his stuff,
that's the difference.
And you couldn't wait.
That's the difference, right? The difference is you're saying they saw highs and lows with Josh Allen, and you can assess that way because of the injuries with Trey. You couldn't even properly assess what he could be. So,
and your boy Len on YouTube, how about just wanting a quarterback that wins? Who cares if they're a gunslinger? Well, you had one. His name was Jimmy Garoppolo.
Zing!
And he did not. Yes, I mean, that quarterback that wins the Super Bowl, but Jimmy Garoppolo won as much as any quarterback going back to Steve Young, according to Kyle Shanahan. And you still ran him out of town, and now he's coming back talking about the weird situation in San Francisco. So, look, I do want to get back to like the feel-good Friday aspect of this is no matter how you slice it and no matter how you go back and you want to revise history or just reorder history or relive history with the Trey Lance era in San Francisco, the 49ers are in a really good place.
Yes.
They are coming off of a 13-win season. They are a top 2 team, if not top 1 in the NFC. There is only one team in my mind that is ahead of them or that is in their sights currently. That is who they are measured against. And in fact, in many ways, you could say they're measured just against themselves. Because something that I took away from Kyle Shanahan's comments the other day where he was discussing sitting down at lunch and just at a glance catching Trey Lance's press conference and introductory one in Dallas was like he's siloed in. Like the football season is all about the 49ers for them, and anyone else that's on the outside, like they just don't have time for.
No, and they don't. Why would they? Why would they? I mean, look, we're still operating in this situation where, let's be very clear. It doesn't matter whether you feel Trey Lance was treated, I hate using the word fairly or unfairly. The bottom line is that you used what you used to get Trey Lance and it didn't work out. So you're basically, if you're in job, I wouldn't say you're not in the doghouse because you can't go to the NFC Championship as often as they do and go to a Super Bowl and be in the doghouse. But I will say they understand that they have to, in some ways, prove that we canceled it out. If Brock Purdy ends up being the guy, you can say, hey, I know we messed up with Trey, but Brock is our guy. We can move forward. So there's a lot on the line for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch this season, not with the fans, just within the organization to say, hey, you don't have to look over there anymore because look what we have with Brock. So there's no reason for Kyle Shanahan to not be focused because that is their focus this season, getting the ring and everything goes away, right? Winning the Super Bowl. But number 2, just proving that they made the right decision. And even if they botched the situation with Trey, it doesn't matter because all's well that ends well. And if the end of that movie wasn't a great movie, or we should say that chapter of the book didn't have the best end, this new chapter of the Niners book is outstanding, and I want to keep reading it, and it's a bestseller. I was going to say Barnes. There's still Barnes & Noble's hanging around, right? It's on the New York Times best-selling, so it's in Barnes & Noble. It's a bestseller. So if they can focus on that, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, I'm more of a Green Apple Books man myself.
I would take you as Borders. I would take you as a Borders person.
Come on, man. I don't shop at
Were you around back then?
We're the same age. Of course I was around back then, Alan. You remember Blockbuster? You remember that? You remember Silver
You
Screen?
remember it? Wow.
That was a long
time ago. Did you know
Netflix
used to be
far, far away.
Netflix used to be a vending machine.
It did. I remember ordering, what was the first movie I ordered? I think it was Batman Beyond Return of the Joker. That was the first ever movie I ordered from Netflix.
There you go.
I'm that old, Alan. No, I think that, look, and with Brock Purdy, he also, to me, and what I feel good about with him is he does appear to be an individual that can handle the criticism of an unfair expectation, which is he's held to Kyle Shanahan's expectation.
Right.
He's held to winning the Super Bowl in year 2, and it's technically going to be his first full season as starter.
It's crazy.
And I don't feel bad saying that if he falls short, if he comes up, like he's the first guy to take ownership. He'll be the first guy to say we didn't get it done. Even if he goes out and puts up MVP numbers, he understands what the goal is at this point. And I think it's probably because he's just been the underdog the majority of his life, but he has always been held, it appears to me, to unfair expectations, whether it's the starter at Iowa State, whether it's coming in as a guy who's got to beat out 2 or 3 quarterbacks ahead of him in San Francisco, the guy that's thrust into a game against Miami and goes and wins and then beats the GOAT and then continues to win to the point where then he gets injured in the NFC Championship game and we don't bat an eye at him. I think that this year there's going to be a lot of people that expect more from Brock Purdy, and even if I don't believe he can deliver that, I think that is an expectation that I think he can handle.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of second-year quarterbacks can handle those kind of expectations.
Well, and that's
from his place.
Yeah, and that's why it goes to Xfinity Mobile text line 480. Yes, that was Redbox, not Netflix. The colors got me. Thank you 480.
I'm pretty sure they still have Redbox, by the way.
Yeah, it's still going around too. So, and I think that's why I keep asking the question, do you feel when people say we have taken out a young quarterback and then thrust another young quarterback into the same situation under the guise of, 1, we saw him do it at a high level, and 2, because of that, we believe that he is quote unquote ready. I don't know if that means he's the most ready, right, or more ready than the other guys we have in the building. I mean, we know he was more ready than Trey. You're saying, hey, he's more ready than Sam, but this idea when you say, hey, real deal, and John Lynch coming out and saying the things that he said about, hey, guys were waiting to watch him, all these things that he's got it. We believe that he has it. All these things. So if they don't get it done, have they put themselves in a position? Would you still find it acceptable? Here's my thing, Evan, and what I wouldn't say I'm struggling with. Is it the way that they've talked about Brock, understanding that they're still in a Super Bowl window? If they don't get it done, and I guess here's the thing about being a quarterback, unless it's literally a couple years ago that Chiefs versus Bills and Josh Allen just didn't win the coin toss, unless it's a situation like that, there are going to be question marks at some point, right? Even if Brock balled out, Jalen Hurts had the one fumble, that might have cost them the Super Bowl. So if this doesn't get done, have they put themselves in a position where are they still allowed to come back and say, hey, well, let's not forget, they've almost kind of put themselves in a situation where they can say, hey, we're good with Brock. He's the real deal. He's that. If we win, we look like geniuses. If we lose, we can say, hey, it's only his second year. Have they hedged their bet in that way?
I want to get into that on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also the number of the Xfinity Mobile text line. Do you feel like the 49ers are hedging their position? I think that's an interesting question. I want to take the break to think about that because I want to get into it on the other side. We also got the crossover Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Jeez. Coming up at 1:42. If I can get a readout, this would be great. It is a Monster Monday on Labor Day. We'll be live and local all day Monday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Listen here, right here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this. All brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. Boys will be back next week. Goo's still a little bit under the weather. Steiny's with his family, but we are happy to be with you. A couple more minutes until the crossover with Mark Willard. Dan Dibley will be in here to chop it up and then take you up until 6 o'clock on a Feel-Good Friday and a Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. From the 510, we're talking about some gunslingers. Gunslingers an aura. It's an attitude. It's a swagger. I'm willing to live with that. And I think that could apply to a lot of people, as unlike the 49ers situation, which you brought up before the break, Alan, which is kind of an interesting one, because if the 49ers lose, I personally don't think anything's happening to Kyle Shanahan.
Me neither.
Nor John Lynch, unless he wants to leave for broadcasting.
Right.
And if they win, well, then they're geniuses, and then they're even more cemented in their position.
Exactly.
So your question was, like, are they in a hedge spot, or are they hedging themselves?
Well, they are. I guess the question is for for Jed York or whoever they would be on the hot seat with. My question is, you decided, when it comes to timelines and when it comes to windows, right? You had Jimmy Garoppolo. You decided Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't good enough. You went and decided to go with Trey Lance, a project QB. The timeline didn't match up. And I think a lot of people feel that, hey, 2 years, they should have been there. You decide after these years that Trey Lance, 2.5, that Trey Lance isn't your guy. You decide to go to Brock Purdy. My question is, because you decided to go with a young QB, does that reset your clock? Do you say, hey, we got a young QB, so now if we win, we're geniuses. If we lose, we got a young QB. He's still developing. You know what I mean? Like, if I am Jed York and whoever would be putting them on the hot seat, is it, hey, man, you got rid of Trey because he's not ready. You're telling us that Brock is ready. Now, the question, as we mentioned earlier in the show, is it just more ready than Trey, or the most ready in the building, or actually ready? And I think that they are in a position to where, hey, we found our quarterback of the future. They bought themselves some time, in my opinion, because they found their quarterback of the future. Let's say it's the ultimate team game. That's football. Let's say they lose to the Eagles, or hopefully not to the Cowboys. But you lose to either of them in the NFC Championship. And Brock looked great.
Yeah.
That's not going to affect Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch at all. So at what point, like, let's say they go 2-3 years and they get really close and it turns out that Brock hit his ceiling, and then they say, we're going to go get another QB that we really believe in. Does that reset the clock again?
I think, and I can only speak to this, I don't know what's going to happen down the line, but I do think there's a possibility, just based on what I've seen, like, I don't have any evidence to suggest that Kyle Shanahan is going to be comfortable with giving Brock Purdy a mega deal after his rookie one. But what I do think is that if Brock Purdy shows signs of being a franchise quarterback this year, and that's, in my definition of a franchise quarterback, is someone that you can win with consistently over the next however many years are left on his deal.
Right. Just real quick. Yes. I guess the question is, depending on how it happens, it really depends. I think a big part of this is also if they were to lose, because that's what we're doing. Obviously, if they win, there are no issues. It depends who they lose to. Because unless you think Brock, if they lose, we're already seeing the takes, right? There are people that believe in Brock and people that feel, hey, if you get up against a Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen.
If you're the 1 seed and you lose the NFC Championship game at home, there's going to be some hell to pay. I think your question is, what does that hell look like?
Right.
Because everyone's safe.
Everyone's safe.
Is it just
Brock's
run
only
it
in his
back
second
and we're
year.
all good? Yeah.
At what point, and Lori Matthews, we love Lori on the YouTube chat, you have to give them some time until you call them a finished project. I understand that. My question is, how much time? That's my whole thing. You have to give them time because you went with another young QB. So again, does the timeline change? Because the whole selling point on Brock was that this is where things get a little screwy, because it's okay. Well, look at what Brock did last year. All right, bet. I get that. But now going into this season, if Brock wins it, again, no questions. If he doesn't, then it's okay. Is Brock, how much time are you willing to give? I guess is the question. And obviously we don't sign the paychecks. That's not our bag. But at the same time, it's, hey, He's got a second-year QB. What do you expect? They went to the NFC Championship. Next year's the year. Then next year, hey, he's only a third-year QB. At what point is it, Kyle? You got Jimmy out of here. You botched Trey. Brock is your guy. And honestly, what I'm saying is it's unfair. It could end up being unfair to Brock.
I think that if you believe Brock Purdy is the real deal, and the 49ers do, then you have to give him at least till the end of his rookie deal. So that would be 2 more years beyond this one.
I think that's fair.
And if at that point you decide that either you can't win a championship or you haven't, or at that point maybe there's some other monetary figures involved, then maybe you do decide that going back into the quarterback pool is the way to go.
And at that point, if I'm Jed York, guys, I'm telling you this right now, you have to get a legitimate QB that's already been good in the league. We can't go any more young guys.
But if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I could say, hey, Jed, I've won 10 games. I've been to NFC championships. I've been to the Super Bowl. Quit telling me how to do my job because I've won games. I haven't won you a Super Bowl, but did Jim Tomsula win you a Super Bowl? Did Chip Kelly win you a Super Bowl? Did Jim Harbaugh win you a Super Bowl? Because he also didn't go out and get a veteran quarterback. He tried to build one. And then, we know what happened there.
We don't know. We don't know. At that point, that's up to Jed York to say, yeah, I don't care. I'm willing to take my chances. Now, we keep on using the parallel, and I was on with Larry in the morning roast yesterday, and everybody said it before, Andy Reid. Andy Reid had 14 years. So if that's the line, I don't know. I feel like a decade might be the line. But if it's 10 years, a decade, or if you want to say Andy Reid, 14 years, yeah, I think if Kyle Shanahan doesn't win the big one in 14 years, it's probably time to move forward. But he's only halfway there. And if I'm willing to bet on whether Kyle Shanahan wins the big one within the next 7 years, I would take that bet. No clue if it's going to be with Brock Purdy, but I would take that bet.
Let's sneak Rich and Fremont in here before we get to the crossover. What's up, Rich? You're on with Alan and Evan on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
Doing okay, guys. Thanks for having me on. One of the things that I think a lot of people probably haven't focused on, and that's the fact that if Brock Purdy were to take the Niners all the way to the Super Bowl and win it, that would be something that the rest of the league would just look at and go, okay, if I'm an NFL coach, guess what I did? I passed on Mr. Irrelevant, and he just took my rival all the way to the title and won it. You know what that's like? That's like being all the head coaches inside the NBA who passed up on Stephen Curry. It's like you just passed up on the greatest shooter in the history of the NBA. And now in their minds, they're thinking, you know what? We passed on Mr. Irrelevant, and it came to bite us in the you-know-where. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, Rich. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't call the 49ers the Minnesota Timberwolves because they not only passed up on him once, but twice and drafted 2 other point guards.
Shout out Johnny Flynn.
Ricky Rubio.
Well, and when people say that about, hey, he passed up on Mahomes and to a lesser degree Watson, but not at the time. Before everything went down, Watson was a big name. A lot of those people aren't there anymore. A lot of the guys that made those decisions or didn't make the decision to pick Patrick Mahomes, they're not where they were, right? They're still in the NFL, but they're not where they were. The difference is the Niners have won. So ultimately, it just comes down to is winning enough. And if I'm Jed York, I would say, hey, butts are in the seats. We got a chance every year. I'm definitely giving Kyle Shanahan that time, but it has to look a certain way. It really depends, man. But I just thought it was interesting how it's, hey, Brock is our guy. He's the real deal. But if we lose, he is only a second-year dude.
Well, let's run it by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. On the other side, the crossover coming your way on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. A 4-way conversation coming up next about the 49ers and where they're at, what you believe they can do. It's a feel-good Friday. Chime in. On the other side, that's all sponsored by Lucky California.
95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. This is the crossover. What's up, Mark Willard? What's up, Dan Dibley? I know one of you had your mind blown yesterday. What's going on, boys? How are you?
What's up, fellas? How you doing? Yeah.
Good.
That would be me.
Yeah.
The illusionist, the
Actually,
mentalist.
we could have some fun with our callers today if you want, because I wonder if people either are part of the industry, they've been to a show like this before, what have you. I'm somebody who is, easily amused, and also
Thank God.
I don't know how things work.
Yeah.
It's why I hire people if something breaks at the house.
Yeah.
I don't know how things work. So, we went to go see an illusionist right up the street from where we are right now, by the way. We walked after the show yesterday, and the person, actually the illusionist's
Edward
wife.
Norton.
Yeah, the illusionist's wife went into labor, so he tapped out, and Sam Darnold showed up, and it wasn't actually Sam Darnold, but the backup showed up, and he called himself a magician and a mentalist. Okay?
Yeah.
I could tell stories for the next 4 hours
Please
about
do.
stuff that happened,
You got time.
and you're like, I don't get that. We've all watched magicians do card tricks,
Right.
right? But I was involved in one of these. For example, he gives some guy in the audience 2 feet away from me a box at the beginning of the show. It's under lock and key. The guy's told, hold it, do not let go, do not let it out of your sight for the whole show. And I mean, this person's not part of the show.
He wasn't a plant.
He's everybody in the audience ended up involved. So unless I was the only person there who bought a ticket, then these people were not actors. So this bumpkin's over there with the black box, and he's sitting there for the whole night, never lets it, and it's locked under lock and key. Hour later, he's going around to different people. Sir, and I was the airline guy. He goes, think of an airline, okay? You over there, think of a number. You think of a number. You think of a number. And you over there, you think of a city. How about a destination? We go around the room, and I said United, and the next person's like 6. Next person's like 3. And then the city, the guy goes Miami Beach. All right, Miami Beach. End of the night, open up the black box. United Flight 63 landing in Miami Beach.
Really?
How?
Oh, I think that's the point. I had no
Tell
clue.
me.
Yeah.
Somebody explain that to me. I got
You
28
gotta get 'em
more
on.
questions, too.
Well, the plant had a crayon on his lap, and he's like slowly. You think he's fixing a zipper, but he's writing stuff down.
Like-
and he slides it through the seam in the bottom of the box. Boom.
It will make
debunked.
If you're a skeptical
Thank you,
person,
and
I
I
mean,
am.
yeah, like, well, me too. I'm not like, dude, you're reading 87 people's minds all at once, but I mean, none of it made sense.
You guys have tells that you don't know about.
None of them.
Ones that would
What
determine
type
an
of
airline
tell
pilot.
would that
even be?
Guys, how about this one's even better. Guys,
He reeks of United.
Yeah.
First and
well, here's the
foremost.
crazy
And Miami
thing. I've
Beach.
been on
Yeah.
I've been on Southwest flights like all summer long. Not once on United. Why did United pop into my head?
Sure.
I don't know. Doctor sitting next to me. Young, good-looking buck. I don't know, probably 38 years old.
Doc
whatever.
Pandia today at 4.
There you
Wasn't
go.
him.
Doc sitting next to me goes up on the stage at one point, and I mean, he's the distance from me to you, Styles. And he is 10 feet away from the mentalist the whole time. Okay, and he's sitting on a chair. Mentalist pulls out a Sharpie, draws an X on his own hand. Goes, look, everybody look. See the X that I just drew on my hand? Yep,
American
okay.
history.
Rubs the hands together. Pow, opens up the hands. The X is gone. That's one thing. Then he looks at the doc 10 feet away and goes, look at your own hands.
No way.
Opens his hands up. There's a freaking X on the guy's hand.
On the doctor's hands?
And he sat back down
That's
and
unsanitary.
talked to us
My
during
God.
intermission, and he's like freaking out. Like, he's like, I don't know how. I go, is the X still on your hand? He goes, I went to the bathroom and washed it for 10 minutes. It's still, you can still faintly see it. He goes, I don't know how the hell that happened.
No, I'm into
Hey,
it.
it wasn't leprosy. I mean,
Brothers, I'm telling you, it was weird.
That's
It
an
was
unsanitary
weird.
doctor that I don't want to visit.
No, it's a doctor who washed his hands, but if you have an appointment today and your doc has a black X on his palm,
you should ask him about it.
Don't ask him about it. He'll freak out.
I think it's time to reschedule.
No. Weekends when everybody's asleep. I'll get on YouTube. I'll fire up the documentaries. I believe in all of it,
dude.
All of it.
Like ghosts and stuff, or
I
you're
know
talking
that
about
there's
just like
some
magic and like all
I
that.
believe in unexplainable things for sure. I don't know if I'm saying somebody's born with whatever. I'd like to think that somewhere deep down I have it. I just haven't unlocked.
So
it
you
yet.
do believe in Brock Purdy? I knew it.
I knew. What do you mean?
An unbelievable thing. Mr.
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
I believe
Mr.
in Brock
Irrelevant.
Purdy.
I mean, you're telling me that the X on the guy's hand is more odd, or Kyle's favorite word, weird, than Mr. Irrelevant winning all of his games?
No, I believe in
We
Brock
would have laughed
Purdy.
that magician out of the room.
My question is this. I don't even know if it's as much of a question, but if you have the Niners and specifically Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch put themselves into a position where a lot of people are talking about a hot seat. I don't think Evan nor myself think they're on the hot seat. I think
no. I was in my shower today, cold.
Yeah, I think quite the opposite. You're all about those now.
I am.
Quite the opposite. They've put themselves in a situation to hedge their bet. If they win, they're geniuses. If they lose, hey, we got a second-year QB. He's still developing. What do you say to that?
Well, the hedge is gone because the hedge is this year.
That's my question.
The hedge is gone.
Because we've talked about how much of it's been about Trey's development. Brock is more ready than Trey, or Brock is ready.
Right.
Nobody has talked about the fact that Brock is still developing.
Right, and Trey is gone. So if Brock is not it, and Sam Darnold can't come in and rescue you, maybe he sees ghosts like the Mentalist is like drawing random X's on people's hands, like he's a ghost or something, whatever that was. I'd have to see it to believe it, but
dude, it was
I
wild.
believe you, so I don't even know.
It was wild.
But if Brock...
And he was the backup.
He was a backup.
Yeah.
We just found out yesterday morning. They called him in. Like Cap walked out with his buddy, the other Cap.
We
and
need you
walked
to
out.
bring you Sharpie.
Exactly.
I mean,
Anyway, go ahead.
basically, it was Brock Purdy just came thrown into a situation.
If Sam
Actually,
Darnold,
he's us.
If
He's
Sam
us.
performs like that, we're running with the twos today.
Yeah.
If Sam performs
guys.
like that, then the Niners will go 14-3.
We didn't know what we were missing because we've never seen the first string, but the second string kept us entertained.
There you go.
We walked home happy.
Well, it turns out the first string was Mr. Irrelevant because it didn't matter to you that he was there or not.
Well stated.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, but that's so. But Allen's, and I think the hypothetical we're trying to get at is same thing happens this year. If they get to the NFC Championship, they lose. I know it does matter how it looks, but it does feel like the 49ers are in a position, or at least Shanahan and Lynch are, where they kind of can't lose unless things go horribly wrong this year.
Agreed.
I don't know. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Like the two
Like
scenarios.
as long as Brock Purdy looks like a guy you can win games with in the next couple of years on his rookie deal, then they're sitting pretty.
I think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are sitting on ice chips right now. That's how hot I think their seat is. It is like that's an absurd statement. But the two scenarios you threw out, Styles, the second one, I feel like people will not just be like, oh, well, sure, understandable.
I know
second
people
year
won't. I guess internally.
No, even internally.
Yeah.
I don't but their seat is not hot. Their seat is not hot, and I think the likelihood of it being that, you know what I mean? Brock is either going to be who we saw last year or a reasonable facsimile of. Like the Niners aren't going 4-13.
No.
This is not going to crater. They're not going to be a disaster.
Right.
So what's the scenario that gets the internal people all upset? Yeah, I don't see it as realistic.
No, I think it turns into you have, and Evan was speaking to this, the next 2 years with Brock to hopefully get it done. And if you don't get it done, because that's when, the rookie deal situation comes up, then it turns into, okay, did we lose to Mahomes in the Super Bowl? Did Jalen Hurts continue to ascend? Is it proven that Brock, although he is much better than Trey Lance and better than Sam Darnold, we have to find a way to get a dude? And now, do we want to pay Brock as a dude when he's lost to dudes, or do we want to go out and get another dude?
It's tough to say because of all those dudes, and we went through the drought yesterday. Buffalo's never won one. Cincinnati's never won one. And you go through all the teams that have dudes, including Genital Herbert's, your team name. And we face off in week 1.
Yep.
But it's his team name, not mine.
Hey, reigning
Justin
champion,
Herbert.
I didn't even know that was you.
No.
I didn't even know that was you.
It had to be him, the only Charger fan on staff.
On Earth.
They have a dude, but he hasn't done anything. So if the Niners don't have a dude and they don't win it, well, join the list of teams that don't have a dude and haven't won it, but maybe Brock is the guy, and they still don't win it.
But the question would be, and I know the Bengals have built up their skill positions and things like that. The question would be, you've only seen Brock with a ridiculous offensive skill set. And at some point when it is, we're talking the 2 years now, you got 2 years to figure it out. When you got to pay Brock, and maybe that means IU, we just, and actually I looked it up, it was 60-40. We asked, if you had to say goodbye to Debo or Ayuk, who would you say goodbye to? More people were willing to say goodbye to Debo.
Yes.
So take that for...
Yes. With Christian McCaffrey here, I would agree.
Right.
I would agree.
So if you're going to start, you got to, okay, we want to pay... We want to pay Brock because we like what he's done, even though we haven't won the big one. But hopefully you just pray that his development matches the fact that at this point in time, our roster might not be as good, because that's what it is. Those guys that you're paying big money to, it's because you're supposed to make up for the positions that Patrick Mahomes, I mean, we're giving you all this money, but he makes up for it. The question is whether or not Brock gets there. But honestly, you just hope that you get it done before, like they did with Russell Wilson.
And you figure in 2 years, Trent Williams will likely retire. And then, George Kittle will be 32.
Yeah.
And so you have questions about a lot of different guys. Nick Bosa, he'll still be unsigned. He'll still be holding out. So hopefully by 2026, they'll come to terms. I'm kidding, but that number, I think, is real in terms of like what you're talking about, Alan, and all the future contracts you're going to be facing.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I also think that with the conversation of Brock Purdy, it is a lot of people are going to expect last season over the course of 17. And I don't think that regression necessarily means that you don't have a 105 passer rating, you don't have a 70% completion percentage, you don't win every single game. Like, I think that every quarterback has hot stretches of their year, and Brock Purdy just did that immediately. So if we're judging him on what he can and can't do by the end of this year, and we're talking about then you have 2 years to figure out if he's the dude or not, like, I expect him to struggle at points throughout this year, but that doesn't mean that he's not the guy.
No, I agreed, but I think that this is almost a negative for Brock right now. People have a perception, because the Niners scored 33 a game and never lost, that he came in and statistically lit it up. He didn't. How many times? I think maybe he threw for 300 yards one time. A lot of these games where they scored a lot, he threw for 180 yards.
Right.
So his efficiency was great. His rating was great. But the thing that was making people latch on was they never lost. He's never lost a football game.
Right.
Wow.
I mean, obviously there was the Eagles
that he finished.
Well, he never played a lot in a game, and people looked at him and went, "Dude, you lost the game." That's never happened before. So that's almost a negative now. In that some point this year, like Brock Purdy's going to lose a football game.
Oh, you're a hater.
Week one.
You're a hater.
And people will look at the quarterback and be like, it's a different feeling. So
I'm finally digging my way out.
Like he could throw for 250 and he could throw for 2 touchdowns and 1 pick, what's like a normal kind of solid-ish game, and the Niners lose 27-24, and there might be a completely different feeling about Brock Purdy. No one has experienced that yet, including him.
Seattle was the only game, by the way, in which he threw over 300 yards in the playoffs.
Game.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the regular season, his
big
comeback was against the Raiders. He threw for 284. But other than that, 210, 185, 217, 234, 178.
Well, that's why he's still on the board in round 13 of your fantasy drafts.
Right.
Because
and you took him, right?
No,
I didn't get a chance. I forget who scooped him in front of Mark.
You scooped him.
No, I did not. Who was it? It was John, right?
I think it was Chris O'Connell.
Who the hell is John?
He's gone today.
Well,
Thank you.
I
know.
There could be talk about regression
fan.
or the opposite. Hey, this is Brock's second year in the system. What if he's just better? Honestly, if he's better, then we're at a parade, and I hope to hang out with you, Dibs. I'll be walking even better by that point in time.
I can't wait.
Honestly, that's why I feel like we haven't spent that much time on it.
Is that parade here or Santa Clara?
That's the question. I hope.
Santana
I can't walk that far.
From here to Santa Clara.
I can't walk that far. Yeah.
I was going to do it if they drafted Mac Jones. I had made the promise. I said I would walk from my childhood home to his first start at Levi Stadium.
Yeah.
Wow.
Luckily, it didn't happen, but I was willing to do it.
About 27 miles down El Camino
exactly right.
Real.
It's just a marathon.
I
That's
rode
all.
my bike that far when Lance Armstrong won his second tour. I bet a guy. I was doing a morning show on a Christian radio station, and Jesus loves you on 280.
Yeah.
Shout out JC. And I told him if Lance Armstrong wins the tour, coming off of testicular removal surgery, I said I'll ride my bike from AT&T, now Oracle, down to HP, now SAP, 50 miles.
Damn.
And I did it. Yeah.
Wow.
Do you get your energy back now that you know he cheated?
No.
Okay.
No, but I got my energy on the ride as my partner, Larry Olson, who rode with me, was shouting out Jesus and Leviticus and John the Baptist and Daniel in the Lion's Den. We did the whole thing.
Sounds like a good day.
Both testaments.
Genesis story.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah.
This is something else.
He parted the roadway down in Menlo Park.
good.
It was incredible.
Yeah, wide open spaces.
Can you park
Great.
traffic on the way home?
You can when you're rolling with a Christian like that.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Do you think gunslingers are Christians, Alan?
It's a great transition to an earlier conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it was something that kind of got us going, and
I don't know if I'm supposed to actually answer
No,
that.
you were. Please don't. He's pivoting. He's a veteran. You were talking about what defines a gunslinger, and I actually had to get out of the car, and so I missed what the definition was. So, can you refresh our audience in the afternoon here?
Oh, thank you, Dibs.
You're welcome.
It's, to me, it's more of like it's more of an aura or a confidence that I think a particular individual exudes. Like for me, I think people would associate someone like Jay Cutler with being a gunslinger. To me, he is not, because I just don't feel confident that wherever the football is going when he throws it is going to be somewhere that I want it to be. It's a risk taker, but a calculated risk taker, and that's why I think Brock Purdy, to me, does have gunslinging qualities and could follow someone like Ben Roethlisberger, not in terms of success in Super Bowls, but the mentality of going from a guy that's in a run-first offense, defense first, to then by the end of his career, we all view as Ben Roethlisberger as a gunslinger.
I guess I hear what you're saying on the gunslinger characteristics, but then he also has some that are not. And this is maybe just my perception. The name I always associate when people say gunslinger. Rest in peace, John Madden. Brett Favre.
Yeah.
Brett Favre is the ultimate gunslinger, and what comes with that is not just success, but a lot of mistakes. Yes. It's like you're a risk taker.
Yes.
You're going to get burned by that
High risk, high reward.
I see Brock Purdy as somebody who is very much built around, like you think about, run left, run right, now throw to IU, corner of the end zone. There's a little bit of that, but I think also the 49ers' entire offense is based on don't turn it over.
Yeah, and he also wasn't punished for a lot of the mistakes that he made last season, putting the ball into
Yeah. Well,
harm's way.
It started.
I feel like that was more garden variety than people give it.
Well, actually, now I want to see the JT O'Sullivan. Keep firing him out because
there's a stat for this. There is a stat for this. Turnover-worthy throws.
Yeah.
And Brock Purdy did not have a bad number there. Like when people say Brock got away with all those drop picks, not more than anybody else.
Look, man, I'm not talking
more than
about
anybody
last
else
year.
in the league.
I'm not like Birdman. I'm not talking about it no more. I'm talking about.
Nice.
I just want to see. I just want to see next season. That's where I'm at. But where this started was 9
days.
9 days. Where it started was the idea of Kyle Shanahan saying, "I want Trey to rip it," and how Brock
let it rip. Yeah.
Let it rip. And so I'm like, let it rip, gunslinger. But I don't think that's how Kyle Shanahan means it. He just means
I don't either.
Understand what you want to do and go. Just go. So I think it just had me thinking, is he a gunslinger?
Well, you mentioned JT O'Sullivan, and I think maybe you're referencing what he kept talking about when he was doing videos on Trey Lance, and I actually forget the term. Was it like drop downs or what? What he was saying was the
turn downs.
Turn downs. Thank you. Turn downs.
Turn down for what?
Meaning the throw's there.
Why?
And you didn't throw it.
Yeah.
And in the NFL, you have a split second to decide I'm going to let it rip and go for it. And Trey too often was not doing that. And I think Brock does that well. So I don't know if that makes him a gunslinger or not. That just
makes him
somebody who's delivering the ball on time.
It makes him somebody who is aware of what's open in this offense.
Yeah.
And we all talk about the great scheme and the laminated play sheet and the fact that Kyle can scheme something open. And Brock Purdy has a great ability, greater than Jimmy Garoppolo. And I say this knowing that my partner is probably going to take offense and it's going to be a long show and it's a Friday.
It's going to be weird.
But Brock is better than Jimmy G at knowing when he gets the ball from the center, when he removes his hands from underneath that other man's backside and he gets that leather object, he knows where the play is supposed to be open, and he gets the ball there.
I would be ridiculous to disagree with that at all.
Yeah, what's good? That does not sound like Willard at all.
I came down Jimmy G's road. That's why I thought
Purdy
maybe
completely elevated the 49ers from Jimmy G.
Jimmy
can't
is
see
the
that?
X.
Yeah, who can't see
Willard
that?
has moved on.
Yeah.
Shout out Twitter.
But Jimmy Garoppolo could throw for 180 yards a game
Yeah,
and 2 touchdowns.
Jimmy was a good
Statistically,
quarterback.
he's
Jimmy was a
about the
good
same,
quarterback. I don't think he ever. I forget the 8-game win streak that Jimmy went on. I forget the 33 points per game that Jimmy averaged over a long period. I forget all those things. I forget the first half playoff deficits that Jimmy erased. I forget all of that stuff. I don't remember that, mainly because it didn't happen.
You remember that one time he wandered out of the back of the end zone against Denver?
I do.
That was pretty fun.
Then he threw a pick six.
Yeah, pick
saved by the end zone. First only time. Yeah, exactly.
That's a great Bonte call.
Unless the Niners plan on going undefeated, I'm not excited for the Niners to lose, but ultimately I just want to see how it's received, because I think you make a good point, Willard. Nobody knows how everybody's going to react to it. Obviously, the type of loss matters, but this is something that we haven't experienced with Brock if he starts and finishes a game, and how it's all right. And I think, honestly, as crazy as it sounds, because it could be Pittsburgh, right? We're talking about maybe not having Nick Bosa in Pittsburgh, and even if you have him, that's a game you could lose. I mean, Evan and I were joking in the green room because I'm like, man, Pittsburgh, it's always going to be cold. It's always going to be dark. They only have night games, and it's going to be one possession. Evan said, all of those things are not what it's going to be when they face off. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. In my mind, that's what it's going to be, and it's got to be one possession. So if something goes down and doesn't flip the other way, I don't think there'll be any question marks.
Just to do a quick Tony Reale here and do like the fact checking for the program. Okay. Jimmy did win his first 8 in 2019.
Oh,
so we
exciting.
Wait. We all forget.
Yeah,
and I'm with you. I had forgotten until I had to Google it, Trent Baalke. But they started out 8-0.
There you go.
Under Jimmy G.
I stand corrected.
Throwing for $166, $181. He had $151 in that 9-0 win over Washington.
It still didn't. I'm pretty sure they didn't average 33 a game. I'll just put it this way: I was never
top 3 offense. Top 5
I never
offense
was. Yeah, but it was a lot of running the ball. Like I was not. I was never as impressed by Jimmy as what I saw Brock do in those 8 games last year. Put it that way.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of 100-yard rushing games during that win streak. I think.
Yeah,
110, 120,
they scored 235 over the course of those
Buccaneers.
8, which is, you don't have to do that. It's 29 a game.
So that's not 33.
No, and that included the 9-0 win against Washington in an absolute sideways downpour.
Look,
it was a bog of a field.
The loss is coming.
Thank you, RFK.
The loss is coming. The bad game is coming. Like if I asked y'all this, I won't name the quarterback. This happened last year. Mm-hmm. Last year, a quarterback was upset on the road by a woeful Indianapolis Colts team.
Oh, man.
In that game, this quarterback's team only scored 17 points.
Hate to see it.
And this quarterback turned the ball over as many times as he scored. Who am I talking about?
Patrick Mahomes.
Exactly right.
Man.
So, like, that's common.
That's a small sample size.
It's a trap game. What are you talking
about? But all we're talking about
was amazing.
No, but here's the thing.
He's on Allen's fantasy team. Be easy.
I won a survivor pool largely because of this game. That's why I remember it so well. But anyway, that's all we're talking about is one game.
But here's my
Brock
thing.
is going to have. Man, there's going to be days like that, Mama.
But Willard, I gotta address something. Okay, because we did a show. What was that last week? Last week we did a show.
Be a mentalist and get in my dome.
And we had the conversation, and it was, hey, if the Niners don't win the whole thing. You said basically, I don't go Super Bowl or bust.
No.
Once you get to the big game, it's a flip of a coin, right? But I'm struggling with that, Willard, ever since that show ended, because if you sit here and you're saying all these things about Brock and saying, you believe that the Niners offense is just going to improve, then you have to at least say at some point, you don't have to, you understand what I'm saying. Hey, man. At some point, the Niners, the way they're rolling, I do believe that they should at some point win a Super Bowl. Because if you say, hey, the Niners are doing all these things right, but also sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, I feel like you're just on the fence. No,
not at all.
How are you not?
Because you're forgetting who's going to be waiting for him. And you're acting
So
like the
you're
Niners
saying that, so him or them? So are you saying Brock has
if
a
Brock
limit?
is really, like, you don't even know if the Niners would be favored in that game if they get there.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I know they have a top 5 offense and
great,
defense.
and probably so does the team they're playing.
That's fair.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Plus, I don't even get into the whole Super Bowl thing in September because they're like, what is the scenario? How did they get there? Who's healthy?
Yeah.
Who's hurt? Are they at 8-point underdog when they get there? I have if the Chiefs are 17-0,
Yeah.
and you're playing Mahomes and people come marching into the Super Bowl, well, Brock, you better win this or you're fired, Kyle.
Sure.
And you're an 8.5-point dog in the game because the greatest thing we've ever seen is like.
Yeah, but let me ask you
I
this way.
need to know the scenario.
That's fine.
So I'm not going to give anybody Super Bowl or bust on September 1.
Let me ask it this
if
way.
If they get there and they're a 12.5-point favorite against the upstart Garoppolo-led Raiders.
Oh, stop it.
Who get
It's
a
a home
wild
game.
card spot
What up, home
and
game?
show up in the Super Bowl, and you better freaking win the game.
Well, let me ask it this way. If you think that Kyle is sitting on ice chips or ice cubes right now, he's in the 7th year. We keep on using the comp of 14 for Andy Reid. What would Sands, besides just completely imploding, what would be your limit to where it's okay? You should probably think about moving on from Kyle because Andy Reid, he eventually had some.
Why are we even asking that?
Because I want to know.
There's no answer for that right now.
There is. I want to know.
I mean,
the answer is this. The answer is if Brock Purdy turns out to not be very good, because he chose Brock over Trey, and if Brock turns out is not very good, and I think
I don't even agree with that.
Well, I do.
but
And that's
you
the
said that
answer.
about Trey.
No,
Everyone
I
said that about Trey.
but then he got rescued by Brock.
And so maybe he's wrong about Brock and
Brock
gets rescued
stinks,
by someone else.
And Brandon Allen.
Or Darnold or the guy you don't even know yet.
Sure.
Who knows how this is? That's what I'm saying. Why are we asking for
If
like
Brock's no good and
hypotheticals?
you don't win the Super Bowl and you wind up having to pay Kirk Cousins next year and you got to let these other guys go, that's a very damning reality for Kyle Shanahan.
Sure it is.
And his
he's-
contract is up in 3 years, which means 2 years.
And there's essentially very little chance anything happens before then. So
2
like,
years, yeah.
Why would we come up with odd, weird hypotheticals
Neither odd nor
that
weird.
are
No,
going to get it? You know what I mean?
That is
No,
the
but it's not a
answer, though.
hypothetical. It's just if somebody
I
says
disagree.
says, I think Kyle Shanahan's on the hot seat, and I say, well, I don't, and then somebody asks you, well, when do you think he would be? That's all. That's all. It's a simple question.
He's got 2 years.
So like,
He's got 2 years.
That's your answer.
Well, his contract is for 3, and nobody ever coaches in their lame duck year. So if in the next 2 years, Brock turns out to turn into a pumpkin and they regress to being like a mediocre team, well, then he goes from the hammock with an ice cool lemonade, which is where he is right now, with his feet up and an electric fan like my partner, and things get a little bit different.
Yeah,
Things get weird after that.
But to me,
yeah,
that is things get weird.
Okay.
Like, why the hell would that happen with this roster? Why? I mean,
I don't know.
You've sat here for the better part of a year saying it doesn't even matter who the quarterback is.
It doesn't.
So
Right.
why the hell would they suddenly lose games?
I guess that's why I'm
Do
asking.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess that's why I'm
Because
asking. 'Cause
Sam
I think they'll always be good.
And Sam
That's
Darnold
Shanahan.
appears in an episode of Scooby Doo, and he starts roast. He starts seeing those roast.
We would have won it if it weren't for you sniveling quarterbacks.
That's why I asked that, because they're not going to fall off a cliff. They're
Well,
going to be good.
I
The
guess-
question is, do they win the big?
Yeah, my point would be you like to come up with a hypothetical reason for that now. We got to know what the circumstances are because to me it's too simple to say if Brock's not good he's in trouble. If Brock's not good and they're not winning, because maybe someone else will be good,
Right.
And you don't fire winning coaches. You don't even put them on the hot seat. And so Kyle is not.
No, he's not.
He's in a hammock with a lemonade, Mark.
And anyone who says that out loud is just hucking a torch into a room and running out.
Which is kind of fun if you've never
All right.
done it.
And yes,
and I
that is
promise, I
absolutely
promise I won't
pointed.
do that on the way out of here. But I know what's
Thank
good.
you.
We got you guys, Willard and Dibs, coming up until 6 o'clock on a Feel Good Friday, Football Friday.
You had to
brought
think
you-
about that,
Yeah, I know a
didn't
little
you?
bit.
Hey, about 5:57.
I'm with
turn
my
over
guy.
Grandy.
Yeah,
Don't take Grandy's
I thought it was
time.
54. It was a hard out. To learn 4
57.
things you can get to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Thank you, Alan. My name is Evan Giddings. We're in for Stein and Goo. Coming up next, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Takeover Sports Talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm telling you, man, I'm freaked out. I'm completely freaked out by what I saw last night.
Oh, I thought you were going to say what I just called out right there. Adult Swim during the break.
No, that was good.
All the kids out of the pool. Adult Swim.
Do you remember that? You'd look at people swimming laps and you'd just be like, that is so boring.
Totally.
You're so lame.
The longest 15 minutes of my summer. Adult Swim.
Finish your stupid laps so we can do cannonballs.
There's a 68-year-old woman in a swim cap treading water, and I could be like going crazy playing Marco and/or Polo. Adult Swim. What a joke.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's a terrible idea. Also, what a joke. Am I right that Nick Bosa is not signed by the San Francisco 49ers? So
where are you now in terms of panic? And we can get into it. We've got 4 hours, and you had better be like scratching at your own skin and ready to pull that beautiful silver hair out.
No panic. Thank you for calling me the Silver Fox. I'll take it as a compliment.
I didn't get the fox, but I think you're handsome.
Second day in a row with no hat. You know what I mean? Me and the lovely Christy went to see the illusionist or the mentalist or whatever he wants to call himself last night.
He's an ist.
And so today, scheduled hat day. But Gianna Franco called, and so we'll take a shower. We'll take a shower and get ready early for the TV hit. Yeah.
For the morning?
Yeah.
Oh, you did the Gianna Franco in the morning?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, they don't call me anymore.
Well, they don't?
Well, I told them the baby sleeps till 7,
Oh.
And honestly, for me to get out of the bedroom downstairs is like Tom Cruise in Mission
miracle.
Impossible. No, because if you step on the wrong piece of floor...
Yep.
And then it's problems for everyone.
Yeah, and your fault.
Completely my fault.
Absolutely. Well, good. I'm happy to take your reps too.
I missed the Gianna Franco.
Yeah,
and I missed that check too.
I ran into her. They paid you?
No.
I was going to say. Now hold on a second. I got to send an email if that's the case. But
I love Gianna Franco.
Who doesn't? She was outside the building when I arrived about
so great.
Yeah, about an hour ago.
This may come as no surprise to you, but
I know.
I discovered her.
That's not what I thought you were going to say.
Oh, no. She's a part of the Dibley, the coaching tree. I found her on a news station and plucked her from the sea of Bolivia and brought her to 95.7 The Game.
Would she agree with this statement?
Facts. Now, I didn't make her career. She is far more talented than I would ever dream of being.
You have a coaching tree, yet have never been in power to hire anyone
Not a
in
person.
the history of your career.
That's an interesting
how
thing.
Do you take credit for so many?
Because if you want to ask...
Do you take credit for me?
No, I don't.
Okay, good.
Because
that's a great question.
You were a star long before. But if you want to talk to Jason Barrett, who was the first program director of this very station...
Yes, I know
and
Jason.
Ask him who I told him to hire... And he hired like 4 of those people.
Okay.
Including Gianna Franco.
All right, so you had a hand in it.
I had 2 hands in it, dog.
That's gross.
Yeah.
And HR is on the line as soon as we get to break.
I could use a 4-day weekend.
I'm not worried about Nick at all. I'm not worried about the Niners
You
and Nick.
should be.
I'm not worried.
They're $4 million apart.
No, but that's the wrong word.
I'm panicked. I'm not.
Also, wrong word.
It's hot in here.
How about frustrated? I would like to treat this. Now, here's what I've noticed. And I get this because nobody wears a jersey that says 49ers organization on the back of it.
You got a Parag jersey.
Nobody's got a Parag jersey. I'd love one. I would totally rock one. I'll rock a Parag Maratte jersey. Totally. But nobody has that.
My across the street neighbor knows Parag. So I get some inside Parag.
I know Parag.
I know a gal who knows a person who knows Parag.
Oh.
So I get some serious Parag insights.
I am not 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon do Parag. It's more like 1 degree. 1 degree. Yeah.
I mean,
you want me to text him? What do you want to say?
Tell him to get it done.
Yeah.
Dude, PM.
Get it done.
Hey, PM. It's afternoon. It's PM. Get to work, dog. You know, and I'm going to tell him what I put on your Twitter because you put your cute little Twitter post pre-show, and I responded with yeah, you put out a thing saying,
there's the tweet.
If the Niners are at 30 and he's at 33, I'll get it done, guys.
Yeah.
I responded with
I didn't know you
an
responded.
animated GIF or GIF.
You know what that is?
It's an animation sensation.
It is.
And you know what I said?
No, I don't. I'm looking at it
I
now.
borrowed from Teddy KGB. Pay that man his money.
And why do we do that?
him.
But why do we do that?
Because
Pay that man his money.
You're going to say, I know what you're going to say. Oh, because he's worth it, Mark.
He's the Gorn. He's the greatest of right now.
Okay.
He's not the greatest of all time. He's the Gorn.
And
He's
the
Gamote.
And they're offering that.
They're not.
For those of you who don't
They're
know where we're
lowballing
at.
him.
Now, the report is this. Albert Breer states that the two sides are $4 million apart, approximately. And they've been trying to, quote, bridge that gap for a while, which means you're not budging, I'm not budging, and nobody's budging. What he also added, though, for the first time, it gives us a little bit of a snapshot into what the numbers are. Because he did say it's already a foregone conclusion that he's going to be the highest paid edge rusher of all time. That is currently sitting with TJ Watt at $28 million a year. So if you're going to be the highest paid edge rusher, and that probably means the highest guarantee as well, which would jump his brother, Joey Bosa, who got $102 guaranteed $1 million. So if the 49ers are, let's say, at 29 or 30.
Or 28.0000001.
Maybe. The question, as Breer said, is going to be, is he the highest paid edge rusher of all time, or is he the highest paid non-quarterback of all time, which is currently Aaron Donald, also on the defensive line at $31.7 million per year. So if we can grab from all that a window of approximately the Niners are offering 29 to 30, and Nick is saying I'd like 33 to 34, my contention is you're both wrong. And I'm going to treat you like I treat two of my children whenever they're fighting. You guys can go ahead and get in this room right here. I've got a conference room reserved for both of you.
You do.
Go inside.
Willard Manor.
And figure it out. Stop bickering and acting like kids, because this is actually silly. Meeting in the middle is so easy. And you can, in fact, Nick, be the highest paid defensive player and the highest paid non-quarterback of all time, meet at 32, and get the hell into camp, get your helmet, and get ready for the damn game in 9 days. This is on both of them. And I don't see how how we can assess or affix that one side here is in the wrong.
32 is disrespectful.
How?
I hang up on 32.
Highest paid non-quarterback of all time.
You just mentioned Donald's at 31.7?
Yes.
Aaron Donald, he's far better than Aaron Donald. Without a doubt. He's at least 10% better than Aaron Donald.
Is he better than TJ Watt? You're saying that only because of Aaron's age. How do you figure? How is he?
He's the reigning defensive player of the year.
And TJ was the year before that.
Right. That was 2 years ago. We're talking about right now. He's Mr. Right, and he's Mr. Right now. You give him at least 33 and a half. 33 and a half gets it done.
You're acting like whoever won the most recent award is the greatest of all time.
I didn't say he was the GOAT. I said he's the Gorn.
No, it's just
the
his
greatest
turn.
of right now.
It's just his turn. And your turn does not jump 10% over whoever most recently got it. That's never how it's worked. I just...
Christian Kirk is on the phone.
Well, that was...
Yeah.
Stupidity.
So it does happen.
Because he wasn't...
Sean Watson got 240 guaranteed.
Christian wasn't the highest paid anything. He was just paid more than he deserved. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Do you have a blame game on this? Are y'all on Nick's side, the Niners side, neither side, both sides? Where are you on this? We'll take your calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
so I'm ecstatic about that.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, these words are so good. They're so good. We have the best words. It is a football Friday. Those are the best words. It's brought to you by First 5 California. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. You know what gets rid of my stress? When there are football games on the weekend. So make sure, and I saw someone say this last night. And by the way, lovely Christy took me out on a date last night. That was her idea. That was her whole, she set that up. But I did see one of my buddies. This is listen, I know tons of women who love football. But this guy said, hey, guys, great night to take your lady out on a date tonight, because this will be the last Thursday that we are leaving the house for the next 5 months.
Gotcha.
Yeah, here we go. See the family this weekend. They give you an extra day. The gods give you an extra day this weekend so that you can see your family, because after that, that's a wrap.
Yeah, a lot of farewell on Monday. Conversations and texts and phone calls because, come Thursday, it's the opener, and then Saturday, full slate of college. And I know we have a full slate tomorrow, which really kicks off the whole extravaganza. And then NFL Week 1, and that's going to be it. I'll see you in about February.
Yeah.
Yeah, where we can go to the Super Bowl party together. And I'll catch you up on what you missed.
That's the plan. It is. It's the most wonderful time of year. Are y'all done with fantasy drafts? Is this the only league you're doing?
One and done, yeah.
Oh, wow.
One and done.
Huh.
Yeah, I used to do one with the kids. They're now 22 and 20.
Yeah.
And they're together at UCSB this weekend. Quest actually called me yesterday and said, I just decided to drive down and see Keon. I said, where are you? His apartment. Okay. Okay, 22-year-old.
It's crazy,
Got
right?
your own car.
Oh, my
Do
gosh.
you. Do your thing. Little road trip. But we used to do a league, and now we don't. And, I used to do a random league just to keep my interest.
Like with other people you don't know?
Randoms.
Like an online deal?
Yeah, an online one. And I told you, for no money.
Yeah.
And, I hate doing it for money, but I felt like doing it with all of you was important for my job and the camaraderie. So
I agree completely. I'm so much happier now that you're in it as opposed to last year when we just had to tell you all about it.
And I
every
do
week.
want to thank everyone. I don't know if there have been texts on the text thread, but I believe I've been taken off of it, which is good for everyone because I'm an Android and you guys are all iPhone.
I don't know about that. Nobody has texted a separate thread without you.
Bummer.
Yeah.
I was hoping I was out.
No.
You keep pulling me back in.
Hang on. Let me test.
Please don't.
Let me test it
Please
right now.
don't.
Hang on. Is this the one right here?
Oh.
Yeah. Let's see.
Totally.
Hi, Dan. Okay. No, it went out in green. You're still on it.
Damn it.
Yeah. So anyway,
just got it.
Too bad. No, I'm interested in how your family fantasy leagues went because we have, and this was also Christy's idea, we have established a new one and we will draft on Labor Day afternoon on Monday.
Wow.
And it's 12 teams from me, all 3 of my, this is going to be hysterical, by the way. This is going to be less about fantasy football, more about just laughing at each other because half the people in this league have never done it. They don't know what the hell's going on. They don't know who Calvin Ridley is. My dad and mom so far have not even been able to figure out how to join the invite. They're like,
That would never happen
I
here.
didn't get an email. I'm like, you did, but you deleted it because it wasn't from one of the 3 people that you accept emails. Dad, I'll call you later and walk you through it. I mean, it's going to be hysterical. So all the kids are in it,
Awesome.
nieces, nephews, Christy, her dad, my sister, my brother-in-law, and all my parents. I cannot wait. I am drafting 7th, tucked in between my sister and my daughter.
That's so great.
Both of whom have never been in a league before. So pretty much whoever I want, I'm going to get.
Beware
I
of
know.
that.
I know.
Because my oldest son, Quest, who is not known for sports acumen, his favorite baseball player growing up was LeBron James.
Okay.
And that's kind of where he's come from.
Good.
And we would do a fantasy league with him and my other son and all their friends, and Quest won it 3 out of 4 years. He would go on. He would Google fantasy football draft strategy, and he would follow it to the T.
Well, so he's smart.
He's very
He's smart.
But
Yeah.
he wouldn't know Travis Henry from John Henry.
I don't know Travis Henry. You went back
or
a ways.
Thierry Henry or
Derrick Henry.
He wouldn't know Travis Henry from Derrick Henry, from John Henry to O. Henry.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun. But you're right. There's a pitfall there.
Totally.
Like you're expected to do really well, and bad luck can hit any one of us.
Yeah.
All right. I'll report back on that on Tuesday because it's going to be a
That'll be fun.
complete howl. The whole thing is going to be a complete mess. It's really going to be great. Okay. Actually, I should say this real quick. You want to know what my sister's team name is?
Sure.
Doing It for Jimmy.
Wow. That's a little
I'm
racy.
pretty sure she's going to draft Jimmy Garoppolo in the first round.
Okay.
And I'm not kidding at all.
I mean, he could have a pretty good year.
See ya.
They're going to be behind a lot. They're going to throw a lot. And it's fantasy.
Yep. Yeah. Yes, it is hers.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Can I take Jimmy a second time?
All right, before we get back to Bosa, Greg and by the way, who's screening calls today? Who's in for Lucas? I can't even see him around. Oh, Sterling is there? Does Sterling know that Daly City is not spelled like Daily Grill? Do you know that, Sterling?
He just walked over with the boss. I will ask him when he comes back.
Yeah, ask him if he knows. I take a vitamin daily is different than Daly City. So Greg from Daly City with an I in it, not the city part, the daily part. Hi, Greg. You're on Willard and Dibs. How you doing?
Hey, Willie and Dibby, and hey, I took my daily vitamin today too.
Oh, good.
It works.
Is that because you live in Daly City?
Well, just for that and for health and everything, so it's all good.
Good play.
Okay, hey, so Mr. Willie, you made a little comment in the closing comments yesterday that I wanted to address, but there was no, it was at the closing.
There's no time, right?
So I wanted to make sure and touch base with you today.
Okay.
And it was regarding Stephen A. with his comments that he made that the Niners won didn't win because of Jimmy G. They won in spite of Jimmy G.
Yes. Which, Greg, I will add, that's not just a Stephen A. thing. I mean, come on. If we all had a nickel for every time we heard someone say that over that 6-year run, we'd all be rich, right?
Well, probably so. I mean, I would agree. However, the reason I'm calling is because if you look at at Jimmy G's performances in the playoffs, so 2019, 2021, the games that the Niners won, absolutely, were in spite of Jimmy G. Let me throw some stats at you here.
Go. I know them, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
2019, the only championship game they won was not because of Jimmy G. As we all know, he famously only attempted 8 passes in that game.
Correct.
It was because of the running game, Raheem Mostert, 220 yards and 4 touchdowns, and the defense. Then in 2021, they won the game against Dallas, where Jimmy G could not throw a touchdown, largely because of their defense and because of, say it with me, Deebo Samuels and his running game. And same thing the next week in Green Bay in that frozen tundra game that will live forever in 49er lore. Again, Jimmy G could not throw a touchdown. It was because of the defense and Deebo Samuel's running game. So, I mean,
Greg, do you see the difference? Do you see the difference between what Stephen A. said and what you're saying? I wonder if you do. Because you keep saying it wasn't because of Jimmy, it was because of the run game. That's very different than saying in spite of something. I actually pulled up the Cambridge Dictionary definition of the phrase in spite of something, and it writes, even though there is something unpleasant or bad happening. My argument, Greg, is that Jimmy Garoppolo was not unpleasant or bad.
Oh, it was unpleasant.
He might have not been great, and you're also spotlighting, I love when people do this, we spotlight the playoff performances and forget how we got there in the first place. I'm never going to sit here and tell you that Jimmy Garoppolo was a star. I never said that. I've never felt that or thought that. But I do think sometimes it's like, could you put a little respect on the name for the guy who was clearly the best quarterback for the Niners at the time? He was certainly better than all the other things we got to see. So I don't think anything happened in spite of him. there may have been other reasons that were larger. Do you get where I'm coming from, Greg?
I do, and I'll give you that he was the best quarterback they had at the time, certainly. And he had his moments in the regular season. I will give you that. And this past regular season in 22 was really, I think, his best time as a Niner. I mean, he didn't have those, oh no, Jimmy, handful of passes that he had in every single game prior to this year. I mean, he was at his best. So I will definitely give you that. But, as far as, the games that really count, the games that are really of the utmost importance, the playoffs and the Super Bowl, Jimmy not so good. And
they weren't. They were not his. They were not his resume moments. Yeah. You're
Thank
right
you,
about
Greg.
that.
I always hesitate to use the Green Bay game as an example because they rushed 42 times for 285 against Green Bay in that game. I was actually at that game.
Whoop.
So why would you want to throw the ball?
Yeah, why would you?
What's the point? And I'm looking at the play-by-play right now. In the second drive, which was their first touchdown drive, he threw a short one to Debo, who went for 16, and then it was Raheem for 5, Jimmy to Debo for 30. There's 2 passes right there.
Amazing.
Raheem for 6, Jimmy to Raheem, -4. So he's 3 for 3 right now on that opening drive. Then Raheem goes for 36 and a touchdown. And after that, it was run. And, I don't think Green Bay can stop us. And so Kyle's thinking about just running it and stuff because he loves the run game.
But why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
Who wouldn't love the run game if you can't stop it?
Can't stop. Won't stop.
Why would you bring all that other stuff into play? Get your quarterback hit. You could have a pass that hits off somebody's shoulder pad, and now it's an interception, and it's going the other way. Like all the stuff that comes into the ball handling of the passing game, why would you even attempt it until they can stop your run game, and they never did.
And the third drive that they scored upon was on a sharp field. They had 37 yards, and they went 13, 9, 0, 2, 4, and 9, all runs for the touchdown. No worries, no issues. Up 17-0 at that point, and it was night-night from a guy who was at that game. So I know we all want to disparage Jimmy. Oh, they wouldn't let him throw. There was no need to throw the ball in that game.
There wasn't. Although I will also say this, and I'm going to say it tongue-in-cheek, because I know that there's no way that it's possible. But starting on Tuesday, let's see how far we can go into the 49ers season.
Okay.
Without talking about Jimmy or Trey.
Jimmy or Trey?
My guess is I've selected the over-under at 7.5 minutes.
From you and I?
Just our show.
Okay.
Our show.
Counting the crossover?
And the callers. How long can we go? Starting on Tuesday. At 2 o'clock. I don't want to speak for anybody else's show here on 95.7 The Game.
Sure.
But how far can we go without turning into relevancy 2 quarterbacks who don't play here? How long can we go?
We can go weeks.
No, we can't.
We can go days.
No.
We can go hours.
No.
We can go segments.
Nope.
We can go sentences.
Possibly.
We can go phrases. Trey, Jimmy. I already can't help it.
You know what I mean? Like, I listen. Again,
I'm totally with you.
I defend it. I know the
us.
stories. The stories are unbelievable. It's an unbelievable story.
It was unusual.
It was kind of weird. You know who's on the line? And I'm honored for 2 reasons that Filmo Mike is on the line. Not only because we're always honored when you call Filmo Mike, but I'm honored that you are on our call screen as Filmo Mike, because I was driving around running errands this morning when you called another one of our shows here on the station and tried to just be Michael. And they got halfway through the call. It was the morning show, right? I think it was Spadone and Larry. They had halfway through the call before they're like, "Hey, Filmo, is that you? What were you doing, man?
Michael in the morning.
Why did you end up calling yourself Michael?"
No, I don't know what I was thinking. I was just, I told him on the morning, I'm like, that's my corporate one, Fillmore Michael. That's my corporate name.
I was like, what is happening here?
It's my government name.
If there's one person who cannot fake the funk and slide something by the goalie as a caller here on 95.7 The Game, it's you, man.
Man, that's crazy. I'm just so happy that that we got two regulars on. Nothing against Spadoni and whoever's on this morning, and Alan Styles and Evan Giddings. But I'm just glad we got some regulars in here, man, and we got some OGs. So you heard the call this earlier in the morning, Mark. All I was just trying to say, man, we got to do it again. I was listening to the Staples singers, Dibs, and they was saying the lyrics hit me. They hit me, Diz. I'm feeling like John. It's my inner Jonathan. He said, like a hammer on the clock, love began to rock. Gives a brother love and pride. Feel good and satisfied. I'm not a girl that could linger, but I feel like a butterfinger. I want to do it again.
Yeah.
Man, and then it's like a double metaphor, because when I hear the song, I want to hear it again. When we get a Super Bowl, it's like a butterfinger. The Super Bowl feel like a butterfinger, Dibs.
Yeah, you want to do it again. It's been 28 years, Philmo.
Dibs.
You were just a young little G, most likely eating value packs last time.
I'm sorry, what you say?
Filmo, don't ever change. You're welcome to sing on this show, and please arrive by your given name at all times, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Filmo Mike, everybody, also known as Michael before lunchtime. Butterfinger, the most underrated Halloween candy. Just IMO. That is the most underrated Halloween candy. I'm not saying it's better than a Reese's.
Memo to all you big box retailers out there.
Reese's is not underrated.
Too
Go ahead.
soon.
What?
It's too soon for all your Halloween decor.
Dude.
It's too soon,
You
bro.
know how it works,
But it's
though.
already been a month.
Well, but what are they supposed to do? What do you want them to do? What's the decor?
How about some Labor Day decor?
What is that? What is that? What do you
I
want?
don't know.
The American flags or something?
Teamster cards
What,
and,
what do you, like,
you know,
yeah.
some union paraphernalia.
I mean, what do you want Target to do?
I don't know. I guess it's a long way between what? I mean, I'd say 4th of July,
Dude,
but more likely my birthday
on
to
December
Halloween.
26th, they're putting up the Valentine's Day stuff.
It's a joke,
What do
bro.
you know what I mean? That's how it works.
I get it,
Yeah.
but too soon. Your Butterfinger takeaway, it's pretty good. It's very underrated.
It's underrated.
I would not put it like if you did a 9 candy batting order for Halloween candy.
They better be in your starting lineup.
But, for sure.
Okay.
All I'm saying is if Butterfinger's hitting 6th or 7th in your lineup, you're a World Series team.
I agree with you.
For sure.
It's a really good way to put it.
No, because I would have like Snickers and Reese's in the 3-4. Although in the new batting order, you got to have a great candy at the top of the order. We can do this in a couple of months.
The Giants would bat Butterfinger third.
They'd pinch hit for Butterfinger in the 4th.
That's exactly.
We are facing a lefty.
Somebody bring us a nougat-filled Three Musketeers.
Totally.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're not going to like this, and we'll save this for late October, but I got Almond Joy hitting like 8th or 9th.
Coconut is not allowed in my lineup.
I know.
And I'm going to say that real clear. That's going to be a no from me, dog. Okay?
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that. I'm more versatile than you.
It's not happening. We're not doing coconut.
We're doing Almond Joy, not Mounts. I got to have that almond in there, but go ahead. Anyway, where were we?
Anyway,
Philmo Mike.
I know what Philmo's saying. And he's not wrong. But for me, you got to try to find some sort of middle ground here with regard to the whole Niners Super Bowl thing. Yeah, we're all thirsty. We're thirsty. We should be. You said it's been 28 years.
28.
It has been a long time. There have been a lot of near misses. There have been a lot of really good teams. And there's the shoulda, coulda, woulda. And I think Niner fans have reached a point of we are done with shoulda, coulda, woulda. And I don't want to hear any excuses. That's all normal.
Yeah.
And fair and fine. Somehow, somebody then find a different way to complete that sentence than, so win or else, Kyle. Because it just doesn't work that way.
No, but
it doesn't work that way.
You got to be in the conversation.
Sure.
And I already Googled, and I'm already trying to get reservations for Vegas because that's where the Super Bowl is. I'm going to get some hotel reservations in advance.
Oh, good luck.
Just in case. Well, I'm going to go off.
I think you're
off strip.
You might be a little late already. It's not like they just announced it or something.
I'm not looking at one of these 4-star joints, and I would love to be at Circa. Shout out Derek Stevens in a great interview here. But I'm willing to go off strip, go 1 star, even a 2 star if need be. Just get me in the building.
Off strip is fine. Don't go 1 star. Don't sell yourself short.
That's where the real people are, Mark.
You're Dan Dibley.
Yeah, but
You're not one of the real people.
My old radio partner, Lo Neal, has a great story about being in a place on Koval, which is the street behind the
guy
street.
who runs the A's?
No, that would be Dave Cavill, which his house is riddled with with moving boxes, unfortunately. But there's some nice little spots out there. You can still get a steak for $1.99.
Oh, are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
I got no problem with that. No. Do the whole scene.
I got to remember the name of this place because Lo did a whole thing. We were on the strip and he lost a little bit of money and he was mad, and so he stormed over to Koval Street and ended up making a little bit back, playing like $2 blackjack, and some of those places are throwbacks. Mark,
nothing wrong with that whatsoever, and nothing wrong with this. Still a handful of minutes away, probably about 7 minutes away. The great Charles Davis is going to join us on the show and give us the view from 10,000 on everything going on in the NFL. You all got your fantasy drafts coming up this weekend. I bet a ton of you are going to be hopping into that. So it's not just the 49ers. It's not just their quarterback situation. We can start to get into everything. But I definitely want to start with him with this Bosa conversation. I'm having a hard time finding one side to blame. And again, if I give you that I understand why you like the player better than the team, because we like players, they're our favorite players, I get that. Why if the two sides are sort of right on the other side of the fence from each other, and the fence is Aaron Donald, why is this so hard, and why is it one side's fault? So whenever I hear, just pay him. Just pay him. Well, at a certain point, if you run your business that way, you're going to get to the person who you can't just pay. And then you get ripped, or you lose a really good player, or you're out of pocket or over your skis. And so, I don't know. I get it. I get it. Even if it's only over $4 million. You don't just cave just because people are getting nervous.
Yeah, but $4 million is peanuts to these people. And you already said
it is
cap
to Nick
schmap.
It is to Nick too.
You've said for 2 years that the cap is more of an abstract as opposed to being a construct.
Mostly.
So let's work it out, Parag.
I agree. Nick?
Text your guy.
You too.
Text your guy, Parag. I'll reach out to Nick.
He ain't going to respond about that.
And Nick's not going to respond to me saying, hey, Nick, could you take a little less? Because we're getting nervous over here, buddy.
We could check in with their mom. She loves to come on.
Parag's mom?
No, Nick's.
Sorry.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. More of your calls, plus that entire conversation. We'll get Charles Davis into this whole thing from Fox Sports on the NFL. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We love our YouTube chat, and we're glad that you are there every single day. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Dibs, I think we've ended up falling into the trap of now we've got a YouTube chat going talking about what we hand out at our houses on Halloween.
Okay.
Pieces of Kyle Shanahan's hair. Headshots of Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
I did like this one. Baby carrots with black licorice and a little, hey, how you doing, go Giants to each kid that comes by. Yeah, so...
if that was a house that I visited back in, I'll say 1980 as a 12-year-old, 3 words. You're getting egged.
I was going to say, you're coming back with eggs at 1:30 in the morning.
And eggs in the first year, and if you run that back, you're getting rocks the second year. That's all.
Charles Davis, Fox Sports NFL broadcaster, one of our favorites and the best out there. Charles, what do you hand out at your house on Halloween?
We hand out candy for the most part.
Okay.
The tough part is the decision to go big bars or little bars.
Yeah.
But where we are located in the neighborhood, believe it or not, the little people run out of steam by the time they get to our house. So the numbers are really light. It's shockingly light each and every year. So I always advocate for the big bars because I know I'm going to get to eat them later.
Well, that's a good move.
And one quick note, CBS. I have moved on.
Oh, you moved on. My bad, Charles.
Oh, man, Charles.
You moved on to CBS.
That's awkward.
Congratulations. It's not awkward.
Thank
Congrats.
you. This has been my 4th year with them. So.
Well,
That's
okay.
as awkward
now
as
it's awkward.
That's as awkward as getting candy corn from somebody's house. That's how awkward.
You and I used to do the Fox thing, and I just went back in time there for a second.
It's okay because bottom line is at one point I was there. So you're not totally incorrect.
Look at
it's
you.
It's just a matter of timing. That's
Look
all.
at you.
So it all works out.
You should have been an offensive lineman the way you're protecting me right now, Charles.
Hey, listen, I got to protect people who've been good to me. Listen, how many times have I messed the whole thing up? And believe me, if that's the worst thing you do today, I think you're going to be just fine.
Well, unfortunately, it won't be.
I mean,
let's keep
candy corn and hair or licorice or anything like
one
that.
Of those
you're doing just fine.
Yeah, I don't give kids apples on Halloween. Let's not do something stupid. So
listen, with the apple, you have to. Parents who are responsible have to. If you get an apple, you have to cut it up and check because you always hear the story about the razor blades, apples from the nut cases. But let me just tell you this because Halloween. Where I grew up in mid-state New York, the guy who handled Halloween the best, when you went to his house, like it was the big bars of candy, it was plentiful. Like he was like taking bags essentially and almost handing them out to kids. And that's the place you wanted to go. Like you wanted to go to that house.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Word spreads.
Well, guess what? As it turned out, I'm sitting there as a kid watching the news, and it's the nightly news, and there's a picture of chairs overturned and tables and bodies laying in a restaurant, and there'd been a hit in New York, and one of the 5 families of New York had been hit, and the head of the one of the 5 families was dead, and they popped up on the screen the new head of that family. It was the guy who handed out the best candy at Halloween.
Wow. Oh, my gosh.
Man. This is one of the greatest things I've ever seen. I remember sitting there, jaw agape.
Yeah.
I was old enough to understand, like, what?
Uh-huh.
And then I looked at my dad, and I was like, and I won't use his name on air, but I was like, Mr. Blank? And he goes, yeah, good candy, though, huh?
Oh, my gosh.
I'm going to give you a Snickers, but you owe me.
He was the best, though. Like, he was the guy that everybody's like, man, he is so cool. He is so great. He is so wonderful. And it wasn't just a candy. You'd see him in town, nicest man you ever met in your life.
Man.
They popped his picture up, and he was the new head of one of the 5 families. Like, literally, when we do The Godfather and all that, if you do the history of it, there literally are the 5 families of New York City.
My gosh.
And so the next year you go up there and trick or treat, and he's giving you veal parm, right?
I mean, it was the most unbelievable thing. And by the way, he had these beautiful nieces that were at school. No one dated him.
Oh, you're damn right.
Nobody was that crazy.
Oh my gosh!
Because in high school, the breakup was almost inevitable.
Yeah.
And once you sat a person down who had interest in it, like, hey, that's cool and all, but if you break up, yeah.
Oh man, yeah. He was making each kid an offer that they could refuse. Is what happened. Charles Davis on CBS. And the NFL with us here on Willard and Dibs. Charles, I wonder if you've been asked this, if you've been talking to anybody here in the Bay as of late.
Yeah.
We have had a full off season of screaming and yelling about people who aren't even going to play football this year. It's been the craziest thing of all time. What is your view from where you sit on the 49er quarterback situation as a whole?
It is something that has just continued over the years, but I don't know that it's been as pertinent as it is right now, because that team last year, listen, the Eagles went, deserved, et cetera, but we never got to find out who the better team was that day. We just didn't, okay? So now you have that. You've made this move to bring in the kid Trey Lance, where you gave up, X number of picks and moved up to go get him. You bring in Sam Darnold, who was a number one, whose career looked like it had totally stalled. And when it's all said and done, I said this last spring, all right? And I'd never want to play revisionist history. When people asked me about last spring, I said, well, if I'm the Niners, I'm giving Lance every opportunity to win this job. I put so much capital into him. He was going to be my starter before he got hurt. I'm going to press him and make him press Purdy and go. But once they realized Purdy was healthy, it didn't matter from where I stood. Like, it was done. The key was whether or not Lance was going to be 2 or 3. And I think what they decided was, if he was going to be their 3, if they decided that Darnold was the 2, they weren't. From where I stood, they were feeling like, I don't know if we want this young kid in the locker room moping. That could possibly happen. So they made the best deal they could make. And typical Dallas, from what I'm hearing, and again, I'm not the ultimate insider, but Dallas made the offer, and everyone else wasn't making that kind of an offer. That's what I've heard. I don't know if I'm right on that or not, so they took it and they went. But it's normal to me, because Kyle Shanahan has found a way to make some quarterbacks viable. Look, C.J. Beathard's still in the league. Nick Mullins is still in the league. And they were running his offense for a while, and Mullins actually set a record for his first 6 starts or something like that. So if you play quarterback for the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan, you've got a chance to be successful.
And Jimmy Garoppolo is still in the league, too, which is another interesting part of this recent saga. But, Charles, you look at the Niners, and it's Brock Purdy's time now. Is it helped dramatically in terms of what Brock Purdy's going to try to do based on the fact that he's got so much talent around him?
Yeah, it certainly helps, but he did play at a really mature level. I mean, it's real easy to look at a 7th-round guy and go, well, if he hadn't been with the Niners with all that talent, right, and just make that case. And there is a case to be made for that, but I think there's a case to be made for any rookie quarterback that way. But he started doing things at such a high level, such a mature level. And once again, it's a reminder to all of us, the starts in college do mean something. The experience in college does mean something. And Bill Parcells gave us that quarterback formula how many years ago, right? You remember his formula? He wanted X number of starts. He wanted to be a 3-year starter. He wanted him to be a captain. He wanted, X number of wins. All these things for a quarterback formula that he wanted to have on table. We're not going to have it anymore, as you guys know. Trey Lance came out as a redshirt sophomore, for an example, right? Bryce Young's going to come out as a junior. C.J. Stroud's going to come out as a junior. We're not going to hit those numbers with that Coach Parcells laid out. So the evaluators have got to dig in deeper. I think it's going to make it more of a crapshoot than it was before, and it wasn't easy then. I just think it's going to be more difficult to evaluate these guys and get a full read. And guys we take in the 7th round who played 46 games in college might start getting a little more of a bounce because of Brock Purdy.
Charles Davis with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Charles, I want to ask you about the Nick Bosa situation. I likened it this morning to being on an airplane when there's turbulence. The pilot may say, hey, everybody relax, this is normal. great. That's really hard to do. I'm on a plane and it's shaking and I feel queasy. And I think that's what's going on with fans right now. Like, everyone's like, relax. This is going to get worked out. The two sides are motivated and they're close. But there's a game in 9 days, Charles, and this is the DPOY. So what's going on here?
Yeah, that's one of those ones that's a mystery to me because he's a priority. This isn't someone who's not. I wonder where the sticking point really is. My guess would be T.J. Watt's contract in Pittsburgh because of the pass rushing aspect of it. Aaron Donald's contract in Los Angeles because he's the top-paid defender. And I think it's got to probably fall somewhere in more the T.J. Watt range than the Aaron Donald range. That's just my guess. And whether Nick Bosa's there or not and his representatives. But you're right about that. Listen, it's because they are a true Super Bowl contender, okay? There's even more urgency from the fan base because you want all your hands on deck. And if I'm not mistaken, don't they open with Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
So you're not playing a Humpty right out of the gate that lessens your worry about that. Here's where it breaks down for me in terms of let's put a little history on it, right? Nick Bosa is so valuable to this team. We all know it. We all know how they play. What are they, 5-10 without him since he's joined the 49ers? We get all that. Remember when Emmitt Smith was sitting out in Dallas?
Yeah.
And they started 0-2? And then Charles Haley took his helmet, apparently, and pinwheeled it into the locker room and left a hole as it whistled past Jerry Jones as he was screaming, "You better get Emmitt signed." They're one of the few teams in history that started 0-2. Didn't just make the playoffs, won the Super Bowl when they got Emmitt back. I don't know if it's quite as dramatic with that with Nick Bosa, but I think we're probably on the same plane if you're talking about the 49ers and having everybody there.
Yeah, no angry Charles Haley in the building, which is fortunate because nobody could run hot like Charles Haley could. But, the stories from Charles Haley are legendary in terms of his anger.
Legendary and almost like some of that bad Halloween candy at times, too.
Yeah, and nothing like, and I was telling Mark before, I got a toothbrush when I was a kid from a house, and needless to say, that...
Not even a dentist? Please tell me it was a dentist or orthodontist, please.
No, just one of those older folks in Fairfax who thought that she was going to be ahead of the curve, and her house wound up looking like an IHOP or a Denny's.
Yeah, I can see that one coming. Yeah,
it was Omelet City.
I don't think two wrongs make a right, but being a youngster, I'm not going to sit here and say I haven't had experience with that either.
I appreciate that, Charles, not judging me 49 years later.
No, not judging. There's no judging on that. Like any kid who tells you that they didn't have a few hijinks along the way. My favorite was in my household, a couple of kids from down the street. Oh, God, I can see it right now. Michael Yapel and Barrett Naka.
Oh.
And they decided they were going to have a little mischief at the Davis household. And you know how it is, right? Michael Yapel, is that you? I don't think you're going to be doing that, young man. You and Barrett get in here right now and clean this up. I will be calling your mother. And all you heard was, "Yes, Mrs. Davis." and they rolled up there and grabbed the bucket. Mom handed them the bucket and everything. "You guys clean this up right now. I'll be talking to your mother later." "Oh, Mrs. Davis, do you have to call my mother?" "Yeah, I think I should call your mother. She's probably going to want to know about this." It was old school, man. You guys
oh, my God.
On the floor. Absolute old school. I was cracking up. But the best was, yes, Mrs. Davis.
Yeah.
Yes,
they just walked right up and took their hit.
Dude, Yapel and Naka never stepped to Mrs. Davis again. I guarantee that.
Oh, gosh.
This is better than football.
This is unbelievable.
Those were good times. I mean, that's old school, right?
Yeah,
When the parents caught you, and you knew around the neighborhood, everybody knew each other. The parents knew each other, right? The parents knew whose kids belonged to whatever. This is old school stuff. And the thing was, you could get away with mischief and hijinks and all that, and most people were cool with it as long as it wasn't overly destructive.
Yeah.
But if they did catch you, the rule was you take your medicine.
Yes.
That's all it was.
Absolutely right. That's amazing. Charles, you know, the comments you just made, and I think we all share the feeling with the surprise, if you will, that Bosa and the Niners have not been able to agree. I just saw this quote from Travis Kelce, who made a plea to his teammate, Chris Jones, who's holding out in Kansas City, quote, "We need you bad." And I find it interesting because I think fans usually in this case go, come on, Niners, if he only wants $4 million, give him the $4 extra million. They always side with the player. Kelsey sounds like he's sort of maybe siding with the team. Without knowing the numbers, can you look at a situation like this and sort of point to one side as who's maybe holding it up?
Hard for me to do it without knowing who said what behind closed doors. Did Joey Bosa's crew say this is the number? Right? There's an old movie that still Sylvester Stallone was in where he was playing a Jimmy Hoffa type character, and he was negotiating, and he kept saying the number is 6, and they wouldn't come back with 6. They would come 4. The number is 6, and then finally, for 2 scenes later, you guys wanted 6. I got you 6. So that was the deal. He won the negotiation. I don't know who put the number down, right? Where is the number and where we're trying to get to? Is Joey Bosa wanting to be the highest paid and go past Aaron Donald? If so, I'm sure they're going to have an issue with it. Chris Jones in Kansas City. To me, if I'm Kansas City, and again, you know what they say about OPM, right? Dealing with other people's money, you shouldn't, but here I am doing it. Kansas City, I'd say, hey, Chris, here's the deal. You're not getting Aaron Donald money. Aaron Donald is Aaron Donald is Aaron Donald, but you're pretty damn good. Quinnen Williams just signed for the next number at defensive tackle. How about Quinnen Williams' money and a taste more because we love you? Can we get it done? That's kind of where you're going with that. I don't think that Travis Kelce is siding with management by saying come in here and do it. Travis Kelce's siding with history. He's siding with wanting to get to another Super Bowl.
Right. He's
siding with wanting the dynasty to continue. And that defense is built to play with a 14-0 lead. But he is their pass rusher. Charles Omenihu, who they brought in, is a nice player, but he's going to miss the first 4 games himself, or on suspension, or maybe 6, whatever it is. He's suspended. He won't even be playing. So who's your number 1 pass rusher? George Karlaftis, the second-year player out of Purdue? Is he going to give you 15.5 sacks like Chris Jones is going to do? That's the question mark that they have. They are used to playing like Peyton Manning's Colts. And without the big dog there, without the guy that makes everyone else better around him, who creates rubble, and last year in the playoffs finally broke through and got his sacks in the playoffs, sacks in the Super Bowl, Kansas City's not the same team. And that Detroit team coming in on Thursday night, that's a good football team who has to prove itself. Because right now they're picked to win their division, but they haven't been to the playoffs since, I can't remember, a few years ago with Jim Caldwell.
Yeah.
But they haven't advanced since Barry Sanders took them to an NFC Championship game in 1991. So that's what the issue is with that team right now. And they're dying to prove themselves on the grandest stage against the number 1 team in the league. And without Chris Jones, does it turn into a shootout? And normally Kansas City has more firepower than anyone. Did you see Detroit play offense last year, the second half of the year? They can score points. This could be a very entertaining game. I really think Kelsey's not saying I'm with management. I think he's just saying, Chris, Pat's here. I'm here. Excuse me, I better say Patrick before his mom comes for me.
Yeah, man.
Patrick's here. I'm here. The team's ready to go. We've been to the Super Bowl, twice in the last 3 years or 3 times in the last 4 years. We've won 2 of them. Dude, let's go get another one. Let's get history. That's what I think Travis Kelce's telling Chris Jones. Let's go get history. Because Kelce's not the highest paid tight end now. All right? Yeah. Hockenson has now got that. But have you heard Kelce be upset over it? No. Patrick Mahomes is not the highest paid quarterback. He wants flexibility for his team to win ball games. I think that's what Travis Kelce's telling his guy.
And bringing that back to the Nick Bosa conversation, and the Niners haven't won the Super Bowl since your mom was running people off your front stoop. It's been almost that long. Can the Niners really be a Super Bowl contender even in the early going without Nick Bosa?
I think things can fall in their direction. They can find a way to win games, but let's face it, when we get to the cauldron, we get to the pressure cooker, the guy who can get sacks even when he's being doubled and sometimes triple teamed, the guy who can create that kind of havoc is necessary when you get to playoff football. Because playoff football, as you guys know, instead of being able to play full court, fast break, press and run, all that, it becomes a half-court slog in most cases. Every possession, every snap becomes way more valuable. The game slows down. There's more emphasis on each and every snap, and you're playing almost half court, and Hubie Brown's calling sets for Bernard King late in the ball game and trying to win the ball game that way. That's how it works. And by the way, you better have those guys who can finish. Kansas City has them on offense with Kelsey. All right, Mahomes to Kelsey. On defense, their finisher's Chris Jones. They got to have him. Who does San Francisco need as their finisher? Nick Bosa.
There it is. There it is. Charles Davis, so much fun to have you. Football and Halloween stories all at once. And if I've learned anything, I think for the first time next month, I'm going to go full-size bars at my place. I think we're doing it.
Listen, are you getting the amount of traffic I'm getting? If you're getting that little traffic and you go for full-size bars, just remember, then you're probably thinking gray sweatpants with a drawstring because things start to happen around the waist.
That's right.
Believe me, I am visible evidence of it, okay?
It's drawstring season, is it not, Charles? Here comes football.
I'll leave you guys with this. One of my old coaches told me once, hey, Davis, if you're wearing the gray sweats each and every day with the drawstring, yeah, coach, you've just given up. All right, guys.
All right, there it is. Charles, thanks, brother.
The best.
There he goes. Charles Davis with CBS Sports.
Yeah.
And the NFL.
I mean, it's understandable until he's like, it's been 4 years.
4 years, dude.
That one stung a little bit. Because, all the people that we do talk to, we're lucky enough to talk to some of the great people in our business. And a lot of times you got to check. It's like, oh, that's right. So-and-so moved to whatchamacallit. This one had been 4 years, so.
Whatchamacallit, underrated candy.
Nah, no.
No?
It had a nice little flash.
It's not rated at all.
Had a nice little run during your childhood. That was like one of my college years, I think, is when the whatchamacallit came out. It's
fine.
All name and packaging, no bang for the buck. It was like a flaky. Like, it was not, was it Nestle? It was not the Nestle Crunch.
No, it's got chocolate on it, so it's good. It's kind of like when people.
It's better than a box of raisins, I'll give you that.
It's like Barstool that does, Dave runs around doing these pizza place ratings. It's like, look, it's pizza. So it's either an A+ or an A- or a B+, because it's pizza. It's all varying levels of good. You can be better than others, but there's nothing awful. It's a pizza.
Right.
It's kind of like a candy bar that has chocolate on it.
A little bit, yeah. And I think it's kind of like football, because I was looking at the Thursday night schedule that we have coming up, and even like the worst of the Thursday night games, I'm still in, and I'm looking at actually this year's Thursday night slate, really good.
Is it?
Normally the Thursday night game is a wasteland, and we can get into this on the other side. We can kind of poke our way through, but I'm just looking through chronologically right now, and there isn't a bad game that I see. I'm looking.
Well, they're coming out. They're coming out super hot. With obviously you got Lions Chiefs for the opener next Thursday, and then the second game is Vikings at Eagles.
Great game.
Third game is the Niners home opener with the New York Giants. We will be there on the scene.
Great game.
For that game, Week 4, Lions at Lambeau Field.
It's coming of age for Detroit in a historical venue.
Yeah, and then Week 5, Bears at Commanders. I know that some people might call that a yawn, but I sit here with an interesting curiosity about both of those teams.
Yep.
Broncos at Chiefs, Jags at Saints, Bucks at Bills. Like, we could go on. There's a potential that Week 10, Panthers at Bears.
I saw that.
And
Dolphins Jets in Week 12. Are you kidding me?
Love that.
Yeah.
Love that. And that's Black Friday, by the way. That's the day after Thanksgiving.
Oh, good call.
Or so not Thursday, but actually Friday night football.
True.
In this particular case. All right. Lazy Boy makes so much more than recliners, and right now, don't miss the Labor Day event, 30% off store-wide. There's a Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery near you, so hurry in. These prices will not last. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries, long live the lazy. 888-957-9570. Are you on a side here between Bosa and the Niners? This is Willard and Dibbs.
Did you know a bar...
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's all it took.
Mark Grandy, ladies and gentlemen.
Not only did it put us in a good mood, but one thing led to another. We started talking about Butterfinger, and the next thing you know, Charles Davis is giving us stories of murder on the East Coast on Halloween.
It was accidental.
You don't know that.
Yeah, it was a slip and fall. Nobody could have seen it coming.
What am I, a clown? Like a
seriously.
clown? Oh, jeez.
You never know, and that's probably my favorite thing about doing live radio 20 hours a week, and love doing it with you, and the callers are great, and the topics and sports and all the rest of it, but it's the who knows where we're going.
Never know where it's going to go.
You never know. From Philmo Mike to Charles Davis to the Five Families.
Much different audience than I was playing with a handful of years ago. My favorite thing that falls into the story or sort of the category you're talking about. So sitting there with group of folks in Bay Area radio, and I referenced something came up about tigers, and I referenced like when the one got on stage at San Mateo High School years ago, and everyone in the room, for whatever reason, in my mind, that was just a story that everybody knew, and
it was like a high school demonstration.
They're all looking at me the same way you are right now. They're like, what?
You're saying a tiger got loose and got on stage at a high school assembly?
Next thing you know, I'm telling the story when this happened at San Mateo High School, and here comes the overflow of listener interaction of people who either remember the story or they might have been there. And I'll share it real quick for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, because it was my sister's freshman year at San Mateo High School, which would have been, let's see, she's class of 90. So this must have been somewhere in 1987, 1988. You're Googling it right now.
And the first thing I see is from the Los Angeles Times.
Los Angeles Times.
Headline.
This was an unbelievable, when you hear this.
Headline. Can I just read the headline and then you tell the story?
Please do.
High school mascot gets spirit. Tiger injures student at rally. November 15th, 1986.
There it is, 1986. So it's the start of my sister's...
A 400-pound Bengal tiger that was serving as a high school mascot apparently got excited at a noisy pep rally Friday.
You'll never feel older than you're about to feel because...
Well, I was already out of high school, but go ahead.
But the point is, when you hear this story...
I love the young people.
When you hear this story and you think about how long ago it must have been for someone to allow this. Think of our world in 2023. What would happen if this now happened at a high school pep rally?
I just can't.
Everyone would be fired. The school would close. It's that crazy. So then Marine World Africa USA, at the time, Redwood Shores.
City, yeah.
Yep. And so San Mateo High School right up the road. The Little Big Game is coming. It's called the Little Big Game because they call it the little version of Cal Stanford is San Mateo versus Burlingame. So they've got the entire football team in the first 3 rows of the auditorium.
Yeah, I'm reading the story right now.
San Mateo,
so good.
I don't even need the story in front of me. It feels like yesterday because I'm just a little middle school runt and my sister's off to high school and this is on the news. My sister was at this rally.
I'm reading a story from UPI.
I'm telling you.
United Press International, which has been defunct for about 25 years.
87 years, exactly. So
UPI Archives.
San Mateo High does something with Marine World, and they're going to surprise the students and get them all excited for the game by bringing a freaking tiger,
450 pounds,
onto the stage. Now,
it's a Bengal tiger.
You bring Jamar Chase out onto the stage, and obviously, what do the students do? Yeah, they go crazy.
Make some noise.
And what does the tiger do when everyone goes crazy? It
Leaped.
Also goes crazy.
He leaped.
He leaped into the crowd.
Yeah.
And mauled the starting fullback.
Defensive lineman.
And fullback. Okay. Trust me.
Craig Henderson,
who now goes by a different name and runs a restaurant in the East Bay. Because when I told this story, within 2.5 hours, he's on the air with me.
Man.
Because everybody started going like, oh my gosh, did you hear they're telling the story?
He had to change his name?
He didn't have to.
Okay.
No, now he goes by his middle name or something. I forget what it is. But he's running a restaurant in the East Bay now, and he goes on my show 2 hours later, and I go, how'd you find out we were talking? He goes, my phone started going crazy. Everyone's like, bro, they're talking about you on the radio right now. And this thing that happened back in 1986.
Yeah.
Guy got his arm mauled by a Bengal tiger.
78 stitches, according to the story on UPI.
So it was so wild because everyone in the room with me is like, what are you talking about? And the more
it's like you're making it up.
The more I told the story, they're like, no. And people are like, yes. And they're sending them the link to the story. Somebody sent them the video to the story. And yes, if you keep Googling, you will see the video on the internet of the tiger.
This might be a stretch, but
flying into the stands
and I'll look.
And mauling Craig Henderson.
There's no way there's video of it.
There is video.
Oh, my God. I can't wait.
There is video. The tiger goes into the stands, and everybody loses their S, runs for the doors, and Craig Henderson gets a free ride to a local hospital. And suffice it to say, there was no more partnership between San Mateo High School and Marine World Africa, USA.
My favorite is Craig's quote, and it's only kind of funny because he lived through it, and apparently he has called in. I was trying to get away from the tiger, and I hopped over 3 rows of seats trying to escape. I was trying to get over the 4th row when he got a hold of me. 3 rows wasn't enough.
Not enough.
That 4th row.
Freaking tiger.
It seemed like it took forever. Everything was so chaotic. Everybody was scrambling, trying to get away from me. It was really wild.
Can you imagine anything more absolutely terrifying? I leaped 3 rows and couldn't get away from the almost 500-pound tiger who decided out of the whole school, I was the guy. I'm coming after that guy right there.
And the trainer is quoted. He said, quote, he knows, the tiger, he knows he's not supposed to do that sort of thing, said Fleming.
we punished him when we got home.
It's like Kyle Shanahan. You know Brock Purdy knows he's not supposed to throw that ball into double coverage. I mean, he knows.
The tiger was like, look, the more students, the better, so I can help educate. No, you're not supposed to do that on that play. But
I found the rally to be unusual. It was a little bit weird that I decided to maul that kid and stuff.
See, Zeus, our YouTube, they found the video. Like Zeus right now. Yo, that's a crazy video. It is.
All right.
I'll do some searching if I can. But I'm telling you, man, it's the most beautiful stuff when you just like, you never know where the conversation's going to end up.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Thank you. And then all of a sudden, everybody is interacting on the whole thing. It was one of my most memorable moments on the air because 2 hours later, I'm talking to him.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
Yeah. Craig Henderson.
There you have it.
We got to find out his middle name because he goes by that now, and he runs a restaurant in the East Bay. And hi, I'm Mark Willard, and Rich in Fremont wants to mention something about this. Hey, Rich, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Okay, that story has to be the story of the week, man. That was, and the thing is, I grew up in Redwood City, so I remember Marine World Africa USA, and I'm trying to keep my. What would that have felt like? You're at a prep rally of all things, and it's a Bengal tiger, dude. They bring a Bengal tiger. Bunch of kids. Dude, if I'm in that row,
450 pounds, Rich.
Dude, that tiger comes over there, I am out of there. I swear, O.J. Simpson won me as fast as I could.
But Rich, that's the thing. No, you're not out of there if the tiger gets a hold of you. That's what's crazy. Like, imagine being in an auditorium. You know what auditorium seating is like. and the tiger flies off the stage and lands on 3 rows. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go?
Oh man, I was trying to keep myself composed. I almost had to pull over, man, because it was just so hilarious.
Dude.
Oh man.
And again,
God.
Did you find the video?
Yeah.
You found the video.
Yeah. So the handler's holding him, and it's clear that the tiger in question is agitated, and he starts.
It was an agitation sensation.
That's a buck.
Go ahead.
He starts to move toward the crowd, and the handler pulls the chain, but he's not as strong as the 400-pound
the tiger is like, get off
So
of
the
me.
tiger goes forward again, and then the other guy comes in with the stick with the rubber ball in the end. That's not stopping the tiger.
That's going to be a no from me, tiger.
It's going to be next thing you
Your
know.
line was better.
One step further, and now I'm headlong into the front row.
Dude.
And that's when all H broke loose.
Yep.
And score this one for the Bengals. It's Bengals 7, San Mateo nothing.
Dude. But that's the for me, the big takeaway is sometimes the world changes so much in a handful of years, and some of it's obvious and some of it's not. Imagine if somebody pitched this idea today. Okay, PTA, here's my idea. Here's my idea. Because this is a big game this year. We're playing Burlingame, and the playoffs are on the line. And we really want to get the students excited for this game. So, we're the Bearcats, which, by the way, nobody even knows what the hell that is. But San Mateo's colors are orange and black. So even though nobody knows what a Bearcat is, which is a real animal, but no one knows what a Bearcat is, I got an idea. What would really get our school spirit going? How about if we bring, without any cage or restraints at all, how about if we bring a 450-pound Bengal tiger to a Friday afternoon pep rally the day before the game? Who's with me? They would fire you for even thinking of it.
For even the brainstorming.
Let alone doing it.
And I'm looking at the video now for a third time, and the tiger is staring down his target like Jimmy Garoppolo in a playoff game. I mean, the tiger is just glaring into the front row. And you can just tell that the tiger's like, next person who cheers, it's gonna have to be snack time. Oh my God,
It's incredible. It's incredible.
And by the way, the handler, it might be Mark Davis, Raiders owner. It is. The hairdo on the two of them.
It's
yeah.
Not Siegfried, not
No.
Roy. No.
Mark.
It's Mark. That's Mark. Yeah, my sister was up in the balcony, man. She's up there in the
smart.
She's up there in the it's because she's
Son
a
of a
freshman.
couple of teachers.
No, she's a freshman. Get in the back, freshman. Yeah, that's the way it went down. There it is. See, you found it. You found the video. What's it on? Like Facebook or something?
It's on imgur.com.
What the hell is that?
It's like an image archive sort of website.
Okay.
It's like the Reddit of pictures and video, I think.
Everyone's asking. So what's the address? What
I'll
is it?
add the link to the YouTube people.
Okay, yeah. Put the link on our YouTube. So go over to our YouTube feed if you want to see the video of this. And Dibs will put the link up so that you can see the video. 1986, Bengal Tiger shows up at a pep rally and decides to go get the football team. Not hype the football team up. No, go get the football team. Time for me to hospitalize one of the linebackers. Beautiful.
Yeah. Did Burlingame win the game? Or
I don't remember. I don't remember who won. We'll look that up next. Google the 1986 Burlingame San Mateo High School football team.
The kid was
Get a
quoted,
final
though,
score
that
for
he
you.
was going to miss the game, but he looked forward to coming back the week after.
Right.
So
I'll be ready for the playoffs.
he was not put on full season IR. He was looking forward to coming back.
Is that or is that not the way a high school person's brain works?
Right.
You've been mauled by a tiger and
At
you're like,
school.
Right. I'll be back next week.
At a mandatory school function.
If a tiger mauled me, I don't think I'd ever speak to another human being again. I
Right.
don't think I'd ever leave my house again. I would definitely, here's the other thing. I do think I remember asking Craig this when he hopped on the show. I don't think anybody got sued. which is bananas.
Well, according to the article, this
was there a lawsuit?
Yeah, I think that Marine World got sued, and the high school also got sued.
Okay.
Nowadays, I mean, the
close.
city and county of San Mateo would be sued.
Oh my
They'd
gosh.
find a way to link this to Joe Biden. I mean, everyone's getting sued.
Did you put the link up?
I did.
I'm getting a lot of people saying the link's not working.
Yeah, you
All
gotta
right,
copy paste.
Yeah,
it.
we'll get
Just copy
and paste, people.
Just-
Don't
come on.
click.
Don't be lazy.
Come on, don't hire somebody to get to a different internet site
Come on,
for you.
people.
Let's go to Brian in San Jose. Hey, Brian, what are you doing?
I had to pull over. This is one of the funniest stories I've ever heard. How have you guys not told this story before?
Yeah, I keep it in my hip pocket for the big days, Brian. The football season's about to start. We're not going to talk about anything else after today. So had to do it today.
Absolutely classic, you guys. I mean, I totally agree. The district, everybody would have been sued, and your buddy who's running a restaurant would have been a billionaire in today's day and age.
No doubt about it. Maybe he is. I don't know. I didn't want to get too personal when I talked to him. I also don't want to make it sound like he's my buddy. He's about 6 years older than I am. I never went to school with him. He graduated by the time I got there, but he was kind enough to come on the air that night, and it sounded like he was doing really well, which is great.
Oh, my God. So good, you guys. Thank you for sharing that.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Let's go to Pat in Alameda. Hey, Pat, what are you doing? Pat, what's up?
Hey, guys. Hey, first of all, I just want to say, Dan, I met you up at the Montclair Golf Course pre-pandemic many years ago. You bought me a beer. Said, I like this guy. I owe you one if I see you again.
Yeah, no doubt.
Secondly, so I, little older than you guys, grew up in Oakland, big-time Raiders fan, and this is like the late 70s, I want to say. And I'm at John Sweat Elementary, which has since been closed. They're having this little, assembly, right, with the little tiny stage, the whole deal. And they invited Otis Sistrunk and Phil Villapiano to come up on the stage and address our school. Now, mind you, these guys are unsupervised, two of the craziest Raiders that ever played. And we're sitting there, and they're doing, I guess, their version of a PSA. So they said, so guys, just want to tell you a little story. We used to have this kid hang around the locker room, and we'd, let him clean up for us. We'd give him jerseys and stuff like that. The kids, one day we caught him doing drugs. So you know what we did? We took him, we locked him in a locker for 3 hours, and then we let him out. We said, don't do drugs. Got it, kids? And we're all horrified. And the principal's looking around like, I can't believe this is happening. It was the 70s, guys. It was nuts.
Yeah.
Amen.
I don't know if you've ever talked to Phil Villapiano or interviewed him or anything, but he is as crazy now as he was when he played. He is a lot of fun to talk to about the old days of football and the old Madden Raiders.
He sent me off with the name Otis Sistrunk as well because one of my teammates playing basketball at San Mateo High, his name was Bernard Sistrunk, and we called him Otis.
Perfect.
That was his nickname.
I took an art class over the summer, and I was so bad at art that we had a paper mache project, and I was terrible at art, so my art project was to do a doll of Otis Sistrunk because he had no hair.
Oh.
So I did an Otis Sistrunk paper mache doll. I slapped a piece of black fabric over it and left the head bald and painted. I think might have been number 60. He was in the low 60s, but that's what passed for art in my household as an 8-year-old.
Oh, you spoke that into existence, didn't you? Look at you now.
Yeah, not quite as ferocious as Otis was when he played. But that's why I always have a connection with Otis Sistrunk.
I love it. Dre and Lamore next up here, Willard and Dibs. Hey, Dre, thanks for holding. What you doing?
Some great Raider names. Otis Sistrunk, Phil Villapiano. Me, I've always been a Niner fan, but my brother was a Raider fan, so as a kid, naturally, the Niners didn't make the playoffs in the 70s, and I would go with the silver and black. Love those old guys.
Love it, yeah.
As far as whose side am I on, I've always hated York, but in this instance right here, well, let me take it back just a second. I was watching a YouTube thing yesterday, and it was a Seattle fan, and it made a lot of sense. He said he don't think the Niners have the money to come up front with such an expensive contract. With all the loaded money you have to come up front, like their owner Allen, he's a billionaire. He would have it. he thinks the Niners are low on cash is what's holding this up. As far as who I agree with, I would think it's generational wealth you're talking about when you get over $30 million. So if Bosa wants 36 and the Niners are willing to pay 32, come on, what's the difference, guys? Don't you want to be on a great team for the next 4 or 5 years, Bosa? I got to go with the Niners on this, fellas.
Well, interesting, Dre. First
Thanks,
of
Dre.
all, yeah,
Dre from the Moo. Gotta love that.
I would doubt that the Niners are having cash flow problems. That would surprise me at a very, very high level.
Maybe
number one.
cap flow problems?
Maybe, but again, what you're dealing with right now is actually the future, not the present, for Nick Bosa. This is not a deal that's going to go into effect right away. So what we're talking about is the 49ers sitting down and trying to factor in other players, what's going to be needed down the road, who else might need an extension. I also think those numbers are incorrect. I doubt that Bosa's asking for 36 and the Niners are off in 32. If that were the case, they would have settled in the middle already and moved on. But again, no matter which side you're on, until we know all of the numbers, I don't think you can pick just one side. Now we know sort of the numbers, and to me, that makes it on both of them. That, like, you can meet in the middle and still be the highest paid non-quarterback of all time. And if that's the case, to me, Nick's got to take that. That's a hell of a compliment. If the Niners can even get to that number, which Charles Davis said no. He thinks he should be below Aaron Donald.
Right.
So we'll take some more calls on that coming up. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Doc Pandia jumping in here next as well. We got some very, very significant injuries to talk about going forward. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
California, the Ford Labor Day celebration. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, yeah, we are continuing to do as much work as possible to get all the links of the video of the Tiger going into the crowd at San Mateo High School in 1986. It's on the YouTube chat. Dibs and I have both sent out the link multiple times. Yes, I'll get it on Twitter later for those of you who want to see it. But yeah, get on over to YouTube right now. That's the easiest thing for you to do. Get over to YouTube. It's on the chat. You can scroll through to either me or Dibs, and you can see the link right there if you want to see the video that we were talking about. So get on over to YouTube. Of course, as always, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And then this entire show often is powered by the great Doc Pandia. It's time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya, who also made a great appearance at the Red and Gold Summit, and now your stardom has only grown, Doc.
Thanks, guys. No, it was great seeing the fans out there and seeing you guys in person again. It was a great event.
Yeah, absolutely great to see you. So I've seen also the video that you've put out about this. I know a lot of fans had questions when the 49ers sort of like they pulled things back a little bit at the beginning of this week as far as Brock Purdy's throwing program. What did you think about that?
I think it's a smart way you're going to approach Brock Purdy going back into playing a live game. And I think barring there being any symptoms or any kind of soreness that is concerning, this is what you normally do when athletes get back to play, whether it's an ACL, whether it's a meniscus, whether it's a shoulder issue. When you're getting ready someone for competition, you want to make sure that they're ready to go, and that's by limiting the throws before they go into a practice. In addition, he just hasn't played live football yet, and it's going to be exactly 6 months when he takes that field against the Steelers. So to limit how much he's throwing isn't a setback. That's just a normal part of reintegrating into sports. No different than a minute's restrictions for someone like Clay or not playing back-to-backs. You want to make sure that body is ready to perform at a high level.
Speaking of restrictions, there's been some talk about Christian McCaffrey maybe getting a smaller workload this season. How much does that limit the risk that a running back has if it's 10% fewer snaps or 20%? Or is football just so dangerous that won't be a factor in possible injury?
I think for the general risk of something kind of traumatic happening, like breaks an ankle or has an ACL, I think, that risk is obviously random. But for the soft tissue injuries, the high ankle issues, the things that kind of come from increased workload, absolutely limiting McCaffrey's workload would be positive, both from a fact of you're decreasing that soft tissue injury risk and you're improving performance as well, too. And if you look at McCaffrey's injury history, the years that he was in Carolina where he had a huge workload or was on pace for a huge workload is when he started breaking down. So the fact that they're going to be limiting it, allowing other players to take the load like Debo, hopefully Elijah Mitchell, Kittle, will lead to better performance and decreased soft tissue injury risk and hopefully less of a chance of something random happening because he'll just be on the field for less plays. So I think it's only a positive when you have a player like him.
Doc Pandia with us here, Cleared to Play, 95.7 The Game with Willard and Dibs every single week. A lot of interesting stuff going on with the Giants to talk to you about as well, Doc. As Kyle Harrison continues to go through his first few starts, they call it stretching him out, right? And we were all, I think, surprised the other night to see him go into the seventh inning. What's safe for him at this point in his career? How long can he go?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there actually isn't a lot of data in terms of how you integrate young pitchers into the major league. I think the couple different things that you look at, number one is you have to look at how many cumulative throws has he had in general over the past couple of years. You want to kind of mirror what he's done in terms of workload. And in general, you don't want to go up more than 10 to 15% each additional start. But the important thing to monitor is how do they actually feel? So there's not necessarily a number that says once you hit 90, you're out. If his body's feeling well the next day, if he's recovering, he's not having elbow pain, he's not having shoulder pain, then you can gradually increase that up. Where you get worried is where you have a big jump from game to game or that workload from night in and night out consistently is higher what he's done in his career, and then you worry about those injuries occurring.
That's great. And, we're all looking forward to him hopefully maybe getting to where Alex Cobb was, where so close, Doc, to the no-hitter, but he threw more than 130 pitches. How much of a negative effect can that sort of a one-time workload be on a pitcher like Alex Cobb next time out?
You definitely do worry about that. And I think where you worry about it is if that next game that you're out, the coaching staff, the training staff have to make sure that if he's feeling anything, are you feeling soreness? It might not necessarily be in the elbow or the shoulder or anywhere in your body. that's where you're going to have that early exit and say, look, we're going to pull you after 1, 2, or 3 innings. It's a big workload, and pitchers just don't pitch that much anymore. So I think that you have to be very, very careful in terms of noticing what he's saying. Are you seeing things like a decreased velocity? Are you seeing less control happening? And those are some of the early warning signs in addition to pain that may say, hey, look, you got to come out. We have to nip this in the bud so something doesn't start happening with more critical structures down the road.
Doc, what about the new Giants outfielders? They are the old Giants outfielders. Yaz and Haniger are both back on the field. Obviously, Yaz had a great first game back, but what should we be expecting from them as they try to get themselves back up to speed?
I think that the transition will be a lot easier for Haniger. I mean, the good thing with broken bones, particularly where they've been fixed and in the forearm, you don't have a tendency to lose much strength. That the return is pretty quick, especially that you've got that plate in there, the bone's protected, you're not dealing as much with soft tissue issues. So as long as his grip strength is good and he's got his confidence, I think that transition will be good. With Yaz, you do get a little worried. I think this is his third hamstring issue this season. This shows why baseball players are so prone to have it. I mean, it's essentially a sport that's set up for hamstrings where you're basically doing nothing for a long period of time and then you're doing things explosively. So I do worry a little bit about that. Will there be potentially another hamstring issue, or is he worried about that happening again? Is he going to change his play because of it? So I'm glad that he had a great performance. Hopefully there doesn't any soreness that doesn't impact his play, but it's good to see them both out there.
Brandon Crawford back, Doc, and he'll be in the starting lineup tonight. He's got a left forearm strain that has hampered him. How much does it become a lesser issue, the fact that he throws with the right hand and he bats left-handed, and so that's not his lead arm in terms of hitting the baseball?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great thing for him because there's less grip strength kind of going around that arm when he is doing those things like that. So if there is any kind of residual issues in terms of grip or some soreness, he's not straining it as much, so that does allow him to reintegrate back in and have a higher performance, as opposed to if he was really depending that for the power on the bat.
Doc, great stuff. And speaking of great stuff, really looking forward to hearing about and maybe getting a view or at least getting a word or two about the panel that you're going to be on Tuesday, organized by KCBS. Joe Shasky's going to be there as well. A full town hall conversation on youth sports. So what are you expecting to get into there?
Yeah, no, I'm really excited for the panel. The folks, obviously, KCBS 95.7 have put this together. I think it's going to be a great time to talk about where we are with youth sports. What are some of the risks? What's the issues with specializing? What are some of the things that parents, coaches, and athletes have to know about? It's just a topic that, all of us have children play sports, and I think it's important to get down to the science and see how it really impacts all of us and how we can keep kids healthy and playing for their entire life, not just for the short period of time when they're youth athletes.
I tell you what, I think it's a great topic, and obviously, we hear things a lot like baseball pitchers, especially with what Shohei is going through. We hear about pitchers now almost like wanting to do Tommy John surgery. This is not as youth, but maybe in college and whatnot, like wanting to do it almost early because it helps out in their career. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think a lot of these, they're concentrating just on their performance. What a lot of these athletes don't know is that the reason why these kids are getting better after surgery isn't because you're getting the surgery done, is you spend a whole year rehabbing and working on all these things you never worked on before. You don't have core strength, you don't have good flexibility, you tear your UCL, then suddenly you get better. So you get a little tiny UCL sprain, and all these parents are saying, hey, can we get UCL surgery so we can get back better? And it's really the rehab. So it's about understanding why your performance is where it is, and never wanting surgery to improve performance. It's only really to help you get back from an injury.
Doc, great stuff. We love it as always. We thank you. We talk to you again next week.
Awesome. Take care, guys. Yep.
Okay, there it is. Doc Pandia. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health.
Glad you shouted that out. It's a KCBS function, our sister station, and Joe Shasky III on the panel, a guy who knows a thing or two about youth sports, and Doc Pandia, who's always been an advocate for kids not specializing, especially at a young age. And, you've got athletic kids, especially I think about your young, 9-year-olds? He's still 9,
yep,
not quite
9.
10. And,
yep.
He's a good athlete. And if he gets to a point here in the next year or two where he pops in any one sport, I know that you're going to be a guy to encourage him to continue to play everything.
No doubt. Yeah, diversify for sure. By the way, if some of you are interested in that event, go to kcbsradio.com. That's where you can get all the details. It is free. It is open to the public. It is from 6:30 to 8:30 in the evening. Again, coming up around the bend on Tuesday night, St. Mary's College in Moraga, and it's all brought to you by UCSF Benioff Children's Hospital. Again, for all details, if you want to consider possibly going, kcbsradio.com. You will find everything there. All right, coming up next, we go back to the phones. Bosa or the Niners? Neither or both. Plus, Dave, Jeff, those of you on hold, we got someone else who was at the Tiger Into the Crowd event on the line. So stay right where you are. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. Overdue tolls. Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit bayareafasttrack.org/assistance today. This is Willard and Dibbs.
That's great.
Every business.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. There's plenty still to say on the Nick Bosa situation. I think we'd love to say some things about the San Francisco Giants today as well. A team that a well-timed 4 out of 5 stretch. Potentially they actually have a starting rotation. But I got questions for the fan base, as they do at this hour sit in one of the 3 wild card spots as the calendar turns to September. So some stuff to say there. But for those of you just joining us, we got off on a little bit of a side story today when we were talking about sort of the magic of what can happen in the world of radio and broadcasting. Right. It started with Charles Davis, and we're talking about Halloween. And he ends up telling us stories about as it turned out, a mob boss that had a house up the hill where they used to hand out the full-size candies, and everybody used to love that until one day they were all on the news, and there were, like, fatalities, and, like, it was a crazy story. So we started telling some of these crazy stories, and I ended up talking about what happened at a pep rally, San Mateo High School, November 1986, getting ready for the Little Big Game when Marine World Africa USA brought a tiger to the pep rally. It got spooked and jumped into the audience and mauled one of the football players. And every time I bring it up, I'm like, people know this story, right? And they have the same look on the face that you had, which is no.
Complete shock and disbelief.
What are you talking about?
It's a 37-year-old story.
Yes.
And that's why, I mean, a lot of things have happened in 37 years. 1986, I was a freshman at College of Marin Junior College, and so it may have passed me by pre-internet.
Totally.
But it's a real story.
Well, that's the thing, is every time it comes up, people will go like, Mark, you're kidding me, right? Like, okay, or at least you're embellishing. And then you Google it. And by the way, for those of you, especially on our YouTube chat, who've been asking for the link, and you can't really do links easily on a YouTube chat, I did just put it on Twitter. So if you want to check it out over at X, at Mark_T_Willard, you can go check it out. The video of the tiger jumping off of the stage and into the football team out in the audience at San Mateo High. And apparently Jeff, who is still in San Mateo and joins us now, was also there that day. Hey, Jeff, what are you doing?
Hey, good. Can you hear me?
We got you, man.
Yeah, so like your sister, Mark, I was a freshman, wide-eyed scrub on the freshman football team, sitting with my Spanish class way in the back of the auditorium.
Huh.
My Spanish teacher was none other than Buzz Williams, whose other more famous job was varsity football coach.
Coaching the football team, yes, indeed.
All hell breaks loose. We can't actually see what's going on other than there's a tiger in the audience. And the look on Buzz's face was priceless. Turned white, then green. Then he quickly got up and ran down the stairs to wherever he could run down to the stage like a man in a sheer panic.
I mean, completely. Because, again, the football team, and you can speak to this better than I. My sister was there. I was not. But, like, the football team populated the first 3 or 4 rows, right, of the auditorium, and that's where the tiger jumped in. Yeah.
Exactly. Full, all in their jerseys, undefeated, San Mateo High, ranked number 1, going into the Little Big Game. So it was a huge pep rally, and I'll never forget it.
Jeff, do you remember who won the game?
San Mateo.
Yeah, I thought so. That was the year they were really, really good. And then, you know, it was a decent program back then, but they
deep
tailed
enough
off
to withstand the loss of a defensive lineman.
Slash fullback.
Sure.
Slash fullback.
I'm just going by the UPI story that I was able to Google and read.
Oh, man. Jeff, thank you for calling, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There goes Jeff in San Mateo. Class of 1990, Jeff. Yep. Just like my sister at San Mateo
Wild
High.
times at San Mateo High.
So crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Well, from one orange and black to another. How about this? I'm looking at what has happened with the Giants this week, and a couple thoughts come to mind. First and foremost, I don't care if they slipped and fell into this or whatever, but the whole idea of they don't have a rotation, this thing is Logan Webb and then a bunch of duct tape, injuries, openers, all of that. The emergence of just one player, look at how it has changed everything. Now, I don't know, and quite frankly at this point don't even care about, well, wait a minute, how is this sustained through a playoff run, right? Like, you still kind of short. You don't have a full fourth starter. Openers, are guys stretched out? Can Kyle Harrison go more than 5 unless it's a special night? Those are all questions that I would reserve for a different day. I look at it more like this. The Giants have a rotation, and they have a playoff rotation, which is normally based on 3 starters. Right. And there's absolutely no way that you can argue that the Giants don't now have at least 3 interesting starters that they can with full credibility, put them into a playoff game as the starting pitcher.
Yes.
No?
I don't know about full credibility in terms of sample size. Kyle Harrison has looked amazing through 2 starts.
2 starts, yes.
So I wouldn't give him full credibility yet. The stuff is electric, and boy, he looked good the other night. He looked incredible, and Cobb was a bad route away from a no-hitter. I don't think it was a bad route, but it's a cheap way of saying that, maybe Yaz makes that play. I don't know if he does, if he was positioned better. There's a lot of ifs. Bottom line, Cobb threw a 1-hitter. He threw 131 was the number. So we'll see if he's a little bit sluggish coming back in his next turn. But yes, they don't have a rotation. They do have a playoff rotation, because a rotation at the very least is 4. It's almost always 5, and they don't have that. But in a short series,
3.5.
in a playoff game, you do have 3. And you're right, Webb, Cobb, and Harrison, if they wind up in the wild card play-in situation, and, it's not so bad being the 6, by the way. If you're looking at where you would like to be, 4, 5, or 6, you'd rather be 6 than 5, and you might actually rather be 6 than 4, in my opinion, because you're playing an easier team.
Okay, why do you say that?
Because if you're 6, you play 3, and whoever 3 is going to be...
Well, that's going to be the 3rd division winner.
Correct, which is a team not as good as Philadelphia.
Well,
Philadelphia is the 3rd best team in the National League.
Okay.
And they're going to be the 4th seed.
Same exact record as Milwaukee. I know that it can absolutely be your opinion that Philadelphia is better. Milwaukee has been on an absolute white-hot streak. They are both 74 and 59. But here's the second part of that. If you win as the 6th seed, I actually don't even know. Do they reseed?
I don't think so.
So you would get the 2 seed rather than the 1 seed. And not that the Dodgers are any picnic by any stretch, but I would want to avoid the Braves. That lineup, to me, it's been a long time since I've seen anything like that. That lineup is absolutely stupid. The Atlanta Braves lineup, you sit down and watch a game and try, especially in the pitch clock era, where you can't breathe for a second.
Right.
And you it's like you got 15 seconds to throw another pitch to Acuna. Okay, you get 15 seconds. Austin Riley's at the plate. And now it's Azuna. And now it's Rosario. And I didn't even mention Olsen. It does not quit all the way up and down. And so, I don't know. Actually, don't even know the rule on that, if they reseed or not. But if they don't, I agree with you.
I think only football reseeds, if memory serves. The NBA does not reseed.
I think you're right.
And it's hard to keep track of baseball with their ever-changing cockamamie postseason structure. But I don't think that they reseed. I think that 3 plays 6, 4 plays 5, and the winner of 4-5 plays 1, and the winner of 3-6 plays 2.
You are correct. I am now looking at MLB.com. The number 1 seed will face the winner of the 4 versus 5 series, and the number 2 seed will face the winner of the 3 versus 6.
Milwaukee, the 7th best record since the All-Star break. The Cubs, the 3rd best record since the break at 29-15.
Well, so big series coming up. That's where the Giants go next.
And the Cubs are knocking on Milwaukee's door. I think they're 2 back or 2.5. They're 2.5 back as we sit. So, I would rather play Milwaukee or the Cubs as opposed to Philadelphia. That's all I'm saying.
I think I can see the method to that. And again, you'd rather face the Dodgers than the Braves. I think for multiple reasons. One, I think the Braves are better than the Dodgers. The Dodgers certainly no slouch, but the Braves are better, in my opinion, number 1. Number 2, that's fun. The Giants and the Dodgers in the playoffs.
Yeah, hopefully it's more fun this time than it was last time, which was the first time.
Sign me up for it, though.
For sure.
Yeah, I'd show up for that. Absolutely.
And the Dodgers obviously playing much better baseball since they did get better at the All-Star break, and they've got the best record in baseball since the break.
You didn't see Lance Lynn's last outing, did you?
It was a little rough.
Yeah.
A little rough.
You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong.
32-12 since the break.
No, you're not wrong. And I was, although I don't know how much, like I'd have to dive in terms of how much you can attribute it to the actual acquisitions that were made by the Dodgers.
Yeah, I know Kike's been great.
Has he? I know Lynn has done well, not so much last time out.
Right.
But I, what kind of role is Kike playing every day, or is he playing kind of a reserve role? He's clearly back in his comfort zone. I mean,
he's played 30 games since he got acquired.
How many at-bats?
He has been featured in 100 at-bats.
Okay.
So he's driven in 16 and 30. Batting average of 260. I don't have the full breakout numbers, but he's been a lot better than he was with Boston.
Oh, gosh. Not even close. Not even close.
He's got an 836 OPS, which is really good.
That's very good.
Yeah.
That's very good. So that's fair. And here's what I would say, though. I got a different question than just statements about the Giants and the playoff situation. I understand the NFL is what runs this darn world, okay? This sports world that we live in. I totally get it. But I also, I wonder why it feels like this. And when I say this, here's what I mean, and here's what I'm questioning. And I actually would love to hear from some Giants fans, 888-957-9570. They're only 70-64. They're not an overwhelming great team. None of that is true. Here's what they are today. Today is Friday, September 1st. They're a playoff team. So why doesn't it feel like that? And I don't mean because look at them, they're not very good. No, why don't you feel like that? I born here, raised here, this team in my blood from the beginning. This does not feel like a playoff race feels. It is September freaking 1st.
Man.
It's September.
It's my parents' anniversary.
Oh, happy anniversary to your folks.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Would have been 62.
Well, that's a lot.
Would have been a good run. Yeah, they'd both
How many years you got? A lot.
They'd be both deep into the 80s.
Yes,
but September 1st always will have a special place in my heart.
I love that.
Not only for the stretch drive, but the anniversary. Your words are spot on. And look no further than the attendance in the Cincinnati series, 25, 26, and 24.5. The fans in general, Sir Spill-A-Lot, are not that galvanized by the very thing you're talking about. They went into the Cincinnati series needing something. Not only did you win the series, you got a freakish near no-hitter and the arrival of the future in an electrifying I strike out everyone performance, and yet the fan base gave it a collective
Well, you don't know those things are coming until they happen. Yes, they beat the Braves Sunday night, but that was 6 consecutive series that they had lost. And so I don't think fans were very inspired coming out of that series, and I get it. But they do win Sunday. Then they take 2 out of 3, and they open up with a runaway win last night in San Diego. And the Padres, my God, you want to talk about underachievers. Like, what a joke. You know what I mean? If you're mad as a Giants fan, I give you a minute, taste what it's like to be a Mets or a Padres fan this year. What an absolute wreck and a joke what the players and management have done with those two organizations this year. That's the kind of stuff that if I'm a fan, I get really ticked off. Those are the fans that have a right to be mad. This fan base, you can be frustrated. You can not like the brand of ball. You can claim boredom. I get all that. But it is September 1. There are no more starts to the month until we get to the month where the playoffs happen. September 1 is always a special day in baseball. The rosters expand. You can bring people up. Brandon Crawford has been reinstated, and Keaton Wynn is active and ready to roll, Dibs. So get yourselves ready.
Get excited.
Because here come
Keaton
the
Wynn.
Reinforcements. But you know what I'm talking about.
Nothing pumps your nads like a Keaton Wynn call-up.
All right, take it easy. But it's September 1.
I know.
And they are in the offs.
Sure.
So
what you're saying is not wrong.
And there is already an achievement in that, because I know what whenever we have this conversation and it's June or it's July, oh, Mark, okay, Captain Positive, call me in September. Well, I'm calling.
Yeah. And you're getting sent to voicemail.
And they're still in the playoffs. So all the Johnny come, well, they're not really going to make it, Mr. Shiny Day. Well, here we are. This is it. You got 30 days
Kenny
to race.
Loggins.
And the schedule's not as hard this month as it was last month.
Right.
Yeah, you got a whole lot of Dodgers at the end, but this is much more manageable, and Kyle Harrison is now up, and you got a 30-day sprint to the finish line to get in the playoffs, and I don't need to tell a Giants fan what can happen when you sneak in.
Yeah.
So where is the feel?
Well, there are no feels. And there are a number of reasons why there are no feels. And one of them is the expanded baseball format that allows 6 of 15 to get in. And of the 15 National League teams, there are 9 of the 15 that are in the race. And I draw the line before you get to the Padres. The Padres are 8.5 out in the card. I'm not counting them in. The Nationals are the same. The Mets, Pirates, Cardinals, and Rockies, I'm not doing it. Okay, mathematically, and I love facts and I love math. I'm not doing that.
I agree with you.
I'm giving you everybody from the Marlins heading north. You got 6 teams that are fighting for 3 spots. So because of that, the dumbing down of the playoff format, it's harder to get excited about a stretch run because it feels like as long as the Giants play pretty well, if they play as well as they have all year, which it's been fine, to use your word, they've been fine.
Yeah, no, I get it.
They played 134 games, and their run differential is +8.
Yeah.
That's the epitome of mediocrity, but that's enough to get it done in the National League.
Well, I don't even know if I'd use the word mediocrity. I understand if this team does not get you all excited. Watching their lineup is not like watching the Braves lineup. It's not like watching the Dodger lineup. But 70 and 64, while not great, is also 70 and 64. To me, that's above average, especially because you talk about the 6 teams that are in it. Well, they are one of the ones who have one of the spots right now. The Marlins, to me, are also even questionable as to whether or not they've got an invitation to the party. I know they're 3 games back, and that's not ridiculous, but they are 500.
Sure.
To me, I'm not going to take you seriously if you don't have more wins than losses.
One of 3 teams to score fewer runs than the Giants in the National League.
Yeah.
And that's part of what you were saying, and I agree with you in terms of why aren't people more excited? This offense is flaccid.
No, they don't score enough runs. Who on earth could debate that? They don't score enough runs.
Miami and Pittsburgh and the Rockies by 1 are the only teams to score fewer than the Giants.
Can I try to grab something on the internet here?
Sure. Is it another Tiger Attacks Kid video?
2000.
Because that was cool.
No, 2010 National League standings. I would like.
This is live Googlage. This is exciting.
Here's why.
Coming up next, we watch paint dry.
Well, see, no, the Giants won this division at 92 and 70, but what I can't find on these particular standings, give me a few minutes and I'll find it. I wonder how many runs they scored that year, because that was the height of torture. That was the height of Matt Cain, a nickname. Being caned meant that you went out there and gave up 1 run. And your team didn't score, and you lost 1-0.
They scored 697 runs.
697 runs.
Yes, in 162 or so games.
Yeah, which was actually third in the division.
4.3. Yeah, they were just.
They scored fewer runs than the Diamondbacks, who were in last place that year. They scored fewer runs than the Rockies, who were in third place that year. Now, both of those teams play in absolutely ridiculous offensive ballparks, but. If you look at them up and down the National League, they were middle of the pack.
They scored 4.30 runs a game. This year, they're scoring 4.33 runs a game. So this team is just slightly less flaccid than the 2010 team. The 2010 team, they were just below league average that year. in terms of the offense, but that's a part of it, especially in this pitch clock era where things go a lot faster.
Yeah.
They're packing less excitement into a faster game.
I guess what I'm getting at is if the Giants do get some starting pitching that feels like they did this week, as much as they don't score enough runs, they actually do. You can win like this.
Based on 2010,
yeah. You can win like this. You can win like this. And as
in the regular season, sure.
Yeah, well, they won in the playoffs that year too.
Right, but they did have a lot of timely hits and a lot of timely at-bats.
That's what it takes.
To go along with great pitching.
And they had an electric Game 1 starter, and maybe they do again.
The one thing in your corner in terms of the Giants in the playoffs is the fact that their schedule down the stretch, not very tough. I mean, the Padres should be a tough opponent, but I'm not saying that they've waved the white flag, but they've got the white flag ready for the waving. They are a mess. You have the Cubs, you have Arizona, and the Dodgers. That's it in terms of remaining daunting schedule.
Yep, they got 7 games against Colorado. They've got 3 games against the Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah, who are now 6 under, and they're out of the race.
Yeah, that's what I said when they got to the start of the Red Series. I said it is go time, and they have won 3 of the first 4 this week. And I wonder, why doesn't it feel like a playoff push to so many people? Or maybe it does. Joe in Stockton. Hey, Joe, you're on Willard and Dibs.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
What's up, Joe? How you
What's up,
doing?
Joe?
Give you 3 for your own laugh. You've been better.
Oh, come on. No. But I wanted to say who I honestly... Now, I feel like a lot of people will probably think I'm crazy for this, but I want to see the Giants play a team because of one pitch.
And
if y'all understand that part, then you know. But I'll say it anyway. It's the Dodgers. Personally, I want them to because of one pitch. I want that payback.
Because of the pitch?
The Bellinger.
The Bellinger, or are you talking about the Wilmer Flores?
Posey.
Oh. Okay.
2 years ago.
Yeah. Well, except for, are you talking about the one that went over the fence?
The one that was so far out of the zone.
Oh, well, okay. Joe, I got you. Thanks. I don't know, man. You know my take on that. I still think that baseball has to consider taking that stupid white box away from the television set because every time a ball is an inch outside, we all can see it, and we think that an umpire can see that at 100 miles an hour. Yes, hold them accountable if they are consistently bad, but I don't know. I would love to see the Dodgers because I would love to see the Dodgers. Yeah, I'd love to beat the Dodgers. It's not about one pitch. It's about them being the Dodgers. That'd be amazing if the Giants get a crack at them in the playoffs.
That would get people excited as well. And to have another California series, Giants v. Dodgers, and that would mean it would be in the second round as well.
Correct. And don't you think also the Giants, if Harrison looks like this for the next month and ends up in the playoffs in a spot where players still haven't seen him very much, don't you think the Giants could become the team that no one wants to face? They're not the best team, but if you have a 3-game series early in the playoffs and you've got to face him, maybe even if he does that for the rest of the month, maybe he gets game 1. Maybe he gets game 1 over Logan Webb.
I mean, I would say that's crazy talk, but when he's that electric, you don't want to save him for game 3 because there may not be one.
And if you're down 1-0, you are immediately up Schmitz Creek.
Look at you.
Okay?
Casey with a couple of hits the other night, huh?
He's over 200.
Am I right?
You are. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We take your phone calls on that. We get back to 49ers in the 5 o'clock hour as well. The Nick Bosa contract is still not signed. Where are you placing the blame? We'll keep going with that as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dibs, I'm having a moment. I'm having a moment right
now. Are you feeling a little verklempt? Talk amongst yourselves?
Not like that. It's not emotional. But I still get a kick out of things like this. Like,
my A stat?
That was good.
Yeah. Just to bring people behind the
That was
scenes.
really good. That's not what I was talking about, but it was good.
A's are on a record-breaking pace to have the worst season based on run differential in the history of baseball. The 1932 Boston Red Sox were a minus 349. The A's are at minus 308. So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a really good chance.
All the A's would need to do would be minus 42 from here on out, and they are the worst team in baseball history.
It's a 2-foot putt.
Yeah.
For the A's.
Anyway.
Easy. No, I'm rare to get starstruck. So this is not that. But I told you, and we didn't get one call about this yet today, and I really do want one. If somebody understands how the magic world works, the illusionist, the mentalist, if somebody understands how this worked, I really want to hear it today because we went right up the street from where we sit right now, Broadway and Battery last night, me and the lovely Christy, and it was her idea and her dime, and she's amazing to even think of this. She saw it on Instagram. And, you get the ads over and over, and she's like, you know what, this looks really fun, let's go. And so we went, and I told you at the crossover that the illusionist had a baby. And so he ended up canceling last minute. So they bring in, lefty out of the bullpen. Here comes the backup. We don't know. We've never seen any of them. So we don't know if this is a good, bad, otherwise, whatever.
Sure.
We're blown out of the water. Like, the show was incredible. And to the level where you're like, I don't get it. When you're watching Magic, forget David Blaine on TV. If you ever watch it in a show, right? You're like, okay, I get that you have amazing sleight of hand. You also, it's misdirection, right? Like, look over here and then what's happening over there.
Right.
And so you don't see it, but you sort of understand it in the back of your head. Like, I'm like, man, I wonder how they do that. I bet it's like this or like that. This man, who I didn't even name in the crossover, his name is David Gerard. This man,
former quarterback?
No,
former Jacksonville Jaguars quarterback.
David Gerard.
Trying to keep it sports,
bro. I just went on IG during the break, and David's IG story is like, thanks to @MT Willard on Instagram for talking about the show last night on 95.7 The Game Radio. Here's the segment, and linked it.
What?
Now, there's a double meaning here. Number one, like, that's really cool. Like, I don't know if he heard it or someone sent it to him. I don't know how he caught wind of this because it's not like, and maybe he is a sports fan. I have no idea, but it's not like that world is like, well, I'm sure he's a Warrior fan. And so, he's just tuning in to 95.7 all the time. Like, but then there's another thing. I never said his name. So is he actually such a mentalist that maybe he just knew we were talking about him? Because that's actually kind of the way the show works. And I'm telling you, man, this guy goes around the room and he is just plucking stuff. And it's not, they're really observant and so they can notice things about. No, it wasn't like that. We would write a memory down on a piece of paper and you sent it up on stage, and he's blindfolded about 14 different times and ways. I actually cut some of the duct tape that went over his face, and he's got all these papers in his hands, but he can't see, and he rubs them all together, and he's like, all right, whose name is Billy? And then Billy stands up. He's like, okay, Billy, feeling like your memory that you wrote down was in Europe? He's like, yeah. You're on a hike? Yeah. Oh, and you were with Kate, right? And people are just, like, their eyes are flying out of their head. They're like, what the hell is going on here? And he doesn't bat 1,000. He bats about 998, though.
Really?
And when he misses, it's like, I thought the name was Maria. And they're like, it's Miranda. Like,
Because he can't quite read it through that not really shutting his eyes blindfold. The fakery.
No, but you're not reading.
Maybe somebody in his secret earpiece had the name wrong.
I mean, look, could there be cameras?
I thought I said Miranda.
I'm not sitting here saying that now suddenly I believe in some other spiritual world that's going right next to us. What I'm telling you is you walk in there with just like a bebopaloo type of an eye, and I couldn't catch a damn whiff of what the hell was going on and how this works. And so anyway, this conversation clearly got back to David, and he's putting on IG our show and our station. And so I would just want to thank him on the show, not just for doing that, but for entertaining me and the lovely Christy last night. We were right in the front and saw everything and apparently saw nothing all at the same time. And the dude was incredible. And I love live entertainment like that. When you do what we do for a living, I'm just beyond impressed when someone can own a room the way that he did. Really cool. Really cool.
What's crazy
So I'm having a moment.
is he actually said you're welcome to you before you thanked him on the show.
It's already got an IG story up. He's like, guess what? He's going to start the segment at 4:50 with us too. Right?
Oh, here's the listen here. I'm gonna have to check this out later.
Yeah.
To hear you chortling and cackling in the front row.
Again, if you weren't with us earlier, the one that really got me. So there's this dude named Ryan. He's a doctor. Okay, Ryan, the doctor, is sitting next to me and the lovely Christy, and he gets called up on stage at one point, and David, because we're now friends.
Nice.
David's got two people up on stage, but he's not near either one of them, or he's like set apart at least by 10 feet, and he draws a big X on his hand with a Sharpie, right? And then, I mean, there's other stuff going on, but I'll cut to the chase. Rubs his hands together, and then boom, shows your hands, and it's like the X is gone. And I bet anybody can sit here and be cynical and think, well, yeah, you got some sort of cream in there or whatever, and you wipe the thing, and he goes, and like as he throws it to the other people on stage, and he goes, isn't that crazy, right? Like the Sharpie just came right off my hands, but it didn't. I just put it over there. And these two people flip their hands open, and there are X's on their hands. And I talked to them after the show, and they are like, I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know how.
Not on the payroll?
No. I don't know
Venmo.
how.
They got Venmo'd. PayPal?
How did it get on their hand? They just showed us their hands. Now the X is on the guy. I talked to him later. He's like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm kind of freaking out. Somebody drew on my hand, and they weren't anywhere near me. It was wild. It was wild. So I came in with a real honest curiosity today. Like, I don't want to ruin anybody's fun, but I'm just curious if anybody out there knows like how this stuff works.
Yeah.
How do you do this? And this guy got called in to do the show like 5 hours before it happened, and he just showed up and hit a home run.
It's
So
not
very,
like
very cool.
they just found some random David Gerard on the street.
No.
He does this.
He does this.
And I just was looking at his profile, and he does corporate events and all the rest of it.
Yes. No, they didn't.
I was in need of a mentalist. And so they were able to find one pretty quickly. But it just made me think about, like, what kind of a person are you when you go to those shows? Because there are two types of people. There's the, I'm going to spend all my energy trying to disprove what you're doing.
Yeah.
And then there's people like yourself who just sit back and just entertain me. And I don't even really want to allow myself to think about, like, where's the camera and where's the earpiece and the trap door and all the rest of it.
Well, I love that you said that, because there's at one point, guy opens up a Coke can, right? He's got two glasses in front of him. He opens up a Coke can. He pours pretty much the entire can into the two glasses. And then he drinks one of the glasses. And then he's telling a story about some other stuff going on. And then in the process of it, he picks the can back up, which he has now smashed. He's like kind of like, closed it on both sides, what you do to a can after it's empty. And then he kind of holds it to its side, and he's like, and then like acts like he's pressing something on it a little bit, and it's right back into a full can. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, you just like undid the crinkle of the can. And then he turns it on its top, and it's closed again. And then he pops it back open and
pours
it
another
out
Coke.
again.
No way.
And I'm like,
No way.
Dog, what are you doing?
Can I get a soda over
And
here?
there's a brother behind us who's like, Yeah, man, the guy back there, the guy on table 12 said that it's some sort of a heat thing that happens and they add a little heat. And I'm like, I don't even want to talk to you. I don't want to know what you think.
The guy at table 12.
I just want to be amazed.
Totally.
I just want to be a dumb American and just be like, yay!
Honey, look, he's got a second soda.
He made a soda.
So
we should
funny.
have him come to the party and make sodas. That's incredible. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how it works.
I try to be more like you in that way because you know me, I'm generally more of a
Cynical.
skeptic, a little bit cynical, and more prone to like belittle and be mean spirited. It's what makes me happy. But in times like that, I try to be more like you and just entertain me and amaze me. And sports is a little bit different because there's a scoreboard, and I'm always amazed, especially watching the Warriors, and I can't wait to see Victor Wembanyama, 7'5", doing things that no 7'5" person can do, let alone seeing somebody who's actually 7'5". But at the same time, when you watch your favorite team, you're amazed, but you also want them to win. And if they don't, now I got to rip them and all the rest of it. And this illusionist, magician, even like stand-up comedy, I mean, you can say, oh, that guy wasn't that funny, but at least, you go there hoping to laugh.
Well, we that we go to a lot of stand-up comedy, and because of what we do for a living, all the entertainment forms in the world, what would impress me most, we went and saw Joe Coy a few weeks ago, had a blast down in San Jose.
Yeah.
Nothing is more impressive to me than when your show is you walk out on a stage and you have a microphone.
And a stool.
Okay, that's your show.
Yeah.
And you got 20K in the building and you have them in your hand. I'm like, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know how somebody does that without drugs, to be honest with you. Like, can you imagine what that feels like? Not only the success, but the failure, the pressure, oh my God. There's Carrot Top, there was Gallagher, there's people that's great, but you had a lot of props. I'm most amazed when somebody's just like, I have a microphone and I'm going to just own you for 2 hours.
I was going to say 2 hours, not like a 5-minute set or a 10minute set.
Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
No cards, no notes, no teleprompter.
Oh, it's really amazing. Yeah. So anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube as well. Has been a lot of fun on there today, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You know what else would give me a moment? I know what would give me a moment. $150 million, which is, I think, what Nick Bosa is about to get.
150?
Well,
guaranteed.
What are we looking at? We're looking at a 5-year extension, and we're looking at something, give or take, 30-ish.
Yeah, you figure 32
Maybe
and
a little
change.
more?
So 160.
Okay.
5 and 32 would be 160.
Well, it sounds
not guaranteed.
Again, Albert Breer's report earlier today is that they're $4 million apart. They have been $4 million apart for a while. They're trying to bridge that gap. It is already a foregone conclusion that he will be the highest paid edge rusher of all time per year. And right now, TJ Watt's at 28. So go north of 28. But what Breer said was it remains to be seen if he becomes the highest paid non-quarterback of all time, which is Aaron Donald at 31.7. So a lot of us have grabbed that $4 million window and thought, okay, Niners must be at 29 and Nick must be at 33. And if they're having a hard time bridging that gap, for me, I'm like, you're both at fault. This is on both of you. And especially if you've been at $4 million for a while. There's a game in 9 days, and you both bear responsibility. The Niners clearly are going to have to come a little bit up, and Nick Bosa, I would argue, has a little bit more leverage than the 49ers do here. He's that good. He is that important. He's the DPOY. But by the same token, if you're Nick Bosa and you're like hell-bent on I've got to be the highest paid non-quarterback of all time, I would argue that you can come down a little bit and still hold that label. And that's fair too. So I would lean a little bit, maybe if those are the numbers, I'd lean a little bit in Nick's direction. But it feels like get to 32, both sides, and be done with this. What are we doing? But I'm not going to put all the blame on one side or the other, which it feels like a lot of people have been willing to do.
Yeah, and I'm willing to do it because as a fan, I want to see number 97 in his 4-point stance coming off the ball and showcasing all of his moves when he wants to rush the passer and playing good, stout defense against the run and being an absolute game wrecker and doing a little shrug, the little Nick Bosa shrug, and hearing his post-game commentary with his casual surfer tone that belies the ferocity with which he plays. I want all of it, Mark, and I demand it of my team to get this done. And if it comes down to $4 million a year over 5 years, which is only $20 million, only $20 million, don't drag your feet. Get it done. Make it happen. So I'm not putting 100% of the blame on the team, but in terms of the teeter-totter of blame, my blame leans heavy on the team and less heavy on the player.
Hard cap league.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
right?
Well, kind of.
Yeah.
You said cap schmap.
I did, but it's still hard. It's not arguable. It's a hard cap league.
Yep.
It's got a cap. It's got a hard cap league.
You got about $8 million under the cap right now this year.
I guess fans are going to do this. And by the way, way on in, 888-957-9570. I get it. For me, it's because you're bigger fans of Nick Bosa than you are executives. And that makes full sense to me. But the other side to it is, if that's your take every time a player's good, pay him. Well, just give him what he wants. I remember the takes when we were talking about Aaron Judge, and I'm already hearing them preemptively about Shohei Ohtani. Well, if the Dodgers come in at $600 million, then just give him $800 million. Just do it. What do you have to lose? Well, a lot. A lot. Now, is $4 million or $20 million, is that going to bankrupt the 49ers? No, that's not my point. My point is why is that your take every time? Vary your take would be my take. You can't just say every time two sides are close, well, come on, he's good, so give it to him, and then let's move on, because if you do that every time, at a certain time, you're going to get to the point where you can't do it anymore, and you're going to let somebody who's really good walk.
It's never been my take every time.
No,
and historically,
not you.
I know. I'm just saying my piece. And historically, I've been much more pro management than I've been pro player when it comes to these deals. This is a case where I think you do break the bank, and even if it means you reset the market, you're resetting the market that doesn't really affect you in terms of you're not going to have to pay another edge rusher this kind of money for a very, very long time, if ever, because you're going to be good and you won't be able to draft number 2 again and be able to take Nick Bosa like you did. I look at the number $160 million, $32 million a year, and if you give him the same level of guarantee that his brother got, which was 75% of his total value was guaranteed, Nick would get about 110 guaranteed, which would set the record. And that, to me, is a number that I could live with if I'm Nick Bosa.
Yeah, I wonder, actually, if we're even aiming high when we just toss out, get to 32 and move on. Charles Davis came on earlier, and he was not no, you don't automatically get more than Aaron Donald. Why would you get more than Aaron Donald? Now, Aaron Donald's older, but Aaron Donald's already gotten his contract. And I remember all the same things were said about Aaron Donald 3 years ago when that contract was getting ready. Every player in the NFL is like, dude, this guy is by far and away the hardest thing to deal with on the defensive side of the ball in the NFL. And he's not an edge rusher. So why are we bringing Aaron Donald into this? Nick was the DPOY last year. TJ Watt was the DPOY the year before that. Why should Nick? Because think about it from the Niners' perspective. Here's what the Niners are thinking. That's great that you want to bring up Aaron Donald. He ain't had nothing to do with you. He's not an edge rusher. It's a completely different position. Why would we take Myles Garrett, Joey Bosa, and TJ Watt and their numbers, which are all stacked right up next to each other, 26.5, 27, 28, and you want 33? Whoa. What the hell's that about? You're the best edge rusher in the game. Let's make you the best edge rusher in the game. just because you were the DPOY last year, and again, I just for a moment, I'm giving you the Niners side. I'm not even saying I agree with all of this. But the Niners are looking at this going, dude, you're not really all that different from TJ Watt. You're not all that different from Myles Garrett. It's just your turn. It's just your turn. So why should we give you like a 20% raise over what your counterparts are making just because it's your turn? Usually it goes up $1 million, not $6.
Yeah, it depends on how you look at it. And I do think that Aaron Donald is a comp, and you can say edge versus interior defensive lineman. Aaron Donald is an absolute unicorn. He's an outlier in terms of interior defensive lineman, and his contract was fully guaranteed. He got $95 million, I think, over 3 years, and it was a full guaranteed deal.
Was it?
I was just looking at SPOTRAC, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
And I believe his deal was 100% guaranteed. So in terms of guaranteed money, Joey Bosa got $102 million guaranteed on his deal. So if I'm Nick, and the real money, the real figure you're looking at if you're Nick Bosa is the guaranteed money. So I would want more than Joey got, which was $102 million on the guarantee. Whatever else happens for the cosmetic number after that, it doesn't really matter as much to me. But if I'm Nick, I absolutely want more than 102. Myles Garrett got 100 guaranteed.
Yeah.
Joey got 102 guaranteed. Give me 105 guaranteed. And then whatever you want to do with the rest of the money, it's inconsequential.
Well, and I agree with that. And again, it's your turn, and you're the DPOY, so you get the biggest contract. That means the biggest guarantee. That means the biggest edge rusher in the history of the NFL. If that means it's more than Aaron also, my mind is open to that. I feel like everybody made it automatic. And I'm like, why? Why? TJ Watt they didn't do that for TJ Watt. They didn't do that for Joey Bosa. They didn't do that for Myles Garrett. Why suddenly Nick? And here's one other thing that gets me about these conversations. Here's where I will actually side with the organization. You hear this a lot. Well, it's the Bosas. You know the Bosas. The Bosas are stubborn, and they know their value. So now I got to pay this guy more because of his last name? That I don't get. No. You don't get more just because you're a Bosa and your family has a history of holdouts. Like, that's on you if you're overly stubborn. You got to play the game. And Nick's got a lot of leverage here. The 49ers have some too. I think there's a meet in the middle spot here. But good Lord, I hope the reasoning for the Niners caving is not because, we thought the number was 30, but he's a Bosa, so we'll do 32.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I think that him being a Bosa matters to the extent that he is your Bosa, and you are fancying yourself as one of the best defenses in football. I believe they were the first defense taken in the 95-7 the game fantasy league, which is apropos of next to nothing, but it does show that people think that the Niners will be a good defense. The Niners themselves think that they're going to have a good defense. And we've talked a little bit about the problems with the Niners this year. We've talked about a kicker who is inconsistent and a little bit injured. And we've talked about the right tackle. Can he be good enough? And we also talk about a secondary that has one really, really good corner and a couple of question marks at corner. And the one way to make those cornerbacks look better is to have a nasty pass rush.
Totally.
So I think that Nick Bosa does have some leverage, not only because he's a Bosa, but because he's your Bosa.
That
and
I
you
agree
got
with.
a Bosa.
I think he's probably got a little more leverage than the Niners, and I think that's probably why he might win this. He might win this battle, but he doesn't get to just throw out a number and then sit until the Niners get there, because he's not a human being. That's not how this works. You don't get just to tell the 49ers what to do.
Right.
And then if they won't do it, you complain to Albert Breer and we all rip the Niners. That to me is where this can end up in an unfair spot.
Joey got 5 and 135.
Right.
And 102 of that was guaranteed.
Yeah.
So Nick is probably looking for I mean, 5 and 150 average annual value would be less than.
Which is not unfair.
No, that would be less than Aaron Donald.
Yes.
As far as average annual goes, and the guaranteed number would probably be about 110.
Yeah, great. Or make it 120. Or hell. I mean, if you're worried about AAV, if you're the Niners, just guarantee the whole thing. I know the Niners aren't into that usually.
Right.
But that would be my next leverage spot if I'm the Niners. Joey wants 5 and 160 because you want that label of highest paid non-quarterback ever.
Yeah.
And he's saying, give me 5 160 and guarantee $120. I come back and I'm the Niners and I say 5 150 and have the whole damn thing.
Yeah, they don't want that.
I don't know if they want that. It helps your cap. If that's what you're, if that's
it becomes
what you're worried
a fixed
about,
cost for sure.
It's fixed, yeah.
But I think that the cap number,
but it's a 20-something-year-old superstar.
Right?
It's not like you're going to want to get rid of him.
6th in football in sacks since he came in the league in 2019.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Behind such names as the aforementioned Watt, T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, Cameron Jordan is 3rd. Aaron Donald out of the nose. 3 technique is 4th. And then you get to Matthew Judon is a half a sack ahead of Nick Bosa.
And he missed a year.
Yeah.
And he missed a year during that time.
Nick Bosa, yeah.
Yeah.
Nasty.
He's the best. So pay him like the best.
Exactly. You're finally coming around to my way of thinking.
No, I think they are. I think the Niners are there. The Niners are paying him like the best. They want to offer him the best edge rusher in the NFL. Highest ever.
If they were there, then, well, we're here.
They're there.
And they're there. Shout out, Jonathan.
They are. They're there. That's the report. They're there. But Nick wants him over there. He wants them all the way down the street over there at highest paid non-quarterback of all time.
I'll tell you what, Niners, do me a favor.
Yeah.
And either get it done in the next, 5 or 10 minutes, or wait till Tuesday. Come on.
I don't care about whether or not he sneaks it in over the final 45 minutes of our show. I would like it to be done so that Nick's at practice at the start of the week. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. And by the way, that would fit into the report. Jason Dumas said should be a few days by the weekend. Okay, and I believe it. I think this thing gets announced. I don't know by Sunday.
Better not be a Friday news dump tonight.
I don't know why it would be. It's a good story.
It is.
The Niners and Bosa are not going to want it tucked underneath anything.
But once it's done, this thing. I mean, heck, the Sam Darnold over Trey Lance news leaked before Kyle could even get a headset on and talk to people and stuff. So
yeah, that was a lot more complicated than this. This is just, hey, okay, deal done. See you next week.
Right, but my point is, as soon as the deal is done, there'll be a certain amount of immediate leakage or leakage, as the French would say. It would be imminent, and that thing's coming out. There's no holding it until Monday.
No, I agree with you. Gene in Oakland here with Willard and Dibs. Hi, Gene. What are you doing?
Hey, fellas. I'm sitting with the dog, waiting to go to the park.
Oh, I love
it. Ugly look right now. Anyways, first of all, quickly, it was great meeting you guys finally the other day. The grandkids had a great time, too. So thanks for putting on an excellent event.
No, you too,
Appreciate
Gene. Thank you guys for making the trip. It really, really means the world.
Yeah. So on the Bosa thing, I'm about ready to explode. If they don't get this thing done by this weekend, I'm going to be very angry with Prorog. I mean, it begins to look like it's an ego thing with him. And if they don't get this done until, let's say, early to mid next week, that's seriously jeopardizing Bosa's chance to play in that first game. And I'm thinking ahead. Worst case, we're going to be playing Pittsburgh. That's already a tough game. It's supposed to be tight. I think we're only 2-point favorites or something.
Yeah, 2.5.
Without Bosa, we very well lose a game that we very well could are expected to win.
Well, but Gene, can I ask you a question, Gene? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why, if it doesn't happen, are you definitely mad at the Niners, not Nick?
Because I'm trusting that this $4 million apart is accurate. And for $4 million apart, you're going to jeopardize his playing the first game or potentially jeopardize our chance to go to a Super Bowl. Come on, man. That's that's something terribly wrong with that.
Well,
So-
like Gene, it's not that I understand the sentiment, and thanks, Gene. Great to see you. Get the dog going. I understand the sentiment. I'm not even saying I disagree, but I do think we should stop dismissing $4 million. Just $4 million. It's just it doesn't work. It's business.
Sure.
It doesn't mean the 49ers don't have $4 million to give Nick Bosa. It means $4 million on the cap is a chip, and it is not insignificant, and it is going to be a 5-year run that actually leads up to $20 million, and that's other players. That's what you're saying. That's other players that you're sacrificing there. And then I think there's this. There's precedent. Dibs, what do you think about this? Because we started this conversation. I think I know how you feel about it. But this probably, the more I read about this and listen, I wonder if this isn't what's going on. The Niners are like, we want to pay you like an edge rusher. And Nick is like, no, I want to be paid like a defensive lineman. Well, who's right in that conversation?
Well, I mean, it's a case of semantics, but...
It's a case of a whole lot of money is what it is.
It is, but...
Like, are you using T.J. Watt as your starter, or are you using Aaron Donald? And who's right?
He's using Aaron Donald.
And the Niners are using Watt.
And he's right.
Why?
Because he's their best defensive player, and it's not even close. And the fact that Aaron Donald does what he does from the interior is a crazy anomaly, but Nick Bosa is as impactful, or probably more impactful now, on the Niners defense than Aaron Donald is on the Rams defense.
I agree with
right
that.
now.
I agree.
So Nick Bosa's thinking, don't worry about what position I play, because when I'm on the field, I wreak havoc.
Okay, but here would be my response to that. You have said many times that Brock Purdy's not the most important player on the 49er offense.
Right.
Who is?
Probably Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey.
That's what I figured you'd say.
Yeah.
So if I'm Trent Williams and you're okay with a player coming in and saying, forget my position. If Trent Williams says, I'm the best player on your offense, and the comp around the league is that the best player on the offense gets $52 million a year. So I'd like $52 million a year. And you would say to Trent Williams what?
You are more replaceable than Nick Bosa is, so that's going to be a no from me, dog. Because already the left tackle market is a spot where you get very, very well compensated and highly paid.
Yeah.
And for the sake of this conversation, I will remove the reality that Trent Williams is an older player, and then he's not going to be in line for one of these deals.
Oh, well, then go McCaffrey. Go McCaffrey. He's 27.
McCaffrey's a different story.
Okay, what's the story?
Well, the story with McCaffrey is, I hate to break it to you, son, but you're a running back.
Uh-huh.
And what we've seen from running backs is when they get over the 2,000 touch mark, forget the age, you start to see a little bit of wear and tear, and you deteriorate.
Yeah, but why can't he say what you just said Nick Bosa can say, which is, no, forget my position. I'm the best player on this side of the ball.
Right. But
Okay.
again, it comes down to value over replacement player. And the ability to replace Nick Bosa is next to impossible. Those edge rushers come along maybe once a year, if that, and they go at the top of the draft.
Agreed.
You already have 3 other running backs and Deebo Samuel who can approximate what Christian McCaffrey does in some ways.
Yeah, we don't hear a lot of that around here these days, though. I mean, the idea that, Christian McCaffrey, it feels like in the NFL with what we saw this offseason is one of one. I understand that he's a running back.
Yeah.
But he's not like any of the other running backs, and you see what's happening to the other running backs. Derrick Henry and Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley and Austin Eckler are on Zooms together trying to figure out how to get money to the running back position. Right. But McCaffrey's making $16 million a year because he's McCaffrey, because he's not just a running back, he's also a receiver and a this and a that and the other. So the idea of positionless contracts is a dangerous one for teams. I remember Jimmy Graham years ago. Jimmy Graham, still in the league, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that.
But his first tour of duty with the Saints, when he was the dude, he was the number 1 tight end off the board in your fantasy draft. Jimmy Graham. That guy could not block anyone. But my God, he could catch a pass, and he could get down the seam. And he was a real weapon for Drew Brees. And Jimmy Graham went to the Saints because it was contract time. And he said, I know that it says TE next to my name when they put it on TV, but I'm a receiver for all intents and purposes. And the Saints went, cool. Now you're a Bear.
And then a Seahawks.
And now, eventually, back to the Saints again to back up some rookie named Juwan Johnson. The bottom line is, I think you're real hard-pressed as a player to go convince your team that you're not your position because financially it would be better to not be your position. Nick Bosa is the best edge rusher in the game. And the Niners are trying to pay him as the best edge rusher in the game. I don't know if it's fair.
Yeah.
I got to study this more. I'm not drawing a line in the sand, but I don't know if it's fair to be like, yeah, but Aaron Donald plays defense and I play defense and he's on the line and I'm on the line, so I should get more than him too. Meanwhile, the top edge rusher in the game makes 28 and we're all sitting here going, Nick should make 33 and we shouldn't even blink. I get why. If that's the holdup, I don't know that it is. But if that's where this conversation is right now, I understand why the Niners are doing what they're doing.
I understand it. I disagree with it because the position that Nick Bosa plays is game wrecker. And you can call him an edge rusher. You can call him a defensive end. You can call him whatever you want to call him, but he is an absolute game wrecker. And it reminds me a little bit of the Steph Curry conversation that I got tangled in on Twitter. Steph Curry's comments, I'm the greatest point guard of all time, when he made that comment. And I, along with many others, including Bob Ryan, Boston Globe, disagreed with him, saying, you're not a point guard. Steph Curry's a combo guard. He's part point, he's part shooting guard. Steph Curry cannot be labeled in any way. And I look at Nick Bosa in the same way. You can say he's an edge rusher because he does his damage out on the edge. He can play inside, and at times he does play inside. There are times where they shift him in. There are other times where he'll run a little T&E stunt with the tackle in the end where he'll loop around and he'll actually rush from the interior. So I don't think it's fair to Nick to shoehorn him into a spot and say, well, you're an edge rusher because we happen to play you on the edge, and therefore we're going to give you top edge money and not game wrecker money. He's a game wrecker. This guy will wreck the game.
But a lot of people are. Christian McCaffrey's a game wrecker.
Right, so he gets top dollar at his position.
Ah.
Does he? I got to Google that.
He does, but do you hear what you just said?
Top dollar at his position.
That's all the Niners are offering. Top dollar at your position. You're
but his position
wrecker.
Is game wrecker. It's not edge rusher.
No. I don't think you get to do that.
I just did.
Christian McCaffrey,
he's a running back.
He's a game wrecker. He is a game changer.
Nick Bosa wrecks the game more than Christian McCaffrey.
That's only because of semantics of defense versus offense. I don't think that that's true necessarily. If you asked me which one I wanted to move on without, I would say McCaffrey over Bosa, and I'll agree with you on that. But again, if you're going to say, hey, I'm a game wrecker, and the response is great, then we'll pay you as much as possible at your position, I think that's what the Niners are trying to do. I mean, we could go around the league and find all kinds of players who are the best at their position and incredibly valuable. Look what the Miami Dolphins did with their receiving core. They moved all kinds of draft capital that once was owned by the 49ers.
Nice.
They moved all kinds of capital and reset the wide receiver market with Tyreek Hill. And there was a trickle-down effect. Make no mistake. A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf, and Deebo Samuel all had holdouts because of the Christian Kirk, then ... Tyreek Hill wide receiver boom. And Tyreek could easily say, hey, Dolphins, I made Tua. Tua? He not Mahomes. He's not Herbert. He's not Allen. He's not Burrow. He's Tua. And oh, by the way, he had Tua concussions last year, and we still went to the playoffs with two other quarterbacks.
That's a Tua.
Of course, it couldn't have been anything else.
Yeah.
Okay? Couldn't he say, I changed your team, so I don't care that you want to pay me like a wide receiver.
Right. You can say
whatever
you want.
You need to pay me like a quarterback
because I'm more important than your quarterback.
False. And
I'd
Tyreek Hill was
same thing to Nick.
When he had Skylar Thompson throwing him the pill, Tyreek Hill was just as impactful as he was with Tua because he's not the guy who makes things happen on his own. Nick Bosa doesn't need the ball. He doesn't need you to call a play for him. He doesn't need a thing. All Nick Bosa needs is his pads, his 97 jersey, and tell me where the line of scrimmage is, and I can go out there and I can eat.
Wait, but you just said Tyreek Hill, his output didn't change when Skylar Thompson came in.
His ability to impact the game doesn't change because he's a receiver. He still needs someone to throw him the ball. That's my point.
Right, but if his output didn't change when Skylar Thompson comes in, that's an argument in my favor. That's him saying, I'm still the most important player on your offense, no matter who your quarterback is. So why would you give that guy $52 million? Give me $52 million.
Because the ability to go from Tyreek Hill to someone else is far greater. You could Jalen Waddle yourself and be just as effective without Tyreek Hill. And this is me disparaging my number one fantasy pick. I'm a huge Tyreek guy. I got my Tyreek Hill jersey coming in the mail. I went with the turquoise, and I'm happy about it. I think that because Nick Bosa can do it on his own, he doesn't need anybody else to go out there and do the things that he does. Tyreek Hill needs a quarterback. He needs someone to throw him the ball to be effective.
Well, I get that, but I guess my point is I don't know what it is you get to do or how you do it to the point where you can look at your execs on your team and be like, forget my position. It doesn't matter because I'm really good. Well, they're like, well, no, I'm sorry. That's not how it works. You are the best in the league at this. So we would like to give you more than the next best guy at this. And Nick, potentially, again, I don't know what's going on here.
Right.
But Nick is potentially going, but no, I want to get paid higher than that guy over there who does something totally different.
See, he doesn't do anything different.
He does. A defensive tackle and an edge rusher are different positions.
What Aaron Donald does is rush the passer and wreck the game. And the
stop
fact
the
that he
run.
does it in between the guards is a little bit different. Now, he's not a true 3 technique, a guy who goes in there and absorbs 2 blocks every time so that the linebackers can run free and all the rest of it. Aaron Donald happens to be, you want to talk about one of one? He's one of one. A guy who is 4th in the league since 2019 in sacks and doing it from the interior because all these other guys, I believe, are edge rushers. And so that's what makes him so unique. So if I'm Nick Bosa, I look at Aaron Donald and say, I wreck the game like he does. I'm actually better than he is right now. I'm younger, and our defense is better, and you need me more. So I do think you can use him as a comp.
Fred Warner wrecks a game on the defense. He can go after the passer. He can also cover a receiver.
And is he the highest paid linebacker now?
I don't even think so. I'd have to look. His deal is 5 years, $95.2 million, and he got 40.5 guaranteed. If we do top paid linebackers in the NFL.
I got Roquan Smith, average making $20 million as number 1, followed by Shaquille Leonard and then Fred Warner.
Yep. So
AAV of $19 million for Fred.
But my point is Fred Warner got paid as a linebacker, yet he checks a lot of the definitive boxes that you just described. Like, I guess if you're going to blend Nick Bosa and defensive tackles, I guess I'm asking, where does that stop? What about linebackers who rush the passer?
I think it stops there.
Why?
Because Nick Bosa is a special player. Fred Warner is a great linebacker.
These guys are all special.
He's a linebacker.
They're all special.
But Mark, you're missing out on my biggest point, which is the value of a replacement player, the VORP in all of this. Because Fred Warner, he's a great linebacker. He's one of the best in football. But you have Dre Greenlaw. So when Fred goes out due to injury, your defense suddenly does not suffer dramatically. It goes down.
I disagree.
Your defense gets a little worse. It doesn't get a lot worse.
I think Dre Greenlaw has become the player he is in the NFL largely because he's next to Fred Warner.
Well, and you could look at Azeez Al-Shire, who was a great linebacker playing alongside Fred Warner, and I would argue that Fred Warner benefits from Nick Bosa more than Dre Greenlaw benefits from Fred Warner.
Okay. I mean, these are all fair opinions to have, but
Eric Armstead benefits from Nick Bosa.
I think...
And Ebukam.
I hear this sometimes. I hear, just pay him because we're Niner fans, and we know that he's the best player on the defense that we root for, so therefore were like, I mean, this player's special. Everybody on these lists is special. Don't you think that the Steelers think that T.J. Watt's the best edge rusher in the game?
Which is why they made him the highest paid.
And the Niners are trying to do the same. I guess, how about if I said it this way? As a Niner fan, if Myles Garrett suddenly was like, I should get more than Aaron Donald. And the Browns are like, why? Because I'm a game wrecker and because the value over the replacement is not there for you, the Browns. And they're like, you're right. But but no. We can't just give you $10 million more a year because you feel like you're good. These players are all unbelievable. They are all the reasons why their teams are good. Nick is no exception here.
But Garrett was the highest paid, I believe, when he signed.
And TJ was, and Nick will be.
Exactly. So now Myles is down to number 4, and that's just the way it goes when you're first up.
The best way I can ask it. When TJ's contract came up, and Myles' contract came up, and Joey Bosa's contract came up, how come Aaron Donald didn't come up in those conversations? Because he didn't.
Well, then that's just bad work by the agent.
I know. See, I look at that
Myles
the other
Garrett,
way.
I don't think was ever DPOY.
TJ Watt was.
Right.
After Aaron Donald.
Right.
So why didn't he get more than Aaron Donald?
Well, what he got was more years, and he got, I believe, more of a guarantee.
And the Niners are
and
offering the same.
Joey Bosa got more of a guarantee. He got more years and more of a guarantee.
And the Niners are offering the same.
Aaron Donald got 95 guaranteed. 3-year, 95, fully guaranteed.
Because he's older.
Exactly. So I think these other players got longer deals, more lucrative deals, with a smaller average annual, but a bigger guarantee.
And that's what the Niners are offering.
Nick, I believe, is going to seek, he wants it all. He wants the highest. He wants the biggest guarantee.
You don't get it all.
He wants the biggest guarantee, which he'll get. And he wants the highest average annual, and that, I think, is where the sticking point is.
See, I don't. I think the sticking point is, are we talking about edge rushers or all rushers?
He's talking, I would imagine, and again, I haven't, it's cool, Dibs, that you called. We haven't spoken in a while, but I would imagine he's looking at all defensive players.
Yeah, and if he is, I don't know that you get to do that because the other edge rushers didn't. Speaking of defense.
Yeah, speaking of it.
Time for the Defensive Play of the Week. It's brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Let's jump back to Tuesday. Man, this could have been Blanco-esque. Alex Cobb had not allowed a hit. 2 outs in the 8th inning and a 2-2 count. Little lazy fly ball to short left center field, and it looks like it's going to fall in for the first hit of the game. But then you know who put on a cape and came flying in from nowhere. Slates.
Slater coming in, and he dives in. He made the catch! Oh, my word. Unbelievable. Austin Slater takes a hit away from Will Benson.
I don't know how he caught it. I don't know how he didn't break his wrist. And also, be honest, when you were watching that thing live, did you think that it hit the ground?
I thought only of Admiral Akbar.
Oh.
It's a trap!
Very good.
Thank you. I mean,
very good.
I thought,
yeah.
And I appreciate you pausing like you didn't know where I was going.
I didn't.
And that's where I went. I had to do it.
I'm kind of amazed that the actual Akbar has not played already in the form of a Grandy drop.
And I actually thought that very thing because there's no way he caught it. As much as I love slates, and nearly as much as you and Cap, I didn't think there was any way he caught that.
Man. And I was dying because I'm like, what a terrible way to lose a no-hitter.
On a little bloop.
Well, first of all, not just a bloop, but we're going to have to go to replay. We're going to go to replay. After further review, everybody, your no-hitter is over. Everybody get back on the field. Oh, God, what a bummer that would have been. And so then you see the replay, and you're like, you got to be bleeping me.
You got to be bleeping me.
You caught that?
Sold out for it.
He really did.
Where was that, Matos? Where was that sellout?
Don't do that. Like, that's the good thing about it is that thing was a rocket.
Yes.
The hit was not a bloop. It's not a Texas Slinger,
true.
high single, or a swinging bunt. It was an absolute seed out to right center field.
Still would like to have seen him sell out for it. I don't know if it makes much of a difference, but
I didn't. Did you have something against Matos
Not
on that
really.
play? What's this bad route thing? Like, I'm like, no,
it's kind of a quaint way to take a shot. Poor positioning. Whoever the defensive coordinator is of the Giants needs to go, Mark.
Do they have that in baseball?
I'm sure they do on that team. They got coaches for everything.
That's a good point. Defensive Play of the Week was brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Okay, we still have time for your phone calls for sure. 888-957-9570. You can weigh in on Bosa or the Giants. But also, before we hit the buzzer and head into the long weekend, you know what we ought to do, Dibs? We've got to get to a little bit of this Joe Lacob.
Oh, I'm into it.
On the TK pod. Because who wants to hear the Warrior owner dish on the luxury tax bill, on Chris Paul, Jordan Poole v. Draymond Green, 2 timelines?
Okay. Matos' bad route.
Does he see similarities between Wiseman and Lance?
Oh, Joe Lacob getting loose.
Huh? How about a potential extension for Klay Thompson?
It's a lot of sound in a short segment.
How about an extension for Steve Kerr? Yeah, we're going to 6:30 today.
Sorry,
you
Grandy.
didn't get the message? Grandy, you're out. Go ahead. Take a walk.
Okay, bye.
Okay. You want to hear some of that?
Yeah, I've said like 8 different times. You led up to it.
We'll do that coming up next. It's Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And we're also sponsored by SC Johnson. This is Willard and Dibs.
The new Raider Center.
Did you have anything else, Rocky?
That was it. I just
all right, no, that was enough.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Poor guy was talking.
For crying out loud. Look, I'm not a bleep hole. I'm really not. Sometimes in this position, you gotta put the hammer down.
Yeah.
And you gotta come off and be that way. And I'm okay with that. I wasn't even trying to do it there. That's what I hate about that one.
Yeah, you gave him the bum's rush on accident.
It was just like I didn't want him to feel like he had to say more. I'm like, did you have more? He's like, well, no. And I'm like, oh, well, that's okay. Because what you said was enough. That's what I was. Anything else, Rocky?
That was it. I just
all right, no, that was enough. Yeah.
One of the nicest callers, too. That was enough.
Made it sound like I was, like in the old schoolyard when somebody bends down behind someone and then you go over there and shove them and then they fall over. Like it sounded like I was setting them up to just absolutely whack them across.
Or you pull the chair out as somebody's about to sit down. You just pull the chair out from underneath them. That was another one of my go-tos.
I'm sorry, Rocky.
Yeah.
All right. You want to play Let's Make a Deal?
I do.
Door number 1.
Okay.
Joe Lacob talks about what Chris Paul brings to the team.
Okay.
Door number 2. Could Jordan Poole and Draymond Green have coexisted?
Ooh, I'm liking door number 2. Sexy door.
Door number 3 on extension negotiations with Klay Thompson.
It's, somewhat tittillating.
Door number 4 on early negotiations with Steve Kerr.
Friend of the program.
Yeah. What do you choose, Dibs?
You know me, I like the drama. So let's go. Did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
No, that was enough, Coach.
Yeah. Oh, that's a scary one. After I asked about door number 2. So, I asked Steve about what's going on in door number 2. Steve, did we lose you?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no.
Nope. I'm here.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
I don't like your question.
At all. Give me door number 2.
Door number 2. Jordan Poole and Draymond coexist. Joe Lacob on the TK Pod.
I think it's fair to say that there was some level of concern going forward, whether that was going to be something that would work out. But to be honest with you, I think it would have worked out and could have worked out. But I think, it is fair to say that in order to make the team for this next year, in order to make the numbers work and so on, someone probably was going to be the odd man out. And it just turned out, and it wasn't planned, that it was Jordan. And I really think Jordan's a great player, and I think we're going to miss him. It just turned out that way. We were able to get something back that we thought near term could really help us and make us better, and that helped us, as I said, financially in the books to give us optionality. It wasn't that they couldn't play together. My guess is they would have worked that out if we went forward and did something different. And Jordan was still here, and Draymond was still here.
All right, so they're not going to give the firm answer that I know the dramatic side would love, but here's what I hear there. There's 2 pieces of this, but they're both equally important. We've all sort of well documented now the financial side of this.
Sure.
To be able to go 4 straight years of Jordan Poole having a large guaranteed salary would have been preventative of many things, including Klay Thompson. So that's number 1. But number 2, no. No, they could not coexist.
Well, he did work his way into I could see a way that it could have worked, but I think the takeaway is the same. And they were able to get something in the near term, CP3, and so it became pretty easy to decide which one of the 2 they were going to keep. You got out from underneath Jordan Poole's money. You added a veteran what the other veterans liked, and you didn't have to hear people like us talk about Jordan and Draymond and Jordan anymore.
We have time for door number 1, door number 3, or door number 4.
I like your doors. And
once again, door number 1. What does Chris Paul bring to this program?
That's a pass for me.
Chris Paul likes to pass as well. Door number 2, extension negotiations with Klay Thompson. Door number 4, Steve Kerr early negotiations.
I'm tempted to go Klay, but I really want to hear what he has to say about Steve Kerr because they were unable to sign Bob Myers, and that really caught Joe Lacob by surprise. He didn't find out until that morning, allegedly. And so I wonder if Joe Lacob's tune will change as it pertains to the other big member of the, quote, front office, Steve Kerr.
Early negotiations with Steve Kerr, Joe Lacob, TK Pod.
We have started to talk with his people, again, same as kind of the Clay situation, but very early. There's plenty of time. Again, Steve is just like Clay. We want Steve to be here for a long time. He's a Hall of Fame coach. We really value him. And I'm sure we'll be able to work out something that's fair to both sides.
Okay. So
that's kind of a two-way answer because he basically told you what the Klay Thompson door number 2 was about.
Well, you want to just hear it now?
It's probably the same answer, but go ahead, Mark. You got your finger on the button.
Joe Lacob.
From?
TK Pod.
We've had some very brief discussions at this point with his agent, but they're very, very early. I think we're all still adjusting to figuring out what our financial situation is, our cap situation. And they're going to, of course, from the player's side, logically have to assess what the free agent market might be because, they've earned the right to be free agents if they play out their contract. And they have to look and see what options they might have. And so I think there's a little bit of that, perhaps dance going on at this point. But I fully expect that we'll have some substantial discussions soon, sometime. And we'll see if we can't put something together that allows Clay to be here for a long time, which we clearly would like him to be.
Okay. He sounds a little bit more confident in talking about Steve Kerr than he does Klay Thompson.
Sure.
I also just sort of detect some fatigue. Fatigue from Joe Lacob on the fact that, and this happens. You have an organization where everybody becomes iconic, right? Like, oh my God, there's Steph Curry, and then there's Draymond Green, and then Klay Thompson, and then Steve Kerr, and it extends even to the front office, and Bob Myers, and nobody ever wants to lose anybody. And so it's just like extend him. And he almost sounds like he's weaving his way through this quote, which is just like quote number 2 on his board that he uncorks anytime somebody asks him about one of the great people in his organization. And he says the exact same thing.
We want to keep this player. We value them. We'd like to keep them long term if possible. It's early in the negotiations, but we're resolute and determined to keep them around, and hopefully they'll finish their career as a Warriors.
That's pretty good.
Well, I mean, that's
what he sounds like.
A little downtrodden and a little bit, just tired of it all. And I did hear another piece of the TK pod, and Tim asked him if he is really trying to get under that second apron because, Lacob had said, we're not doing $400 million, and turns out you're doing $400 million.
Are you talking about this one?
Well, I think the number's a little higher than that, actually.
Okay, higher than 400 then, yeah.
Yeah. That wasn't the plan. I'm not going to tell you it was the plan. It wasn't. But again, we want to win. And right now, look, our core players are getting older. We don't know how long they're going to be able to play at this level, hopefully for a while. But I think we have to maximize that opportunity. This was, something we had an opportunity to add Chris. It was going to cost us a little more money in the short run. And I think we just decided it was something we're willing to do because we felt it was worth it.
Joe Lacob on the TK pod.
That is the one.
Yeah,
and I'm glad you played it. And, you heard him say it. Yeah, the number's actually a little higher than that, but we want to win. And that to me is always going to be, well, maybe not always, but as long as Steph's around, that's going to be his baseline. We're not doing $400 million unless we can possibly win paying that much.
You want me to go Ocean's 11 on you?
Do it.
You think we need one more?
We do.
Let's get one more. Joe Lacob.
From?
Chris Paul. What does he bring? This TK pod.
I will say that on a longer term basis, what this move does do, it's been reported, and I think people understand it. It gives us some optionality going forward. And I don't know how long Chris is going to play. I don't know exactly what will happen here next year, but it looks like, we could be in a better position financially long term. So short term, higher, maybe long term, not as high. And, we'll just, to some extent, this is a year by year league at this point. And you kind of have to, when you got a chance to win, you got to go for it. And so we did the best thing that we thought we could do and this is going for it.
Well, I still have these questions. I mean, he's the owner, so I get why, but his answers are always sort of trending toward the financial side of the conversation. And he's the owner, so I get that. But I think the question everybody still has with this age and with that player, Chris Paul, who's talking about, like, I still wonder how this is all going to work in a basketball sense.
We're going to find out in about a month and a half, Mark.
Yes, we are.